Clearly, I awakened as the world-renowned strongest profession, a psychic. Yet I was mocked by the entire school of 7.7 billion teachers and students as a worthless profession. Even the school beauty, my childhood sweetheart of 14 years, was anxiously wanting to break up with me. This was all because, though powerful psychics develop slowly and consume vast resources. Yet I simply smiled slightly at this. Just when everyone thought I would give up on myself, little did they know that I had awakened the god-level psychic system. Not only do I possess infinite psychic power, but I can also control things beyond the reach of ordinary psychics through enhanced psychic power. At this moment I was contemplating how an awakened psychic could acquire substantial resources for development. Suddenly a voice appeared out of nowhere in my mind, congratulating me on awakening the god-level psychic system. I gained infinite psychic power and an innate ability to control. If my psychic strength is higher than the opponent's and my level is not lower, I can instantly control the opponent and all their actions in consciousness. Seeing this with a thought, I wrapped a large amount of psychic power around a nearby vase. The next moment the vase miraculously levitated. However, before I could fully enjoy this, an alarm sounded in the awakening hall, warning that the release of psychic power at will is strictly forbidden in the city, and asking me to retract it. Hearing this, I scratched my head in embarrassment, entered a virtual space, created a nickname Kamikaze, and then walked straight out. I then opened the map booklet and chose to enter the forest of the setting sun. As the scenery before me changed, I found myself in a dense jungle. Seeing this, I cautiously moved forward, observing that the nearby monsters were all level 1 creatures. Observing this, I released my psychic power, covering 2 of the monsters. Instantly, it felt as if I had established a connection, as if I had the vision of both a small wolf and a red-eyed rabbit in my mind. After some experimentation, I gradually became accustomed to this feeling of psychic control. Under my control, the little wolf crouched down, its hind legs gathering strength, readying itself in a hunting stance. The little wolf's claws effortlessly pierced the body of the red-eyed rabbit, blood spurted out, and the rabbit fell to the ground. At the same time, a prompt popped up on the panel, congratulating the player Kamikaze on leveling up to LV.2. Next, I wandered through the jungle, enjoying this feast. Every place I passed left many corpses of wild beasts on the ground. After about 2 hours, I reached the depths of the jungle, accompanied by a dozen or so high-level white wolves orderly following by my side. Finally, after killing a black bear, a voice from the system announced level 20 reached. Please proceed to the job change hall to accept the first job transfer task. However, at this moment, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Waves of unrest emanated from the spirits of the white wolves, filled with fear and submission. A towering black bear, 5 meters tall and robust, was roaring towards me. Its roar was thunderous, clearly displaying its immense anger. I glanced at it, recognizing the tyrant bear, LV-20. Its first skill, Feral Roar, causes mental intimidation to enemies with an additional 30% debuff. Its second skill, Earth-Shattering Pound, involves hammering the ground with both fists, causing severe tremors in a 100-meter radius around it. At that moment it used its skill, Feral Roar. However, as a psychic, this move was clearly ineffective against me. The tyrant bear seemed to realize this too. It stopped its roar and then spread its arms, preparing to perform a powerful spin. However, before it could act, an invisible force suddenly struck, forcefully invading its mind. In just a moment it lost consciousness. With just a flick of my finger, the once proud and furious tyrant bear, the overlord of Sunset Forest, now lay quietly on the ground like a small dog. Then I commanded it to slay more creatures and gather more equipment to sell for money. Upon receiving the command, the tyrant bear briefly sensed its surroundings and then ran deeper into the jungle. Meanwhile, I idly opened the system panel and used up all 4 lottery opportunities in one go. I obtained a mana regenerating necklace exclusive to wizards, a beast taming ring exclusive to beast tamers, and a spirit wind ring that alerts the player if an object approaches rapidly. After closing the system panel, I rubbed my hands together and took out the silver moon blade to practice sword flying. Meanwhile, in the job change hall, the awakening continued and Lin Wu successfully awakened as a fire element mage. Upon hearing this, Lin Wu stepped off the platform and, hearing the compliments from those around him, unconsciously displayed a proud expression. He approached a few people, palm facing upwards. Buzz, a fireball suddenly appeared, rapidly heating the surrounding air. I have 2 innate abilities, he announced. One is the minor fireball technique, the other is flame ejection. Come on, I'll show you. Lin Wu struck a dashing pose and headed towards the exit of the hall, his companions quickly following him. Brother Lin is mighty, Brother Lin is domineering. Following Brother Lin, you can't go wrong. This is a fire mage we're talking about. Not something us earth warriors or archers can compare with. Oh right, I heard there's someone else in our class who awakened a high-tier profession. the top student Zhang Feng. Of course, he awakened as a psychic, that profession. It's hard to say if the chances of developing it are too slim, yet even if it does develop, who knows when that will be. It's nowhere near as promising as Brother Lin's fire mage. I bet all my possessions. In the future, Brother Lin will definitely stand as a powerful figure at the top of the world. Is there a need to bet? It's obvious. At this moment, listening to their flattery, Lin Wu walked ahead feeling increasingly proud and a bit inflated in ego. He opened the training teleportation page, skipping past the shallow beaches and the green plains. He unhesitatingly chose the Forest of Sunset. Lin Wu tossed his head. Come on, I'll take you leveling, let's team up and teleport. The few behind him saw the words Forest of Sunset and hesitated. Brother Lin, the Forest of Sunset is a level 1 to 20 map, isn't that a bit too dangerous? We've just awakened. Yeah, maybe we should go to the shallow beaches instead, I'm scared. Seeing Lin Wu's angry expression, he quickly shut up. One of them, seeing the situation worsening, immediately scolded. What are you talking about? Brother Lin is a fire mage, understand? Afraid of the mere Forest of Sunset? Look how cowardly you all are. Lin Wu snorted. Few cowards, only Woozy understands me. Woozy grinned broadly. Of course, I'd been with Brother Lin for 3 years, I've got some skills in flattery. Not only does this give Brother Lin face, but it also earns me plenty of favor. 2 birds with 1 stone. Brother Lin's support, I've got it. The others didn't dare say more at this point. After all, being a high-tier professional, especially a fire mage with such lethal power and bright prospects, if they don't cling to him now, they might lose the chance later. They exchanged looks and joined the team. Forest of Sunset teleport. Seconds later, they arrived at the training map, but the scene before them was shocking. This is the Forest of Sunset. In front of them, the forest was extensively destroyed with monster corpses everywhere, a complete mess. Could a guild have swept through here? Perhaps otherwise, who could kill so many at once? They had learned in theory class that the map's monsters refresh every day at midnight, so whenever you enter the map, it should be swarming with monsters. But the scene before them was drastically different from what they knew. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Wu led several people deeper into the area, but not a single living monster could be seen along the way, which was quite frustrating for him. He had been hoping to show off by casting a fireball spell. Lin bro, there's a wild boar over there. Woozy suddenly exclaimed, instantly igniting Lin Wu's excitement. Where? As he spoke, a wild boar burst out from the bushes not far away, charging towards them without any pause at full speed. Witnessing the fearless charge of the boar, even Lin Wu, who had recently awakened as a fire mage, felt a twinge of fear. No, I can't let them down now, he thought. Flame jet, he shouted, raising his hand as if he held a flamethrower in his palm, instantly shooting out a line of fire. Awesome, Lin bro, you killed it. Flame jet, that's so cool. Even before the fight had ended, his companions were already praising him, making Lin Wu feel even more elated. But in his excitement, the flame brushed by the boar's body and accidentally hit a nearby tree trunk. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Wu's heart pounded wildly. I messed up big time. I was too caught up in talking and forgot to aim. At this moment, with less than 15 meters separating them and the boar's speed, it would reach them in just a second. They were truly panicked, and Lin Wu regretted his underestimation. I just awakened. I shouldn't have been complacent. Why wasn't I more serious earlier? No, I am a noble mage, a fire mage with boundless potential. I don't want to die. If they needed to teleport out of the map, it would require a 30-second cast time, which they clearly didn't have. In desperation, Lin Wu tried to cast another flame jet to salvage the situation. However, his lack of combat experience and his fear caused his arms to tremble uncontrollably. Before he could summon the flames, the boar was already upon them. It's over, truly over. The others were similarly terrified, frozen in place except for Woozy, who managed to dodge to the side. Just when they thought they were going to die, a massive shadow suddenly loomed overhead, blocking the sunlight. Accompanied by the rapidly expanding shadow on the ground, a huge figure descended from above, landing directly on the boar. Roar, boom. The boar was smashed to pieces, its flesh and blood flying everywhere. The scene was even more shocking than the boar charging at them. Their faces turned pale. A bear, a black bear. A level 20 black bear, 5 meters tall with paws as large as grinding stones, had fallen from the sky and smashed the boar with one punch. Lin Wu was utterly despondent. They might have had a chance against the boar, but facing this black bear, they couldn't muster the will to resist. Lin Wu's eyes were vacant. To think that I, a noble fire mage, would die right after awakening. What folly! Wouldn't it have been better to simply stay on the shallow beach? just because I was praised a little I forgot who I was. Damn it, just like they had been with the boar, they stood frozen waiting for the tyrant bear's judgment, but once again the outcome was beyond their expectations. The tyrant bear didn't even glance at them before turning around and walking away. The crowd exchanged puzzled looks. At that moment Woozy sharply noticed a figure above and exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Lin, there's someone up there." Zhang Feng was leisurely reclining on the back of a cloud-piercing lark, casually following behind the tyrant bear. He glanced down nonchalantly. If it were outside, Zhang Feng would definitely recognize these people as his classmates, but this was in the training map where everyone's appearance was different from the outside world, so naturally they couldn't recognize each other. "What are you doing here, just awakening? Don't you know it's dangerous?" "Hurry and leave," Zhang Feng said, seemingly forgetting that he too had entered right after awakening. He casually lectured them. Before leaving, after a long while everyone finally regained their senses, collapsing weakly onto the ground. "Phew, that was close, we survived. What was with that person just now? And that tyrant bear seemed to really listen to his commands. A beast tamer, must be. So, the corpses of the wild beasts here, he must have killed them too. Quite likely, who else could have such power? Lucky for us we ran into a big shot, otherwise we'd have been goners. Thanks to the big shot for saving our lives. Alright, let's hurry and leave, it's still too dangerous here." Yes, let's go, Lin Wu, who had initially been prideful, now humbly requested to leave. On the other side, Zhang Feng's professional panel suddenly popped up with a message alert. "A stranger has sent you a friend request, please check." The nickname of the person requesting friendship was Xiao Wu. Clearly, it was one of the people he had unintentionally saved just now. Zhang Feng chose to reject it. "I have strong abilities, I should just focus on my own development. I don't need messy social interactions." Many say having a friend is having another source of help, but another friend also means more trouble. Simpler is better. Woozy, seeing the friend request rejected, looked dejected. "I knew it, clinging to a big shot isn't so easy. I wonder which powerful family's son from Tianyuan City this is. I must find a way to investigate. If I can cling to him, that would be far better than sticking with that simpleton Lin Wu." After what had just happened, Lin Wu's status in Woozy's mind had plummeted. Now all he could think of was Zhang Feng's image. Strong yet unassuming, that's what you call the true demeanor of a powerhouse. In the Sunset Forest, Zhang Feng controlled the tyrant bear and a pack of white wolves, almost turning the entire map upside down. No wild beast could escape his grasp. After killing all the wild beasts under Zhang Feng's command, the tyrant bear and the white wolves committed mass suicide. As the tyrant bear slowly fell, a world announcement suddenly burst forth on the panels of all professionals worldwide. World announcement: congratulations to the player Shinfeng from Jiuzhou country for activating the hidden golden achievement, God of Beginners. Everyone's panels were filled with golden brilliance, and a pair of golden wings unfolded, majestic and sacred. Zhang Feng, who was checking his backpack equipment, was momentarily stunned. God of Newbies, there's such a thing. Clicking into the achievements page, several achievement badges have already been lit up. First Blood, the first monster slain. After awakening, Hunting Blade, accumulate over 100 monster kills. Gear Up, or an item of equipment. These achievement badges are all light green and there are no prompts or attribute bonuses. They light up automatically once the conditions are met. Beyond display, they serve no other purpose. Apart from these badges, there lies a golden badge quietly in the list of achievements, exceptionally eye-catching. Next to it a note reads, God of Newbies, reach level 20 within 10 days of awakening. And accumulate 1,000 pieces of equipment on the newbie map. God of Newbies badge bonus. Each level up grants an additional 20% to the 5-dimensional attributes. The 5-dimensional attributes, life, strength, defense, agility and stamina, are universal attributes shared by all professions. Other attributes, such as mental power and mental strength, are unique to specific professions. For example, only spirit masters possess them while other professions do not. Similarly, there are mage profession attributes like mana, beastmaster profession attributes like beast control space, and priest profession attributes like essence of life, etc. Under normal circumstances, each level up increases life by 200, number of class changes +1, that means at stage 0 class change each level up increases life by 2001, i.e., 200 points, at stage 1 class change it's 400 points and at stage 2 600 points, so forth. With the permanent badge bonus at stage 0 class change each level up now increases life by 2401, i.e., 240 points, at stage 1 it's 480 points and at stage 2 720 points. Every level up grants attributes 20% higher than others. This also applies to the other 4 attributes. Zhang Feng opened his personal attribute panel, nickname. Shenfeng profession, Spirit Master mental power, infinite mental strength, 1000, maximum spread distance, 100 meters, level, LV.20, 0 class change, life, 5300, plus 6000, strength, 782 defense, 395, plus 400, agility, 33, plus 7, stamina, 150, plus 10, combat power rating, 44 stars. The attributes he gained from previous level ups also received corresponding enhancements. His combat power rating rose from 35 stars to 44 stars. The numbers inside the parentheses and following the plus symbol represent the attribute enhancements provided by equipment. Currently, the equipment he wears includes 3 items: Guardian's Armor, green quality attributes, life plus 5000, defense plus 400, swift boots, white quality attributes, agility plus 2, stamina plus 10, ring of spirit wind, green quality attributes, life plus 1000, agility plus 5, special attribute, vigilance. As for weapons, they provide corresponding enhancements when used, but not when they are stored in the backpack. With his own attributes plus the equipment, Zhang Feng's life has reached 11,300 points. Zhang Feng now boasts a life force surpassing even the tyrannical Bear King by 3,300 points, boasting a total of 8,000 health points. It's well understood that at similar levels, the attributes of human professionals are significantly inferior to those of demonic beasts, yet Zhang Feng has exceeded this, a significant part of this is attributed to his equipment, highlighting the crucial role of gear enhancements. Feeling that he should invest more effort into his equipment, Zhang Feng contemplates his next moves. In the heart of Zhengzhou lies Tianwang City, the most central, bustling, and powerful city in the Zhou Kingdom. It serves as the epicenter of power for the entire nation. The headquarters of Zhou Kingdom's premier guild, the Divine Court, is located here. At this moment, within the conference room of the Divine Court, numerous formidable figures have gathered, the least among them being of the 7th rank. A middle-aged man in his early 50s with a stern face and streaks of white in his hair and beard steps forward. He is Zhao Qianquan, the vice president of the Divine Court Guild. With a grave expression, Zhao Qianquan begins. As you have all seen, someone has unlocked the Novice God achievement. They reached level 20 within 10 days of awakening and managed to acquire 1,000 pieces of equipment. This means they have defeated tens of thousands of wild beasts. Their power is extraordinary. This person is only the second in the history of Zhou Kingdom after that one individual to achieve this. However, he sighs, shifting his tone, it is indeed shameful. We thought that with Zhou's strength we would live better, yet our collective might has inadvertently united countless other nations against us. A fierce tiger fighting alone against a pack of wolves may be powerful, but it will eventually tire. If this continues, Zhou will inevitably be at a disadvantage. As long as we do not control the Tower of God, peace will elude Zhou. Zhao continues, this individual known as Shenfeng must possess potential to conquer the Tower of God, given the title they have earned. This means they play a crucial role in the outcome of this battle. The announcement was global, other nations are undoubtedly aware and will send assassins. We must find and protect him swiftly. If someone from another nation reaches him first, our last hope will vanish. The room falls silent for a moment before someone sighs. Zhou is vast. How do we find him? This prompts worried looks from others. The data of professional players in this world is controlled by a mysterious force governing the games world and not held by any individual or group. Zhou once attempted to create a database for its professionals, requiring them to register information including job changes and timings of entering training maps. However, mysteriously all collected data disappeared the following day. Since then, it has been understood that the Worlds will prohibit any large-scale control of player data, a measure to protect each player's personal information. To this day, no authoritative body can access professional players' data. Nicknames in the world of professionals are highly confidential. Unless one discloses their own, nobody would know it. To find a professional in the vast region of Kyushu by only their nickname and not their real name is exceedingly difficult. So why not? We publicly announce that we want to foster the talents of Kamikaze. If Kamikaze knows this, he will naturally come to us. Zhao Qianquan shook his head. It's not feasible. We don't know Kamikaze's exact location. If he shows up and is first contacted by spies from other countries, we would be sending him to his death. Moreover, if we can release messages, so can those spies. when the time comes, all sorts of mixed messages will make it hard to distinguish truth from falsehood, making the situation even worse. Besides, are you sure he would come to us upon hearing the message? If someone calls you out of the blue saying you've won 10 million and asks you to collect it at a designated place, would you go? The first reaction would of course be that it's a scam. Any sane person wouldn't believe it. Everyone nodded in agreement with Zhao Qianquan's analysis. So how do we find him? Zhao Qianquan smiled confidently. Kamikaze is key for our nation of Kyushu. It's better to take our time and not expose him rashly. Everything must be done cautiously. As for how to find him, it's not difficult. First, we discreetly gather information and see which cities' beginner maps have experienced significant monster slaughters in the last 10 days. This way we can narrow down our search. After that, finding him is just a matter of time. Everyone gave a thumbs up upon hearing this. It's no wonder Zhao the vice chairman is cunning and full of ideas. How come I never thought of that method? Zhao Qianquan didn't retort but just glared at him. Alright, this matter of finding him is highly confidential. I need everyone present to personally execute the action. Remember, the investigation must be covert, do not draw attention. Let's go. In the blink of an eye, everyone in the meeting room had vanished. Zhao Qianquan let out a heavy sigh. Kamikaze, the god of beginners, is he a mage, a spell caster, or a beast master, or perhaps a psychic? Nope, that's impossible. Absolutely not. Psychic practitioners develop at a snail's pace. It's not possible for one to be so powerful just 10 days after awakening. Anyone who says Kamikaze is a psychic, I'd laugh at them for 2.5 years. Chapter 7. Earning a lifetime of money in one day, truly exhilarating. As Jiang Feng teleported away from the Sunset Forest, his figure suddenly appeared on the street, his appearance and physique restored. Not far from him, Lin Wu and his group were approaching. Jiang Feng, what a coincidence, just came from the training map. Lin Wu casually greeted him. After all, they were classmates and couldn't pretend not to see each other. Yet just finished training, Jiang Feng replied. Lin Wu didn't ask where he had been, automatically assuming it was the shallow beach. He didn't think anyone would be as bold as himself to venture into the Sunset Forest right after awakening. Heard you've awakened as a psychic, the strongest profession. If you strike it rich, remember to look after your old classmate. Lin Wu said these words out loud, but his thoughts were quite different. So what if a spiritual master is strong in the later stages? The chances of developing one are just too low. This profession is like a lottery ticket, each ticket holds immense potential. Perhaps even a 5 million prize? But the odds are so low that people have started to disdain the lottery. It's the same with the profession of a spiritual master. If you aren't recruited by a major guild when you first awaken, then you pretty much have no chance after that. Most likely you'll just lead a mediocre life without achieving anything. In Lin Wu's eyes, a spiritual master like Jiang Feng, who developed on his own, really had no future. In contrast, Lin Wu, a fire mage, was much more in demand. He glanced surreptitiously at Wu Zi. Wu Zi, very perceptive, immediately understood his intentions. The greeting was just a pretense. The real intention was to show off. Ahem, Jiang Feng, you might not know this, but Brother Lin has awakened as a mage, and not just any mage but a powerful fire mage. Right after his awakening, several guilds invited him, but Brother Lin turned them all down. With his talent, it's very likely he'll join the top guild in Tianyuan City in the future. Wu Zi boasted. However, Jiang Feng responded indifferently. Oh, congratulations then. As a transmigrator, his mentality was naturally more mature than others. How could he not see that these two were just showing off, probably waiting for him to flatter them? But that was not too surprising. Young people often have a sense of vanity and like to show off. Jiang Feng was not interested in arguing with these immature kids. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. See you around. And with that, Jiang Feng left straight away. Lin Wu stood there a bit displeased. I'm a fire mage and you're so calm. Haven't you heard the saying, there are no strongest professions, only the strongest players? Just because you've awakened as a spiritual master doesn't mean you're powerful. Brother Lin, this kid lacks vision. Don't be angry with him. A spiritual master without the backing of a major power is basically destined to spend a lifetime in meditation with no real future. Wu Zi commented at the side. Give it some time and Brother Lin will be as imposing as that big shot from the Sunset Forest. By then Jiang Feng will probably be too late even if he wants to follow you. Encouraged by Wu Zi's words, Lin Wu felt a bit better. That's right, those with real strength are the true big shots. I need to improve quickly too. One day when I'm as powerful as that big shot from the Sunset Forest, Jiang Feng, let's see if you still dare to ignore me. At the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, Tianyuan City Branch, Jiang Feng walked into a large hall filled with numerous booths resembling public phone booths. This was a self-service vending hall. Everyone could operate independently to sell equipment without any staff intervention. Jiang Feng entered a self-service trading pod, took out each piece of equipment from his backpack and placed them into the appraisal pod. Feng necklace, white quality, appraisal price, 150 gold coins. White wolf cloth armor, white quality, appraisal price, 180 gold coins. Mana recovery necklace, green quality, appraisal price, 1,600 gold coins. In addition to what he was wearing, there were 998 pieces of equipment in his backpack. Jiang Feng spent a whole hour listing his items for sale. In total, there were 995 pieces of white quality gear, 3 pieces of green quality gear, with a total price of 156,400 gold coins. Confirmed sale for 150,000 gold coins? This figure surprised Jiang Feng. An ordinary person's monthly income was around 300 gold coins, equating to 3,600 gold coins a year. 150,000 gold coins was enough for an ordinary person to earn for more than 40 years, even for his parents who had awakened to their professional lives. Their annual income was only about 30,000 gold coins, and now he had earned 150,000 gold coins in just one day, or more precisely in 4 hours of combat. The life of a combat professional was indeed enviable, Jiang Feng thought to himself. However, he overlooked that not every combat professional was as exceptionally skilled as him. Confirm. He decided to get an unregistered trade card, considering that if he used his own card he might be bombarded with sales calls the next day, from real estate agents, masseuses to insurance salespeople. It could be incredibly annoying. As the system was printing the unregistered trade card, it deducted a 10 gold coin fee. Since his balance exceeded 100,000, a silver card was printed for him. Trade cards have maximum storage limits. Most people use the bronze card, which has a maximum storage of 100,000 gold coins. Above that is the silver card with a limit of 1 million, the gold card with a limit of 10 million, the platinum card with a limit of 100 million, the diamond card with a limit of 10 billion inch, and the king card, which has no limit. Jiang Feng's parents had left him 80,000 gold coins, which were stored in a bronze card. This was his first encounter with a silver card. The trade card was printed successfully with a balance of 156390. A silver card popped out, the card itself silver in color with a white tiger engraved on it, signifying a touch of nobility. Jiang Feng then remembered the two 50,000 gold coin cards in his backpack totaling 100,000 gold coins. He opened his backpack, selected them, and used them. Checking the balance again, it read 256390. The system's reward mechanism was indeed convenient. After putting away the card, Jiang Feng left the trade pod and headed to the second floor of the Commerce Guild. Selling equipment was just part of the process. His main purpose for visiting the Commerce Guild was to shop. Chapter 8. Differential treatment, 5-star difficulty, full throttle. Welcome. How may I assist you today? Are you looking for equipment or materials? As soon as Jiang Feng reached the second floor of the Commerce Guild, a uniformed, sweet-looking sales assistant greeted him. He thought for a moment. Let's look at some equipment. I need gear suitable for a spirit master or without professional restrictions, wearable up to LV.20. The items he sold were of low quality, which Jiang Feng found unimpressive. Thus, he specifically came to buy some better ones. The sales assistant's eyes lit up upon hearing he was a spirit master, a rare visitor in the Commerce Guild indeed. Most spirit masters were either meditating or meditating, with little time spent on practical training, and naturally, they seldom needed to buy any equipment. Coming here to buy equipment indicated that he had reached a level where he could engage in combat training. Moreover, based on Jiang Feng's words, she could tell that Jiang Feng's level was at least above 20. Of course, please follow me this way. Led by the salesgirl, Jiang Feng approached a counter. The equipment for the spirit master profession is currently out of stock, as there usually isn't much demand, so we rarely prepare it. However, we have plenty of non-professional equipment. Under her guidance, Jiang Feng saw various pieces of equipment displayed in the counter: broad iron sword, white quality, usage level, LV.20 attributes, strength plus 80, tiger bone ring, white quality, wearing level, LV.20 attributes, agility plus 1, stamina plus 7, serrated dagger, white quality. Do you have items of higher quality, green or blue equipment? The salesgirl paused, realizing she was dealing with a wealthy customer. Right this way. Wind Rider boots, green quality wearing level, unlimited attributes, agility plus 15 stamina plus 50 price, 8,000 gold coins. Seeing the price, Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow. That much difference? He could sell a piece of green equipment for no more than 2,000 gold coins, yet buying one required 8,000, a threefold price difference. However, Zhang Feng quickly came to terms with it. Equipment with no professional or level restrictions is generally rare and typically boasts better attributes than standard gear. The price therefore seemed justifiable. Scanning the counter back and forth, he noticed that most of the items were of green quality. There was only one blue item, a hammer, which Zhang Feng couldn't use. Eventually, he successfully purchased 3 items, spending a total of 26,000 gold coins on Windrider boots, a wolf fang necklace, and a sword, the green quality silver moonblade. With this, his old white quality silver moonblade could be relegated to the storage. After replacing his equipment, Zhang Feng's current gear included Spirit Wind Ring, green quality wolf fang necklace, green quality Guardian's armor, green quality Windrider boots, green quality silver moonblade, green quality. Aside from weapons, each professional can equip 6 different gear components. Zhang Feng was still missing a headpiece, a helmet, and a backpiece, wings, but with none suitable available, he had to make do for now. After purchasing the equipment, Zhang Feng left the Merchant Guild. Half an hour later, he arrived in front of a majestic and imposing building, the Class Advancement Temple. A place for accepting and completing class advancement tasks. Entering, the interior decor was as imposing and grand as the exterior. Even a single pillar was so wide that 3 people holding hands could not encompass it. Even Zhang Feng, who had lived on Blue Star and seen many grandiose buildings, could not help but admire it. The reception was located at the very center. Behind the counter stood a girl with delicate features, long flowing hair, dressed in professional attire, tall and very attractive. However, perhaps because the job was too monotonous, she looked listless and somewhat languid. "Hello, I'm here to change my class." "Which advancement?" the long-haired girl asked reflexively, then looked up and glanced at Zhang Feng. She had been rather casual at first, but suddenly perked up. It was clear she had a thing for good looks. Her attitude changed completely upon seeing how handsome Zhang Feng was. Even her voice took on a different tone. "Ahem, may I ask, how many levels of tasks would you like to take on?" "1 level. Handsome guy, just go straight ahead, turn right at the end, room 3, there's a blue job change crystal there, just place your hand on it and it will do the rest." The job change crystal automatically displays the task for the job change, with difficulties ranging from 1 to 5 stars, 1 star being the easiest and 5 stars the hardest. From what I've seen, most people get tasks of 1 star difficulty and very few get 2 stars. In any case, it's not very hard. Good luck. The long-haired girl even sneakily threw him a flirtatious wink, which Zhang Feng pretended not to see and ignored completely. "Okay, thank you." Giggly, "You're welcome." The job change stone and the job change temple naturally exist in this world. The so-called staff are merely there to guide each job changer quickly to their corresponding stone. In simple terms, the long-haired girl is akin to an NPC character in a game. As for registration, it's useless to record anything. By the next day, all information disappears. The world's will does not allow for the mass collection of information, and registration is one such example. After Zhang Feng left, a bearded uncle approached the counter. The smile on the long-haired girl's face vanished and she reverted to her previous lethargy. "This must be at room 3, the blue job change stone." Zhang Feng placed his hands on it and a special spiritual force instantly emanated from it, enveloping him. It seemed to be evaluating something. The next second, Zhang Feng's information panel automatically opened. Player Shenfeng, occupation, Spirit Master level, LV.20. Detection of spiritual power storage meets the requirements for first job change. Generating corresponding job change task. Task difficulty correlates to player's strength to a certain extent but not entirely. Task generated 5-star difficulty. Stone monsters overrunning. Please proceed to Thorn Jungle, LV.20. LV.20. Clear the stone monsters there. A kill count of 100 will be deemed as task completion. Advanced reward. For 150 kills you will receive double job change attribute bonus. Note, task deadline 3 days. If not completed you can retake after 7 days with the difficulty reduced to 4 stars. Players can now also choose to give up. The system will immediately switch to a 4-star difficulty job change task. Would you like to accept it? Zhang Feng couldn't help but complain internally. Everyone else gets 1 star and I'm directly given 5 stars. This is targeted harassment. Accepted. Task countdown begins. 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Outside the job change temple, a chubby man in a green jacket was squatting by the side. He approached everyone who came out eagerly promoting his guidebook for job changes. At the moment, a young man with a troubled expression stood before him. Is this guidebook really useful? The chubby man shook his head, his cheeks jiggling. What's this about? Fat Master here has never told a lie. Look, I've been selling these secret manuals for a long time. If they were no good, people would have been on my case by now. Fat Master's goods are always top-notch, 100-day-old brand, trustworthy. The young man frowned, clearly skeptical. Been selling for a long time? Then how come I've never seen you before? The fat man's expression turned slightly awkward, and he coughed lightly. I used to sell on the East Street of Tianyuan City. I only moved to West Street a few days ago, so of course you haven't seen me. Honestly, fair dealing, special price, only 200 gold coins for a secret manual. Fat Master wouldn't lie about just 200 gold coins. Hearing this, the young man was somewhat tempted. After all, for a professional, 200 gold coins really isn't much. After thinking it over, he sighed and complained, "Oh, if it were a 1-star task, I wouldn't worry, but somehow I got a 2-star task and it's too hard. To fight 3 LV.20 gorillas, with my warrior's burst, I'm afraid I can't even break their defense, not to mention killing 3, even 1 is tough. Do you have any tricks?" The fat man waved his hand and pulled out a backpack filled with various secret manuals. After searching through it, he finally took one out. "Here, the Guerrilla Combat Manual, cash on delivery." The young man handed over 200 gold coins and took the manual, flipping through a couple of pages, his furrowed brows immediately relaxed. "So that's it, their weaknesses here. Thanks, man, I'll come back if I need more." The fat man, clearly an old hand at hustling, clasped his hands together in thanks. The young man left. The fat man looked towards the entrance of the job change temple and just then saw Jiang Feng walking out. "Brother, changing jobs, take this manual, guaranteed success." Jiang Feng glanced at him but ignored him. The fat man was rebuffed but didn't give up, still enthusiastically promoting. "Brother, really, I'm not fooling you. Fat Master's manual's 100-day-old brand, trustworthy." Seeing his persistence, Jiang Feng laughed jokingly. "Thanks for the recommendation, but I don't need it." Seeing Jiang Feng's confident demeanor, the fat man didn't press further. "Alright, may your mission succeed, and you're welcome back anytime." After Jiang Feng left, the fat man shook his head quietly. This kid looks so relaxed, definitely not his first rodeo. The difficulty of the job change tasks does correlate with one's strength. If Jiang Feng is going for a job change as expected, it would definitely be a 5-star difficulty. What does a 5-star difficulty imply? Even that guy who achieved the Newcomer God's Hidden Achievement years ago only barely managed it with plenty of resource support, and in the history of the whole world, he's the only person who completed a 5-star job change task. If Jiang Feng took on the job change task, it surely wouldn't be easy, unless he gave up the 5-star difficulty. This damned world will not allowing massive information gathering. Otherwise, if a database were established, wouldn't finding someone be a breeze? But no, it's not the time to complain. I must speed up. Fatty looked towards a figure who had just walked out of the transfer temple and enthusiastically approached him. "Secret manuals for sale, get your secret manuals." In a residence in Tianyuan City, Jiang Feng had some food and drank a large glass of water, belching contentedly afterwards. He then opened his profession panel, select Transfer Mission Map, Thorn Jungle, LV.20 LV.20, teleport. With a flash of light, Jiang Feng arrived in another world. Looking around, the place was filled with spiky thorns everywhere. The sky was dim and lightless, creating a very oppressive atmosphere. A cold wind blew desolate and bleak. Jiang Feng's face slightly furrowed. Why is it so quiet? Weren't the rolling stone monsters supposed to be rampant? Jiang Feng released his psychic power, covering an area of 100 meters in radius. Suddenly he sensed something crack. Not far away, the ground bulged up significantly. In the next moment, the bulge moved. A 2-meter-tall monster, entirely made of stone, emerged from it. It even had thick stone scales on its back, resembling an enlarged pangolin. Jiang Feng looked at it. The panel displayed the following information: Rolling Stone Monster, LV.20 Health, 10,000. Description: a lifeform bred from the earth, entirely covered with hard stone armor, a social creature with strong reproductive abilities. Skill 1. Death Roll, curls into a stone ball, rolls quickly to ram or crush enemies. Skill 2. Stone Armor Rebound, in stone ball state, as long as the attack does not exceed its defensive limit, it will rebound all attacks. Skill 3. Group Charge, rolling stone monsters are honor bound as a group. if one is attacked, the others will inevitably counterattack en masse, overwhelming the enemy with numbers. Special drop. 3% chance to drop a blue quality ancient stone armor. Jiang Feng saw the rolling stone monster step towards him deliberately. Each step was solid, without even engaging. In combat, he knew that its strength was formidable. Meanwhile, the ground nearby started making dense noises. More rolling stone monsters appeared, as if dozens, even hundreds of 2-meter-tall strong men were walking towards him. The scene was intimidating to anyone: strong defense, great strength, fast speed, and they were social creatures, turning any fight into a group brawl. Jiang Feng thought if he were a warrior he would have no way to handle such a situation. But sorry, I'm a psychic. Control. With that thought, Jiang Feng halted a rolling stone monster in its tracks instantly. As his psychic power expanded, more and more rolling stone monsters came under his control. Boom! A rolling stone monster swung its fist at a fellow monster behind it. The struck monster's eyes flashed with confusion. We're teammates, why are you hitting me? Under Jiang Feng's control, more and more rolling stone monsters began to turn on their companions. A normally developed level 20 psychic could control up to 3 monsters of the same level, which was already the limit, but Jiang Feng possessed limitless spiritual power. Controlling 300 or even 3,000 creatures at once was a trivial matter for him. If necessary, he could even battle tirelessly until the end of time. From a bird's-eye view of the scene, the vast thorn forest was teeming with hundreds of level 20 rolling stone monsters encircling Jiang Feng. Any other person, even if there were 100 professionals, would choose to avoid their sharp edges. However, Jiang Feng stood calmly amidst the multitude of rolling stone monsters, completely unharmed. Killing an LV.20 rolling stone monster, gained 200 experience points, store 20 points. Drop a job transfer certificate. 1. Killing message keeps popping up. Floating on his sword, Jiang Feng took out a half-drunk Coke from his backpack, leisurely watching the battle below. 100 monsters, 120, 140. Suddenly a bright blue light orb appeared, catching Jiang Feng's eye. A blue quality equipment. He opened his backpack. Ancient stone armor. Quality, blue. Type, armor. Job restriction, none. Level restriction, none. Attributes: health plus 15,000, defense plus 1,500. Special attributes: when receiving single damage not exceeding 15,000 inch, gain 100% damage immunity and reflect 50% of the damage. If single damage exceeds 15,000 inch, the armor blocks first, deducting 15,000 damage with any remaining damage borne by the player up to 3 times before the armor breaks. Indeed, it was blue quality and its attributes were incredibly powerful, even better than the white quality level 100 equipment he saw in the guild. With the ability to block up to 15,000 damage, it could withstand most creatures below level 100. As for other professionals, generally professionals of the same level often have lower attributes than wild creatures of the same level. Thus, if it could block creatures, it could naturally block other professionals too, unless they had better equipment. However, blue quality is already the highest quality equipment wearable under level 100. Higher purple quality generally requires level 100 or above, so that scenario was practically ruled out. Killing an LV.20 rolling stone monster, gained 200 experience points, stored 20 points. Drop a job transfer certificate. 1. While Jiang Feng was examining the equipment, the number of rolling stone monsters he had killed had reached 150. The number of job transfer certificates in his backpack also reached 150. Alright, time to go. There's no need to stay once the task is completed. After all, he wasn't particularly short on money and didn't need to farm too much equipment. Teleport. After the loading bar finished, Jiang Feng returned to his own home. It had been less than 2 hours and he had already completed the job transfer task. It was still daylight. He hurried to finish the job transfer. A few minutes later, Jiang Feng arrived at the entrance of the job transfer temple. He noticed the fat man selling secret books was still there, shouting vigorously. Very dedicated indeed, Jiang Feng sighed as he passed by, heading straight into the class change temple. The long-haired girl was still sitting bored at the counter. Seeing Jiang Feng, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Handsome, you finished so quickly. Yep, pretty simple, Jiang Feng replied. For the class change, it's still over there. Turn right at the front, room number 3, the blue class change stone. Thank you. Upon reaching room number 3, Jiang Feng placed his hand on the class change stone, which immediately reacted. Nickname: Shen Feng. First class change task detected. 150 class change certificates in the backpack. Spiritual power reserve meets standards. Congratulations to player Shenfeng on successfully completing the first class change, obtaining a 30% increase in all attributes. Zhang Feng was amazed inside that so high. He remembered from the school lectures that different star levels of class change tasks offer different ratios of attribute enhancements. Completing a 1-star or 2-star task grants a 5% increase in all attributes, a 3-star 10%. As for 4-star and 5-star tasks, the teacher hadn't taught and the textbooks didn't cover them. Zhang Feng had guessed that it would at most be 5% or 10% higher than the 3-star standard, but unexpectedly it had doubled, reaching 30%. Advanced task completed, attribute enhancement doubled to 60%. Zhang Feng almost forgot there was an advanced task. A 60% increase in all attributes would create a significant gap between him and others. Experience storage release, player level increased to LV.35. Zhang Feng's attribute panel changed. Nickname, Shenfeng. Profession, Spirit Master. Spiritual power, infinite. Spiritual strength, 3100. Maximum dispersal distance, 250 meters. PS. Some people think the distance is short, but in the later stages it will rise to thousands, so the distance isn't small anymore. There must be a developmental process. This is just the first class change. Level, LV.35. First class change. Health, 15,680. Plus 16,000. Strength, 2331. Defense, 1072. Plus 1,500. Agility, 78. Plus 20. Stamina, 420, plus 50, combat power rating, 117 stars. The attributes had more than doubled from the original basis at LV.20 inch, and then the level had increased to LV.35, adding even more. Zhang Feng's attributes had more than doubled. The class change rewards were not over yet. Class change task reward, Spirit Master passive skill, precise perception. Perception, within the range covered by spiritual power the player can sense any slight movements and obtain full visibility of the area. Originally, spiritual power had some perception abilities, although it was somewhat vague. This skill essentially refined the perception abilities. To put it another way, it was like having a perfect god's eye view. Reward distribution complete. Zhang Feng opened the system panel. The number of spins on the roulette had increased to 3. With such a roulette blind box in front of him, Zhang Feng couldn't resist. Spin, draw 50,000 gold coins, draw 50,000 gold coins. In the blink of an eye, only one spin was left. Damn, what a rip-off. It seems like 50,000 gold coins are just the guaranteed reward of this roulette. For the last time, upon obtaining the active skill book, all swords returned to 1 for the Spirit Master. It was automatically stored in the inventory. Hearing the notification, Zhang Feng's spirit was instantly uplifted. All swords returned to 1. This skill involved the art of sword control, manipulating sword-type weapons for attacks with 2 modes of operation. The first mode, Sword Rain, manipulating all swords for an area attack, controlling 100 swords. Each sword's attack power, Strength 1, controlling 1,000 swords. Each sword's attack power, Strength 10, controlling 10,000 swords. Each sword's attack power, Strength 30. The second mode, Unity, concentrating all power at one point for an explosive burst, counted as a single damage instance, controlling 100 swords. The burst power, Strength 30, controlling 1,000 swords. The burst power, Strength 100, controlling 10,000 swords. The burst power, Strength 500. Note, the swords controlled must all be the same. Any variance and the skill cannot be executed. PS. The skill will upgrade over time with advancements such as turning swords into energy, etc. Skills evolve from weak to strong with a development process. Reading the skill description, Zhang Feng took a deep breath. Controlling 10,000 swords using Unity could achieve a maximum burst power of Strength 500. Insane. His current strength was 2,331 multiplied by 500, that's 116,5500 points of damage. Without considering equipment bonuses, a regular professional would need to reach LV.900 to match this health. As at LV.35 Spirit Master using the all swords return to 1 skill, he could actually kill a LV.900 professional without equipment in 1 strike. The potential damage was terrifying. Of course, this was an ideal scenario. The actual effect would be far less. For one, he currently did not possess 10,000 identical swords. Additionally, professionals typically have a defense value reducing incoming damage along with equipment that increases health, defense and other attributes. Judging overall, if Zhang Feng were to obtain 10,000 identical swords now, killing an LV.500 professional might well be effortless. Skill panel, Skill 1. Passive vigor, double spirit, sustained activity. Skill 2, active control, omniscient thought, control all things. Skill 3, passive perception, vision penetration, sense everything. Skill 4, active all swords return to 1, sword rain locks the sky, unity burst kill. Zhang Feng analyzed his skills. Before obtaining all swords return to 1, his first and third skills were merely auxiliary, with only the second skill usable for combat output. Moreover, it could only manipulate wild beasts not higher than his level for combat. If he encountered higher level wild beasts and there were no lower level wild beasts around to control, he would be in danger. But now, with all swords returned to 1 inch, even if he encounters wild beasts or professionals higher than his level, he could still fight. Even defeating opponents 100 levels higher was not out of the question. But now he faced another problem. He first needed to acquire 10,000 swords to the Merchants Guild, but it's a bit late now. The Merchants Guild should be closed. He'll wait until tomorrow. Zhang Feng stepped out of the class change temple, greeted immediately by the familiar cries of vendors selling secret manuals, dungeon guides. Don't miss out as you pass by. Hey lad, we meet again. How's it going? Did your class change quest go smoothly? The chubby vendor, already familiar, struck up a conversation with Zhang Feng as if they were old friends. Not too bad, not too difficult, Zhang Feng replied. The chubby man nodded, then quickly changed the subject. Seeing how young you are, you must have just advanced to your first class change, right? So let me ask you something. Have there been any large-scale monster slaughters in the newbie area map these past few days? Zhang Feng was puzzled. Monster slaughter? He wasn't sure if clearing all the monsters in the Sunset Forest counted. Regardless, he couldn't reveal his activities. That was private. Besides, why was this chubby man inquiring about it? Sensing Zhang Feng's confusion, the chubby man explained, Ahem, I've taken up a bounty task. Someone is offering 300,000 gold coins for a strong newcomer to accompany their son in the newbie map to ensure his safety. They specifically want someone top-notch, so I'm just asking around to see where any large-scale monster slaughters might have taken place, which could indicate a strong newcomer. 300,000 gold coins. Zhang Feng couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. That was a lot of money just to find a temporary bodyguard for someone's son. He had cleared all the monsters in the Sunset Forest, and the equipment he looted only sold for 150,000 gold coins. Dealing with the wealthy sure was a different game. Yet, despite the tempting offer, Zhang Feng wasn't interested. For one, he had already completed his class change and was over level 20, which meant he couldn't enter the newbie maps anymore. On the other hand, he didn't need it. If he wanted money, he could just farm dungeons himself, a mere exercise of his mental powers. Not even if the richest guild in Zhouzhou wanted to recruit him and invest heavily in his training would he consider it. The martial world was fraught with dangers, and the more people one interacted with, the more trouble one invited. Having infinite mental power and a lottery system, why not just develop peacefully? With these thoughts, Zhang Feng couldn't help but appreciate the nickname feature in this world. In the human world and on training maps, he maintained completely different appearances and identities. Everything done in the maps was by Shinfeng, completely unrelated to him, Zhang Feng. As long as he didn't reveal it himself, no one would know. I'm not sure, you might want to ask someone else, Zhang Feng replied curtly, ready to leave, but the chubby man stopped him. Flipping his hand, he handed over 300 gold coins. You've just changed classes too, and you might have some contact with the newcomer circle, so could you please help keep an eye out for any strong newcomers, like the one who recently achieved the Newcomer God achievement? Shinfeng would be suitable. This bit of money is just a small token of appreciation, and there's another 30,000 gold coins in it for you if you find the right person. The chubby man stuffed the money into Zhang Feng's hands and turned back to his customers. Zhang Feng pondered thoughtfully. Shinfeng, interesting. It seems it even leads back to himself. It seems that the nickname Divine Wind has already become famous. Damn world announcement. Zhang Feng sighed. Alas, I wanted to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it. The next day, Zhang Feng arrived early at the Merchants Guild. The same female sales clerk who had helped him before greeted him. As a veteran sales clerk, she had an exceptional memory and recognized Zhang Feng at a glance. Hello, our guild has just received a new batch of level 20 wearable green quality armor. You might want to take a look. No, I'm interested in buying some swords with no class restrictions or suitable for a spirit master. Alright, please follow me. They headed to the weapons section. Zhang Feng scanned the area, his brow slightly furrowed. The weapons section had staffs, axes, and beast control rings among other types. The proportion of swords was not large, totaling only a few dozen, not even The minimum requirement of 100 swords was met and the quality and types varied, including long swords, short swords, and blunt swords. Are these all the swords available? The sales clerk looked surprised. A few dozen choices, isn't that enough? How many do you need? At least 100, the more the better. I see, I'm sorry, but our guild can't meet your needs at the moment. I would suggest you go to the blacksmith to have them custom made. The blacksmith? Yes, there they have craftsmen who specialize in creating equipment. As long as you provide enough materials, they can make any number and quality of weapons or equipment. Moreover, the crafted items are not level restricted and generally have better attributes than those dropped by wild monsters. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment and nodded. Why didn't I think of that before? Custom-made equipment is always better than wild ones. Thanks for the tip, you're welcome. After a brief farewell, Jiang Feng left the Merchants Guild, Eastern District of Tianyuan City. Sanshur Blacksmith Shop, the largest and most reputable forge in Tianyuan City, run by the Shur family's three brothers, Shursin, Shurlin, and Shurmu. It was not known whether it was a genetic thing, but all three brothers were blacksmiths. Inside the reception hall there were no shiny and beautiful decorations, just a very ordinary cement floor and some debris left from equipment forging. Walking into the hall, one could hear the noise of equipment being forged from the back room. Shursen, the eldest of the three brothers, was currently chatting with a customer. Forge a piece of green quality armor. For the materials, you need to provide one piece of any green quality equipment and 3 pieces of white quality equipment. Additionally, you need a forging crystal. The forging fee is 1,500 gold coins. After Shursen finished speaking, the customer's expression turned troubled. The forging fee is that much? 1,500 gold coins can buy a green piece of equipment directly from the guild. You're provided with all the materials. Why does it cost so much? Are you ripping me off? Flat rate 500 gold coins. Shursen, a man with robust muscles and a scruffy beard holding a hammer, looked like someone not to be trifled with and temperamental. However, his reaction was not only devoid of any anger but somewhat aggrieved. Big brother, we really can't go any lower. Every time we make equipment, there's a certain chance of failure. If it fails, the cost of the materials for forging again comes out of our own pockets. 1,500 gold coins is just barely enough to cover the losses. Any less and we'll be at a loss. Sure, a burly man explained earnestly, like a vegetable-selling auntie. However, no matter what they said, the other party was not buying it. Fine, I'll go check out some other forging shops. After the customer left, Sure looked dejected. The side door was pushed open and 2 other strong men came out. It was the other 2 brothers, Shurlin and Shurmu. Big brother, did it fall through again? If we don't get any business, this forge will have to close down, Shurmu said. Sure shook his head with a deep sigh. We shouldn't have taken that order. Damn greedy wolf guild. As the most reputable and largest forging shop in Tianyuan City, they usually didn't have to worry about business. But 6 months ago, the city's second most powerful guild, the Greedy Wolf Guild, placed a large order with them. They were commissioned to make nearly 80 pieces of equipment, most of which were of green quality with a few blue ones. The guild delivered the materials but didn't pay the forging fees, saying they would pay upon completion of the order. Trusting them because they were the second major guild of Tianyuan City, the 3 brothers agreed. However, once the equipment was ready, the guild showed no intention of paying, continuously delaying the payment. To make these items, the brothers had to cover the cost of material losses out of their own pockets and even borrowed heavily. This nearly bankrupted their forge. Now, the salaries of hundreds of workers have been delayed for 3 months. In the human world, there are specific institutions like the Guard Corps to protect the rights of civilians and non-combat professionals, similar to the police on Earth. However, when they reported this issue, it was classified as a civil dispute and the Guard Corps said they could not intervene forcibly. Only when the debt remains unpaid for a year or more can it be deemed as an act disrupting order, at which point the Guard Corps would step in personally. But for now, the time hasn't come, so no one is there to advocate for them. Thus, the 3 brothers can only temporarily endure the tyranny of the Greedy Wolf Guild. Say, it's alright, you 2 continue trying to drum up business on the streets. We just have to try and secure a few more orders to see if we can save the situation. While the 3 brothers were discussing, a figure suddenly stepped into the hall. Excuse me, is this a forging shop? The visitor was Jiang Feng. Seeing potential business, the 3 brothers immediately smiled warmly and welcomed him eagerly. Yes, what would you like to forge? Jiang Feng replied without hesitation. I need a batch of swords, the more the better. Start with 100. The initially enthusiastic faces of the three brothers suddenly stiffened, their expressions turning grim. Having just been cheated by the greedy Wolf Guild, here was another big request. Shershur stepped forward, his tone slightly cold. We can make equipment, but you need to provide all the materials and the forging fees up front, otherwise we can't do it. Jiang Feng didn't notice the displeasure in their tones. In his mind, blacksmiths were typically muscular and straightforward, so he didn't pay much attention to their attitudes. The materials aren't ready yet, but they will be soon. I came here to ask about how much material and costs would be needed so I can prepare, he explained. The three brothers exchanged glances, skepticism evident in their eyes. To forge 100 swords, how much material and cost would that entail? You're preparing now? It might take a year to gather all that. Aren't you just playing with us? By this point, the brothers didn't feel like continuing the conversation. However, since Jiang Feng hadn't done anything to harm them yet, they didn't feel right about sending him away abruptly. What kind of sword do you want to forge? Sherson asked in a neutral tone. Jiang Feng thought for a moment. Just a regular length sword of green quality will suffice. He knew that forging such a large quantity of swords in blue quality could take a long time, maybe even months. He couldn't wait that long, and while white quality was too inferior and not cost-effective to make individually, he decided to start with green quality and upgrade later. To forge a green quality sword, you need 1 piece of any green quality equipment, 3 pieces of any white quality equipment, plus a forging crystal. The additional crafting fee is 1,500 gold coins per sword, Sherson explained. Since the equipment crafted has no level restriction and possesses relatively high attributes and potential for growth, forging equipment is much more expensive than buying equipment of the same quality. Jiang Feng listened carefully and calculated in his mind. For 100 swords, that would be 100 pieces of green quality equipment, 300 pieces of white quality equipment, 100 forging crystals, and a crafting fee of 150,000 gold coins. With the balance on his 2 trading cards, he had over 300,000 gold coins, enough to cover the cost. Gathering the equipment would be easy enough by just fighting monsters, and he could obtain the forging crystals from material dungeons. Alright, give me half a day. I'll bring the materials this afternoon, Jiang Feng said before hastily leaving. Shermu snorted coldly at that moment. What an act! There are only a few well-known rich second generations in Tianyuan City, and he's not one of them. Looking at his age, he must have just awakened his abilities. If he can't produce the materials, he should just say so instead of asking for half a day. Sherson patted his shoulder, trying to calm him down. Let it go, he's just a young man boasting a bit, which is understandable. After all, he hasn't cheated us, so there's no need to be so harsh. Shermu glanced at Sherson with dissatisfaction. Humph, big brother, you're too kind. We should have kicked him out right away. Watch, if he doesn't bring the materials this afternoon, the next time I see him on the street, I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. Sherlin, feeling that Shermu was being overly aggressive, interjected, calm down, little brother. Don't be too absolute in your words. There are always exceptions. What if he really brings the materials? Upon hearing the words, Shermu's face contorted in disbelief. How could that be possible? If he can really bring enough materials and gold to forge 100 swords by this afternoon, when my son is born, he'll take his surname. A promise is a promise. With that, he teleported to the fire-poisoned desert. LV.20 LV.50. As soon as Jiang Feng arrived at the training map, he immediately felt a blast of hot wind mixed with sand scorching his face painfully. The sun above was fiercely toxic, and within seconds, Jiang Feng felt his skin burning. Note: the fire-poisoned desert map has a scorching buff that continuously stacks on players every 3 minutes. When it reaches 10 layers, it inflicts fire poison on the player, causing a burn that persists for 3 days. Tip: the scorching buff only causes damage when it is fully stacked at 10 layers. Players can exit the map before reaching 10 layers, and the existing buff will fade at a rate of 1 layer per hour. Scorching buff fire poison. This map is quite fascinating. That means I can't stay here for more than 30 minutes. I need to speed up. Jiang Feng scanned the endless desert landscape of sand dunes and ravines. Where are the monsters? They must be hiding underground like the rolling stone monsters in the thorn bushes. Jiang Feng released his psychic power to probe the area. Sure enough, though the desert seemed calm, dangers lurked everywhere. Perception: with psychic power covering the area, players can sense any movement and gain complete visibility within range. In Jiang Feng's mind, his consciousness floated high above, viewing everything on the ground clearly, almost like a god's perspective, and this viewpoint could move freely. Here it comes. About 30 meters diagonally ahead, a dark pincer emerged from the sand. Soon after, a nearly 2-meter-long dark green scorpion drilled out. Desert Venom Scorpion. LV.40 Health, 12500 Description, a creature that inhabits the desert. Both its tail and pincers are highly venomous, capable of paralyzing people, causing muscle stiffness and slowing movements. Skill 1, Venom Spray, shoots venom from the stinger very fast. Skill 2, Underground Assault, moves quickly underground and attacks enemies with pincers. Skill 3, Tail Severance, can sever its tail in danger. The tail has a brief consciousness to distract enemies while the body escapes. Special drop. 15% chance to drop random green quality equipment. Zhang Feng glanced at the information on his panel, his heart tightening. Just arrived and already facing an LV.40 creature. Bad luck indeed. He was only at LV.35 inch lower than his opponent's level, unable to use psychic powers to control it. His skill Thousand Swords Return was not yet perfected and couldn't be fully utilized. My offensive capabilities are seriously lacking. This realization made Zhang Feng even more determined to accelerate his sword-making efforts. However, just because he couldn't control this creature didn't mean Zhang Feng was out of options. If I can't control it, I can control something else. Beneath the sand, there are plenty of monsters, plenty below LV.35. Come forth. With a single thought, Zhang Feng released his power, instantly establishing a mental connection with countless small creatures beneath the earth. 1 by 1 inch they began to appear. LV.33 Desert Scorpions, LV.34 Fire-spitting Beetles, LV.31 Long-beaked Mosquitoes. Within 100 meters, numerous small creatures swarmed towards at LV.40 Poison Scorpion. Caught off guard, the poison scorpion stood frozen in place momentarily. Its venomous tail launched a precise strike on a fire-spitting beetle, causing it to twitch and tremble, losing its ability to move. But in that brief moment of attack, the other creatures had already closed in. Even though the poison scorpion was at LV.40 and far surpassed the others in level, it could not overcome the overwhelming difference in numbers. Soon, the poison scorpion was devoured beyond recognition, not even having a chance to perform its signature survival tactic of tail shedding. Killing the LV.40 Desert Poison Scorpion, Zhang Feng gained 400 experience points and led his vast army of small creatures rampaging across the desert. They killed as they went, gaining control of new wild monsters. The kill notifications were relentless, hardly pausing. On average, 3 to 4 small creatures were slain every second. In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Feng leveled up again. Congratulations to player Shinfeng for leveling up to LV.50, maximum level reached. Please proceed to the transfer temple to accept the second transfer mission. 10% of the overflow experience will be temporarily stored and released after the transfer. Nickname, Shinfeng. Profession, Mind Master. Mental Strength, Infinite Mental Strength. 4600, maximum dispersion distance, 400 meters, level, LV.50, first transfer, health, 22880, plus 16,000. Strength, 3360. Defense, 1680, plus 1500. Agility, 124.8, plus 20. Stamina, 600, plus 50. Combat Power Rating, 135 stars. Zhang Feng glanced at his equipment bag, which only contained 200 pieces of equipment with only 18 of green quality. There was still a long way to go. Continue. Killing LV.47 Fire-spitting Beetle, gaining 470 experience, storing 47 points. Killing LV.48 Desert Poison Scorpion, gaining 480 experience, storing 48 points. With a higher level army of small creatures, Zhang Feng's monster farming speed increased another notch. On average, 7 to 8 kill notifications were sent out every second. After 29 minutes, the scorching buff had stacked up to 9 layers. In Zhang Feng's bag, the number of collected equipment reached 1880. With 122 pieces of green quality equipment, there was enough material to forge 100 swords. It was time to leave. Zhang Feng began a 30-second countdown on the spot, teleporting away just before the 30-minute mark was reached. Next, he opened the material copy page. Forging Material Instance, Basic Forging Crystal Instance, Level Restriction, LV.1 LV.50, Intermediate Forging Crystal Instance, Level Restriction, LV.51 LV.200. Advanced Forging Crystal Instance, Level Restriction, LV.201 LV.800. Currently, Zhang Feng's level only allowed him to enter the basic instance. Transport. Zhang Feng arrived at a desolate valley with no vegetation in sight. Not far ahead, there were 4 dark caves surrounded by professionals seeking to acquire forging crystals. It was player Shinfeng's first time entering this instance. A prompt popped up on the introduction panel. View, Introduction, Valley of the Giant Serpents. Countless LV.50 giant serpents use their bodies as containers, generationally guarding the crystals within the valley. Defeat the serpents to obtain the crystals inside. This instance is divided into 4 difficulty levels: easy, normal, hard, and inferno. The higher the level, the more serpents there are, and the higher the limit of crystals that can be obtained. Easy mode, single acquisition limit, 1 crystal. Normal mode, single acquisition limit, 3 crystals. Hard mode, single acquisition limit, 10 crystals. Inferno mode, single acquisition limit, 30 crystals. Players need to use a level 2 forging material instance scroll to open the entrance and can invite other players to form a team to assist with a limit of 2 people. Assisting teammates do not need a scroll, instance scroll. Zhang Feng only knew from the introduction that he needed an instance scroll to enter. What if he didn't have one? Then he would have to form a team. Freeload, I have a scroll, need a LV.45 or above teammate to help play on easy mode, will pay 20,000 gold coins after completion. I'm LV.41, a priest can heal 5,000 HP in 1 minute, which big shot will carry me. I'm LV.48, a water mage can take you through normal mode, success rate over 30%, anyone with a scroll come find me. The scene was very lively, countless people were looking for suitable team members. After all, even in easy mode, defeating an LV.50 giant serpent was not an easy task. At the same level, wild monsters are much stronger than professionals. Solo entry 1v1 likely to fail, and instance scrolls are extremely rare items with a very low drop rate. Often obtaining a scroll is purely down to luck. Some people kill one wild monster and drop a scroll, some kill 100,000 and might not drop one, so without certainty no one is willing to risk such a precious scroll. Partnering with the strong became the safest and most successful method. In the crowd, a young man in blue clothes appeared. When people saw him, they immediately surrounded him. Legu, carry me. Legu, I've been waiting many days, carry me through once. Mimi, I only want 1 crystal, the other 2 are yours. Legu, carry me once. Lei, who is a LV.50 mage and a very powerful lightning mage at that. He has spent a long time in this instance, often leading teams. His success rate in easy mode is generally over 95%. The success rate for normal mode is also 70%. He's one of the few big shots at the scene. Over the past few months, he has made a fortune by leading teams and taking a portion of the crystal rewards. Amidst the crowd, Lei Hu loudly said, "One at a time, those who want to play normal mode LV.45 and above, step forward." Soon those who were seeking to team up with him had lined up in an orderly fashion, easily numbering 20 or 30. Zhang Feng saw this and it was as if he had opened the door to a new world. Could it really be done like this? It seemed that having scrolls was not unusual. What really mattered was having the strength to lead others through challenges. That was the true mark of power. Zhang Feng immediately made his own strength known. I am a level 50 psychic. Anyone with scrolls, let's team up. Upon hearing this, there was a moment of silence at the scene. Did I hear that right? A psychic? What a rare term. It's been ages since I last saw a psychic. They are usually either in deep meditation or more meditation, rarely coming out for battles. Did you guys hear that? Did he just say he's level 50, a level 50 psychic? If that's true, then he's definitely a boss. Countless eyes turned towards Zhang Feng, trying to find a definitive answer. Seeing this, Zhang Feng proactively displayed part of his profile: occupation, psychic, first transformation, level 50. Now, the crowd was truly unsettled. A level 50 psychic, if he were to lead a raid, it would surely be a 100% success. As everyone knows, psychics can control monsters not higher than their own level with their mind. If a psychic were to assist those big serpents, level 50 would pose no threat at all. People looked Zhang Feng up and down, their minds filled with countless thoughts. A level 50 psychic, and so young too. Normally, a psychic reaching level 50 through meditation would be around 25 to nearly 30 years old. But Zhang Feng's face looked barely over 20. Undoubtedly he was a genius. Boss, take me with you, I have 2 scrolls. One shouted. Mimi, hey, don't push or I'll start throwing punches. Go ahead, as if I'm scared. Suddenly, those who had been calmly queuing in front of another strong player, Lei Hu, all ran towards Zhang Feng. Not only them, but upon hearing the news, people from afar also rushed over competitively. Boss, take me through the normal dungeon. After it's done, I only want 1 crystal. The other 2 are yours. Same here, and I'll add 10,000 gold coins as a reward after we succeed. Do you not understand? First come, first served? Get in line. Screw first come, first served. It should be strength first. You level 41 nobody, what are you trying to snatch? In the struggle for a better position in the queue, some were even willing to reduce their share of the reward. After all, the guaranteed 100% success in a normal mode dungeon wasn't an everyday occurrence. Perhaps after one visit from the boss, there might not be a second chance. No one wanted to miss out. While Lei Hu was strong, his success rate for the normal mode was only 70%, not a guaranteed pass. A failure would mean a total loss. Between a 70% success rate and a 100%, even a fool knew which to choose. The crowd around him grew larger and larger, although the drop rate for scrolls was low. The sheer number of people made up for it. In less than 3 minutes, the number of people asking for guidance had already surpassed 200. However, Jiang Feng's next comment immediately silenced everyone. I'm going to play on Hell mode, who's with me? The normal level dungeons only drop 3 crystals at a time, which is too slow. Let's go for Hell mode. We get 30 crystals at once, how cool is that? But the others didn't think the same way. Cough cough boss, isn't that a bit too reckless? That's Hell mode, facing 30 LV.50 serpents at once. If I remember correctly, a level 1 spirit master can't control that many creatures of the same level, right? Sure, you can 100% clear the normal difficulty, but Hell mode. Is this your first time in a dungeon? You might not know how tough Hell mode is, maybe just stick to the normal level, yet don't take such risks. If we fail, all the scrolls will be wasted. They had given up the chance to team up with Lei Hu in favor of Jiang Feng because they valued his guaranteed success rate in normal difficulty, but now Jiang Feng wanted to challenge Hell mode. This made everyone consider backing out. Meanwhile, Lei Hu looked at Jiang Feng with a scoff. Just a spirit master and he dares to challenge Hell mode? That's facing 30 LV.50 giant serpents at once. Even if you can control creatures with your psychic power, you can't handle that many. A newly advanced spirit master has limited psychic energy. Controlling 3 creatures of the same level is already the limit. Do you think you have unlimited psychic power? What a joke. It's a pity, really. LV.50 spirit master who could have easily cleared the normal mode is now risking it all for Hell mode. Whether he clears it is one thing, but he might even lose his life. Killing 30 LV.50 giant serpents within 10 minutes is something you wouldn't even dream of. The criteria for clearing the material dungeon is to kill all the serpents within 10 minutes, fail to do so and you get nothing. Seeing that Jiang Feng was not going to change his mind, many left, only a few remained, watching cautiously. Jiang Feng understood. After all, Hell mode was too risky for them, but he wasn't going to reveal his secret weapon of seemingly limitless psychic power. If that's the case, then don't blame me for taking drastic measures. The true terror of the Spirit Master class isn't just controlling creatures but also people. This is the dungeon world, not a human city area. He could use his powers freely. Buzz, a young man not far from Jiang Feng, suddenly felt a buzzing in his brain and then lost his sense of self. Yet outwardly he showed no signs of abnormality. Jiang Feng walked straight towards the entrance that led to Hell mode. Meanwhile, the controlled young man followed him, handing him a scroll. As the entrance to Hell mode shone brightly, the 2 figures captured the attention of everyone present. Hey! Old Wang, are you crazy? Why would you give him the scroll? Have you lost your mind? Even if he is a spirit master, you can't just trust him like that. Wait, spirit master. I remember spirit masters can control people. Hiss, could it be that old Wang is under his control? Damn it, you jerk, abusing your power as a psychic master. I must teach you a lesson, he said furiously. The unusual behavior of the young man had already led people to guess the truth. In an instant, the crowd, 100 strong, surged towards Jiang Feng, intending to stop him. However, faced with this situation, Jiang Feng did not panic at all. He stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! At that moment, everyone's eyes glazed over and they froze in place, motionless. The world became quiet. Sorry, if you won't cooperate, I have no choice, Jiang Feng said, then activated a scroll to open the entrance to the infernal difficulty level, teleportation, in a flash. Jiang Feng found himself in a dimly lit cave. Objective: kill all 30 ancient king snakes within 10 minutes. Ahead, a giant snake as thick as a bucket and 20 meters long fixed its gaze on him. Ancient king snake, LV.50 health, 15,000 description. Guardian of the forging crystals, killing it may drop forging crystals. Special drop, 3% chance of dropping an ancient king snake pet egg. This was a must-have for all beast masters. Beast masters do not merely tame wild monsters, they start from bonding with pet eggs. Thus, when the younglings are born, they view the beast master as their parent and remain completely loyal. But a beast master doesn't bond with just one beast, they can bond with several. Therefore, pet eggs are the most sought-after items among them. However, the sources of pet eggs are rare and the drop rate is low, making them in high demand for a long time. In the trading guild, a very ordinary pet egg could sell for 100,000 gold coins, equivalent to the cost of forging 50 swords. Zhang Feng began to understand why so many people lingered in dungeon maps. It was probably not just for the forging crystals, but more so for the chance to get a pet egg. Roar! The ancient king snake emitted a roar similar to that of a dinosaur, and Jiang Feng felt a hint of destructiveness in it. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently and more roars came from deep within the cave. Numerous giant snake figures appeared. Undoubtedly, its roar was a signal to the others. Jiang Feng unleashed his psychic power. In an instant, he controlled all the ancient king snakes. The 30 ancient king snakes began attacking each other, half of them killing the other half in just moments, leaving only 15. He repeated the process, 8 left, then 4, then 2. Finally, the last one lay crawling on the ground and Jiang Feng effortlessly plunged a sword into its skull, killing LV.50 ancient king snake, gaining 500 experience points, storing 50 points. Congratulations on clearing the infernal difficulty. Reward, 30 green quality forging crystals. On the ground, the bodies of the ancient king snakes gradually disappeared, replaced by 30 green orbs. Unfortunately, no pet egg dropped. The dungeon challenge ended, and in a flash, Jiang Feng returned to the entrance. Perhaps it was due to the proximity of the ancient king snake's cave that the mental control Jiang Feng had previously set on them did not exceed its range, but instead maintained its effect until now. Jiang Feng took out 3 forging crystals and handed them to the young man. After all, they had used his scrolls, and it wouldn't be fair to use them for free. These 3 forging crystals were meant as compensation. Even if they had normally completed the ordinary mode as a team, they would only have earned 3 crystals. Jiang Feng's allocation was definitely not shortchanging them. Good. Next, setting the young man aside, Jiang Feng picked another person who was holding a scroll and continued the same operation. Jiang Feng could complete a purgatorial dungeon every 3 minutes. In nearly 2 hours, he went back and forth, completing it 35 times. In fact, there were quite a few people with scrolls at the scene, totaling perhaps no fewer than 300. However, most people kept their scrolls in their equipment bags, and while Jiang Feng could control their minds and actions, he could not manipulate their professional panels or bags. Therefore, he could only target those who were holding their scrolls in their hands. 35 scrolls, that was all of them. Jiang Feng counted his gains. After giving out 3 forging crystals as compensation to each person, he still had 945 forging crystals left. Additionally, there were 16 ancient king snake pet eggs. With these gains, Jiang Feng left contentedly. The moment he teleported away, the mental control over the people at the scene automatically lifted. What just happened? I don't remember anything. I only remember a psychic forcibly controlling others, making them enter the purgatorial dungeon. Old Wang, right? Old Wang, aren't you dead? What? Why should I be dead? Wait, what's with the forging crystals in my hand? Where are my scrolls? Who stole my scrolls? Me too, the scrolls are gone, but there are 3 forging crystals. It must be that guy. He must have controlled us to get the scrolls and then entered the dungeon, and it's very likely he went in himself, because there are no signs of battle on me. Why would he leave us 3 forging crystals? Doesn't he want them? Is it possible? How could someone work for free and not take money? I think he must have completed the difficult or even purgatorial mode. Others earn 10 or even 30 forging crystals in one go. What's 3 crystals to him? SSS, that's true. Speaking of which, trading a scroll for 3 crystals is quite a good deal, much better than forming a team ourselves. Indeed, truly worth it. Many who received the forging crystals suddenly changed their attitude. There was no longer anger, only relief. Some who had kept their scrolls in their bags and failed to get any crystals regretted it secretly. Besides, although it had been a long time, everyone was still shaken. It was fortunate that Jiang Feng had no malicious intent, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Psychics, truly the strongest profession in the world, terrifying indeed. No, he's just a first-tier psychic. How could he be so powerful? Not to mention anything else, just the mental energy reserve alone is not enough. How could he control all of us at once? Something was amiss, indeed. A mere level 50 psychic, yet he managed to control over 400 people on the scene. That was highly unusual. The crowd exchanged puzzled looks and fell into deep thought. At the Sancher blacksmith shop, Shimori smiled as he saw off a customer, but his face quickly clouded with worry. The overdue payments from the Tanlang Guild had forced him to delay his workers' salaries for 3 months, leading to strikes. Consequently, the smithy's production capacity had decreased, reducing the number of orders they could handle. Less business meant less income, and less income led to delayed salaries, which in turn caused more strikes, a vicious cycle, unless a significant amount of money came in soon the shop was doomed to a slow demise. Big brother, they're here for their wages again. What should we do? Sherlin rushed in, his face etched with anxiety. Shermori shook his head, his mood low. What can we do? Let's try to negotiate with them again, see if we can delay for another month. The two fell silent. Hello, I'm here to commission some equipment. Suddenly a voice called from the doorway, and the brothers mechanically squeezed out smiles to greet the customer. However, upon recognizing Jiang Feng, Shermori was taken aback. It was him. The young man from the morning had returned. I brought you materials. Without another word, Jiang Feng waved his hand, and countless pieces of equipment filled the hall, 100 green quality items and 300 white quality ones, plus a bag of 100 forging stones. How would you like to pay? Do you need to use a card? Jiang Feng said, opening a pouch to reveal the sparkling forging stones. The brothers were stunned into silence, hardly believing their eyes. They had thought Jiang Feng's promise of delivering materials that afternoon was just a casual remark. They hadn't expected him actually to bring them. Could he be the scion of some emerging major power? Shermori couldn't help but swallow hard as he looked at the equipment scattered across the floor. If this deal went through, it could save his blacksmith shop. Little brother, what are you standing around for? Go fetch some good tea, he barked. Oh, right away. Sherlin hurried off while Shermori rubbed his hands together and respectfully gestured to Jiang Feng. Please have a seat. No need, I'm in a hurry. After paying, I still need to visit the Commerce Guild. Despite saying this, Shermori still quickly moved a chair for him. After all, this was a patron who could determine the fate of his blacksmith shop. Could I ask what specific type of sword you want crafted? Like its length, blade thickness, and so on. No specific requirements, just one thing: all the swords must be identical. Jiang Feng pulled out a silver moon blade from his backpack to show him. Green quality, 100 of them, the quicker the better. If it's well done, there will be more orders in the future. Since Wan Jian Guizong didn't have specific demands regarding the design of the swords, focusing instead on quantity and uniformity, Jiang Feng didn't bother to design anything himself. Certainly, while quantity is sought after, quality cannot be compromised either. Otherwise, if a sword breaks after just one use, how could anyone continue playing? Thus, Jiang Feng specified the requirement for green quality. Seeing Jiang Feng's decisive action, Sherson knew this deal was practically sealed, and his heart leapt with joy. A true benefactor indeed. Rest assured, I will handle this beautifully for you. 10 days, oh no, 5 days, no wait. 3 days, 3 days is enough. Come to pick it up in 3 days, I promise timely delivery and guaranteed quality. Normally forging would take 10 days to complete, but at this moment Sherson, grateful beyond measure to Jiang Feng, dared not delay. Even if it meant no sleep and continuous overtime, he would complete it as soon as possible. 3 days, deal. The two settled the matter in just a few words. When Sherson saw the transfer of 150,000 gold coins, the weight in his heart finally lifted. He then hurriedly began collecting the equipment from the ground. Of course, his storage bag wasn't big enough, so he moved some items to the storage warehouse. Where's the guy? No sooner had Jiang Feng left, Sherlin carrying a cup of tea came out quickly. Seeing Sherson laughing madly, his heart skipped a beat. Big brother, what's wrong? You haven't gone mad, have you? Don't scare me. Even if the business fails, the blacksmith shop can't continue. We 3 brothers have our skills, there's still a way out. It's not enough to go mad. Sherson glared at him and forcibly calmed himself down. Younger brother, you're the one who's gone mad. Let me tell you, we've made it through, just now. After hearing the explanation, Sherlin became excited instantly. Big brother, really, you're not kidding, right? That's fantastic. In his excitement, he even forgot that the tea was freshly poured and scalded his mouth as he took a sip. Enough, stop drinking tea, go on, pay the overdue salaries. Also tell them for these 3 days, their wages will be tripled. Everyone must work overtime. We can't disappoint our benefactor. Sherlin took Sherson's transaction card and hurried off. Inside the forging workshop, the youngest brother Shermu was trying to calm the workers, but the nearly 100 workers kept shouting, not listening to his explanations, making him very irritable. The confrontation had already lasted 2 days. The workers had settled in there, determined not to leave without their wages. Shermu looked at the scene, feeling utterly hopeless. At that moment, Sherlin ran over. Youngest brother, guess who just came? The Greedy Wolf Guild? Those shameless people? No, not the Greedy Wolf Guild. Then who? It's that guy from this morning. That young man. Shermu took a moment to react, his expression changing slightly. What's he doing here again, toying with us, asking for 100 swords? He might as well reach for the sky. Damn it, I should give him a beating. Shermu, hot-tempered, was about to rush over but was stopped by Sherlin. Youngest, keep it cool. I'm telling you, he came to deliver the materials, all the forging materials plus 150,000 gold coins for forging fees, not a penny less. Now, there are 150,000 gold coins in this card, which is more than enough to pay their salaries. The forging workers are all ordinary people responsible for quenching hammering and other tasks. With a monthly salary of 300 gold coins and about 100 people, the total pay for 3 months adds up to 90,000. With 150,000, there's definitely enough. Shermu, upon hearing this, looked incredulous. Big brother, what are you saying? He came to deliver the materials. It can't be. How could he possibly? This. Shermu suddenly felt guilty, stuttering as he spoke. Sherlin looked at him with a sigh. Younger brother, how many times have I told you don't be too impulsive in what you say and do? Look, now it's all over, isn't it? When your child is born, he'll have to take someone else's surname. Sherlin chuckled, then walked towards the workers to distribute the salaries, leaving Shermu with a face full of regret. Damn it, it's all my own damn fault. Now the child will have to take someone else's surname. Big brother, how should this sword be forged? Just the usual way? Of course not, although they didn't request anything special. We can't be so thoughtless. We must make it both imposing and beautiful. Second brother, third brother, listen, well, I've seen it now. Those jerks from the Greedy Wolf Guild pretend to be rich when they are not. Real wealthy and powerful people never show off, they are always low-key. Have you noticed that? Person's equipment bag is huge. It's so large that it can hold 400 pieces of equipment, and it might not even be at its limit yet. Ordinary professionals, when they first awaken, have a bag capacity of only 50 slots, and each level up adds 1 slot. But this person is so young, barely in his 20s, it's unrealistic to think he's already LV.350. The only possibility is that he purchased bag expansion items. Bag expansion items, those are rare items you can't get even if you have the money. If he didn't have some background, how could he get so many? He's definitely a hidden big shot, so if we can satisfy this big shot with our equipment forging this time, I'm afraid our business will boom in the future. Shersin analyzed thoroughly, and Sherlin and Shermu suddenly realized the depth of it. Big brother is meticulous indeed, admirable. With that said, we need to put our utmost effort into this forging, of course. Go tell the workers to give it their all, and if they do well, each will get an extra 100 gold coins as a bonus. And you third brother, you better learn your lesson, hear me. After being scolded by Sherlin and now lectured by Shersin, Shermu didn't dare to speak anymore. He could only bow his head and silently reflect. In Tianyuan City, at the branch of the Sea Commerce Guild, Jiang Feng entered the self-service vending booth and took out an ancient king snake pet egg from his backpack. The screen displayed the price, 70,000 gold coins. It seemed a bit low, but as a buyback price it was normal. This level of pet egg could reach a retail price of 100,000 gold coins at the guild, but that was the external selling price. As a buyback it naturally would be a bit lower. A total of 16 pet eggs selling for a total of 1.12 million gold coins. Please confirm if you want to sell. Confirmed. Congratulations on the successful sale. Please insert your transaction card. The machine will automatically process your payment. Payment successful. Card balance 132,6400. The balance exceeds the limit of the silver transaction card, upgrading automatically to a gold transaction card. The silver transaction card has a maximum balance limit of 1 million gold coins, while the gold transaction card can hold up to 10 million. 1.32 million clearly exceeded the function scope of the silver trading card. Jiang Feng patiently waited for a minute as his trading card upgraded. The original white tiger pattern on the card transformed into a golden eagle, its gaze sharp, majestic, and more imposing than the tiger. After leaving the vending booth, Jiang Feng headed to the second floor of the Commerce Guild. The saleswoman, seeing him for the third time, greeted him naturally. Do you have any better wings, preferably without level or class restrictions? Equipment without level and class restrictions are considered universally versatile, not only featuring higher attributes than those with restrictions but also upgradable through forging. These are semi-permanent gears, eliminating the need for frequent replacements upon leveling up. The reason Jiang Feng prioritized wings was simple: he needed to enhance his speed. Although he could fly using his sword, the flight speed still depended on his agility attributes. Moreover, when he managed to forge 100 swords, his control over the swords while deploying the 1,000 swords returned technique would also be influenced by his agility. Thus, enhancing agility was crucial for him. Additionally, the speed of sword flight could stack with the wings. Flight speed: with wings, his speed could reach a new level. May I ask what price range are you looking at? The saleswoman asked softly. Around 1 million. Jiang Feng responded. Sir, 1 million. The saleswoman thought she had misheard and confirmed again. After all, just 2 days ago when Jiang Feng came to buy equipment, he spent less than 30,000 gold coins. Today, however, he casually mentioned 1 million gold coins, which left her somewhat unable to react. In the entire Tianyuan city, only a handful of people could afford equipment at this price range. He was indeed a major customer. Yes, around 1 million, and the higher the agility bonus, the better. The saleswoman swallowed quietly. Please follow me. 10 minutes later, Jiang Feng chose a pair of wings from a variety of options: flickering wings, blue quality, no class restriction, no level restriction, attributes: health plus 6000, agility plus 100, stamina plus 500, special attribute: consumes 300 stamina to blink to a designated position, maximum blink distance of 300 meters, cooldown 24 hours. Price: 960,000 gold coins. Wing equipment was generally more expensive than other gear types. Even a white quality level 1 pair of wings was priced at 20 to 30,000. These blue quality wings, unrestricted by level or class, priced at 960,000 gold coins, were reasonably priced. Alright, I'll take these, Jiang Feng decided, flipping out his golden trading card. The saleswoman's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of such wealth. Initially thinking he was just browsing, she respectfully took the trading card from his hands, unable to help but take a few more glances at Jiang Feng. Handsome and wealthy, she thought, if only she could marry him. Transaction completed. Jiang Feng immediately donned the wings. His wings, hidden in a form of special energy, could be summoned at will whenever he needed them. Nickname: Kamikaze. Profession: Mentalist. Mental power: infinite. Mental strength: 4600. Maximum dissemination distance: 400 meters. Level: LV.50. First transformation: Life: 22,800, plus 22,000. Strength: 3360. Defense: 1680, plus 1,500. Agility: 128.8, plus 120. Stamina: 600, plus 550. Combat rating: 158 stars. It was well worth spending 960000 gold coins, nearly doubling his agility and stamina attributes. His combat rating also increased from 135 stars to 158 stars. Value for money. Leaving the trade guild, Jiang Feng shook his head, feeling sentimental. 1 million gold coins equivalent to 20 million on the Blue Star, all spent in one go. Such spending was unimaginable back on Blue Star, but what's done is done, no point in regretting. He could always earn more. With his abilities, earning 1 million gold coins was just a matter of a few hours of thought, so extravagant, like casting gold to the winds. Yet the feeling was exhilarating. He withdrew 50,000 gold coins for the current lottery draw, his second attempt. Resting for a night, Jiang Feng resumed his spins the next morning. Having lottery chances and not using them always felt uncomfortable, but using them somehow felt even worse when all he got was a small amount of gold coins. Continue. Special skill drawn: disguise technique automatically learned. Jiang Feng sighed in relief. At least it wasn't a total loss. Disguise technique. This allowed him to change his appearance, body shape and clothing. It will limited only to the human world. The skill was automatically integrated into his knowledge and he understood its application instantly. With a mere thought, he transformed into an old man with wrinkled skin and gray hair. Another change and he became a young, beautiful woman, altering not just facial features but even his body. However, these changes were purely superficial and did not affect his mind. Even as a woman, his orientation remained that of a normal man. In simple terms, it was a very realistic illusion. Excellent. With this skill, he could keep a low profile much more effectively. Jiang Feng had always worried that rapid development might attract too much attention, potentially leading to all sorts of trouble, perhaps even being taken for research. But now he could disguise himself as an old man when going out. An 80-year-old first transformation mentalist, quite plausible, right? Remaining lottery chances: 1. Last chance, spin the wheel. Drawn mentalist skill: mental crystal condensation technique. Automatically learned. Another hit. Seems like luck was on his side today. Mental crystal condensation technique. This allowed the condensation of a pair of mental crystals. Mental crystals had been discussed in school theory classes. They were a real-time communication tool similar to mobile phones on Blue Star, allowing holders of the crystals to exchange information at any time and place without any interference. In this world, despite humanity possessing a variety of special and powerful abilities, technology significantly lags behind that of the Blue Planet. Currently, the effective means of long-distance and sustained communication largely depend on psychic crystals, especially in training maps and dungeons. However, the production of psychic crystals is far from meeting the demand. These crystals can only be refined by psychic masters, and the refining process must not be interrupted. It requires completion in one go. This necessitates a one-time consumption of a massive amount of psychic energy, hence only psychic masters of level 5 and above, who possess sufficient reserves of psychic energy, can barely manage to refine these crystals successfully. The rarity and slow development of psychic masters are well known. Indeed, there are probably no more than 100 level 5 psychic masters in the entire Jiuzhou nation. Therefore, psychic crystals are extremely rare and valuable both in Jiuzhou and around the world. A pair of psychic crystals starts at a price of 5 million gold coins in Jiuzhou, and under fierce competition, they can even fetch tens of millions at auction. After understanding the skill information, Zhang Feng felt a slight thrill in his heart. These weren't just psychic crystals, they were clearly money. Currently, as he was crafting weapons, 10,000 swords, no less, costing 15 million gold coins just in production fees, he was in dire need of funds. Relying solely on selling crafted equipment, it might take him weeks to gather enough money, but with this skill, he needed only to refine a few pairs of psychic crystals. It was absolutely heavenly. Without hesitation, Zhang Feng sat down cross-legged, entering a meditative state. Extending his hands with palms facing upwards, bursts of psychic energy surged from his mind, gathering continuously in his palms. Gradually, the psychic energy began to materialize, forming a semi-transparent small bead. No wonder at least a level 5 psychic master was needed for the refinement. Even such a small crystal consumed so much psychic energy. Zhang Feng felt that the psychic energy he mobilized was enough to control hundreds of wild beasts, and yet so much had only condensed into a bead less than 5 millimeters in diameter. It was clear that fully condensing a pair of psychic crystals required a considerable amount of psychic energy. However, for Zhang Feng, this was not an issue. He wouldn't dare claim anything else, but when it came to psychic energy, he had as much as needed. Time quietly slipped away. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Zhang Feng successfully condensed a pair of psychic crystals. They were the size of a palm, semi-transparent spheres, heavy and cool to the touch. On the third day, Zhang Feng used a disguise technique to transform into an elderly man and went to the guild, operating the self-service vending cabin as he had done before. However, the screen displayed a message. Due to the special nature of the item, self-service sale is not possible. Please proceed to the third floor auction house for consignment. Zhang Feng was slightly surprised. An auction at the Tianyuan City branch of the Sihai Commerce Guild. As an old man, Zhang Feng made his way to the third floor. Although the auction did not require verification of the item's origin, after all, a spirit crystal is highly distinctive. In the world's understanding, only spirit masters of level 5 or above can condense them. If he were to auction it under his real identity, it might raise too many suspicions and troubles. It would be simpler to pretend to be an old man who has meditated for many years and has just reached the level of a 5th turn spirit master. Of course, even without the art of disguise, he would use a robe to cover his face, hiding his real age from others. This way, no one would associate his age with his professional level. Moreover, in this world, professionals cannot probe each other's information, even if a level 1000 professional stands in front of him, as long as Zhang Feng does not display his information voluntarily, the other party cannot see through him. Hence, he naturally did not need to worry about exposing his professional level. As he ascended to the third floor, Zhang Feng walked forward slowly under the watchful eyes of several guards at the door. Upon entering the reception hall, a cool breeze in the air instantly refreshed him and made his heart calm down. Looking down, Zhang Feng guessed it was due to the material of the floor. In some training maps or dungeons, there are scattered special materials. When used in construction, these can have unexpected effects. For instance, water luminous stone can cool the air, fire luminous stone can heat it, and algae stone can purify the air. The material used for the flooring here must be tranquil stone, found only in high-level maps. A single piece of this flooring could be worth thousands of gold coins. The entire hall together, just the cost of the flooring, would amount to millions of gold coins, not to mention other expenses. No wonder it belongs to the Four Seas Commerce Guild. The top commerce guild in Kyushu, wealthy and lavish, even a small branch in Tianyuan City was built so luxuriously. Sweeping his gaze across the splendid hall, Jiang Feng followed the signs on the wall towards a room not far away. The door of the room bore 3 shimmering golden characters, appraisal room. Pushing the door open, the room was somewhat empty, with only a young woman sitting quietly by the table. Hearing the door open, the woman lifted her head, revealing a disastrously beautiful face. Even Jiang Feng, who had seen thousands of internet celebrities in his previous life on Blue Star, couldn't help but lick his lips. A light red cheongsam draped over her shoulders, slightly revealing a hint of snowy white at the opening. The woman quickly walked out from behind the desk, her tender fair legs and jade-like feet under the cheongsam strikingly noticeable. "Old sir, do you have something to auction?" she asked. Replied Jiang Feng, his voice suitably deep, fitting the image of an elderly man. "Hello, my name is Yu Mei, you can call me Xiao Yu. May I ask, what would you like to auction?" With a wave of his hand, Jiang Feng placed a pair of crystals on the table. Yu Mei glanced at them and her expression changed dramatically. As an appraiser in this auction house, well versed and knowledgeable, she easily recognized the rarity of the spirit crystals. She pursed her lips. "Old sir, are you a spirit master?" Jiang Feng did not respond to her query, but instead shifted the topic. "That's not for you to ask. Just follow the procedures, since the auction house technically should not pry into customers' personal information." There was no need for Jiang Feng to explain anything. Yu Mei realized her impertinence at that moment and quickly bowed in apology. "I'm sorry, elder, I spoke out of turn, but this spirit crystal is quite special and I, not being a spirit master, cannot authenticate it. Could you possibly wait a moment while I ask Master Qijin from the auction house to come here?" "Fine," Jiang Feng replied curtly, taking his seat on a nearby chair to rest with his eyes closed. Yu Mei carefully poured him a cup of tea before hurriedly leaving. A few minutes later she returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man dressed in blue. "Elder, this is Master Qijin from the Sihai Commerce Guild, a third-rank spirit master," Yu Mei introduced softly. Hearing his identity, Jiang Feng felt a stir of interest. This was his first encounter with another spirit master. He took a closer observation of the man. Dressed in light blue attire, Qijin wore a silver badge on his chest, engraved with the emblem of the Sihai Commerce Guild and a number 3 indicating his third-rank status. As Jiang Feng assessed him, Qijin was also sizing up Jiang Feng. Spirit masters were not common, especially one capable of condensing spirit crystals, indicating a rank of at least 5. Such an individual could not be an unknown. While Qijin speculated about Jiang Feng's identity, he was clueless about who he might be. Qijin moved closer to the spirit crystals, placing his hand on them and channeling a stream of spiritual force. The crystals reacted immediately, flickering like electricity was coursing through them. "Real spirit crystals." Qijin's eyes widened with respect, and when he looked back at Jiang Feng, he instinctively bowed slightly. A 5th-rank spirit master was a guest of honor throughout the entire Jiuzhou country. His rank as a mere 3rd-rank spirit master was insignificant in comparison. "Elder, you truly hide your brilliance. Sir, would you like to auction these now?" "Yes, the sooner the better." "I'm in a hurry," Jiang Feng replied. "Of course, no problem." Qijin turned to Yu Mei. "The number 5 auction hall is about to conduct an auction. Switch the last item slot for the elder here." After giving a few more instructions, Yu Mei presented a dark, hefty token. "Elder, please take this. It's the VIP entry card for the number 5 auction hall. The auction is starting in a few minutes, and your spirit crystals will be the last item showcased." Jiang Feng took the token and left the appraisal room. Qijin and Yu Mei respectfully watched him leave until he disappeared from view. "Master Qi, is he really a 5th-rank spirit master?" Yu Mei asked quietly. "Yes, undoubtedly. Spirit masters have a certain sense of each other, and I could tell he is indeed a spirit master. As for the exact level, that I could not sense. However, judging by his age and demeanor, there's a high likelihood that he is a 5th-level spirit master. Even if he is not, there must be at least a 5th-level spirit master or someone even more advanced backing him. Yet, there aren't many spirit masters above the 5th level. I've seen most of their records, and this individual isn't among them. Could it be that he has just recently reached the 5th level?" "Master Qijin, do we need to investigate his background?" Yu Mei asked. The Sihai Commerce Association has branches throughout the 9 provinces and is involved not only in business operations but also in gathering intelligence with considerable investigative capabilities. Qijin narrowed his eyes in thought for a moment and then shook his head. "Not for now. We can't afford to provoke someone of his stature. If we investigate him privately and he takes offense, the consequences would be beyond our ability to handle." Even the president of the Shanghai Commerce Association, despite being a ninth-level powerhouse himself, would treat him with the utmost respect. We should simply receive him with the highest courtesy. Understood, Yu Mei replied, and then left. Shi Jin sighed deeply. The profession of a spirit master, it's truly a hiding place for dragons and tigers. Who knows how many powerful figures have kept a low profile remaining unseen, and here I am, a mere third-level spirit master barely worth mentioning. Led by a maid, Zhang Feng entered auction hall number 5. The auction was massive, accommodating at least 5,000 people. Upon entering, the air was filled with a buzz of noise, a blanket of discussion surrounding him. I heard the last item was switched. Is that true or false? It's true, they just issued an emergency announcement saying it's been changed to a pair of spirit crystals. Spirit crystals? Since when did Tianyuan City have a 5th-level spirit master? Who knows, maybe someone who usually keeps a low profile. I've long coveted such treasures, but could never afford them. This time I must win them. Dream on, you need a few hundred million to secure such a level of treasure. With your meager fortune, keep dreaming. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng walked into a private box just as the auction began. On the stage, under the converging lights, a woman dressed in a light red cheongsam emerged, her figure alluring. It was her, the woman from the appraisal room. Yu Mei was hosting the auction. Her voice was delicate and captivating, every move exuding grace. Zhang Feng glanced around the seats, noticing many men looking at her with fervent admiration. Some sat in corners, cloaked, their bodies trembling slightly, their actions unclear. Were these people really here for the auction? The 9th item. 10 forging crystals. Starting bid, 100,000 gold coins, with each bid increment no less than 1,000 gold coins. Let us begin. Zhang Feng took a quick look. Forging crystals, each valued at least 10,000 gold coins. The 845 crystals he had could fetch 8.45 million gold coins if auctioned. But that was just wishful thinking. He needed them for crafting his own equipment. Alright, as the auction nears its end, you've probably seen the announcement. We will now present the last item of this auction. As Yu Mei spoke, a surge of excitement rippled through the countless attendees of the auction house. They had been waiting for this moment. As the curtain slowly drew back, a pair of sparkling translucent spirit crystals appeared before everyone's eyes. The opening bid for the pair of spirit crystals was set at 5 million gold coins, with each bid increment not less than 100,000. The bidding began. Seeing his item up for auction, Zhang Feng straightened up slightly in his seat. 7 million, someone in the audience shouted decisively, swiftly raising the price from 5 million to 7 million. It was clear he was determined to win. However, there were many eager to compete. 8 million, 8,300,000, 8,400,000. The spirit crystals, unrestricted communication tools. Whether in the human world, on a training map, or when both parties are in different instances, they allow for barrier-free real-time communication. They are greatly beneficial for team coordination in hunting monsters or teaming up for instances. Moreover, these crystals are permanent. As long as they are not physically damaged, a pair of spirit crystals can last a lifetime. Thus, people were willing to invest heavily. After all, such opportunities are rare, and missing out might mean never encountering them again. 9,900,000, 10 million. In the blink of an eye, the price had soared to 10 million. This figure alone could match the total price of the previous 15 auction items combined. By now, the number of bidders had dwindled. After all, in Tianyuan City, there were few who could and would be willing to spend so much on the spot. 12 million. A deep voice slowly drifted over, its force pressing down on the many present. Zhang Feng followed the direction of the voice and looked over, slightly surprised. The bidder was the plump man who sold class change task guides at the entrance of the Transmutation Temple. He had such money, 12,100,000. Someone tentatively raised the bid again, 13 million. The plump man casually pressed down his bid. Eventually, the spirit crystals were sold for 13 million gold coins. The item was exchanged on the spot, and the plump man received the crystals from Yu Mei. His eyes slightly narrowed. He pulled out a token. I'm from the Zhouzhou No. 1 Guild, Shantian. May I ask who brought this pair of spirit crystals here? Seeing the word Shantian, Yu Mei raised an eyebrow, clearly a bit surprised, but quickly suppressed his emotions. I apologize, but the auction house has a policy of confidentiality regarding our clients' information. Please understand. The plump man seemed to have anticipated this, his expression remaining calm. Could you pass a message to the person then? Tell them I would like to invite them to join the guild. Of course, a 5th-tier spirit master is a pillar of strength anywhere, Shantian included. Although Shantian already has no fewer than 10 spirit masters who would say no to another strong contender, the auction concluded, you may hand it a non-named platinum transaction card to Jiang Feng. The final price is 13 million. The auction house will take a 10% commission, so the amount credited to you will be 11.7 million gold coins. Thank you. Additionally, congratulations, sir. A member of the Shintian Guild came to me just now and asked me to tell you that they would like to invite you to join their guild. Yu Mei smiled, however, Jiang Feng remained expressionless and said, indifferently, then please relay a message for me. I won't join. What's the point of joining a guild? It's just a waste of time. Am I not developing well on my own? Besides, his act as a 5th level spirit master is just that, an act. If I really joined, wouldn't his cover be blown? Yu Mei was incredulous upon hearing his response. Old sir, that's the Divine Court, the #1 guild in Jojo. So many people dream of entering but never get the chance. Now you're being invited and you refuse? I know, I'm not going, Jiang Feng said, then turned and left, leaving Yu Mei alone questioning her life choices. In the guild's resting area, the chubby man waited confidently for a response. Minutes later, Yu Mei approached him. The chubby man looked puzzled. Where is he? Why didn't he come with you? He refused your invitation, Yu Mei said softly. What? He actually refused? Why would he refuse? How could he refuse? He's the first ever to refuse an invitation from the Divine Court. The chubby man was at a loss for words for a moment. Sigh, those spirit master professionals, they're all oddballs. The day after the auction ended, at the Sandstone blacksmith shop, when Jiang Feng appeared, the Sandstone brothers greeted him warmly, not daring to neglect him. The youngest brother, Shermu, having learned from past mistakes, had drastically changed his attitude. He stood by, ready with tea that had been prepared in advance. Hello, the 100 swords you requested have been crafted. Please follow me. Jiang Feng didn't speak, just nodded slightly. In the storeroom, the 100 swords were neatly arranged on wooden racks, their silver light dazzling the entire room. Jiang Feng casually pulled one out. The blade was silver, thick and cold to the touch. Both the handle and the blade were engraved with intricate patterns, enhancing the aesthetic while adding a sharp aura. Jiang Feng focused on the blade and the panel automatically displayed its information. Silver Dragon Blade, green quality, can be upgraded through forging. Type: weapon. Professional. Restriction: none. Level restriction: none. Attributes: strength plus 1500. Special attribute: when used, it emits a dragon's roar, vibrating the surrounding air and creating tiny air blades, causing an additional 10% damage. Strength plus 1500. Jiang Feng was inwardly shocked. A regular white quality weapon for level 50 typically adds 300 to 500 in strength, green quality 500 to 800, even higher blue quality only provides 800, 1200 in attribute enhancement. But a forged weapon, only green in quality, had an attribute enhancement higher than blue quality weapons dropped from monsters. Indeed, forged items were the best. It made sense considering he could buy a green quality gear without any level restrictions for just a few thousand at the guild, but crafting such a sword involved 1 green quality item, 3 white quality items, a forging stone and a forging fee of 1,500 gold coins. The total cost was at least 20,000 gold coins. With such an investment, it would be problematic if it wasn't stronger than regular gear. Not bad, Jiang Feng praised with a smile. On one hand, their efficiency was high, having forged 100 swords in just 3 days. On the other hand, while he had no particular demands regarding the appearance of the swords, they had taken the initiative to add some decorations, making them exceptionally beautiful. This level of service greatly satisfied him. With a casual wave of his hand, Jiang Feng tossed out 10 forging crystals. Shursen caught them frantically, his expression bewildered. This is a tip, Jiang Feng said without turning back. The Sher brothers exchanged glances, their expressions unable to hide their excitement and joy. No one knew the value of the forging crystals better than they did. These 10 crystals were equivalent to 100,000 gold coins, roughly what they would earn in 3 months net profit. What a generous gesture. With the 10 forging crystals in hand, the brothers' respect for Jiang Feng visibly increased. Jiang Feng casually packed the 100 swords into his backpack and turned to look at Shursen. I will need to forge a lot of equipment in the future. Are you interested in a deep collaboration? I want your forge to serve exclusively for me, not accepting other clients. As for the collaboration fee, just name your price. The Sher brothers were stunned by his words. To serve him exclusively, even though their forge was modest, it was known as the best in Tianyuan City. To declare that they would serve him exclusively was a bold statement. These few words elevated their perception of Jiang Feng to a new level. Initially, they thought Jiang Feng might be representing a guild, merely running errands and crafting equipment for the guild. but now his tone suggested he wasn't just running errands for others. Ahem, may I ask how large the volume of future orders might be? If it's only a few dozen or a couple hundred, losing our regular customers for these wouldn't be worthwhile. Unless the volume reaches 500 pieces a year, it wouldn't be a loss. Jiang Feng understood their concerns, and after a moment's thought he said at least 10,000 pieces, and there will be further need for upgrades and quality improvements. The brothers looked at each other in disbelief. 10,000 pieces, they had never encountered such a bold client before. No problem, of course, no problem, they quickly agreed, and after a brief exchange, the partnership was settled. As they watched Jiang Feng leave, the three brothers could hardly contain their excitement, dancing around. Big brother, this is a huge deal, we won't have to worry anymore. Damn, 10,000 pieces, just the crafting fees alone are 15 million gold coins. The few 100,000 gold coins advanced by the Greedy Wolf Guild are nothing compared to this. If we can keep this partnership going, we'll never have to worry again. Alright, don't get too excited too soon. Shirsen was the first to calm down. Our forge's capacity is limited. These 100 pieces were only completed by working overnight for 3 days. According to him, in a few days he will bring materials to craft 1,000 pieces of equipment. At a normal pace, that would take nearly 2 months. Such a speed might be too slow, so you all hurry up and recruit people, the more the better. If that's not enough, go to other blacksmith shops and offer higher wages to poach their workers. They offer 300 a month, we'll offer 500. The more people we have, the faster we can forge, and only then can we satisfy the boss, understand? Shirlin and Shermu couldn't help but give Shirsen a thumbs up. Big brother, you really think of everything, you're always so thorough. Shirsen crossed his arms and wore a smug expression. Good times are coming. One secret to making a fortune: encounter a noble benefactor. Find a wealthy benefactor who appreciates them, clearly. Jiang Feng was their noble benefactor. At that moment, Shermu suddenly felt that having the child take his surname wasn't so bad after all. Hello, I would like a large combat training room. Good day, sir. Currently, the largest training room in Tianyuan City covers 3,000 square meters and costs 300 gold coins per hour. Would that be acceptable? Yes, charge it to my card. Newly acquired skills must be tested before entering the fray. Rushing in blindly is not wise. After completing the simple procedures, Jiang Feng entered the training room in the guise of an elderly man. The room was very spacious, furnished with only a few simulation dummies that stood still like statues. These dummies were made from a special material that could self-repair at an incredibly fast rate and withstand up to 500,000 points of damage. The extent of damage could be gauged by the degree of destruction inflicted on them. Jiang Feng glanced at the nearby sign which detailed the damage assessment standards. Each 1% damage level represented 10,000 points of damage. Note: the dummy has no defense capabilities, so there is no damage reduction. Actual combat damage can be 1% to 30% higher. Please assess accordingly. Jiang Feng stood in the center of the training area, his mental power stirring slightly. 100 swords were summoned, swirling around him continuously, a true visual feast. Amidst this, the dragon's roar echoed, its powerful sound captivating. All swords return to 1. Sword control technique: manipulate sword-type weapons to attack with 2 attack modes. Mode 1, Sword Rain: maneuver all swords for an area attack. Mode 2, Unison: concentrate all power at a single point for a burst of damage. Jiang Feng recalled the method to unleash all swords. Return to 1, Sword Rain. Suddenly, every sword turned direction, their tips pointing towards the dummies in front of him, falling like a torrential rain, pounding the ground, furiously shooting towards the dummies in a grand manner. Swish, swish, swish. The air itself seemed to be sliced, buzzing loudly. Sword blades stabbed into the dummies, penetrating their bodies, while the invisible blades of air left faint marks on them. Damage level 0.534%. Almost simultaneously, this damage level appeared on all the dummies. Jiang Feng's own strength was 3,360, with an additional 1,500 from the power of the silver dragon blade, totaling 4,860. Moreover, the dragon's roar that accompanied the release of all swords returned to 1, vibrated the surrounding air, creating air blades that inflicted an additional 10% damage, so the final damage was 5,346, precisely corresponding to a 0.53% damage level on the puppet. Through this experiment, Jiang Feng gained some understanding of the myriad swords returned to the source, Sword Rain. The damage was not substantial, but it boasted an enormous attack range. Jiang Feng summoned his sword back and recondensed his mental energy into another form. The arrangement of the swords immediately changed. They no longer dispersed randomly around him. Instead, they moved at will, allowing the swords to fly anywhere. Zhang Feng continued experimenting, sometimes arranging the swords in a cross shape, sometimes in a circle, and even dispersing them into a sphere with the puppet at the center. No matter how he manipulated them, the tips of the swords always pointed towards his chosen target. At the command of myriad swords returned to the source, unification, all the swords sped towards a puppet at an incredibly fast pace. As the swords converged, a dragon's chant thundered through the air, striking like a bolt from the blue, deeply stirring, a flash of silver light. And the blades unified, 100 swords pierced a puppet simultaneously, the instantaneous force causing the puppet to continuously explode and then repair itself. Damage level, 16.03%, unification, controlling 100 swords power, strength 30, the burst damage reached 30 times the previous amount, totaling 163,800 points. What does this damage signify? A level 100 professional without any equipment enhancements typically has less than 50,000 health points. Even with armor and defensive damage reduction, they could at most withstand about 100,000 damage, but Zhang Feng's strike with over 160,000 damage was enough to instantly kill a fully armed level 100 professional, and this was just with 100 swords. The effect of gathering 10,000 swords was unimaginable. After a few more trials, Zhang Feng left the training room satisfied. His level had been stuck at level 50 for several days now. It was time to undertake the second class change task. A few minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of the class change temple, transformed into the appearance of a middle-aged man. He realized that in this world there was no registration of professional information, so he could freely switch identities. Otherwise, rising from level 20 to level 50 in just 3 days with his original identity would surely raise suspicions. The chubby man who had been selling secret manuals before was still squatting there. Initially, Zhang Feng did not know the chubby man's identity and thought he was just a pure merchant traveling around. But after the scene at the auction and the chubby man's invitation, he understood that he was from the 9 provinces' #1 guild, Divine Court. It seemed unlikely for members of the Divine Court to be so idle as to come to the small city of Tianyuan to sell dungeon guides. Zhang Feng recalled his first encounter with the chubby man who had asked him to scout for strong newcomers, perhaps related to this. However, he wasn't concerned about these matters. As long as they didn't disturb him, it was fine. Zhang Feng passed by the chubby man without the latter noticing anything unusual. Entering the class change temple, he was greeted by the same young long-haired girl as last time. Since Zhang Feng now appeared as a middle-aged man, the clerk hardly raised her head as she spoke with a lack of enthusiasm. Turn right ahead, hall number 4, the yellow reclassification stone, player Shenfeng profession, spirit master level, LV point 50, detecting adequate spiritual energy reserves, qualifying for second reclassification, generating corresponding quest. Quest difficulty is somewhat related to player strength but is not directly proportional, generating a 5-star difficulty quest. Please proceed to Shattered Stone Valley, LV point 51 LV point 100, and eliminate 3 ordinary LV point 100 wild beasts. Advanced reward: defeat 1 LV point 100 map boss to receive double reclassification attribute enhancement. Since your level does not meet the entry conditions for Shattered Stone Valley, temporary teleportation rights will be granted, which will be revoked after the quest concludes. Note: the quest limit is 3 days. If not completed, it can be retaken after 7 days with the difficulty reduced to 4 stars. Players may also choose to abandon now, and the system will immediately generate a 4-star difficulty reclassification quest. Would you like to accept? Zhang Feng's eye twitched. Another 5-star. And each reclassification quest was harder than the last. Last time at least it was about killing beasts of the same level. This time he, a mere LV point 50, was expected to kill LV point 100 creatures. Absurd. However, for him who had minor success with the all swords return to the source technique, this was not too difficult. Accepted. Teleport to Shattered Stone Valley, LV point 51 LV point 100. Arriving at Shattered Stone Valley, Zhang Feng was taken aback by the scene before him. This wasn't shattered stones, it was shattered mountains. Casual rocks were dozens of meters wide and high, and there were even boulders hundreds or thousands of meters in size. Standing among the piles of rocks, Zhang Feng felt as insignificant as an ant. Thunderous roars. It seemed like the sound of thunder was approaching. Zhang Feng looked towards the noise and saw 2 massive creatures clashing their stone fists, colliding violently, sparking fires. Shield Mountain Stone Beast, LV point 52 inch health, 22,000. Description: A species that lives in shattered stone valleys survives by devouring rocks, which are their source of life, possessing immense strength and extraordinary defense. Skill 1, Source of Life, devours rocks to rapidly recover body. Skill 2, Extreme Shield Defense, raises the stone shield on its back to the front, receiving 30% damage reduction. Skill 3, Flash Assault, uses a significant amount of physical energy to teleport and launch an attack on the enemy. Skill 4, Meteoric Stone Shatter, vibrates rocks to split them, then throws the fragments into the sky, creating meteor-like attacks. From the outside, the Shield Mountain Stone Beasts looked somewhat human, only much more robust, like an 800-pound human in terms of size. Their heavy punches shook the ground. However, as they fought, they suddenly stopped and turned towards Jiang Feng. Clearly, they were still hostile towards humans. Standing atop a large broken rock, Jiang Feng's hair fluttering and clothes billowing, he stood with his hands behind his back, conjuring 100 swords out of thin air. All swords returned to the source. In an instant, countless sword lights streaked across the sky, stabbing towards the massive stone beasts. Bang! The stone monster shattered upon impact, turning into numerous pebbles that rolled around. Seeing this, another stone creature immediately used a flash assault, teleporting to a space 50 meters away in an instant. However, Di is a targeted skill. As long as the target doesn't escape the range of Jiang Feng's mental power control, the sword will continue to track him. Bang! The second stone monster was also smashed to pieces, killing the Shield Mountain Stone Monster. LV.52, earned 520 experience points and stored 52 points. It's a pity he hasn't completed his second-class transfer yet. The experience gained is just so little. He decided to proceed with his mission. Jiang Feng flew with his sword, weaving through the stony valley, continuously searching for his target. Shield Mountain Stone Monster, LV.63, Shield Mountain Stone Monster, LV.57, Shield Mountain Stone Monster, LV.66. After searching for over 2 hours, the highest level Jiang Feng encountered was only LV.71, nowhere near LV.100. He increased his flying speed, yet after 3 hours all he saw were stones, nothing but stones. This map was nothing like the Sunset Forest. The monsters in the Sunset Forest had a certain distribution pattern. The periphery had low-level monsters and the core area had high-level ones. But here, there was no pattern at all. All the monsters seemed to be evenly distributed, with LV.80s mixed with LV.50s. Jiang Feng wanted to find LV.100 monsters, but without any directional clues, he could only run around like a headless fly. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed and Jiang Feng still hadn't found anything. This stony valley was too vast. At this rate, it might take 3 days to find them, let alone kill them. Jiang Feng continued his search. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He found them. 2 Shield Mountain Stone monsters at LV.100. However, it seems someone had beaten him to it. Between the 2 stone monsters, a woman in blue continuously maneuvered around them. She held a bow that radiated a chilling aura. With a gentle pull of her jade-like hands, a volley of ice arrows shot out relentlessly. Undoubtedly, the woman's profession was an archer, and specifically an ice archer. The archer profession excelled in pulling and long-range attacks. That was why she could handle 2 LV.100 stone monsters at once without falling behind. From a distance, Luo Qingxue shot 2 ice arrows, each aimed at a stone monster, reducing their agility, while she also retreated, maintaining a safe distance. The battle was evenly matched. However, merely being on par was not enough. She needed to kill. This was her third-class mission, to kill 3 LV.100 wild monsters in the stony valley. If she continued to drag out the fight, even if she exhausted her stamina, she might not be able to complete the mission. After widening the distance again, Luo Qingxue gritted her teeth and decided to take a risk. Ice arrow, cannon. Her bow instantly tripled in size, and the arrows formed were 3 times their original size, comparable to the diameter of ordinary cannonballs. But at the same time, the weight also increased significantly. She could no longer move as swiftly as before. Luo Qingxue bit her red lip. She must kill within 20 seconds, or there would be no chance left. At present, she was about 400 meters away from the stone monster. Given the creature's speed, even though it was slowed down, it would reach her in no more than 20 seconds. Therefore, she only had 20 seconds to unleash her attacks with peace of mind. Whoosh! Giant ice arrows shot out, striking the stone monster with precision. The hard frost collided with stone, and surprisingly, the ice arrows held the upper hand, piercing directly into the monster's body. However, the stone creatures were not devoid of intelligence. Knowing the power of her attack, they raised their huge stone shields to the front, deploying extreme shield defenses to block her assaults. With a 30% damage reduction buff from the stone shields, the ice arrows could no longer inflict damage. Suddenly, one of the stone monsters utilized a blink strike, teleporting hundreds of meters to appear right beside Luo Qingxue. Its stone fist smashed down heavily. Luo Qingxue's lips turned pale with fright. She wanted to deactivate her ice turret and dodge the attack, but there wasn't enough time. It was too late. As the shadow overhead grew larger, the stone fist was about to crush her. At the last moment, a shark dragon roar suddenly pierced the sky, accompanied by a resonant buzzing sound. Countless precious swords burst forth, striking the stone monster with the speed of thunder and instantly killing it. The monster's body exploded into numerous fragments that tumbled to the ground. As Luo Qingxue dodged the falling debris, a wave of panic washed over her. Who was this person who had managed to kill a stone monster in an instant? This was a level 100 creature known for its formidable defense. How could it be so easily defeated? While Luo Qingxue was still in shock, the sound of another stone monster being obliterated echoed in the distance. Following that, a figure clad in white slowly entered her field of vision, standing on a sword floating mid-air. Stone fragments splattered around him, yet the man remained motionless, not even dodging. The swords by his side automatically cleared all the debris around him, carving out a safe space. His effortless and composed demeanor slightly stirred Luo Qingxue's heart, and she couldn't help but whisper in admiration, "So handsome." Jiang Feng turned his head, glanced at Luo Qingxue, and said indifferently, "Sorry, I didn't mean to steal your kill. But since you couldn't finish it off, it's mine now." Luo Qingxue's chest heaved slightly. "It's okay, I should thank you for saving my life. How about we become friends? I'll definitely repay this favor if I get the chance." Jiang Feng looked at her expressionlessly. "Definitely, if you get the chance. I've heard too many such promises on Blue Star. I'll definitely invite you to dinner, I'll definitely invite you to visit." In the end, they all turn out to be empty words. Such promises are the most unreliable. No need to add friends, let's settle it now. Since you want to thank me, show some real gratitude. Hearing this, Luo Qingxue's expression changed slightly. "What do you mean, now, real action?" He couldn't possibly want. As Luo Qingxue pondered, her heartbeat quickened and her cheeks gradually grew hot. Biting her lip, she felt a turmoil inside. Her life had been saved by him, indeed a great favor. But to repay with her body, right here, this seems a bit cold. Luo Qingxue was barely in her 20s and still a maiden. Ordinarily prone to flights of fancy, she now found her thoughts spiraling further upon hearing Jiang Feng's words. As she wrestled internally, Jiang Feng's next statement froze her thoughts completely. "Go find me a level 100 stone monster." As an archer, she possessed exceptional vision. From the moment of her initial awakening, she had eyesight exceeding 6.0 with a visual range dozens of times greater than that of an average person. Thus, asking Luo Qingxue to help him search for the target was perfectly fitting. "Are you also here for a class change quest?" Yes, Luo Qingxue felt relieved, fortunate to have encountered someone undertaking the same third-tier quest as her, which could have been perilous otherwise. "So, are you a mage or a psychic?" Controlling a sword could mean either, so she couldn't pinpoint Jiang Feng's class. Jiang Feng didn't respond to her question. Revealing too much only increased risk, and it was essential to guard against others, especially since they weren't well acquainted. Luo Qingxue also sensed that Jiang Feng wasn't keen on conversing with her, not even sparing her additional glances, which unsettled her. After all, she was a young girl in the prime of her youth. How could this man remain unmoved? "Get on," Jiang Feng commanded as a sword hovered in front of her. Luo Qingxue stepped onto it and they slowly ascended. Moments later, they set off. For safety, Jiang Feng controlled Luo Qingxue to fly ahead while he followed, keeping a close watch on her every move. The two figures swiftly moved through the air, searching for their target. About 15 minutes later, Luo Qingxue called out to him, "There, I see a level 100. Jiang Feng immediately changed direction towards the spot she indicated, but they hadn't flown far when Luo Qingxue suddenly shouted, Wait, don't go there." "What's wrong?" Jiang Feng asked, puzzled. "I couldn't see clearly from afar. Now that we're closer, I see it's not just one level 100 Shield Mountain stone monster, but a group of at least 20. And among them there's a boss-level monster. If we both go in, we'll surely die. Let's find a straggler instead." Behind her, Jiang Feng's interest peaked upon hearing boss level. Killing a level 100 boss could provide advanced rewards for his class change quest, which was exactly what he wanted. Indeed, both of us going would mean certain death. "But if I go alone?" As he spoke, Luo Qingxue's sword began to descend, bringing her back to the ground while Jiang Feng continued towards the group of Shield Mountain stone monsters. Luo Qingxue was dumbfounded. What do you mean? It's certain death for 2-inch but not for 1. What kind of logic is that? Hey, are you not listening? Come back, you're going to get yourself killed. Regardless of whether Jiang Feng was a psychic or a mage belonging to a higher class meant he could annihilate 1 or 2 level 100 shield mountain stone monsters without much trouble. Facing over 20 enemies was already a challenge in terms of sheer physical strength. Luo Qingxue, being a person who deeply valued relationships, was immensely grateful for Jiang Feng's life-saving grace and could not simply watch her benefactor walk into certain death. She immediately followed him. In the distance, Jiang Feng had already reached the midst of the Shield Mountain stone beasts. As Luo Qingxue had mentioned, there were at least 20 level 100 stone beasts down below. As for the boss, it was located at the center of the stone beast group, Shield Mountain Stone Beast, level 100 health, 55,000 description, the leader of the Shield Mountain Stone Beast group. Skill 1, Life Source, devours stones to rapidly heal itself. Skill 2, Extreme Shield Defense, lifts the stone shield from its back to the front, receiving 40% less damage. Skill 3, Flash Assault, uses a significant amount of energy to perform 3 teleportations and strike the enemy. Skill 4, Shattered Meteor, vibrates stones to split them, then throws the fragments into the sky to create a meteor-like attack. Skill 5, Fatal Substitute, when receiving a fatal attack can automatically transfer the damage to other nearby stone beasts. This boss, compared to the other level 100 stone beasts, had more formidable skills. Its extreme shield defense reduced damage by 40% and its flash assault included 3 teleportations. Additionally, it had acquired skill 5, Fatal Substitute. This meant that to kill it, one would have to eliminate all the other wild beasts first, or one could attack it directly, since it would automatically transfer damage. Attacking it was akin to attacking all the wild beasts at the scene. This would save the trouble of continuously switching attack targets, a much more efficient approach. Thousand Swords returned to the origin. Unity. Jiang Feng's swords retreated beneath his feet and the shimmering wings on his back unfolded, suspending his body midair. The swords converged and moved along a special trajectory, gradually bursting into a strong silver light. The silver swords broke through the air, all piercing towards the boss. Boom! The boss remained unharmed, but a stone beast nearby collapsed, killing a level 100 Shield Mountain Stone Beast. Jiang Feng gained 1000 experience points and stored 100 points. As this attack was launched, the stone beasts below also spotted Jiang Feng and began to launch their attacks. Using their flash assault skill, the stone beasts teleported instantly, appearing right beside Jiang Feng. Several stone beasts attacked at once, nearly cutting off all of Jiang Feng's retreat paths. At the critical moment, Jiang Feng activated the Shimmering Wings. Shimmering Wings, blue quality special attribute, consumes 300 energy to use once. Teleporting to a specified location with a maximum teleportation distance of 300 meters, cooling down for 24 hours after each use. Flash, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Feng teleported from a height of 200 meters to 500 meters up in the sky. The stone beasts, unable to continue their pursuit due to the insufficient distance of their flash assault and the high energy consumption of this skill, which could only be used 5 times before they were exhausted, could not recklessly continue their attacks. At this moment, Jiang Feng was temporarily safe. Sigh, these stone monsters are indeed troublesome. Currently, Jiang Feng's psychic power extends only to a 400-meter radius, limiting the control distance of his flying sword to the same range. Flying at an altitude of 500 meters does allow him to avoid the stone monster's attacks, but it also puts them out of his striking range. It seems he has no choice but to. With a flip of his hand, a card shimmering with golden light appears in his palm, a 10-fold psychic enhancement card. Upon use, it increases the user's psychic strength 10-fold for half an hour and likewise extends the range of psychic dispersion 10-fold. While Jiang Feng was confronting the horde of stone monsters, Luo Qingxue was on her way to assist him. Gazing into the distance, a trace of resentment surfaced on her face. Always showing off, that guy. If it weren't for the fact that he once saved my life, I wouldn't bother rescuing him, she thought. Knowing he can't win yet not retreating, how absurd. Luo Qingxue quickened her pace, eager to provide support, only to be blocked by several level 100 Shield Mountain stone monsters. She drew her bow and fired arrows, but her ice arrows were trivial against them. Glancing at Jiang Feng and then at the stone monsters encircling her, she hesitated, deeply conflicted in her heart. Forget it, let's struggle. At least I can hold off a few to relieve some pressure for him. But if he insists on being reckless, there's nothing I can do, she thought. Fighting while retreating, As an archer, just pulling at a distance, she could manage to hold a few monsters at bay. Soon, they had put some distance between them, allowing her to divert some attention to observe Jiang Feng's battlefield. However, the scene before her was utterly shocking. Jiang Feng, with wings flapping, soared like a dragon, entering the clouds as if an eagle striking the sky, leaping to an altitude of 2,000 meters. Around him, countless swords broke through the air, tracing silver streams of light, seemingly chaotic, yet each strike was precisely targeted. Under his control, each sword plunged toward the Shield Mountain stone monster boss on the ground. Boom! The boss used a fatal substitution skill to transfer the damage to another stone monster, which exploded on the spot, sending shards flying everywhere. Jiang Feng repeated the process, and the sounds of explosions were thunderous and impressive. On the ground, the boss's eyes were fixed deadly on Jiang Feng. It could hardly believe that its prideful life-saving skill had been turned against it, now used as a tool to kill its own kind. The boss prepared for a swift assault, charging out briefly before leaping to a height of 900 meters. Clearly, it was still quite a distance from Jiang Feng. It continued its efforts: 1,800 meters, 2,700 meters, 3,600 meters. It successfully leaped to an altitude close to Jiang Feng's. However, Jiang Feng had already sensed its intentions and flew downward, increasing the distance between them. Keep blinking if you can. Let's see how much stamina you have left. After all, my psychic power is limitless, Jiang Feng said calmly, confident in his strategy. Seeing this, the stone monster boss was furious yet helpless, unable to touch this human at all. Under the relentless assault of Jiang Feng, the number of stone monsters around him dwindled, and the boss had fewer and fewer deadly substitutes to use. Once all the other stone monsters were defeated, it would be its turn. Roar! The boss seemed to be sending a signal. The next second, all the stone monsters gathered together, forming an orderly formation. They lifted a huge boulder nearby, smashed it, and then aimed at Jiang Feng, hurling the broken pieces into the air. Countless fragments shot up towards the sky, densely packed, resembling a barrage of bullets. Upon seeing this, Jiang Feng remained calm. I am a psychic master. You think you can compete with me in manipulating objects? Buzz! An invisible psychic force field unfolded, and the thrown fragments miraculously stopped in midair, then turned direction and shot towards the ground. At this moment, Jiang Feng's psychic strength was 4,600. The total weight he could control was 4,600 kilograms, with the addition of a 10x psychic enhancement card. The total weight he could manipulate reached 46,000 kilograms, a weight of 46 tons. Controlling the sword and some of the stones at the same time was no problem at all. The stones fell rapidly, the impact was extraordinary, and the formation just made by the stone monsters was instantly dispersed. From a distance, Luo Qingxue witnessed the entire scene, unable to help covering her mouth in amazement. Not only could he control the sword, but he could also manipulate stones, so he was a psychic master. But was a level 100 psychic master really this powerful, controlling so many stones weighing 30 to 40 tons? Surely only a 5th-tier psychic master or above could achieve that. At this moment, Luo Qingxue's mind was filled with curiosity and questions about Jiang Feng. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Feng's battle was nearing its end. On the ground, all the other stone monsters had perished, leaving only the boss by itself. It tried to escape, but it was too late. All swords return. A flash of silver light followed by an explosive sound that echoed through the skies. The eruption damage of the all swords return reached 144,810 points, and even if the boss used its extreme shield defense, reducing damage by 40%, the remaining power was still enough to be lethal in one strike. After collecting the job transfer certificate dropped by the boss, the time remaining on Jiang Feng's 10x psychic enhancement card was also running low. From afar, Luo Qingxue was still struggling against a few stone monsters. If it were 1 inch, she might have hoped to defeat it, but facing several at once, she could only manage to hold her ground by keeping distance. Seeing this, Jiang Feng was somewhat speechless. I told you I could handle it myself, but you still had to come along, not knowing your own strength, he thought. Women, sentimental. It's both a strength and a flaw. Let me help you one more time. Jiang Feng could see that Luo Qingxue was there to support him, taking the pressure off him voluntarily. Otherwise, she could have easily left, as those few stone monsters definitely couldn't have stopped her. Although Jiang Feng wasn't in any danger without Luo Qingxue holding off those monsters, she did help him, and he couldn't just ignore her situation. His long sword dived down as Jiang Feng flew above Luo Qingxue's head. All swords return. Countless swords rained down, slashing through the bodies of the stone monsters, causing continuous damage. Soon the few stone monsters lay heavily wounded on the ground. Luo Qingxue put away her longbow and looked at Jiang Feng with many questions she wanted him to answer. However, seeing his utterly calm, aloof and silent face, the questions that reached her lips were swallowed back. She had a feeling that even if she asked, Jiang Feng wouldn't respond. After a moment of thought, she said softly, "Cough, thank you. I wanted to help you, but now I owe you a favor. Maybe we could add each other as friends? I'll definitely repay you when I get the chance." Midair, Jiang Feng, with his hands clasped behind his back, his clothes fluttering in the wind, replied, "No need, we may not meet again in the future. Besides, it was just a few stone creatures, a trivial matter not worth mentioning as a favor." Having said that, Jiang Feng was about to leave. Luo Qingxue looked disappointed. "Then, hope to see you again. Congratulations on your successful third ascension." Hearing her words, Jiang Feng paused. "Third ascension? I've only ascended once." Long after Jiang Feng had left, the shock in Luo Qingxue's heart still hadn't settled. Both at LV.100 he easily defeated dozens of stone creatures of the same level, while she struggled to kill just two. The more Luo Qingxue thought about it, the more inferior she felt. How could there be such a big gap between people? Yet she didn't know that Jiang Feng was actually only at LV.50, not the LV.100 she thought. If she ever found out the truth, it would probably break her heart. Chapter 26, The World's Unique Skill, Divine Eye, nickname, Godwind. The second ascension task involves submitting a backpack transfer certificate and reaching the required mental power storage. The task is completed. Congratulations to player Godwind on successfully ascending for the second time, obtaining a 30% increase in all attributes. The advanced task is completed, and the attribute bonus is doubled to 60%. Experience storage released, player level increased to LV.80, nickname, Godwind. Profession, Spirit Master, Mental Power, Infinite, Mental Strength, 11860, Maximum Dispersal Distance, 850 meters. Level, LV.80, Second Ascension, Life, 58080, plus 22,000, Strength, 8616, Defense, 4168, plus 1,500, Agility, 314, plus 120, Stamina, 1,500, plus 550, Combat Power Rating, 289 stars. Initially, Jiang Feng's life was 22,800 with a 60% attribute bonus, which is 36,480 points. From LV.50 to LV.80, each level increase adds 240, number of ascensions plus 1, which is 720, a total increase of 21,600 over 30 levels. Thus, the enhanced life value is 58,080 plus an additional 22,000 from equipment, totaling 80,080 points. Nearly 30,000 more than a LV.100 Shield Mountain Stone Monster Boss. World Announcement: Congratulations to player Godwin from Jiuzhou Country on triggering the hidden golden mission achievement, Ascension to Divine General. At this moment, a new announcement popped up on the panels of players all around the world. Just like the previous announcement for the Newbie God achievement, the panel shimmered with golden light, sacred and majestic. Jiang Feng looked surprised. Another hidden golden achievement completed. Opening the achievement system, the number of bronze and silver achievement badges had increased, and there was one more golden achievement badge. Divine Class Change. This badge signifies that you possess the qualifications to ascend to godhood. You have been blessed by the will of the world and granted the Divine Class Change badge boost. Awarded the world's unique divine special skill, God's Eye Pickup active skill, which has been automatically learned. Information about the new skill emerged in Jiang Feng's mind. God's Eye. Capable of ignoring world rules, it allows the user to view any player's personal information panel without being detected by any force. After reading the skill description, Jiang Feng held his breath, unable to believe it. To ignore world rules and view any player's personal information panel. It is known that in this world the information of each professional is highly protected, and no one is allowed to collect professional information on a large scale. Moreover, no matter the level difference, professionals cannot probe each other's information. All these measures are clearly in place to protect the privacy of everyone's information. But now he was given a God's Eye skill specifically for probing others' information. And it's a unique skill in the whole world, only he possesses it, no one else does. Is this the favoritism of the world's will? Skill panel: Skill 1, Passive Vigor, Double Spirit, Continuous Activity. Skill 2, Active Control, Understanding and a Thought, Control over Everything. Skill 3, Passive Perception, Vision Penetration, Sensing Everything. Skill 4, Active Sword Rain Lockdown, Rain of Swords, Locking the Sky, Merging and Bursting. Special Skill: Skill 1, Active God's eye, probe information completely hidden. Zhang Feng felt his left eye's vision becoming clearer, imbued with a unique power that kept flowing. This power was not mental strength, nor was it physical strength, but a very special, mysterious force he had never encountered before. The power was robust yet elusive, filled with penetrative qualities, as if it could insight into the world's rules. Zhang Feng stepped out of the class change room and entered the temple hall. He directed his gaze at the receptionist, a long-haired girl, Suya, female non-professional, 19 years old, unmarried. Unmarried? Can even see that? It seems non-professionals don't have much information to display, only this piece. Zhang Feng then looked at another figure coming for a class change. Li Dali, nickname, Power King Kong 857, profession, Battle Earth level, LV.100, second class change, health, 48645, plus 2500, strength, 7288, defense, 3921, plus 340, agility, 246, plus 15, stamina, 1350, plus 30, combat power rating, 264 stars. This guy has already reached LV.100 in the Battle Earth profession. Naturally grants additional strength and defense bonuses, however his attributes are still lower than Zhang Feng's at LV.80. On one hand, he doesn't have the newbie god badge upgrade boost, on the other, the class change missions he undertook must have been relatively easy, resulting in fewer attribute enhancements. After observing the attributes, Zhang Feng's gaze lingered on his nickname. Being able to view even the nicknames others use in training maps and instances made Zhang Feng feel that this skill was somewhat perverse. It's like stripping someone down to their underwear with just a glance as they walk down the street. In front of the godlike gaze of any professional, there is no such thing as privacy. Such a skill is way too overpowered. Stepping out of the class change temple, Zhang Feng saw a chubby man standing by the roadside, lost in thought while holding a spirit crystal. Zhang Feng used his divine eye on him. Zhu Beiji, nicknamed, Percy's Fat Master, profession, Beastmaster, guild, Divine Court, level 9, level, LV.990, 7th transformation, health, 216-1200, strength, 253406, defense, 171896. Agility, 10913, stamina, 66210, combat power rating, 1335 stars. Zhu Beiji, the name is as interesting as the person himself, but what is a nearly 8th level strongman like him doing every day wandering around in the small Sky Origin city? Zhang Feng shook his head. Never mind, it's none of my business. He turned his head to look in another direction. However, what he saw next truly made him gasp. A tall man in black wearing a hat, Stan Darley, country of rods, profession, assassin. Level, LV.570, 5th transformation. Not far from him, another figure slender and with skinny calves, Yamaki Ichimura, cherry blossom country, profession, charmcaster, level, LV.543, 5th transformation. Looking further, there was a robust figure, George Jason, blue sky country, profession, mage, level, LV.826, 6th transformation. Zhang Feng was puzzled. Since when did so many strong individuals appear in Little Sky Origin City, including many from abroad? Even the Lord of Sky Origin City is only at the 5th transformation. Could it be that there are usually this many and I just didn't know? Musing to no avail, Zhang Feng decided not to think about it anymore. Why bother with so much as long as it doesn't affect me? It couldn't be that they are here to kill me, could it? In the eastern district of Sky Origin City, inside a villa, this place serves as the office of the second guild in Sky Origin City, the Greedy Wolf Guild. Inside the meeting room, several figures lounged casually on the sofas. A muscular man with a big beard spoke up first, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Hu Lang, you said you'd help me ruin the Three Stones blacksmith shop. How come it hasn't happened yet? Hu Lang, the president of the Greedy Wolf Guild and also a 5th transformation strongman, furrowed his brow, his face wrinkling up. Already thin, his figure seemed even more withered, making the 35-year-old look like an old man at the end of his years. He looked so emaciated one might think he could play a zombie without needing makeup, yet it was precisely this physique that added an unintentional intimidation factor, even making the big bearded man across from him involuntarily shudder. I, old who always take money to get things done, don't falsely accuse me here. The Three Stones blacksmith shop can hardly pay its wages now, it's only a matter of time before they close down. What's the rush? Hu Lang's voice was soft and tremulous, resembling that of a eunuch, which made the bearded man's skin crawl. Suppressing his discomfort, he responded, can't pay wages. Have you seen them? They don't look like they can't afford to pay wages. They're even massively hiring, expanding production, and their factory is getting bigger and bigger. You're telling me he's going bankrupt? Who would believe that? The man with the large beard is named Su Chang. He owns the second-ranked blacksmith shop in Tianyuan City, Xiangxing Blacksmith Shop. He's determined to make it the top shop in the city. Despite his efforts, he's always been overshadowed by the Sancher Blacksmith Shop, so he resorted to underhanded tactics, spending a lot of money to hire people from the Greedy Wolf Guild to sabotage the Sancher Blacksmith Shop. Yet, instead of collapsing, it's doing better than ever. That's why he's here today seeking a word with Hu Lang. Hu Lang, upon hearing this, twisted his mustache, his facial skin bunching up, creasing deeply. How could this be? I had them make nearly 100 pieces of equipment and also fronted a significant amount in material costs. By rough estimates, they should be down by over 1 million gold coins. How can they still have funds to operate? The bearded man scowled. Well, you tell me. Hu Lang thought for a moment, then said gravely, rest assured, the Greedy Wolf Guild always delivers on its payments and won't tarnish its reputation. I'll take some people over again to see what's really going on and ensure the job is done right. If that doesn't work, I'll hire someone to pose as a foreign assassin infiltrating Jojo and create a huge disturbance, smashing his blacksmith shop to pieces. Are you satisfied now? The bearded man stood up, and as he walked out he said, I'll trust you one more time, but if it's still not resolved, I want a refund. Death Quicksand, LV.51 LV.100. Jiang Feng floats midair with his sword, navigating a map whose most deadly feature is the quicksand. Anyone who stays in the same spot for more than 3 seconds sinks, thus constant movement is essential. Many unknowing adventurers have entered here, all eventually exhausted from non-stop movement. Unable to even teleport out, as teleportation requires standing still for 30 seconds. The only workaround is to slay several monsters, pile their bodies together, and use the gaps beneath the sinking corpses to stand and teleport. However, none of these rules matter to those who can fly. At this moment, Jiang Feng controls his sword, slaying one monster after another, gaining 880 experience from a LV.88 spiked cactus, 930 from a LV.93 poisonous scorpion king, and 980 from a LV.98 desert flying snake, promoting player Shinfeng to LV.96. As he earns experience, his backpack automatically picks up various equipment orbs. High-level maps yield a higher rate of superior quality equipment drops, with about 1/5 being green quality and occasionally a few blue quality items drop. Killing a LV.95 swift sandfish, he gains 950 experience and a blue quality item drops. Jiang Feng is quite pleased. Though he doesn't wear these pieces, they will definitely come in handy later for upgrading the quality of his own silver dragon blade, to enhance it from green to blue quality. He would need a random blue item, a random green item, and 3 forging stones. In the future, 10,000 swords will require a quality upgrade, and the demand for equipment materials will be massive, hence any equipment is beneficial, and it seems that the drop rate of the sandfish is slightly higher. Jiang Feng made a quick observation. He killed 35 sandfish and half of them dropped equipment, making the drop rate quite high. Therefore, prioritizing killing sandfish was the best option. With this in mind, Jiang Feng spread his arms and his psychic power poured forth. Skill 3, Perception. Within the area covered by psychic power, the player can sense any movement and gain a full view of the area. His psychic power permeated the air like dust, penetrating the sand and seeping into the ground. No visual obstacle could withstand Jiang Feng's psychic power. Not only the creatures beneath the surface of the sand, but even those hidden hundreds of meters deep could be instantly located by him. There were quite a few of them. Jiang Feng exerted a little more force. In an instant, the desert within hundreds of meters churned tumultuously like a boiling ocean. Countless sandfish were pulled out, suspended in midair. The next second, a torrential rain of swords descended from the sky, cycling repeatedly, weaving through the air endlessly. Under Jiang Feng's control, the sandfish were pierced and sliced by sword after sword, then died. Killing level 88 speed sandfish gained 880 experience points. Killing level 75 speed sandfish gained 750 experience points. This wave killed about 400 sandfish, dropping 167 pieces of equipment. Although not as exaggerated as the previous 50% drop rate, it was still quite impressive. Good, continue. Just as Jiang Feng was about to move to another location to continue his actions, at this moment several whooshing sounds came from not far away. Several figures rapidly enlarged and surrounded his position, a total of 8 people. The leader was a woman dressed in black leather with a cold expression. She looked Jiang Feng up and down, her eyes filled with thick disdain, as if she was selecting merchandise. After a moment, they completely surrounded Jiang Feng. The woman stepped forward, licked her lips slightly, and revealed a sinister smile. "Oh, the esteemed psychic, he under normal circumstances I wouldn't dare to provoke you, but now, after your grand display of power just now, I'm afraid you've not much psychic power left. Among all combat professions, if we talk about the most formidable, it is undoubtedly the psychic. Because a psychic can control anyone not higher than their own level with just a thought, guaranteeing victory in battles of the same level. But even the strongest profession has weaknesses. The weakness of a psychic lies in their endurance. The psychic power reserve is limited and its recovery speed is quite slow. As everyone knows, a psychic without psychic power is almost equivalent to an ordinary person." The woman had been waiting in the shadows, seizing the opportunity to strike. "You have two choices. 1. Hand over all the equipment you've just collected and strip and dance for me, then I might spare your life." When a player is killed, the equipment in their backpack disappears with their death and does not drop, so the woman could not directly kill Jiang Feng. Instead, she could only threaten him to hand over what she wanted willingly. "I will make you suffer immensely before you die a humiliating death," she declared. With a snap, she whipped her red long whip through the air to demonstrate her authority. Surrounded by the crowd, Jiang Feng looked around with a smile, his expression calm and collected. He shook his head, feeling somewhat amused by the situation. The luck of it all to be robbed," he mused. "Let me tell you a joke. I, Jiang Feng, am out of psychic energy. Name, Huyu. Nickname, Greedy Wolf. Moon. Occupation, Mage Guild, Greedy Wolf Guild, Level 3, Level, LV.100, Second Transformation, Health, 48645, plus 6000. Occupation, Assassin Guild, Greedy Wolf Guild, Level 3, Level, LV.95, Second Transformation, Health, 45645, plus 1800. Jiang Feng glanced over and saw the details of each person clearly. All 8 were members of the Greedy Wolf Guild. Apart from the leading woman, who was a mage, the rest were assassins, almost forming an all-assassin lineup. Known for their agility, assassins excel in both hit-and-run tactics. Like hyenas on the plains, they are notoriously relentless, daring to provoke rhinos, elephants and lions, and if they find themselves outmatched, they swiftly use their agile forms to escape. They are, in essence, professional plains bandits. From their identical wings and their offensive and defensive positions, it was clear they were a well-trained band of robbers specialized in such felonies. "Hey kid, snap out of it. I'm giving you 10 seconds to decide, your dear or your life." Huyu stretched out her hand, palm up, with red elemental energy gathering, ready to ignite at any moment. Across from her, Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of excitement flickering across his face. Since his awakening, he had rarely confronted other professionals directly, making this a first. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, saying with a smile, "You've got quite the nerve, knowing I'm a psychic and still daring to target me." But his expression shifted slightly, his smile tinged with a trace of sharpness and cruelty. "Being too bold isn't always a good thing." Buzz, an invisible psychic wave instantly spread out, silent and ghost-like. 6 of the 8 were instantly subdued by Jiang Feng. The remaining 2 were beyond his control for now, as his level was only LV.97, not yet at LV.100. The woman, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, remained overly confident. 10 seconds are up. Seems like you've decided not to compromise. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me for being merciless then. Kill him, quick and decisive." At her command, a man beside her flapped his wings and charged towards Jiang Feng. However, the next second he halted mid-air. Among the 7 assassins, only he had moved. The others stood frozen, motionless. "What's happening?" The woman's face was stricken with panic. "You shouldn't have any psychic power left." Her father was a nearly 3rd transformation psychic, so she was very clear about the abilities and psychic reserves of a psychic. It was precisely because she believed that Jiang Feng had exhausted his spiritual energy that she dared to show herself. However, the reality was completely different from what she had imagined. Upon hearing her question, Jiang Feng chuckled softly without replying. Then he executed his move. Myriad swords returned to the source. A union of silver lights burst forth, the air trembled, and it struck directly at the uncontrolled assassin. Bang! The man's body exploded on the spot, leaving no bones. His blood splattered and shot onto the woman's face. The woman, already startled, now looked even more terrified. Just like that, he was killed. He was a level 98, the strongest in their team apart from her. In their usual robberies, even if 8 of them ganged up on one, it still took a few seconds of combat, but Jiang Feng's method was so swift she couldn't even react, it was an instant kill. If such a technique were used on her. At this moment, she could no longer afford to ponder why Jiang Feng still had so much spiritual energy. Her mind was filled with the fear of being dominated by him. As the woman was terrified, Jiang Feng controlled the swords to hover and swirl in the air, descending until they surrounded her. Countless sharp sword tips, all pointing at the woman's head, shimmered with a cold light under the sunlight. At this moment, the woman sensed the presence of death. She couldn't believe what was happening right before her eyes. The situation had completely reversed in just a moment. The hunter had become the hunted. Jiang Feng soared upwards, looking down at the 7 people below. He released his control and the 6 manipulated individuals regained their ability to move. Seeing this, they were all bewildered. What just happened to me? Was I controlled? Wait, why am I covered in blood, and where is the deputy leader? Leader, the swords around you. After a brief exchange, even a fool would understand what had happened. They looked up at Jiang Feng's figure, a sense of fear instantly growing in their hearts. Someone subconsciously thought to flee, but as soon as they moved, their bodies lost freedom again. Jiang Feng spoke solemnly, "You have 2 choices, 1. Hand over all your equipment and I will let you live. 2. End up like your deputy leader, obliterated. You have 5 seconds to decide." 5. Jiang Feng could have simply killed them, but that would have been a loss. Better to exploit them first. However, as a spirit master controlling others, he could only control their actions and consciousness, not use their professional panel or take items from their backpacks, so he resorted to threats like he did with the woman: an eye for an eye. 4, 3, as the countdown neared its end, the fear of death loomed over them. They didn't have time to think and hurriedly took out the equipment from their backpacks, but Jiang Feng glanced at it and was not satisfied. "You guys, nearly level 100, only have these few trashy white items? Each person must bring out at least 10 green quality items. Those who fail to meet the requirement will die." 2. Jiang Feng continued the countdown. The people below panicked even more. They indeed had a bit of a scheme, trying to casually take out a few items to deal with the situation, keeping the real good equipment hidden in their backpacks. Unexpectedly, Jiang Feng saw through everything at a glance. Clang, more equipment was retrieved. Jiang Feng used his psychic powers to catch the equipment, preventing them from falling into the quicksand. "I really can't gather 10 green items. Can I owe them and pay later?" one person pleaded. "I'm in the same boat, just 1 short of 9. Can you make an exception?" another added. Jiang Feng packed the equipment into his backpack, ignoring their pleas. In a daze, it seemed as if an invisible blade flew towards the crowd. All but the woman trembled, their eyes vacant. 6 swords flew directly at each person's throat, blood splattered everywhere. The woman was shocked. You said if we handed over the equipment, you are dishonorable." In the sky, Jiang Feng let out a wistful smile. "Of course I am honorable, just not to people like you. I'm not foolish enough to leave behind potential enemies." Whoosh, the sword light flashed and the woman's body burst apart, leaving this world with regret and reluctance. Jiang Feng then comfortably counted his loot: 68 green items, 125 white items. "Being a bandit sure is lucrative, but now all belongs to me." Killing the level 98 Desert Serpent, Jiang Feng gained 980 experience points. Congratulations to player Shin Feng for leveling up to level 100. Max level reached. 10% of excess experience will be temporarily stored until after class change. Nickname: Shin Feng. Profession: Psychic. Psychic power: unlimited. Psychic strength: 14,860. Max broadcast distance: 1,150 meters. Level: LV.100. Second transformation: Health: 72480, plus 22,000. Strength: 10676. Defense: 5248, plus 1,500. Agility: 386, plus 120. Stamina: 1860, plus 550. Combat power rating: 318 stars. Reaching the stage for class change for psychics. Please submit the exclusive class change materials for psychics to proceed with the class change task. Required materials: Energy Stone 10-inch, Psychic Stone 10, Sky Blue Stone 10. Class changes also occur in different stages. The first and second changes merely enhance personal attributes. The third change, however, marks a qualitative leap in career traits. For example, a common warrior could become a steel warrior, an undead warrior, or a death knight upon third transformation. A common archer could turn into an ice archer, flame archer, or poison archer, adding special elements to the original profession. From a certain perspective, the profession before and after the third transformation are almost two different professions. LV.101, third transformation, professional can easily handle 3 LV.100, second transformation, professionals, the slight difference in level signifies a vast difference in strength, the two cannot even be compared. Besides the third transformation, the seventh and 10th transformations also have similar effects. These three stages of class changes are milestones among professionals, however, with great benefits of class change comes great difficulty. In the past, the first and second class promotions could be directly undertaken with specific tasks, but the third class promotion required the collection of specific materials first. Energy stones, spirit stones, and azure stones, each as difficult and rare to obtain as a piece of blue quality equipment. It shows just how challenging it is. I wonder what special attributes I will gain after completing the third promotion. I'm really looking forward to it. Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel a little excited at the thought of his imminent class advancement. But never mind the rush, take it one step at a time. First, I need to prepare the all swords return to the clan. In Tianyuan City, at the Sanshur blacksmith shop, Shursen looked at the several members of the Greedy Wolf Guild in front of him, his face expressionless and his voice cold. Sanshur blacksmith shop does not do business with the Greedy Wolf Guild, please leave. Hu Lang ignored his words and walked up with a smile. Brother Shur, what are you saying? The guild has been doing poorly these past days, suffering heavy losses, so we couldn't pay the crafting fee on time. Once the guild is back on its feet, we will definitely pay back the principal and the interest. Listening to him, Shursen snorted internally. Heavy losses? Who are you kidding? Your guild, being the second largest in Tianyuan City and filled with powerful members, could easily send people to grind maps for equipment and make the money. If you don't want to pay, just say so, no need for excuses. Less nonsense, either pay up or leave. Otherwise, I'll call the guard squad in the city is an independent institution with high enforcement power. Not even the Greedy Wolf Guild, let alone the city lord himself, would dare to defy them. Seeing Shursen's indifferent attitude, Hu Lang changed his tone. Brother Shur, don't be so impulsive. I came here mainly to ask if there's any difficulty or problem with the blacksmith shop's management. Although I can't resolve the money issue immediately, the Greedy Wolf Guild can certainly help with other problems, as an apology for the delay in payment. What do you think? Hu Lang's tone and expression were very sincere, making it hard to fault him. However, Shursen had no good feelings left for the Greedy Wolf Guild, and he didn't believe a word Hu Lang said. Help me solve problems? Are you that kind-hearted? You might just be adding fuel to the fire. The blacksmith shop has no issues. I don't need your help. Please leave. Seeing that Shursen wasn't buying his act, Hu Lang's expression suddenly turned cold. After a moment of silence, he said solemnly, since that's the case, then Mr. Hu will take his leave. But before I go, let me remind Brother Shur, recently foreign assassins have been rampant and many have secretly infiltrated Jojo, intending to disrupt the order. Brother Shur, you must be careful. After saying this, Hu Lang led his people away. Shursen felt a surge of anger. He clearly understood that this was a threat. Even if there were assassins, they would target the central provinces where the important figures were gathered, not a small place like Tianyuan City. Sigh, this is troublesome. Although the guard squad advocates for the protection of civilians' rights, they can't be perfect. With threats not made in the open, even if reported, it would be his word against theirs, and the guard squad wouldn't dispatch someone to protect him around the clock based on his alone. If the Greedy Wolf Guild really has its sights set on him, he might be assassinated any day. Even if the guards intervene, it would only be after the fact, nearly reacting too late. And they might not even find the perpetrator. Why is running a simple blacksmith shop so difficult? It seems he might have to leave Tianyuan City. Shurshur's mood was very low. He had finally found support from a wealthy patron, thinking his days would improve, but now. Shurshur sighed again. About 15 minutes passed. Jiang Feng entered the blacksmith shop's main hall. Without a word, he brought out thousands of pieces of equipment, filling the hall to the brim. Here are the materials for 900 swords, but there are only 845 forging stones. We're a bit short. Start working on these and I'll bring the rest of the forging stones tomorrow. As for the payment transfer, Jiang Feng didn't hesitate, decisively ready to pay the full crafting fee on the spot. However, Shurshur couldn't feel happy. I'm sorry, but I might not be able to keep the blacksmith shop open, he said, explaining in detail his grudge with the Greedy Wolf Guild to Jiang Feng. His face looked terrible, almost sighing with every sentence. Jiang Feng listened, frowning slightly. The Greedy Wolf Guild, again this guild. It's one thing for them to be arrogant in the training maps, but to be so rampant in the human world too. He usually wouldn't care or have any interest in meddling if they bullied someone else, but the Sancher blacksmith shop, now making equipment exclusively for him, could almost be considered his own. Suppressing the Sancher blacksmith shop was akin to suppressing him. At this thought, the corners of Jiang Feng's mouth curled slightly, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. Shirshir, seeing his expression, couldn't help but shiver. Jiang Feng stared at Shirshir, his gaze sharp. You continue making my equipment. As for the greedy wolf guild, I will make them disappear. Shirshir jumped at Jiang Feng's words. Let the greedy wolf guild disappear. That was a bigger claim than when he asked them to make 100 pieces of equipment. With the previous experience, he didn't think Jiang Feng was bluffing. After all, who else could manage to gather materials for 900 pieces of equipment in less than 5 days? At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of powerful figure Jiang Feng really was to speak with such confidence about making the second most powerful guild in Tianyuan City disappear. On the other side, Jiang Feng didn't explain much to Shirshir, just repeatedly instructed him to continue making the equipment. After arranging everything, he left straight away. The Greedy Wolf Guild. Jiang Feng considered himself not someone who sought trouble, but since someone had blocked his path, he naturally wouldn't be lenient. Kill if they must be killed. In the Greedy Wolf Guild's villa, Hu Lang sat on the sofa, his expression sinister. So Shirshir doesn't know his place, huh? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. You guys go prepare, we move tonight. Hearing this, the person beside him hesitated. President, there are guards patrolling the city intermittently. If we're discovered doing this, it would mean death for us. Bang! Hu Lang slammed his hand on the table fiercely. What's all this fuss about? Don't I already know this? Do you really think I would lead you all to your deaths for nothing? His subordinates, scolded by Hu Lang, dared not speak another word. Go check if Xiaoyu has returned. I need her to create chaos in the city to draw the attention of the guard squad. As long as the guards are lured away, killing Shirsen would be a piece of cake. A professional's potential for destruction was immense, and without strict constraints, the world would descend into chaos. That's why in JoJo it was expressly forbidden for any professional to use their abilities to disrupt the order within the city. Anyone who dared break this rule would be detained and imprisoned if it was a minor offense, or executed on the spot if it was severe. Thus, to take out a man within the city, the operation had to be extremely covert, leaving no trace. Send little sister Huyu first to stir up some minor trouble to catch the guard squad's attention, then I can take advantage of the situation. This kind of diversionary tactic almost never failed. And why must it be Huyu? Because her boyfriend was one of the squad leaders in the guard team. With this relationship, as long as Huyu didn't cause too much trouble, it could generally be smoothed over. But chairman. But what, sister Yu hasn't returned yet? Hu Lang frowned slightly. Did she go out with the assassin group again? How long has she been teleported into the training map? About 3 hours, someone replied. 3 hours? The Death Sands map requires constant flying or shifting positions. Given her stamina, she could last up to 8 hours, less if there's combat. She should be back in 3 or 4 hours. Wait for her return, then have her come to me. Yes, chairman. Jiang Feng meanwhile was feeling exasperated. Am I really this unlucky? Always just getting the guaranteed rewards. Previously 50,000 gold coins seemed significant when he was short on money, but now it was nothing to him. As for the random green quality equipment chest, it opened to reveal a necklace specific to mages, which was useless to him. Finally, he drew 50,000 gold coins and 3 blue quality equipment evolution stones, which were automatically added to his inventory. Opening his backpack, Jiang Feng checked the item information. Blue quality equipment evolution stone. Players can upgrade any equipment of blue quality or lower to blue quality. The evolved equipment will have the best attributes of the current quality and can have special attributes selected. This introduction was confusing for Jiang Feng, but he decided to simply give it a try. He took out an evolution stone which emitted a mysterious aura as it spun with radiant light. Then, he pressed the stone against his ring. Wind Spirit Ring, green quality type, accessory occupation restriction, none level restriction, none attributes, life plus 1000, agility plus 5 special attribute. Can alert the player of any sudden movements within a 50-meter radius for 24 hours, as the stone infused the ring. With a burst of colorful light, a notification popped up. Wind Spirit Ring, green quality, has been upgraded to Wine Spirit Ring, blue quality, attribute enhancement. Life plus 1000, life plus 3000, agility plus 5, agility plus 20. Jiang Feng thought it was merely a simple quality enhancement, but then more notifications appeared. Enhanced equipment received the best attribute enhancement of the current quality: life plus 3000 life plus 6000 agility plus 20 agility plus 50. This was not hard to understand, even among two pieces of equipment of the same blue quality. The attribute bonuses can differ. One might have plus 3000 health, another plus 3500. The evolution stone is used to enhance the attributes of the Ring of Lingfeng to the maximum limits of blue quality equipment, which is quite impressive. However, Jiang Feng underestimated the capabilities of the evolution stone. Please select a special equipment attribute. Option 1. Retain feature can remain vigilant within a 500-meter radius for 24 hours, detecting any sudden movements in the air. If an object rapidly approaches, it will immediately alert the player. This option enhances the original special attribute of the Ring of Lingfeng, increasing its vigilance range from 50 meters to 500 meters. Option 2. New feature: when the player attacks, there is a 10% chance to trigger a small explosion, dealing an additional 20% damage. Option 3. New feature: when the player's health falls below 30%, they recover 10% of their health over 3 minutes. After considering the options, Jiang Feng thought it over. He possesses the skill All Swords Return to the Clan, so he isn't lacking in damage, which eliminates option 2. Option 3. If it were an immediate recovery of 10% health, might be worth considering. However, a 3-minute recovery during combat would be too slow, thus it is not viable. Option 1, with its expanded range for vigilance, seems most suitable as it provides an additional layer of security in the human world. After all, in urban areas where he cannot freely use his psychic powers to stay alert, this could be crucial. It could be dangerous if he encounters desperate criminals or vengeful madmen. The vigilance function of the Ring of Lingfeng perfectly addresses this gap. He chose it. The Ring of Lingfeng, blue quality attributes, plus 6000 health plus 50 agility, special attribute, can remain vigilant within a 500-meter radius for 24 hours, detecting sudden and rapidly approaching movements in the air. This vigilance only triggers for sudden rapid movements and not for regular movements such as birds flying. Jiang Feng also considered the weaknesses of a limited psychic power and weak sustained combat capabilities, along with vulnerability when approached by higher-level professionals or wild creatures. Having infinite psychic power, the first issue doesn't concern him. The second issue, however, needs addressing. To avoid close encounters, he could either enhance his close combat abilities or ensure that no one could get close to him, strategizing from afar to secure victory. After deciding on his approach, Jiang Feng took out the Wind Riding Boots and the Blinking Wings. Wind Riding Boots, blue quality, no level or class restrictions. Original attributes: plus 15 agility, plus 50 stamina. After evolution, plus 80 agility, plus 300 stamina. Special attribute options: Option 1, unaffected by slowing buffs. Option 2, increased speed by 20% in non-combat states. Option 3, doubled stamina recovery rate in non-combat states. Jiang Feng needed speed during combat, making the non-combat enhancements less relevant to him. Decisively opt for the first option, the Flickering Wings. Blue quality, where level, none, job restriction, none, initial attribute boost, attributes, health plus 6000 agility plus 100. Stamina plus 500, special attribute, consume 300 stamina to use blink once, instantly teleporting to a designated location with a maximum teleport distance of 300 meters. Cooldown period of 24 hours after each use. After evolution, attributes, health plus 9000 agility plus 150 stamina plus 800, special attribute, consume 300 stamina to use blink once, instantly teleporting to a designated location with a maximum teleport distance of 500 meters, cooldown period of 12 hours after each use. All 3 equipment evolution stones are used up and there are still 2 more lottery chances. Continue, draw 300,000 gold coins, draw 10x Spirit Experience Card 3 automatically. Collected to the backpack. What, Xiaoyu has not returned yet? At the Greedy Wolf Guild headquarters, Hu Lang's expression was extremely grim, a sense of unease brewing within him. You entered the Death Sand map 10 hours ago, and normally she should have exhausted her stamina by now and should not be able to stay inside any longer, but she hasn't come out. This suggests a cruel reality, she might have died. What about the others? She was leading a group of assassins, surely the others couldn't have all failed to return as well. Guild leader, not a single one has returned. Hu Lang's mood grew even heavier. It was both unexpected and reasonable that Hu Yu faced danger. After all, no one can guarantee their safety. but it was perplexing that none of the 8 returned, especially since 7 of them were assassins, the profession best known for its agility and adept at chasing or escaping. The only one capable of holding back 7 assassins would be a spirit master and no one else, but Huyu was cunning. She would surely only appear when the opponent had exhausted their spiritual power, so how could she provoke a fully powered spirit master? Perhaps they encountered a larger robbery squad. As Hu Lang was lost in thought, a middle-aged figure staggered in. It was Hu Lang's father, Hu Xiong, a level 99 tier 2 spirit master. "Old man, what are you doing here instead of meditating properly?" Hu Lang asked indifferently, his tone cold and even disdainful. The entire greedy wolf guild had invested a lot of resources in his father, but after so many years of meditation he had only recently reached level 99. It would probably take another 2 years to reach level 100, and achieving tier 3 seemed indefinitely distant. Hu Lang deeply regretted his initial decision, resenting Hu Xiong for his lack of progress and for wasting so many resources and effort. Hu Xiong also seemed dejected, lacking any fatherly dignity in front of Hu Lang. "What do you want? Speak up, I'm already annoyed," Hu Lang said impatiently. After a moment of silence, Hu Xiong took out a chicken egg-sized semi-transparent crystal from his backpack. This was one of his skills, the life token crystal. There were 2 crystals. If one was destroyed, the other would receive the last 10 seconds of vision before its destruction. The other life token crystal was placed on his daughter Huyu. Hu Xiong, with a voice weathered by time, choked up. "I swear she's dead." He activated the crystal and a scene slowly unfolded. In the vision, Huyu was surrounded by countless silver swords, while several people around her were pierced through the throat, blood spurting wildly. Finally, a flurry of swords flew, exploding her body apart. Hu Lang stared coldly at the figure of Jiang Feng in the sky, his eyes filled with chilling intent. "Such audacity to dare kill a member of my greedy wolf guild. Do they think I, Hu Lang, am easy to provoke?" Due to the crystal only replaying 10 seconds, Hu Lang didn't know why Huyu was targeted by a psychic. Of course he didn't care about the reason. Huyu, his own sister? Dead is dead. What he cared about was that someone in Tianyuan City dared to attack his greedy wolf guild's people, clearly not putting him in their eyes. "Bastards, it's always us in the greedy wolf guild who rob and kill others, not the other way around. This guy, I'll remember you. After I finish off Shursin, you're next." Hu Lang fumed, sitting down on the sofa angrily. "Old man, anything else? If not, get out." Hu Xiong looked at his son's attitude towards him and sighed, slowly walking outside. Just as Hu Xiong stepped outside the villa, he was stopped by one of the guild's underlings. "Is there something?" Before he could respond, a psychic force suddenly invaded his brain, and the next second his eyes glazed over, losing consciousness. The underling opposite him then transformed, taking on his appearance. The guild's headquarters was private territory without restrictions on the use of psychic powers or devices to detect them. Thus, even though Jiang Feng used psychic power to control Hu Xiong, no one would notice. Even if discovered with his skill in disguise, he could easily escape. Who could have imagined that in this world someone could change their appearance and body shape at will, even their clothes? Truly a tool perfect for murky waters. Inside the villa, just a few minutes later, Hu Xiong's figure reappeared in the hall. Hu Lang glanced at him, sensing something slightly different about Hu Xiong than before, seemingly less decrepit and more self-assured. However, he didn't pay it much mind, assuming it was due to Huyu's death, perhaps igniting some fighting spirit. "What are you here for again?" Hu Xiong waved to an underling nearby. "You can leave us, we have father-son matters to discuss." Once the person left, Hu Lang, seeing his secretive demeanor, couldn't help but feel suspicious. "Old man, what exactly do you want to say?" Hu Xiong's expression was grave. "I've just tracked down that kid's location, let's go kill him now." Hu Lang was very surprised. "Tracked? How did you track him?" "My life token crystal exploded and left a psychic residue which marked the people nearby with a psychic imprint. That kid has my psychic imprint on him, so..." Listening to his explanation, Hu Lang nodded slightly. "Residual spiritual energy, that makes sense. Where is he?" "Lay just outside Tianyuan City, heading towards the wastelands. It seems he intends to leave Tianyuan City." Upon hearing this, Hu Lang's face broke into a smile. "So he's run off to the wastelands. Fate truly favors me. This world isn't solely the domain of humans. Numerous unknown creatures and mysterious places also exist. Humans have merely established cities where they reside. The areas outside these cities, generally referred to as wastelands, are undeveloped and not governed by humans. Within the city walls, a guard team oversees, and people dare not instigate conflicts recklessly. However, in the wastelands, there are no such concerns. Now that he has heard that Zhang Feng has fled to the wastelands, he can take action without any reservations and kill him directly. Humph, this guy is clever, thinking he can flee after killing a member of my greedy wolf guild, but can you really escape? Little do you know, I've already set my sights on you. Under Hu Lang's command, Hu Xiong started walking with him towards the outside. At this moment, night had fallen. Under the cover of darkness, a barely noticeable smile appeared on the corner of Hu Xiong's mouth. Little did you know the person you want to kill is far away on the horizon, yet right before your eyes. If it weren't for the inconvenience of taking action inside Tianyuan City, you would already be dead. Zhang Feng silently admired in his heart. This art of disguise, it really is useful. Name, Hu Lang. Nickname, Greedy Wolf. Profession, Soul Control Mage. Level, LV.437, 5th Transformation, Health, 412,300, plus 80,000, Combat Power Rating, 512 stars. Inside Tianyuan City, Hu Xiong and Hu Lang moved swiftly, heading towards the city outskirts. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng used his divine eye to observe Hu Lang's information, which differed slightly from what he had seen in the guild recruitment brochure. Guilds generally publicize partial data of their strong members to showcase their strength and attract more people to join. Hu Lang had declared himself to be level 450 in the recruitment brochures, yet his actual level was only 437. It seems like he is one to bluff. Zhang Feng's gaze returned to his profession, Soul Control Mage. The combat methods of this profession are quite unique. They first have to kill others, capturing their souls, and then store these within their body. When needed, they release these souls to control them in battle. Simply put, this profession progresses by stepping over others' corpses. It's certain that Hu Lang has killed more than a few people. From his attitude towards Hu Xiong, it's clear that this man has become indifferent to life and familial bonds. Along the way, what Hu Lang mentioned most was the dignity of the Greedy Wolf Guild and his own reputation. Clearly, his motivation to kill was not because of any relationship with Hu Yu, but because the death of a member of the Greedy Wolf Guild had damaged his prestige, something he greatly resented. In the blink of an eye, the two had left Tianyuan City and entered the wastelands. Here, they slowed down their pace. The wastelands are a mixed bag where one might encounter a novice at the first level or a powerful expert at the ninth. If one acts too recklessly, it's easy to provoke someone formidable and untouchable. Hu Lang was well aware of this, so he slightly restrained himself. How much further? About 500 meters ahead. The exact location isn't certain, we need to get closer. 500 meters, that's enough. Let me release the spirits to scout the area. Hu Lang spread his arms, palms facing each other. It seemed as if space itself was being torn. A crack appeared in the air. One by one, pale gray translucent spirits flew out, spreading forward in a fan shape. In just a few seconds, at least 300 spirits had been released. Most of these were scouts, not meant for combat. The true number of spirits he held likely wasn't less than 1,000. This indicated the extent of his killing. Hu Lang closed his eyes, focusing intently on the information transmitted back by the spirits, but he failed to notice the movements of Hu Xiong behind him. At this moment, Zhang Feng's psychic force field expanded, covering a radius of 500 meters completely. 100 silver dragon blades quietly appeared. It was the perfect moment to strike. In battle, the means do not matter, only the outcome. If victory could be achieved through a sneak attack, Zhang Feng would not foolishly engage in direct combat. Wanjian Gue Zone. Under the clear moonlight, the silver blades shone brightly, twinkling like stars in the dark night sky. Each blade followed a specific trajectory, circling, gathering speed. Hu Lang's eyelids twitched slightly, a trace of displeasure showing on his face. The information from the hundreds of spirits was jumbled and plentiful. He needed to concentrate fully to receive and sift through it, and the whistling sounds around him were irritating. Hey old man, are there flying beasts around? Clear them out, don't let them disturb me. Do you hear me? I'm talking to Yo. In an instant, Hu Lang was unpreparedly pierced by the sword chi, forcefully spitting out blood. He widened his eyes, incredulously looking at the huge bloody hole in his abdomen. Hu Lang managed to utter a question with difficulty. His body, weakened from the pain, half kneeled to the ground. Zhang Feng's own strength was 10,676, with an additional 1,500 points from the silver dragon blade, totaling 12,176 points of strength. The burst damage of Gue Yi was 30 times the strength, amounting to 320,280 points, a damage of 320,000. Of course, as a Tier 5 powerhouse, Hu Lang had extraordinary defenses and some damage mitigation. Zhang Feng used his divine eye to check Hu Lang's information panel. Health, 236000/412,300, plus 80,000. From nearly 500,000 health, it had dropped by 260,000 in an instant, leaving only 236,000 points. One more time, as the Silver Sword's sword Zhang Feng also rapidly retreated, Hu Lang would soon recover, and if he continued to stay he would only face Hu Lang's dying counterattack. A Tier 5 powerhouse's dying counterattack was not to be underestimated, thus retreating first was the best option. On the other side, after catching his breath for a moment, Hu Lang finally realized the source of the attack. Hu Xiong, no, that's Hu Lang, looking at the surrounding swirling silver blades, felt a sense of familiarity. Isn't this the method shown in the life crystal that killed Hu Yu? It was that guy. Hu Lang gritted his teeth in fury, his face contorted with rage. Damn it, I've been played. To think he was shouting thief when he was the thief all along, a more deceitful scoundrel than even me. Hu Lang. Zhang Feng still bore the appearance of Hu Xiong, but Hu Lang had already confirmed that the man before him was an impostor. He knew Hu Xiong's true capabilities, which could never be so formidable as to knock off 260,000 of his health points in a single strike. By his estimation, his opponent must be close to, if not already, a 5th stage psychic master. Facing such an adversary, he had to give it his all. Hu Lang cast his spell again, opening a rift from which countless more powerful lost souls instantly flew out. However, it was already too late. Gui Yi had finished gathering energy, and the sword light from 100 swords burst forth at an incredible speed, piercing through the layers of lost souls and struck him squarely in the skull. Boom! The scene was like a mountain collapsing. The enormous noise and blast waves sent leaves on the ground flying. Hu Lang's body was blown to pieces with chunks of flesh faintly visible as they fell. Meanwhile, from the direction of Tianyuan City came noisy and hurried footsteps. The real Hu Xiong, leading the members of the Greedy Wolf Guild, was rushing towards the scene. Guild leader, no way, the guild leader is really dead. Quickly, secure the scene, don't let the murderer escape. After such a fight, he must also be severely injured, right? That guy seems to be able to disguise himself. Everyone show your panels, prove your identity. Anyone who does not show their panel will be treated as the murderer. The vice president of the Greedy Wolf Guild took control of the situation. Hearing this, everyone present flashed their panels. However, even at the vice president's command, they were absolutely not going to recklessly expose private information like nicknames, as long as they could prove they were not the murderer. Some showed their levels, proving they did not have the strength to kill Hu Lang. Others showed their stamina, proving they were in good condition and had not been through a major battle. Zhang Feng, disguised as a guild member, blended in among them. After all, with so many people in the guild and it being night, they could not tell who he really was. Level LV.100, 2nd stage. Zhang Feng displayed his information. The vice president glanced at it and excluded him from suspicion. How could a guy who's just a LV.100 2nd stage possibly kill Hu Lang, who was at the 5th stage? After a round of checks, they found nothing. Damn it, the murderer got away. If I catch him, I must avenge the guild leader. Although they said this, they were secretly relieved that the murderer had not appeared. After all, if someone could kill their leader, what could they possibly do to him? It was just for show, just going through the motions. Among them, the most eye-catching was Hu Xiong. He was lying on the ground, weeping bitterly, his expression revealing endless grief. However, his heart was the complete opposite of his outward display. Serves him right, unfilial dog. I am your father. To think he had called me an old man for so many years. If it weren't for my lack of strength, I would have cleaned house a long time ago. Now, slain as he was, this is retribution. Pa, hey, have you heard? The president of the Greedy Wolf Guild was killed in the wasteland. Is that true? That was a 5th-tier power, a notable figure in the entire Tianyuan city, just dead like that. Of course it's true. My cousin is in the Greedy Wolf Guild. Right after Hu Lang was killed, they arrived at the scene and checked everyone, but they couldn't find the murderer. Wow, that's impressive. So many people around and yet not a trace of the killer was found. The wasteland is truly dangerous. One shouldn't leave the city without good reason. Inside Tianyuan City, at least there are guards around, but outside, to kill a 5th-tier fighter so quickly, the killer must be close to the 6th tier or even higher. Who knows? He probably provoked some big shot. After all, the Greedy Wolf Guild, they've always been quite arrogant. Since ancient times, hubris leads to disaster. Perhaps this is just desserts. At the entrance of the Sancher blacksmith shop, the 3 Sancher brothers exchanged glances, their eyes wavering with unease. Shermu swallowed hard, his expression dazed. Big brother, do you think? Was it that person? Sancher took a deep breath, his chest heaving. It had been an hour since he heard the news and he was still reeling. he remembered how casually Jiang Feng spoke, as if stepping on an ant, so simple. Although he didn't want to believe it, he couldn't fully doubt it either, as Jiang Feng had made it sound too easy, which was somewhat unsettling. However, the fact proved that he had vastly underestimated Jiang Feng's power. Just overnight news came that Hu Lang had been killed. Now, if Jiang Feng were to stand before him and claim he could kill the president of the Divine Court Guild, he wouldn't have the slightest doubt. It must be correct. Even if it wasn't him, it must be the forces behind him. This person appears young, but his background is unfathomably deep. The three brothers looked at each other, their expressions growing more solemn. Second brother, third brother, listen, these matters are beyond us. Don't inquire about anything related, we just need to complete the task given to us. If we can satisfy the big boss, our future at Sancher blacksmith shop is secure. Protected by the big boss, we will rise high. Sherlin and Shermu nodded excitedly. Big brother is right, just do what we need to, right? You two remember to keep a low profile, don't reveal any information about the big boss, and don't cause trouble outside. Being too conspicuous will lead to a fate like Hu Lang, Sancher cautioned them. Suddenly Sherlin fell into thought. Big brother, it seems, we don't actually know anything about the big boss, not even his name. Sancher was taken aback. That's true. From the beginning to the end, the person never revealed any personal information to them, just dropped off the materials, made a gold coin transfer, and then came to collect the equipment when the deadline arrived. Throughout the whole process, he hardly said a few words. Even the gold coin transfers were done with anonymous trading cards. The more Sancher thought about it, the more astonished he felt, his respect for Jiang Feng growing even deeper. This big shot, a man of few words indeed. The day after Hu Lang was killed, the Tianyuan City Guard issued an order for a thorough investigation of everyone in the city, demanding that no one leave for 3 days. After all, the sudden emergence of such a mysterious and powerful figure had severely threatened the stability of Tianyuan City. If they could kill Hu Lang today, they might kill someone else tomorrow. Although there were suspicions of personal grievances, the danger could not be completely ruled out. If the authorities did not respond, it would surely lead to widespread panic and make life unbearable for the citizens. Please show your professional level and cooperate with the investigation. Jiang Feng's gaze swept to the door where the guard was out in full force. 2 level 5 powerhouses, 6 level 4s, and several level 3s. It seemed they were really putting in the effort this time. Level LV.100, Tier 2. Alright, you're clear. Next house. After ruling out Jiang Feng as a suspect, the guards left in a grand procession, with a 3-day period for emergency checks, during which anyone other than the guard found outside would be treated as a suspect. Jiang Feng had no choice but to stay home and avoid moving around unnecessarily. It was a good time to rest. At the Lord's mansion, a woman in green was testing her new skills after completing her Tier 3 advancement. The arrow flew, releasing extreme cold, freezing even the moisture in the air as it passed. Clang! The ice arrow pierced straight through a training dummy, leaving a small hole in its hard material. However, looking at the damage data displayed on the training dummy, Luo Qingxue shook her head in disappointment. I've already completed Tier 3, and a single arrow can only cause up to 20,000 damage. That guy wasn't even Tier 3 back then, and he could kill a stone monster with 55,000 health in one hit. The gap is just too big. Scenes of Jiang Feng killing a group of stone monsters involuntarily surfaced in Luo Qingxue's mind. The difference in their strengths was like heaven and earth. Luo Qingxue sighed and habitually looked up at the sky. When will Auntie come back? It's been more than half a year since she went on a mission. Her auntie was the lord of Tianyuan City. She had been out on an important mission for half a year now, and in her absence, all city affairs were being handled by the guard team. This had led to the Lord's mansion almost falling into neglect, looking quite desolate. The vast building was inhabited only by her, without even a guard in sight. Luo Qingxue grumbled a bit, then returned to her training. However, at that moment a figure walked in as if he owned the place. Luo Qingxue was on high alert. Who's there? Oh, Xiao Shui, relax, don't tell me you don't recognize your own uncle. A voice drifted leisurely. Soon after, a plump figure appeared. If Jiang Feng were here, he would definitely recognize this man, Zhu Beiji, the chubby seller of secret manuals at the daily job-changing temple. Seeing him, Luo Qingxue paused for a moment, then warmly greeted him. Uncle, didn't you say you would visit me last month? Why are you only arriving now? The chubby man waved his hand. Don't mention it, the guild has been overloaded with tasks lately. Actually, I arrived in Tianyuan City over 10 days ago, but then a task was suddenly assigned from above, and since I was already here, it was given to me. So another half-month was delayed. Luo Qingxue wondered, didn't you join the Divine Court Guild? that's the top guild in Jojo. What kind of task could you possibly have in Tianyuan City? The chubby man shook his head and grinned. It's a secret. Oh well, never mind then. He then turned to her and said, girl, let me see how much you've improved. Have you reached the 3rd rank? Of course, Luo Qingxue said proudly. Awakening 3 years and reaching the 3rd rank, she considered herself a true genius. However, the pride on her face lasted only a moment before it vanished, replaced by a hint of dejection. The chubby man immediately noticed her unusual demeanor. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Tell your uncle who it is and I'll teach them a lesson. Luo Qingxue paused for a moment before replying, no. I have my aunt's city lord badge. Who would dare to bully me in Tianyuan City? It's just that, a few days ago I went to undertake a 3rd rank task and encountered someone. The chubby man initially didn't take her seriously, thinking it was just a typical complaint one might hear from a younger person to an elder. But as he listened further, he grew more concerned. Xiao Shui, you're saying that this person alone could instantly kill dozens of level 100 stone monsters? Yes, my aunt always said I was strong, but it was all to cheer me up. The gap between ordinary and higher professions really can't be bridged. At that time, Luo Qingxue continued to complain, but the chubby man's thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. A spiritualist who hasn't even reached the 3rd rank, how could he be so powerful? This person must be extraordinary. Could this person be Shen Feng? Meanwhile, the 3-day investigation period ended. During these 3 days, Zhang Feng, besides resting, also condensed 2 pairs of spiritual crystals, roughly estimating they could be auctioned for at least 20 million gold coins. When he arrived at the Commerce Guild, Zhang Feng still disguised himself as the old man from last time. Yu Mei stood up respectfully to greet him. Old sir, welcome back. What brings you here this time? Zhang Feng took out the 2 pairs of spiritual crystals and said softly, help me auction these. Yu Mei gasped in surprise. It's been less than a week and you've already condensed 2 more pairs of spiritual crystals. This isn't like steaming buns where you can steam a whole pot at once. Each pair of spiritual crystals requires a massive amount of spiritual energy, and even a 6th rank spiritualist would need nearly 10 days to finish. Moreover, it takes a long time to fully recover one's spiritual energy each time. Yet here he is, condensing 2 pairs in a week. Shocked Yu Mei quickly thought of a possibility. Perhaps they were condensed earlier and saved up. That was the only explanation. She hastily arranged for both pairs of spiritual crystals to be included in the upcoming 2 auctions. About 2 hours later, the auctions concluded. 1 pair sold for 12.6 million gold coins, the other for 13.1 million gold coins, totaling 25.7 million gold coins. After deducting a 10% commission, Zhang Feng received 23.13 million gold coins, making his total account balance 33.58 million gold coins. On Blue Star, this would be roughly equivalent to 6 billion. This is quite a terrifying number indeed. By the way, old sir, after you left last time, I specifically requested a token from the headquarters. They entrusted me to pass it on to you, and I hope you will accept it. Yu Mei said, handing over a token the size of a palm. Zhang Feng took it. The token was ice cold and quite heavy. On both sides, the exclusive logo of the Sihai Commerce Association was carved, and in the center was a number 7. Zhang Feng recognized it. This was a VIP token from the Sihai Commerce Association. With branches spread across the 9 provinces, the Sihai Commerce Association is a top-tier commerce group within the country, possessing vast influence and extensive reach. Their VIP certification carries significant weight. VIP levels range from 1 to 10, with the number 7 representing the level of a 7th grade VIP. A 5th grade VIP token can be obtained by reaching a certain consumption level. Levels 6 to 10 inch, however, require special authorization directly from the headquarters. It's a special form of outreach by the association, signifying extreme value placed on the client. Holders of the token enjoy certain privileges and discounts at any branch of the Sihai Commerce Association nationwide. In a small city like Tianyuan City, having a 3rd grade VIP token is already quite rare, and finding someone with a 5th grade token is nearly impossible. Yet Zhang Feng has exceptionally received a special VIP token, not just a 6th grade but directly a 7th grade. The appearance of this token genuinely shocked Zhang Feng. Was all this just for auctioning a few spirit crystals? Perhaps it was the presence of infinite mental power that made Zhang Feng overlook how hard it is for an ordinary mentalist to develop and how difficult it is to condense a pair of spirit crystals. A mentalist capable of condensing spirit crystals is indeed rare. Even in the Divine Court Guild, the Status of a 5th tier mentalist is higher than that of a 6th tier, nearly 7th tier Thunder Mage. The title of the world's strongest profession isn't just for show, therefore, it is indeed fitting for the Sea Commerce Association to award this 7th grade VIP token. Of course, if the truth about Jiang Feng being only a 2nd tier were to be revealed, that would be another story altogether. Senior, if you need anything in the future with this token, you can enjoy a 20% discount at any branch of the Sea Commerce Association. Moreover, if you and someone else are interested in the same item, those with a higher VIP level have the priority to purchase. Additionally, you can participate in some high-level VIP exclusive secret auction events organized by some branches. You may detail the functions of the token to Jiang Feng, who was hearing about these for the first time, and listened attentively. Please take good care of the token, sir. If there is anything else you need, feel free to tell Xiaoyu, and we will do our utmost to serve you. Jiang Feng nodded, his voice deep as he said, I need some materials. Energy stones, spirit stones, and Tianqing stones. You may blinked her face wearing a thoughtful smile. Energy stones are general transitional materials widely used in the 3rd and 4th tiers in many professions, nothing too special. Spirit stones are materials only required by spirit masters when they change classes, which is quite normal. However, Tianqing stones, these are materials only used by spirit masters at the 3rd class change. Isn't this person already at the 5th class change? Why would he still buy this? Could it be that he is purchasing them for his juniors? Thinking of this, Yume felt she had almost guessed it correctly. Senior, as a level 7 VIP of the 4 Seas Commerce Guild, your status is distinguished. There is no need for you to spend on such materials. I, Xiaoyu, on behalf of the 4 Seas Commerce Guild, will gift you a set for free. Please wait a moment. As one of the managers of the guild, you may naturally have the authority to allocate certain items. Jiang Feng was surprised upon hearing this. A free gift? Could there really be such a good deal? Yume gestured to a server at the door, handing him a warehouse token. Go fetch 1 energy stone, 1 spirit stone, and 1 Tianqing stone from the warehouse. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Feng was stunned. 1 piece? Had there been some misunderstanding? He needed 10 of each. Jiang Feng coughed. Wait. I need 10 of each. At that moment, Yume was also dumbfounded. 10 pieces? Did a 3rd class change for a spirit master require so many? Isn't 1 of each type enough? With 10 pieces, she didn't have that much quota to use. Senior, this. Yume was about to speak but was interrupted by a gesture from Jiang Feng. No trouble needed, I shall purchase them myself. Is the stock sufficient? Yume paused for a moment before regaining her composure. Senior, I am truly sorry, I initially thought you only wanted 1 set. If it's 10 of each type, indeed, it might not be enough. Currently in the warehouse we barely have enough energy stones and Tianqing stones. As for the spirit stones, we only have 3 in stock, and 1 of them is also listed in today's auction. How about this? I can gift you 1 energy stone, 1 Tianqing stone, and 2 spirit stones, which is the maximum I can allocate. For the rest you'll need to bid for them at the auction yourself. No need, I've already said I will buy them myself. Jiang Feng said, raising his voice slightly, his tone slightly angry. After all, you are one of the guild's managers, how can you be so careless? Why didn't you ask earlier how many I needed? Now it looks like I am trying to extort you. It would be embarrassing if the foreigner next door thought I couldn't afford it. With that, Jiang Feng strode away, leaving Yume standing there with an awkward expression. 10 of each. Normally, for a 3rd class change of a spirit master, 1 of each type should be enough. Why would he need so many? She pondered for a long time, suddenly realizing, could it be that he has 10 spirit masters about to undergo the 3rd class change under him? That must be it, otherwise why would he buy Tianqing stones? It seems that the power behind this mysterious spirit master is more hidden than I imagined. Perhaps I should report this to the headquarters. While materials like energy stones can be obtained from specific instances, you can only get 1 per instance run, unlike forging stones, which can be obtained in dozens at a time. Thus, if the guild has stock, Jiang Feng would naturally prefer to buy directly. After all, he isn't short on money. Auction Hall 8, Room 303. This is the best private room in the entire venue. At the moment, 2 figures are seated inside, patiently flipping through the auction catalog. Uncle, why did you bring me here? I don't need anything, Jubeiji said with a grin. Xiaoshu, the profession of an archer relies not just on range and attack speed. What's most crucial is the field of vision, the ability to control the overall situation. Your vision is broad but far from sufficient. Today, one of the items being auctioned here is a spirit eye. With it, your vision could expand by another fold. then your combat capabilities and your ability to oversee the entire situation will significantly improve. Consider it a gift from your uncle. Luo Qingxue glanced at the starting price of 2 million gold coins on the catalog, feeling somewhat embarrassed and instinctively wanting to refuse, but she couldn't withstand her uncle's persuasive speech and eventually accepted. Let's see what else is good here. The portly man requested the auction lists for the next 2 days to study them closely. However, as he was engrossed in his study, the door to the room was suddenly knocked. "Who is it?" the portly man asked, somewhat annoyed. It was his first time being disturbed in an auction room. The knocking continued a few more times before the door was pushed open. A service staff entered. "I apologize for the disturbance. Could I ask you both to move to a room on the second floor? This room will soon accommodate a very important guest. We are truly sorry for the inconvenience. To show our apologies, the Merchant Association will offer you a one-time 10% discount on a bid. Thank you for your cooperation." Hearing the staff's explanation, both the portly man and Luo Qingxue looked puzzled. They had secured this room by virtue of the authority granted by the City Lord's command of Tianyuan City. Could there be anything more prestigious than the City Lord's command here? The portly man was visibly displeased. "Can't you see we've already settled in? Let your important guest go to another room. Since when does someone enter a room and drive others out?" The staff appeared troubled. At that moment, another gentle voice came from outside. "Please forgive us. The guest we are accommodating is a level 7 VIP exclusively certified by the Sihai Merchant Association and must be given the highest treatment according to our policies. We ask for your understanding." The newcomer was Yu Mei. Hearing the words level 7 VIP, the portly man was instantly stunned, filled with immense surprise. There are such high-ranking individuals in Tianyuan City. Even he, a nearly 7th-tier pinnacle beast tamer and a member of the Divine Court Guild, only managed to barely qualify for a level 6 VIP token from the Sihai Merchant Association. Level 7 was a whole tier above him. This was not someone he could afford to offend. It was better to graciously make way. "Xiaoxue, let's go," the portly man reluctantly said, leading Luo Qingxue to the second floor room. However, he didn't leave immediately but instead hid in a concealed spot to observe. When he saw the disguised elderly man who was Jiang Feng, his eyes lit up. "It's him, the one who refused my invitation to join the guild last time. No wonder he got a level 7 VIP card." The Sihai Merchant Association really moves fast, quickly roping him in. Geniuses and the powerful are always the most eagerly sought after by major forces, especially spiritualists who have advanced to the third transformation or higher. Therefore, whenever such a target appears, all the major forces scramble to snatch them up, fearing they might be a step too slow. Even behemoths like the Divine Court Guild and the Four Seas Commerce Guild are no exception. This is also the reason why the Four Seas Commerce Guild was able to issue a level 7 VIP token so quickly. "I can't let the Divine Court miss out. I need to find another opportunity to try again." On the third floor, Yu Mei personally escorted Jiang Feng to the private room. After everything was prepared, the auction began. The items initially up for auction were merely common goods like equipment and forging stones, which didn't interest Jiang Feng much as he was simply waiting for the specific materials he needed. Then an item called Spirit Eye, which could double the user's field of vision, was introduced. The starting bid was 2 million gold coins, with each subsequent bid needing to be at least 50,000 gold coins higher. As the auctioneer finished describing the item, the bidding became fiercely competitive. 2.2 million, 2.4 million, 2.45 million, 2.85 million. In less than a minute, the price had surged close to 3 million gold coins. At that moment, a calm voice from a second-floor private room called out, "For million." Jiang Feng, listening to this voice, felt it was somewhat familiar, eerily similar to the voice of the person who had bought his spirit crystal last time. Could it be a coincidence? As expected, the Spirit Eye was eventually sold for 4 million gold coins. Amidst the noise of the crowd, the auctioneer brought out the next item for sale. Covered by a red silk cloth, the small round disc appeared bulging. Some in the crowd expressed their doubts. "Isn't that supposed to be a Tianqing stone? Why doesn't it look like one?" "I don't know, the auction catalog mentioned a Tianqing stone. Why is it so big? Could there be a mistake?" Amidst various questions from the audience, the auctioneer began his explanation. "Firstly, I apologize to everyone as the original plan was to auction off a Tianqing stone. However, there has been a change of plans and the Commerce Guild has temporarily replaced the item. Now, let me introduce the item for this auction. It's a package deal consisting of 10 Tianqing stones, 10 energy stones and 3 spirit stones. This announcement immediately stirred up a tumultuous response from the crowd. A package deal with all these materials? Are they crazy? Who needs so many? Whose ridiculous idea was this? Even guilds wouldn't buy so much at once. What exactly is the Versailles Commerce Guild thinking? It's like selling 10 urns in a bundle. When a person can only use 1 inch who would foolishly buy 10. In the third-floor private room, not only were the people in the outer seats bewildered, but Jiang Feng was also stunned. Listening to the discussions around him, he finally realized something. Other people's requirements for third transformation materials were not the same as his. Normally 1 stone of each type was enough for others, but he needed 10, just like with promotion tasks, where others get 1 star, he gets 5 stars. Everyone is treated differently. No wonder Yume didn't ask him about the quantity when she mentioned giving them to him. She had automatically assumed 1 stone per type, so it can be inferred that these materials being auctioned off in a bundle was undoubtedly arranged specifically for him by Yume. The starting bid for this batch of materials is 8 million gold coins, with each increment not less than 300,000 gold coins. The auction begins now. As the auction starts, Jiang Feng decisively bids 8 million in the vast auction hall. His shout echoes and the room falls instantly silent. No one could believe it. Does someone actually want to buy this? What a huge loss. 8 million for the first time, 8 million for the second time, 8 million for the third time. Congratulations to the guest in box 303 for successfully purchasing at the price of 8 million gold coins. The transaction was unexpectedly swift. At this moment people began to realize something was off. What a huge loss. It was clearly prepared for the person in box 303. Deliberately bundling it for sale, deterring others from bidding and then selling it at the lowest bid. This not only complies with the auction house's rules but also manipulates things to some extent. A brilliant move indeed. Those who were mocking Jiang Feng suddenly felt that they were the real jokes. Inside a room on the second floor, the fat man also instantly understood everything. Well done, CI Commerce Guild. Have you no shame to go to such lengths to win someone over? If these materials were auctioned individually, the total final transaction price would definitely not be less than 20 million gold coins, yet they sold for 8 million in a bundled auction. What's being sold here isn't just materials, it's favor. You made that woman really is cunning. Alas, no wonder the fat master couldn't win her over. I'm not cunning enough. Material collection for third transformation, energy stones, 10/10, celestial stones, 10/10, spirit stones, March 10th, still missing 7 spirit stones. Jiang Feng opens the material exclusive instance. Or it could also be said to be a Spirit Master exclusive instance, because only Spirit Masters who have reached the third transformation can enter. Spirit Altar, LV.100 LV.100 inch restricted to the profession, Spirit Master, Teleport, welcome to the Spirit Altar. The map features 5 altars where players can sacrifice a certain amount of spiritual power to receive reciprocation from the altar. Spirit stones. Note, every 5 minutes a spirit storm will occur randomly targeting one of the altars, causing continuous spiritual tearing to those present at the altar. Jiang Feng looks ahead. From a distance he sees 5 towering altars standing tall on the land. The overall appearance of the altars resembles inverted wineglasses. The base is shaped like a pyramid, connected in the middle by extremely slender pillars topped with a bowl-like structure. The whole construction gives off a bizarre feeling, like spiritual power, mysterious and indescribable. Jiang Feng rides his sword towards the altar. 3 minutes later, Jiang Feng reaches his destination. In front of him, about 100 figures, all here for the spirit stones like him. Everyone is talking and laughing, creating a harmonious atmosphere. This eases Jiang Feng's mind quite a bit, understandably, since everyone is here to obtain spirit stones and the method involves sacrificing their own spiritual power. There are no conflicts of interest among them. There were no conflicts that arose. Additionally, their mental strength was much weaker than Jiang Feng's, so even if someone harbored ill intentions, they posed no threat to him. After landing, Jiang Feng scanned the crowd and was very pleased with the friendly environment here. However, he noticed a curious phenomenon among these people. The vast majority were meditating, only a few were at the sacrificial altar. Brother, are you here for the spirit stones? Jiang Feng pondered when a man of about the same age as him, just over 18, approached him. However, Jiang Feng understood that this was only the man's appearance in the game world. He could be in his 30s or even 40s in the human world. Yes, Jiang Feng replied. Good luck then. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng was even more puzzled. Good luck? Was there an element of luck involved in this? Seeing Jiang Feng's confused look, the man took the initiative to explain, sacrificing mental power is not that simple. It requires continuously inputting mental power for as long as half an hour. Have you seen the introduction about the mental storm every 5 minutes on the map? Half an hour is enough to experience 5 or 6 mental storms. If one of these storms hits the altar where you are, it's over. If you evacuate in time, you'll only suffer minor mental damage. If you don't evacuate in time, it's very likely that your mental power will be torn apart, turning you into an idiot. Got it, Jiang Feng suddenly realized. So the altar was that dangerous. There were 5 altars, and every 5 minutes one was randomly selected for a mental storm, over half an hour, that counted as 5 chances. The probability of success was 4 out of 5 to the 5th power, about a 32% chance. Indeed, a 32% success rate for each altar challenge was not high, and after each failure one would have to meditate again to recover the lost mental power. For a mentalist, the recovery of mental power was a tedious and long process. That's why so many people were meditating here. What if I don't evacuate? Since it's a mental storm, can't it be resisted with mental power? The man hesitated for a moment before saying, of course you can. However, if you withstand it, the amount of mental power needed for the sacrifice might not be sufficient and it's still useless. Moreover, if you try to withstand it during the 4th or 5th storm and suddenly run out of mental power, you'd also end up an idiot. No one dares to take that risk. Jiang Feng nodded, understanding clearly. He turned his head to look at the altar. Not enough mental power, that wasn't a problem for him. After a brief exchange, Jiang Feng felt he had a sufficient understanding of the rules. He leaped up and directly stepped onto the altar. His mental power surged out, instantly connecting with the altar. The sacrifice began. Below, the crowd saw Jiang Feng's actions and occasionally looked up to observe his situation. A few people who had rested enough also jumped onto the other altars. Soon all 5 altars were occupied. Time passed bit by bit. At a certain moment, the sky was covered with dark clouds and a fierce wind suddenly blew. The first storm is on its way. Apart from Jiang Feng, the other 4 remained highly vigilant, ready to retreat in time should the storm descend upon their own altar. Who? It seemed as if whispers and roars from some creature were mingling in the air, a cacophony of sounds echoing in everyone's minds, causing splitting headaches. These were merely the remnants of the psychic storm. The true storm was quietly gathering over an altar next to Jiang Feng. The person at that altar, realizing what was happening, leapt away in an attempt to escape. However, he was a step too late as the psychic storm invaded his body like thunder. His body stiffened on the spot, and losing control, he fell, landing awkwardly with his legs splayed on a rock. The onlookers silently prayed for him, hoping he hadn't injured himself too severely. 5 minutes later, the psychic storm struck again. Suddenly, an alarm went off in Jiang Feng's mind, a warning from his ring of spirit wind, which was supposed to only sense changes in the wind, but now it seemed to detect psychic energies as well. Looking up, Jiang Feng quickly realized that it must be the atmospheric changes driven by the psychic storm that triggered the ring's reaction. It seemed that this time, the storm was descending upon his own altar. Gathering his energy, Jiang Feng boosted his psychic output, wrapping layers of psychic force around his body to form an invisible shield. He also held a 10x psychic enhancement card in his hand, ready to use it in case of emergency. Bring it on, he thought. As anticipated, the psychic storm descended upon his altar. It was a force made up of countless sounds, at times like the howling of ghosts, at others like the roaring of wolves, filled with endless fury and sorrow, swaying Jiang Feng's emotions. However, protected by his enormous psychic force, the storm couldn't inflict any harm. At most, it only caused him some irritation. The storm passed quickly and Jiang Feng remained unscathed, earning awe from the spectators. This guy has real grit, one murmured, impressed by his ability to withstand the storm. Indeed, if it were me, I probably couldn't have held on. Even just standing here gives me a headache, let alone on the altar. Despite my admiration, it's probably time for him to step down. After withstanding a psychic storm, he might not have enough psychic energy left for the sacrifice. There are always those who defy the odds until they hit a wall. I was like that too. No matter, he'll realize it once he fails later on. On the stage, Jiang Feng continued with his sacrifice undisturbed. He tried increasing his psychic output, but the altar's absorption rate remained constant. It seemed the rules required one to endure 5 crises. As 5 minutes passed, the third psychic storm began to gather again. Jiang Feng's eyes snapped open, cursing inwardly, damn it, not again. Through the sensing ability of the ring of spirit wind, he could tell that the storm was once again targeting his altar. Seriously, is getting A psychic stone supposed to be this troublesome? No wonder the guild only had 3 spirit stones in stock. A mental storm descended once again, the chaotic shards of spirit sliced through his mental force inch by inch like blades. Though he possessed limitless mental energy, the pain was still piercing. Jiang Feng felt as if he had been through 18 levels of hell, utterly exhausted. Indeed, enduring too much of this could break anyone. He had already withstood it twice. Was he going to continue? It was the first time I'd seen someone so stubborn. But let it be, some people just seem to court disaster and they'll regret it too late. Time ticked by slowly. The 4th and 5th assaults came, fortunately not targeting him. He survived the 5 trials, continuing the sacrifice. About 3 minutes later, the altar stopped absorbing mental energy. A spirit stone slowly formed at the center of the altar. Finally, he had succeeded in obtaining one. Below the stage, everyone curiously watched Zhang Feng's figure. This guy, he endured it twice and still managed to succeed in his sacrifice. Does he have some kind of mental power boosting equipment? Looks like a wealthy individual. Mental power boosters are only produced in the dungeons of Zhangzhou, and the cheapest go for 30 million gold coins. Oh, how I envy him. I wish I had one too. Look, he's starting again. Damn, is this guy planning to sacrifice twice in a row? Is he insane? Even with mental power boosting equipment, how much can it really enhance for a class? Change one spirit stone is enough. Why bother getting a second one? Who knows, maybe he plans to sell the extra. After all, these stones sell for 500,000 each in the guild, quite valuable. It doesn't seem likely, though. Someone who can afford mental power boosting gear surely isn't short of money, right? While it's unclear what he's thinking, maybe challenging himself. Seeing Jiang Feng showing no signs of stopping, everyone exchanged looks with eyes filled with deep shock. It seems he's determined to gamble on that 32% success rate. This is playing with fire. Each time you sacrifice mental power, you face 5 random mental storms with a success rate of 32%. Typically, some people are lucky and succeed on the first try, then swagger away. Others have terrible luck, failing 7 or 8 times. Generally speaking, the crowd below the stage, having tried an average of at least 3 times, is well aware of the altar's rules and the amount of mental power needed. Seeing Jiang Feng attempting to obtain 2 spirit stones in succession in their eyes, this was nothing short of foolish. TSK showing off for nothing. Getting 1 stone is enough for a class change. Why aim for a second? Greedy indeed. Alright, never mind. I've never seen anyone who thinks their life is too long. If he wants to court death, let him be. On stage, Jiang Feng remained unresponsive to their discussions. Not everyone needs just 1 spirit stone for a class change, nor is everyone limited to a single sacrifice. Measuring others' capabilities by one's own limitations is a very foolish act. Boom! The sky changed abruptly and the mental storm arrived. Once again, the ring of spirit wind issued a warning. Undoubtedly, the storm was targeting him again. As the storm descended, all eyes at the scene instinctively turned towards Jiang Feng. Those outside the altar were even more anxious than those upon it. No way, this is his 3rd time. Can he still hold up? As a fellow level 100 psychic, why does his psychic power seem so boundless? It must be fake, sacrificing a psychic stone and then withstanding 3 psychic storms? Am I under an illusion? There are 3 ways to increase psychic power reserves. 1 is through leveling up, 2 is by wearing psychic amplifying equipment which can boost power from 1% to 50%, and 3 is by using special psychic materials to expand one's reserves, though the effectiveness diminishes with repeated use, with the expansion not exceeding 30% under normal conditions. Thus, even at level 100, everyone's psychic reserves can vary, but the difference usually isn't more than double. Even if Jiang Feng possessed the best psychic amplifying equipment and numerous expansion materials, at most he would only have 80% more reserves than an ordinary person. Sacrificing once plus withstanding 2 psychic storms isn't out of the question, but now to come out unscathed a 3rd time, that seemed nearly impossible. However, the surprises didn't stop there. After several random storms, Jiang Feng faced his 4th and remained unharmed, successfully securing the 2nd psychic stone. Now everyone was truly unsettled, losing even the focus to meditate and instead fixating their attention on the altar where Jiang Feng stood. Is he really just level 100? It feels like even a level 200 coming here couldn't match up to him. Some even started counting for him, withstanding the psychic storm for the 5th time, the 6th, the 7th, the 8th. My goodness, he has already sacrificed 7 times and withstood 8 storms. Is he even human? Unbeknownst to them, over 3 hours had passed. When Jiang Feng obtained the 7th psychic stone, he finally stood up. Collection of third stage materials, energy stones, 10 out of 10, azure stones. 10 out of 10, psychic stones. 10 out of 10, mission accomplished. Jiang Feng scanned the crowd, met numerous shocked gazes, and simply smiled. My task here is done, I'll take my leave first. Good luck to you all. With that, a sword appeared out of nowhere floating at the edge of the altar. Jiang Feng stepped onto it and flew away, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. The man who had explained the altar's rules to Jiang Feng earlier couldn't calm his mind for a long time. At first, when he saw Jiang Feng, he thought he was just another struggling brother. But in a blink, the man had sacrificed 7 times, obtained 7 psychic stones, and left with flair while he was still stuck here. The feeling of disparity was too great. That day, Jiang Feng's figure left a deep impression in many minds. I'm puzzled, just how much psychic power does this guy have? It's ridiculously off the charts. At the entrance of the Transcendence Temple, for some reason, the chubby man who used to sell secret manuals was nowhere to be seen. The hidden masters on the streets were as numerous as ever, perhaps even more so than a few days ago when Jiang Feng had observed them. A casual glance revealed no fewer than 10 individuals. Among them, there were 3 from Sakura country, 4 from Lan Tian country, and 3 from Bang country. The weakest among them were at the 4th level, while the strongest boasted level 7 mastery. Of course, not all were foreigners. There were some from Jiuzhou as well, though in smaller numbers. These individuals, at least in appearance, seemed no different from the people of Jiuzhou. Some even spoke the language of Jiuzhou fluently, casually conversing with those around them. If it were not for his divine eyes that could discern their true information, Jiang Feng might not have even realized their true identities. What these people were doing in Tianyuan City was beyond him. Jiang Feng glanced around a few more times but did not linger, walking straight into the Transcendence Temple. His attitude was straightforward, as long as these suspicious figures did not involve him directly, he preferred to keep to himself. Navigating the familiar corridors effortlessly, Jiang Feng reached his room and activated the Transcendence Crystal. Name: Shenfeng. Profession: Spirit Master level, LV.100. He then proceeded with the 3rd tier mission check, reviewing his backpack materials. Complete. His spiritual energy reserves met the requirements for the 3rd Transcendence. The system began generating a corresponding mission with the difficulty somewhat proportional to the player's strength but not exactly linear. Mission difficulty rated 5 stars. Proceed to the regional boss challenge instance, the Dragon's Lair, LV.51 LV.150. Upon settlement, rank among the top 3 in damage dealt to the dragon boss to advance. Reward for highest damage, double Transcendence attribute enhancement. Note: this mission is not time limited, but there is only one opportunity to attempt it. Entering the instance counts as using this opportunity. If not completed, the system will reassign the Transcendence mission, reducing the difficulty to 4 stars. Would you like to accept? Jiang Feng's face darkened. LV.51 LV.150. This system really knows how to play, each time harder than the last. Labeled as 5 stars, but the actual difficulty of this mission might well be 6 stars. Accepted. He opened the teleportation page and located the Dragon Boss instance. Time until next opening: 6 days 8 hours 35 minutes, 6 more days to wait. That's annoying. Boom. Just as Jiang Feng was internally complaining about the Transcendence system, a sudden burst of intense fighting noises came from outside. Curious, Jiang Feng walked to the hall and looked out, only to see 2 powerful figures battling mid-air. Both were extremely formidable. One each wielding dual blades with tricky angles targeting vital points and infused with a sinister aura, was identified by Jiang Feng's divine eyes as Kudo Ichiro from Sakura country, a dual blade warrior at level 530, 5th tier, with a life force of 765,000 and a battle power rated at 903 stars. The fact that he was from Sakura country explained his sinister blade techniques. His opponent wielded knuckle dusters, shiny yet solid black, indicating exceptional hardness. This was Li Tian from Jiuzhou country, a mad fist warrior at level 512, 5th tier, with a life force of 742,300 and a battle power rated at 845 stars. The clash between the dual blades and the knuckle dusters produced a piercing sound unbearable to the ears as both fighters exerted their full power with every strike. The air was thick with the clash of swords, causing destruction to countless buildings except for the crucial transfer temple built with extraordinary materials. In the midst of this chaos, 2 figures collided mid-air, with Li Tian being pushed back. His lower level and inferior equipment had put him at a slight disadvantage. "Young master, run, I'll hold him off," Li Tian shouted as he was repelled before plunging back into the fray. Jiang Feng followed his gaze, spotting a young figure hastily fleeing the scene under the protection of several companions, with another rapidly pursuing him. It was a person from Sakura country, a level 580 tier 5 assassin known for his unmatched speed. The gap between the assassin and his target was closing swiftly. The young man's companions stayed behind one by 1 inch, attempting to slow the assassin's relentless advance. However, they were only tier 4 and stood no chance against him. The Sakura country assassin continued his high-speed chase, nearly catching his target. Just then, 2 figures from the Tianyuan City Guard, both powerful tier 5 fighters, blocked his path, joined by other members of the guard. Everyone retreat to the transfer temple to avoid the battlefield and prevent accidental injuries, they ordered as they arrived, efficiently managing the crowd. The well-trained Tianyuan City Guard swiftly took control of the situation. Seeing their plan foiled, the 2 strong individuals from Sakura country hastily fled, pursued by Li Tian and the 2 tier 5 city guards, restoring peace to the scene. However, the city guard requested everyone to stay inside the temple for safety and not wander around. Jiang Feng was among them. "What's going on here, does anyone know?" As the situation seemed under control, people began to discuss again. "I'm not sure, I just saw someone pull out twin blades and attack a young man, but another person with boxing gloves blocked it, and then all this broke out," one bystander explained. "I recognize that young man, he's not from Tianyuan City but from Lin City to the north, a real prodigy who completed his second transformation in less than a month after his awakening." A month to reach the second transformation is indeed exceptional, but why would someone from Lin City come to Tianyuan City? Another speculated, "He probably came to buy something at the trade guild. They were asking me about the guild's location just earlier." That makes sense. The trade guild in Lin City might be out of stock, so coming here is normal. But why was he targeted for assassination? Could it be a personal vendetta? Someone else wondered. Who knows? The attackers were newcomers to Tianyuan City. It could well be a vendetta. But to strike here in the city is quite irrational. Tier 5 fighters causing such disruption in the city, if caught by the guard, will surely face execution. Listening to their conversation, Jiang Feng began to piece together what had happened. A prodigy had come to Tianyuan City aiming to purchase something from the trade guild. Halfway through their journey, the young man was attacked by 2 assassins from the Cherry Blossom country. Fortunately, he had protectors nearby, so the assassination attempt failed. What followed was the scene that Jiang Feng witnessed. However, Jiang Feng did not agree with their reason for seeking revenge. At the scene, there were not only the 2 foreigners but also many others hidden among the crowd, not revealing themselves. It seemed unlikely that all these people were there for revenge. The more Jiang Feng thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. Leaning against the wall, he fell into deep thought. 6 days later, in Tianwang City Central State, Zhao Qianquan, the vice president of the Divine Court Guild, was pacing anxiously in the meeting room. In front of him, the table was covered with spiritual crystals, at least 100 each, representing a contact. Soon one of the crystals lit up. Zhao Qianquan's eyes brightened, and he quickly asked, "How is it? Have you found the boy?" A voice from the other side of the communication responded, "We found him, but we were a step too late. The boy was severely injured by an assassin from the Rod country. Although his life is no longer in danger, he won't wake up anytime soon, probably not for another 3 days. So, we can't fully confirm yet if he is Shenfeng. I've investigated his other information. From Lincheng East State, namely Sheng, a sorcerer by profession, awakened 28 days ago, and in less than a month he has already completed his second transformation. Those who have seen him in action say that this kid has a peculiar skill that allows him to cast a death curse on monsters not higher than his own level. Once marked, the monsters continuously lose life until they die, all within 3 hours. Listening to the description, Zhao Qianquan felt a stir in his heart. Completing the second transformation in less than a month truly defined a top-tier genius, and the death curse skill was equally defying. With this skill, as long as he kept marking the monsters, he could continue slaughtering, significantly increasing the likelihood of achieving the novice deity and transcendence deity accomplishments. Zhao Qianquan was almost certain in his heart, this Li Shang was very likely to be Shenfeng. Those assassins would definitely not give up. He must be protected. Once he wakes up in 3 days and they ask for his nickname, his identity could be confirmed. The spiritual crystal flickered brightly and dimly, rapidly transmitting messages. "Don't worry, I've already messaged the others, they will be here soon." "That's good." the crystal returned to calm and the communication ended. Just as Zhao Qianquan was about to sit down, another crystal beside him lit up. He paused, then connected. "Old Zhu, what's up?" There was a moment of silence on the other end. "President, you can't keep calling me that, it's awful. I'd rather you call me Fatty." Alright, old Zhu, what's the matter? I'm busy, spit it out." A sigh came through the crystal. "Alright, have it your way. President, I'm calling to tell you about a genius I found in Tianyuan City, very likely to be Shinfeng." Zhao Qianquan raised an eyebrow. "Your news is too late. I've known about it 6 days ago. It's that Li Shang." No, I'm not talking about him. The person I'm referring to is a psychic master who hasn't even reached the 3rd tier yet. Alone within half an hour he killed over 40 LV.100 Shield Mountain stone monsters, including one boss. Moreover, he didn't kill them by controlling wild beasts, but by using his psychic power to wield a sword. Not to mention anything else, just his psychic energy reserve alone is incredibly formidable. I think he's very likely the person we're looking for." Zhao Qianquan was listening attentively until he heard the words psychic master, at which point he rolled his eyes. "Old Zhu, are you kidding me? A psychic master? The slow development of psychic masters is well known. Do you think it's possible for him to level up to 20 within 10 days? Upgrading as a psychic master requires 2 conditions. One is reaching the experience standard, which can be increased by killing wild beasts. The second is reaching the psychic energy reserve standard, which requires long periods of meditation. The latter is the main factor limiting the development of psychic masters. Old Zhu, you know as well as I do that even the most outstanding psychic master in all of Zhou took 2 months to reach level 20, not to mention the guy you're talking about who is nearly 3rd tier. Without 3 to 5 years, how could he possibly reach that level? The person we're looking for has only awakened a month ago. The psychic master profession. It's a bit too absurd." Zhao Qianquan outright rejected Zhu Beiji's opinion. After pondering for a moment, he changed his tone. "However, not yet 3rd tier, but still able to kill dozens of LV.100 wild beasts is indeed a rare genius. Such strength is far beyond most of the younger generation in Zhengzhou. Old Zhu, leave this person to you. There might be several battles erupting around Lincheng in the next few days, and Tianyuan City is so close to Lincheng it's very likely to be affected. You'll be temporarily responsible for protecting him over the next few days and see if you can possibly recruit him into the guild." Zhao Qianquan, as the vice president of the #1 guild in Zhou, the Divine Court Guild, naturally considers the guild in Zhou's interests. Although he doesn't believe the person Zhu Beiji mentioned is Shinfeng, he admits that the individual is definitely a top-level genius. Geniuses of course need to be protected, and Zhu Beiji, a 6th tier peak beast mastered close to 7th tier, is more than enough for temporary protection. Old Zhu, does that work for you? Now that Zhao Qianquan had put it this way, Zhu Beiji didn't continue to argue. He had suggested this idea to Zhao Qianquan without much hope, just as a simple report. After all, even he himself found it far-fetched to say that a psychic master awakened for less than a month could develop to the level of killing dozens of LV.100 wild beasts. It's somewhat like saying a human baby, just 1 year after birth, could fight a tiger. Would you believe it? What psychic master could grow so fast? Unless they're cheating. How's the crafting going? Sanshire Ironsmith's shop. Hearing this voice, the 3 Sure brothers were startled, quickly putting down their work to greet the visitor. "Please have a seat over here." Jiang Feng was led by the 3 to another reception room. The environment here is starkly different from the outside. There's none of the noise associated with equipment forging, nor the pungent smell of waste materials. The entire room is newly decorated and luxuriously furnished, showing hardly any signs of use. This reception room was urgently and expensively tailored by the 3 Sure brothers specifically for Jiang Feng, used only to host him in an effort to provide the best possible service experience. Jiang Feng unreservedly took his seat immediately. Sherlin and Shermoot, skilled in their movements, poured tea and served snacks as if they had rehearsed this before. Coughing slightly, Sherson spoke with cautious movements and gestures. "Honored sir, the 900 swords you requested, we have almost completed them. Give us just half an hour more and the last batch will be ready. What do you think?" It was clear from his careful demeanor that he understood the significant and formidable background of the man before him. Jiang Feng, a top warrior of Tianyuan City known for his ruthless decisiveness. Jiang Feng, somewhat surprised, responded, "How did it happen so fast? Last time, forging 100 swords took 3 days and now 900 swords in just 1 week. This is beyond my expectations." Sherson quickly explained, "Since you entrusted such an important forging task to We couldn't let you down, therefore, we temporarily hired additional craftsmen, expanding our team from 100 to 500. Naturally, this increased our forging speed significantly, allowing us to complete the task within 7 days. He continued, the most crucial step in equipment forging is the integration of forging crystals. Without these crystals, the equipment would be mere ironware. Only with integration does it gain the quality required for professional use. This key step can only be performed by those who have awakened to the blacksmith profession. However, other than this, the remaining processes can be managed by ordinary workers with some forging skills. Thus, the Schur brothers handle only the crystal integration, while all other tasks are delegated to the workers. This division of labor further saves time and enhances efficiency. After finishing his explanation, Schur Sen's face was alight with a hopeful smile, seemingly waiting for praise. Seeing Jiang Feng's satisfied smile, he felt much relieved. After waiting another half an hour, Schur Sen led Jiang Feng to the storage room. Upon entering, they were greeted by a brilliant, densely packed array of silver glows, a spectacular sight of 900 silver dragon blades, together with the 100 swords Jiang Feng already had. They now numbered 1,000. After checking and confirming there were no quality issues, Jiang Feng casually swept all the swords into his backpack. Then, with another gesture, he took out materials sufficient for forging 1,000 swords. These were the materials Jiang Feng had collected over the past 6 days, traveling between various training maps and forging crystal dungeons. Of course, that wasn't all. His backpack even held enough materials for an additional 9,000 swords, but he didn't take them all out at once. After all, the capacity of the 3 Schur brothers' forge was limited, and they couldn't handle so many tasks simultaneously. And to complete 900 swords in 7 days was indeed fast, but for Jiang Feng it was still a bit slow. He needed to cast a wider net. Jiang Feng looked toward Schur Sen and said with a serious tone, "I have a task for you." Schur Sen bowed, slightly surprised yet attentive. "Please, go ahead with your instructions. Recruit more people, have each of them bring materials for forging 10 swords, and go to every blacksmith in Tianyuan City and the surrounding cities. Distribute the tasks so they can be completed in parallel. Let's not bother with Lin City for now. We aim to quickly complete the forging of 10,000 swords. How does that sound?" Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Schur Sen's expression turned somewhat uneasy. Was this a sign that they were dissatisfied with the pace of his own 3 Stones forge? Was this a rhythm of being abandoned by the big boss? Jiang Feng, seeing the turmoil in his heart, continued, "In addition to the regular forging fee and materials, I will pay an extra 500 gold coins per sword for your efforts in finding and dispatching the workforce. Moreover, I will reserve a portion of the forging tasks to ensure that your 3 Stones forge won't be idle. As long as your forging is up to standard, I guarantee that your forge will prosper forever. How about that? To make the horse run, one must feed the horse well. After all, if they are working for me, I need to offer them a sweet deal." Initially troubled, Schur Sen's spirits lifted upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, as if invigorated. Yes, of course, under the condition that his 3 Stones forge had ample work, he could distribute additional tasks to other forges. And for each of these extra tasks, he would earn an additional 500 gold coins. After deducting the costs of recruitment and dispatch, he would still make a clear profit of 300 gold coins. Why wouldn't he agree to such a beneficial arrangement? "Okay, in addition to the initial 1,000 sets of materials, I will give you another 1,000 sets. The rest will be for the extra distribution tasks. If you handle this well, I will continue to assign you more. 9,000 sets of forging materials worth over 100 million in market value. Although I trust you, I must still take precautions. Materials worth 100 million gold coins could tempt anyone to abscond with the funds, which would be a loss for me. Therefore, I dare not give you too much at once. It must be distributed in batches. Have you got all that?" Of course, boss. Please rest assured it will be done beautifully." As Jiang Feng left, Schur Sen and his companions watched in awe, too shocked to speak. Schur Mu's body trembled slightly, overwhelmed with excitement. Initially, they thought forging 900 swords was the end, but now they had a new task for an additional 2,000 swords. It was hard to imagine the scale of the power behind Jiang Feng needing so many weapons. "Brother, we're not just clinging to an ordinary thigh here. This is a colossal thigh." Meanwhile, in a concealed grove outside Tianyuan City, several figures huddle sneakily together, with one person specifically assigned to keep watch. Watanabe-san, are you sure? Is this Li Shang really the person we are looking for? Jusung, I fear I have misjudged the situation. When I arrived in Tianyuan City that day, I detected unusually strong residual life force nearby, unlike anything I had encountered before, exceptionally powerful. At that time Li Shang and his group had just arrived here, so I assumed it was him. But now that boy has left Tianyuan City, yet that strong life force still lingers nearby. This means that the target I detected was not him at all. The Shinfeng we are looking for must still be in Tianyuan City. Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing Watanabe's analysis, without a hint of doubt. That's because Watanabe has a special skill, detecting the residual life force on a person. Every time a practitioner levels up, it's a sublimation of life force, a renewal of cells. During this process, the body expels the old life force, which then lingers around the body and gradually dissipates over time. Watanabe can gauge someone's recent rate of leveling up by the amount of residual life force, with more residuals indicating faster recent upgrades and thus a stronger innate talent. It was precisely by using Watanabe's special ability that they narrowed their search to Tianyuan City. However, this skill only provides a general sense of presence within an area. It can't pinpoint exact individuals. Moreover, this ability has a 3-day cooldown period. 6 days ago he used his skill and detected the target aura in Tianyuan City. After casually inquiring about Li Shang, he felt there was a high possibility it was him, so he focused on him. But 3 days ago, when he used his skill again targeting Li Shang's location, he found the results completely different from before, which made him suspect something was amiss. After careful consideration, he has just now used his skill again to targeting the range of Tianyuan City, and he found that the aura still exists. This led to the conclusion: Shinfeng is still in Tianyuan City. Watanabe-san, continue searching with them. I'll go inform the others. Just as one was about to leave, Watanabe called out, Jusung, wait, our previous attempt to assassinate Li Shang has already spooked the enemy. The higher-ups in Kyushu are now mobilizing on a large scale, a force we cannot contend with. If we draw those freaks from Kyushu here, we stand no chance. Therefore, the best strategy is not to tell anyone the truth, letting them think Li Shang is Shinfeng. This way, while others distract those guys from Kyushu, we can take the opportunity to secretly search Tianyuan City. Isn't that perfect? Watanabe's analysis drew continuous exclamations of admiration. Worthy of brother Watanabe, such a clever mind. Impressive. Now no time to delay, let's move quickly. In the cultivation room of Tianyuan City, Zhang Feng had just tested the unification of 1,000 swords, and looking at the damage ratio displayed on the dummy, he was utterly shocked. The damage converted was 121,7600 points. Had he possessed these 1,000 swords when he faced the Tiger Wolf, there would have been no need for stealth. A direct strike would have sufficed to end it. After testing his skills, Zhang Feng opened the panel. The Magic Dragon Boss Dungeon, LV.51 LV.150, would open. In just 6 minutes and 53 seconds, he was on the verge of completing his third-tier quest. Zhang Feng couldn't help but look forward to the changes his profession would undergo after the transformation. The Magic Dragon Boss Dungeon, LV.51 LV.100, was now open to all eligible professionals within the Dongzhou region. He was prompted to select a teleportation target among Magic Dragon Boss dungeons from 1 to 100. A note explained that 100 parallel dungeon worlds were synchronously open, each world identical and with no limit on the number of entrants. The countdown for the dungeon's duration was set for 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Participants were advised to teleport within an hour. Failing to do so would result in denied entry. Zhang Feng casually selected an entrance and clicked teleport. Before the scene even loaded, he heard the system's voice: Player Shinfeng, welcome to Magic Dragon Boss Dungeon 1, please wait at the temporary gathering point for others to join. The dungeon will officially start in 1 hour. As the scene changed, Zhang Feng found himself in an endlessly expansive blank white world, seemingly a void without borders. On this platform, countless others like him, entering for the first time, curiously surveyed their surroundings. Suddenly someone ran directly towards him from a distance. Instinctively, Zhang Feng prepared to defend himself with his sword, but his blade passed through the person as if he were made of air, as if they both didn't exist. Someone nearby warmly explained, first time here brother, don't be nervous, this is just a temporary transfer platform. Here we all exist as projections and no one can harm anyone else. Once the teleportation starts after an hour, we'll enter the real dungeon world. After hearing this, Zhang Feng gained some insight. He tried tapping his chest with his right hand and his hand passed through without any resistance, confirming their projected state. I see, thank you. Zhang Feng sheathed his weapon and looked around again. The place was teeming with people, easily tens of thousands, and the number was still growing rapidly. Zhou country, named for its 9 professional zones, was the largest in the world with the most professional areas. Each zone had an independent dungeon system. For instance, only residents of Dongzhou could enter dungeons in Dongzhou, barring entry to outsiders. Dongzhou alone had a population nearing 1 billion, with approximately 80% ordinary people, 15% living as professionals and 5% as warriors, which amounted to about 50 million people. Of these, at least 5 million were eligible to enter this magic dragon boss dungeon. In the realm of the demon dragon boss, there existed a staggering 100 parallel worlds, each an identical copy of the last. This meant that a whopping 5 million adventurers were dispersed among these worlds, with each instance hosting about 50,000 souls, a testament to the fierce competition. Zhang Feng felt a considerable pressure just from the sheer number of participants. The competition was intense. In this temporary virtual world, Zhang Feng patiently awaited the commencement of the official teleportation, observing many around him seeking to form teams. Whether it was for experience maps or various other instance maps, teaming up was a common strategy. Once teamed up, players were immune to each other's damage and could fully trust one another, a very effective method of temporary cooperation. However, Zhang Feng noticed a curious phenomenon: everyone seemed to be looking to team up with archers, while other classes were largely ignored, even if they were level 150 or high-level professionals and top-tier among the attendees. Even some of the most powerful warriors were desperately seeking archers to team up with. Was there some secret to this? Zhang Feng asked several people, but they hurried past without any interest in stopping to chat. It wasn't until he pulled out 2 forging crystals that someone paused to explain. Cough, brother, you might not know, but once you enter this instance there's a thick fog all around. It severely limits visibility to less than 10 meters. Moving forward under such conditions is highly dangerous. The reason everyone wants to team up with archers is because of their exceptional eyesight. While we can only see 10 meters, archers can see up to 10 times the distance or even more. Imagine if you could team up with an archer, you'd have hundreds of meters of visibility over others, an advantage that's not minor, the person explained. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng nodded in understanding and handed him a forging crystal. I see, but wouldn't a psychic be even better? Or does their mental power also get restricted? The person shook his head. That's not the case. A psychic's detection abilities would certainly surpass an archer's or any other class. However, this instance lasts for 3 days, requiring continuous and uninterrupted scouting and vigilance. While psychics are powerful in detection and have formidable combat abilities, the energy consumption is huge. Continuously casting wide area psychic powers would likely deplete all their mental energy in just a day. Archers, on the other hand, simply rely on their strong eyesight without consuming much physical strength. They can maintain visibility over hundreds of meters continuously. After the explanation, Zhang Feng understood the reason. It was all about navigating through dense fog with limited visibility, needing the archer's superior eyesight. For someone like him with full sensory psychic perception, this minor issue was hardly a concern. As time ticked by, Zhang Feng continued to wait for the official teleportation. Not far away, a striking figure was surrounded by numerous people. Beauty, team up with me, I'm a level 120 mage. Beautiful lady, follow me, I'm a level 135 beast master. Don't listen to them, team up with me. I only want 25% of the profits, the rest are all yours. Luo Qingxue looked at their eagerness and for a moment didn't know how to choose. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she seemed to spot a familiar figure. It was the big shot from Shattered Stone Valley. Luo Qingxue took a closer look to confirm it was indeed him. She immediately pushed through the crowd, took a few quick steps, and approached Zhang Feng. Big shot, hello, we meet again. How about teaming up? The crowd behind Luo Qingxue looked on, faces filled with disappointment. What's this? We've been begging you to team up and you ignored us, but you run off to find someone else. Exactly, I'm level 150 and you don't care, but you go for this guy. Zhang Feng, unable to hear her over the surrounding noise, initially didn't notice her. Out of necessity, Luo Qingxue raised her voice and asked again. Zhang Feng then noticed her and smiled. Indeed, it's a coincidence, but let's not team up. Luo Qingxue's expression stiffened, totally unprepared for the rejection. After all, archers are highly sought after in this dungeon. May I ask, big shot, have you already teamed up with someone? Zhang Feng shook his head. No. What, but I'm an archer, I can provide vision for you at all times, plus I have a piece of equipment that can double the vision range up to 400 meters with no problem. I can help you save your mental energy for combat instead of worrying about the fog inside. Luo Qingxue thought Jiang Feng was unaware of the fog's presence in the dungeon world, so she began to explain again, but before she could finish, Jiang Feng interrupted her. I'm sorry, I don't need it, try to find someone else. His tone was calm, betraying no emotion. He had infinite mental energy providing all-around perception. Luo Qingxue's little bit of vision was superfluous to him. As for attacking, her bow and arrows were weak, taking a long time to kill even a single shield mountain beast, so having her in the team would only be a burden. At this moment the people around could no longer sit still. Good grief, an archer is seeking to team up and you refuse? What are you thinking? Damn it, I've been begging for an archer for ages and here one comes to you on a silver platter and you reject her. Ah, some people don't know their blessings. If I were you, I'd be overjoyed. Nearby, Luo Qingxue looked dejected. She had thought she'd win easily by teaming up with the big shot. Sigh, no leg to cling to now. Luo Qingxue left and the crowd around Jiang Feng quickly dispersed. At that moment a prompt sounded in everyone's ears. Assembly complete. Number of entrants for this dungeon, 54368. Official teleportation beginning. Jiang Feng perked up. The Magic Dragon Boss Dungeon, here I come. Welcome to the Magic Dragon Boss Dungeon, LV 51 to 150. A rulebook has been issued to your backpack. Please check. Players who form teams will be teleported to the same location. Jiang Feng looked around. Thick white fog enveloped the area, creating an intense feeling of suffocation. As people have mentioned, the white fog severely obstructs visibility and one can only see up to 10 meters ahead if relying solely on their eyesight. Opening the backpack, he found the rule manual. Essential information for all players. Every player in this dungeon receives a fast teleportation buff which allows teleportation out of the dungeon after a 1-second channeling. Essential information 2. The Magic Dragon Boss Dungeon lasts for 3 days and is divided into 3 stages. The first stage, Seal Collection duration, 1 day. 30,000 seals are scattered randomly across the map and collecting these seals temporarily boosts one's attributes to increase damage to the boss. The seals come in 3 types, Attack Seal, 10,000 available, each increasing Strength by 1%, Life Seal, 10,000 available, each increasing health by 5%. Agility Seal, 10,000 available, each increasing agility by 1%. Note: the attribute bonuses from all seals can stack without limit. At the end of the first stage, any player without seals in their backpack will be eliminated. Automatic elimination for those without seals in their backpack. I guess about half of the players will be gone by the end of the first stage. With such fierce competition, I wonder what the rewards are like. Let me check. Jiang Feng flipped to the last page of the rule manual. Ranking rewards. Based on the damage dealt to the boss from highest to lowest. First place, 1 level 3 gem chest, 5 level 2 gem chests and 3,000 exchange points. Second to 5th places, 3 level 2 gem chests and 1,000 exchange points. 6th to 20th places, 1 level 2 gem chest and 500 exchange points. 21st to 100th places, 5 level 1 gem chests and 300 exchange points. 101st to 500th places, 3 level 1 gem chests and 100 exchange points. Over 500 places, 1 level 1 gem chest and 50 exchange points. Note: exchange points can be used to purchase equipment, gems, gold, etc. The exchange store will open after the boss is defeated. Gem chests. Gems are special attribute enhancing items that can be freely embedded into one's attribute slots, providing various proportions of attribute enhancements. They are like a professional's second set of equipment. However, the cost-effectiveness of gems is even higher than that of equipment because they offer percentage-based enhancements. For example, a level 1 strength gem provides a 10% strength boost, and this is after the effects of equipment attributes. Currently, Jiang Feng's strength along with the attributes from his silver dragon blade is 12176. Embedding a level 1 strength gem would increase it to 13393. If he embeds a level 3 strength gem with a 30% boost, his strength would rise to 15,828. The highest, a level 10 strength gem, could even provide a 200% boost, effectively doubling his overall strength. This highlights the importance of gems to a professional. Now Jiang Feng finally understood why so many people were eager for the regional boss dungeon. First stage countdown timer, 23 hours 58 minutes and 35 seconds. With only one day to collect, it seems he must hurry. Jiang Feng spread his arms, an invisible psychic force field covering the surrounding area. Within a radius of 1,150 meters, everything was perfectly captured in his mind. Skill 3, passive perception, vision penetration, sensing everything. Jiang Feng felt as if he possessed a second soul which drifted, flickered, and roamed freely within the realm of his mental power. Found it. Jiang Feng flew on his sword, reaching a spot 300 meters away in the blink of an eye. There on the ground lay a palm-sized seal stone. The seal was entirely red and hexagonal in shape, with a simple pattern carved on it that faintly exuded an aura of solemnity and lethality. It was an attack seal with properties: strength plus 1%. Jiang Feng stored the seal in his backpack, and upon checking his personal panel, his strength attribute had already changed. The effect was incredibly fast. Player Shinfeng, your ranking has changed. Please check the leaderboard, a system prompt suddenly announced. He opened the panel, and indeed there was a new feature. The leaderboard for the number of seals collected read: first place, Qing Tian 1 attack 1 life 2 agility times 1. Second place, Haiyan Knight 2 attack 1 life 1 agility. Third place, Qing Ye 1 attack 2 life 0 agility. 17th place, Shinfeng 1 attack 0 life 0 agility. Jiang Feng was surprised, just at the beginning, and these people had already collected 4 seals faster than him. As expected, among those who entered the dungeon, there were certainly veterans who, while he was still reading the rules, had already begun collecting. It seems I need to get serious too. Jiang Feng summoned a flying sword to stand on. The next second, he shot out at lightning speed. In a moment, he arrived at the next area, and simultaneously his mental power automatically sensed. To the right 400 meters away there was a life seal, to the left 160 meters ahead there was an agility seal. However, Jiang Feng didn't stop but continued to fly forward. Skill 2, active control. One thought reaches: control everything. The 2 seals, under the manipulation of his mental power, automatically flew to his side. The life seal was a green circular disc emitting a faint vitality, while the agility seal was a sky blue triangle, bright and lightweight. Next, Jiang Feng swiftly shuttled between different areas. All the seals he detected were collected without fail. Meanwhile, a leaderboard was rapidly changing, and the name Shinfeng shot straight to the top, claiming the first place. Shinfeng 5 attack 3 life 6 agility, followed by Qing Tian 2 attack 3 life 3 agility. At this moment, numerous exclamations arose from countless locations within the dungeon. How is this guy so fierce? Suddenly, number 1. I just saw him behind me a moment ago. He had only collected 1 attack seal, and in the blink of an eye he got so many. Wait, this name seems familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere. Me too, can't remember where exactly. Hiss, I remember now. About 10 days ago on the panel announcement, the guy who achieved the newbie god achievement was called Shinfeng. Now that you mention it, I also recall he even achieved a hidden golden achievement of turning into a divine general. I couldn't believe it when I bumped into him in this instance, but it seems like he hasn't been awakened for long. The minimum requirement to enter this instance is level 51, and he's already undergone his second class change. That's unbelievable. Now there's another strong competitor. Indeed, obtaining a hidden golden achievement means he's powerful, but do you guys see the leaderboard? While everyone was discussing, Jiang Feng's seal count was rapidly rising. First place Shinfeng with 11 strength, 9 health, 14 agility. Close and reopen the leaderboard. First place Shinfeng now with 13 strength, 10 health, 16 agility. Second place Qing Tian with 3 strength, 2 health, for agility. In less than 10 seconds he created a gap 3 to 4 times that of the second place. This terrifying rate of collection left everyone in disbelief. Somewhere in the instance world a team halted. Qing Tian, what do you think he's doing to achieve this? The young man known as Qing Tian scoffed. Naturally, he was aware of the nickname Shinfeng. To obtain 2 hidden golden achievements definitely indicated a person of talent and strength. Even he, a top 10 prodigy from Dongzhou, wouldn't dare compare himself. But in his view, these were minor concerns. The guy indeed has skills, but his rush to top the leaderboard shows his arrogance, a common flaw among geniuses. The arrogant ones ultimately destroy themselves with their pride. The instance lasts 3 days, and it's only the first day. Veterans know to conserve energy and stamina for the second phase of plundering and the third phase of the boss fight, yet this guy is going all out from the start. He may look impressive now, but let's see what happens later. As time ticked away, Jiang Feng's seal collection speed only increased. First place Shinfeng 67 strength, 85 health, 68 agility. second place Qingtian 12 strength 9 health 11 agility. Truth be told, other spirit masters could achieve this collection rate if they went all out, but no one dared to do so. Their spiritual power was limited. If they exhausted too much now, what strength would they have left to fight the boss? Even if they gathered many seals early on, it would be useless. In the fog, while others were slowed by poor visibility, Jiang Feng was already flying around on his sword. Within a 500-meter radius, any seal that existed could not escape his perception. Just when he thought he would maintain a significant lead, a check on the leaderboard revealed a dark horse. Third place, Red Spider 10 strength 8 health 13 agility. Refresh the leaderboard. Second place, Red Spider 15 strength 13 health 17 agility. Refresh again. Second place, Red Spider 21 strength 19 health 20 agility. Even Jiang Feng couldn't match this pace. Besides her, there were other dark horses quickly catching up. Jiang Feng couldn't help but marvel. The larger the forest, the more hidden the phoenixes. This instance truly harbors hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Somewhere a woman dressed in red was swiftly moving through the mist. She was alone without any teammates. However, a palm-sized red spider rested on her shoulder. From time to time, the spider spun threads into the surroundings. Upon touching the ground, these threads, as if alive, wove themselves into white spider-like forms. The white thread spiders dispersed in all directions, while others returned from the mist. Each returning spider brought back a seal to the woman, continuously delivering them. Elsewhere, a man wearing a white mask held a golden pocket watch. As he swung the watch back and forth, he muttered to himself. The 36th attempt to absorb a curse successful, obtained a life seal. The 37th attempt failed. The 38th attempt failed. The 39th attempt successful, obtained a power seal. The 40th attempt. The leaderboard read, first place, Kamikaze with 73 strength 87 life 72 agility. Second place, Red Spider with 55 strength 43 life 39 agility. Third place, White Mask with 49 strength 35 life 41 agility. Jiang Feng glanced at the fluctuating leaderboard and immediately felt the pressure. In this game instance, he was just a level 100 ordinary psychic who hadn't yet completed his third-class change. Competing against those who had completed their transformations and obtained various unique abilities was challenging, and collecting these seals was crucial. With this in mind, Jiang Feng flipped his palm and pulled out a card that would enhance his psychic strength tenfold. Activate. In that instant, his psychic perception expanded tenfold, covering an area with a radius of 11,500 meters. Within Jiang Feng's sensory range were various other professionals. A level 80 warrior of earth, a level 103 beast master, a level 79 mage, among others. Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed, emitting a dangerous aura. 1,000 silver dragon blades appeared out of thin air, their presence overwhelming. This time he was not only collecting scattered seals but also those from other professionals. He was preparing for a large-scale sweep. Everyone speed up, don't fall behind. In the mist, a large group was moving swiftly. At the center of the team stood a young man in black, his attire lavish and regal, exuding an air of nobility. His expression was indifferent, his gaze cold, giving off an aura that kept others at a distance. For archers positioned themselves in all four cardinal directions, using their vantage points to provide real-time alerts for the team. In an instance where even archer professionals were highly sought after, he managed to have four willingly work for him, a grand entourage that resembled a young noble on an outing, causing anyone who saw them to willingly keep their distance. Meanwhile, ahead, another psychic was collecting seals around him. His psychic field expanded to the maximum. At this rate of consumption, his psychic power would likely be depleted within a day. But he didn't care, for this was his mission. How many seals now? Asked the young man in black. The spirit master bowed slightly, his expression respectful. Young master, 59 strength, 44 health, 48 agility. Why so slow? Hurry it up. Young master, our visibility is only a few hundred meters. If we move any faster, it could be very dangerous. Hearing this, the young man's voice carried a hint of anger and authority. Danger? Who do you think I am? Is there anyone in this instance who can pose a threat to me? He, Yi Lingfeng, a level 150 enchanting spirit master, as long as he kept his mental power full, was nearly invincible in this instance. Any class of player was merely a thought away from defeat in his presence. Speed up. Yes. The subordinate, rebuked, dared not argue further. The team accelerated forward, and the collection of seals noticeably increased in speed. About half an hour later, an archer issued an alert. Young master, there are two groups 300 meters ahead. They seem to be fighting, not many people, a total of 6. the young man waved his hand nonchalantly. Kill them. Upon receiving the command, several figures dashed out. They were all formidable level 150 fighters, 3 assassins and 2 mages. Moments later the group returned. Report to the young master, your subordinate failed to kill but won. The other 5 teleported out of the instance. As for the seals, a total of 13 were seized. The young man casually waved the seals into his backpack, not blaming them, because in this instance all players possessed a quick teleport buff with a channeling time of just 1 second to teleport out of the instance. In situations where the power difference was not too drastic, it was not easy to forcefully kill the opposition. Rejoin the formation, let's move on. The young man casually opened the leaderboard and glanced at it, noticing that his ranking had risen to 2nd place. The gap with Shinfeng was minimal, almost about to surpass it. He sneered, "Humph, white-face red spider sky supporter. A bunch of lone wolves, how can you compete against a well-trained and unified wolf pack? My background is something you can never surpass. And then there's Shinfeng, you're going down, I am the one." Just as Yi Lingfang was about to revel in his pride, his expression suddenly froze, as if he had seen something unbelievable, impossible, absolutely impossible. He was only slightly ahead of me just now, how could he suddenly increase by dozens of seals? Even 3 full condition level 150 spirit masters collecting together couldn't reach this speed. What's going on with this Shinfeng? In another direction in the instance world, countless people stood stunned. Above their heads floated swords arranged in a special countdown formation. 10, 9, 8. They understood, of course, that they were to hand over their seals before the countdown ended. But how could they easily hand over the seals they had collected with so much effort? "Humph, I am a level 150 Iron Fortress warrior, do you think your little tricks can scare me? Come on, let's see whether your attack is stronger or my iron armor." The man issued threats while commanding those beside him to locate the enemy's position. From the floating swords it was clear that the opponent was a psychic master. However, his own teammate was no pushover, a level 150 holy light archer with an extremely keen sense of light. After using a scouting skill, his maximum field of vision could temporarily expand to 800 meters. Even if the person controlling the swords was a level 150 psychic master with a psychic power range of only 750 meters, he could definitely find the opponent's location. The countdown continued. 5, 4. "Hey, have you found him?" The archer was initially calm, thinking this threat was negligible, but after a search he started to panic. "I can't see anyone, there's no one within an 800-meter radius." The warrior's face grew stern. "In that case, let's clash," he shouted, his body covered in black, hard iron armor. His fists collided, making a sound of clashing metal. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended. The blade of the silver dragon spiraled upwards, a myriad of silver lights converging at one point, dazzling brightly. In the next moment, the two sides collided and a powerful wave of sound erupted, dispersing the fog around them. When the light faded, the man's figure was revealed. His iron armor was shattered, his body bloody and lifeless. At the same time, 5 seals fell to the ground. The other person gasped in shock. "He's instantly killed." The level 150 ironclad warrior, known for having one of the strongest defenses in his class, couldn't withstand even one strike. Seeing the swords ready to attack again, he lost all will to resist and immediately handed over all his seals. The swords strike without seeing the person. Such an abnormal tactic leaves anyone helpless. However, even after he surrendered the seals, the swords did not cease their attack. The silver light flickered like the arrival of the Grim Reaper. With no other choice, he activated a teleport and left the instance. Actually, Zhang Feng had not intended to kill both men at once. His goal was merely to collect seals and reduce his competition. There was no need to force them to stay. The same scenario occurred in various parts of the instance. Zhang Feng's speed in collecting seals was unmatched. First place Shinfeng with 468 strength, 388 health, 512 agility. Second place Feng Ling Tianxia with 102 strength, 79 health, 94 agility. Third place by Mian with 101 strength, 80 health, 81 agility. However, he was somewhat puzzled. He wondered if it was the system's arrangement, as he hadn't encountered any of the top 100 ranked players. Even though his psychic power radiated over an area of 11,500 meters and he had traveled hundreds of kilometers searching countless areas, he only ever encountered minor players. Perhaps this was the purpose of the fog. It prevented people from knowing exactly where they were or whether their direction had changed. Perhaps I've been going around in circles without realizing it. This benefits the instance system by keeping powerful players separated, preventing them from clashing too soon. Is this, like Razingu, the countdown to the end of the first phase, midnight? Those without seals in their backpacks at the end of the first phase will be automatically eliminated. After the elimination, 43-26 players remain. The second phase begins. Plunder. Players are encouraged to plunder as many seals as possible or guard those already possessed. As the fog lifts and visibility is restored, a real-time position map is distributed. On Zhang Feng's panel, a small map appears showing the layout of this demonic dragon boss instance. Unfolding the map, Zhang Feng sees several white dots. Clicking on a dot, a line of information pops up. Rank 49 Tyrannosaurus War God, 95 27 26 Strength, 21 Health, 14 Agility. Zhang Feng instantly understands this is a map showing the distribution of all players. He flies forward 500 meters and sees his own dot move accordingly, confirming that the map updates positions in real time. A dot vanishes, meaning he's either dead or eliminated. Zhang Feng glances at the leaderboard. Tyrannosaurus War God 9527's ranking has disappeared. The number of players listed on the leaderboard has also changed. From 43-26 remaining, now only 43-01. In just a few minutes, 25 players have been eliminated. The system indeed has sinister intentions using such methods to incite conflict, but I like it. Compared to the previous rules of collecting seals in the fog, Zhang Feng prefers the straightforward competition. Let's see who's the unlucky one closest to me. While Zhang Feng is observing others, someone quietly has their eyes on him. On the map, a dot moves rapidly, heading straight towards Zhang Feng's location with a menacing force. Other dots in its path quickly move aside, clearing the way. Rank 5 Qing Tian, 153 Strength, 144 Health, 152 Agility. Too young and foolish, always eager to climb the ranks without conserving strength. Now you probably don't have much left. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Bet you didn't see this coming. I've been waiting for this moment. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng also notices some unusual behavior from a particular dot. Qing Tian sounds familiar, the guy who was initially at the top of the leaderboard, so he's targeting me. That makes sense. After all, he carries nearly 2,000 seals, hard not to attract attention. Zhang Feng's eyes narrow slightly, a hint of pride flickering within. However, this prey of yours, I'm afraid you can't handle. The two dots get closer. Zhang Feng doesn't move, just waits in place, yet the other doesn't charge straight at him, but stops 10 kilometers away. Zhang Feng tries moving 1,000 meters closer and the other retreats by 1,000 meters. The intention is clear: to maintain a distance of 10 kilometers at all times. Every move he made, his opponent mirrored. Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, there were no fools left at this stage of the game, especially since his opponent was among the top 5 on the leaderboard. He couldn't afford to underestimate him. Charging in recklessly might lead straight into a trap the enemy had already set out. Of caution, Zhang Feng also refrained from attacking, choosing instead to observe for the time being. The two of them were at a standoff for several minutes. Suddenly, Zhang Feng frowned. Something was stirring. There was a crackling sound. The ground suddenly split open, the crack widening to about 30 centimeters. Then uncontrollably the crack spread in all directions. A bizarre creature emerged from the fissure, about half a meter long, its body covered in blood-red patterns. These were bloodthirsty ants. Zhang Feng scanned his surroundings as dense swarms of bloodthirsty ants continued to surface. Wherever one looked, it resembled a churning, boiling sea of blood, chilling to the bone. Moreover, these ants were splitting. One ant split into two, two into four. This was the most distinctive trait of these creatures, their rapid reproduction rate. Of course, this splitting wasn't infinite. It depended on the strength of the beastmaster and the amount of physical energy invoked, and there was a limit. But clearly, this limit was very high, potentially hundreds of thousands. Despite their name, bloodthirsty ants weren't simply ants, they had wings. Simply put, they could be considered giant mosquito-like ants. A single mosquito might not be deadly, but hundreds of thousands of them could overpower even an elephant. A moment's distraction could result in being stripped to the bone in an instant. Seeing this, Zhang Feng's expression grew much more serious. This was one of the few opponents he'd encountered since his awakening that could truly be called a challenge. In the distance, perched on the arm of a towering figure, was a bloodthirsty ant significantly smaller than the others around Zhang Feng, yet its aura was incredibly potent. This was his beast, the mother of all bloodthirsty ants, the bloodthirsty queen ant. The towering figure gazed at Zhang Feng, now enveloped by the bloody sea, and a smile crept across his face. Ha, I always said the arrogant are ultimately undone by their arrogance. Divine Wind, you are that arrogant fool who doesn't know the extent of the heavens and the earth, a sword master. I didn't expect you to also be a spirit practitioner, but having spent so much spiritual power in the first phase, how much could you possibly have left? When your spiritual power is depleted, all your seals will belong to me, and you are merely a temporary keeper of those seals. Jiang Feng stood with his hands behind his back, his robe fluttering lightly. The silver dragon blade circled in the sky, its light flickering, dazzling like the Milky Way. Sword rain return. Jiang Feng, he merged his fingers and pointed downwards. In an instant, countless streaks of silver light fell. Bloodthirsty ants were pinned to the ground, and the powerful impact burst within them, sending those affected by the blast flying. The sea of blood was instantly bombarded with craters, creating a majestic and grand scene. Wave after wave of silver light flew into the sky, only to rapidly fall back down, repeating endlessly and forming a silver barrier that completely blocked the terrifying blood-red sea outside. No matter how fiercely the bloodthirsty ant army charged, the silver barrier remained unshaken. The scene resembled moths flying into flames, heading towards their own destruction. The ground was littered with the corpses of bloodthirsty ants, a ghastly sight. Far-awake Qing Tian, who had been full of confidence, now wore an ugly expression on his face. What's going on? Your mental energy should be nearly depleted. How can you still easily control so many flying swords? Damn it, I refuse to believe it. I, a nearly full-strength level 150 beast master and the 9th-ranked genius in Dongzhou, have never lost a war of attrition. Come on, let's see who can last longer. Little darling, send him another 300,000. Upon hearing the command, the body of the bloodthirsty King Ant on Qingtian's arm shook, and countless eggs fell to the ground. The eggs hatched rapidly into blood-red bloodthirsty ants crawling towards Jiang Feng. On the other side, Jiang Feng noticed the reinforcement of bloodthirsty ants and was slightly surprised. More, he pondered for a moment and smiled lightly. It seems this guy wants to engage in a war of attrition with me. But sorry, you picked the wrong person. Jiang Feng's wings unfurled behind him and he soared forward. At the same time, the continuously falling silver sword rain moved with him. Clearing all the bloodthirsty ants nearby, he navigated through the army of ants effortlessly, his piercing gaze fixed on a distant figure. From this moment on, this battlefield is under my command. Seeing this, a chill ran through Qingtian's heart. How is this possible? My bloodthirsty ant army can't hold him back. 9 kilometers, 8 kilometers. As Jiang Feng gradually closed in, Qingtian suddenly felt the urge to retreat. Everything happening at the scene was beyond his expectations. This uncontrollable battle scenario truly made him uneasy. No, I can't believe that after such a huge expenditure he still has so much mental energy left. He must be bluffing to make me back down. Well played, Shenfeng, very cunning. But I've seen through it. After all the energy expended, how could I willingly retreat without achieving anything? As long as I maintain the distance, there's little he can do. The best way to deal with a mentalist is to keep distance, preventing their mental energy from reaching. With this thought, Qingtian regained his confidence and continued to retreat. However, at one moment when he looked towards Jiang Feng's position, he was horrified. How is he so fast? He saw Jiang Feng's light on the map moving rapidly, almost flying over 500 or 600 meters in a second. Oh no, I forgot about his agility seals. Nearly 700 agility seals, each providing a 1% agility attribute bonus. 700 seals, that's an additional 700% bonus, 8 times the normal speed. At this moment, Qingtian was truly panicked. He had been confident in defeating Jiang Feng upon arrival, never expecting things to turn out this way. Damn it, what kind of freak are you with inexhaustible psychic power? He could no longer weigh the pros and cons and immediately turned to run. However, Jiang Feng's speed was several times his own, with a vast disparity between them, leaving no room for resistance. Qingtian opened his panel, intending to teleport out of the instance, but then a surge of humiliation and unwillingness erupted within him. After all, he was ranked 9th on the East Province Genius list, undefeated in countless battles and sparring sessions. Before coming here, he had boasted in front of many in his family and guild that he would definitely secure the top rank in the instance, or at least be among the top 3. If he returned in disgrace now, wouldn't he lose all his face? Swoosh! Quickly flying swords whizzed past his ears, forming a silver waterfall in front of him, blocking his path. Qingtian stopped and gave up on teleporting. He turned to Jiang Feng with a friendly expression. Brother, wait, I was just testing you earlier. There was no malice. You know, this instance is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It's impossible to achieve the ultimate result alone. I know that Red Spider and Wind of the World have already teamed up and many of the top 100 professionals have joined their alliance too. Just you and I alone definitely cannot compete with them. Therefore, I specifically came to seek cooperation with you. My earlier move was just a simple test to see your strength. But before Cheng Tian could finish his words, a flying sword silently pierced through his chest. The bloodthirsty Ant King reacted in time to try to block the following attacks for him, but it too was killed by the chaotic swords. Jiang Feng glanced at him emotionlessly. What do you take me for, a fool? In the blink of an eye, Cheng Tian's body was pierced with numerous holes, utterly devastated. As he lay dying, a phrase he often uttered sprang to mind: the arrogant will ultimately destroy themselves with their own pride. Full of regret, he thought, why didn't I teleport away earlier, just for the so-called face of being the 9th on the East Province Genius list. Turns out I am the arrogant one I always talked about. Cheng Tian's body fell to the ground, his seals dropping all around. Normally, the equipment or items in a professional's backpack disappear upon death and do not drop, but seals are a special type of item in the instance world and do not follow this rule. Jiang Feng casually waved his hand, his psychic power enveloping the seals and drawing them toward him, roughly estimating the 3 types of seals added up to at least 300 pieces. Not a bad haul. Jiang Feng was gathering the seals on the ground and was about to open the map to find his next target when suddenly something unexpected happened. The seals that were just in the air vanished into thin air the next second. Jiang Feng frowned deeply. What's going on? Meanwhile, in another location, a figure wearing a white mask whispered, first time absorbing sorcery successful, obtains seals, 124 strength, 95 health, 108 agility. Welcome everyone to the team. Just follow what our young master says and he definitely won't let you down. In a valley in the northern part of the duplicate world, Yiling Feng glanced at the leaderboard, very satisfied. Half of the top 100 had already been recruited. He had also collected over 1,000 seals. It seemed that the first place for boss damage was secured. Nearby, the Red Spider, seeing such tactics, couldn't help but be inwardly shocked. Most people tried to hide their real identities in the human world when entering the duplicate, but Yiling Feng was different. He openly revealed his identity, without using any soldiers, relying solely on his influential background and some minor reward tactics. He had countless people willingly submit and serve him. This showed how important a strong background was. Yiling Feng sat comfortably in his chair, stretching leisurely, appearing quite relaxed. He estimated the time, thinking that Cheng Tian should have taken down Shinfeng by now. However, even with the boost from Shinfeng's seal, he wouldn't be a match for himself. He casually opened the leaderboard and glanced at it, but in the next moment his eyes widened and his expression stiffened. First place, Shinfeng, 778 strength, 756 health, 812 agility. Second place, Fengling Tianxia, 681 strength, 742 health, 788 agility. Third place, Baimian, 236 strength, 298 health, 277 agility. Fourth place, Red Spider. Shinfeng's ranking was still there, but Cheng Tian's had disappeared. How was that possible? How could Cheng Tian, after using so much power in the first phase, still be defeated by Shinfeng? Impatience showed in Yiling Feng's expression. What a waste Cheng Tian was. Seeing this, his first reaction wasn't how strong Shinfeng was, but how useless Cheng Tian was. Surely he must have been careless and arrogant, giving his opponent a chance. Red Spider, go kill him and take his seal, he ordered. Red Spider looked at him, hesitating slightly. Young master, I fear I might not catch up to him. Look, Yiling Feng was slightly taken aback and opened the map. He saw that Jiang Feng's dot was moving at an extremely terrifying speed, and his target was Baimian, ranked 3rd in the seal collection leaderboard. Yiling Feng and Red Spider exchanged glances, falling into deep thought. It didn't make sense. How much power could that guy still have left? Meanwhile, Jiang Feng, boosted by the properties of several hundred agility seals, moved swiftly. He rarely showed anger, but the change in the number of seals on the leaderboard made it clear that the one stealthily taking his seals was that person known as Baimian. Indeed, the skills of a curse master were always so bizarre. Jiang Feng had determined that his opponent was a curse master even without seeing his face, as only a curse master could employ such peculiar and bizarre skills. However, intercepting my spoils of war halfway was not a wise move. After another half a minute of flight, Jiang Feng had already spotted his opponent, dressed in a black robe, wearing a white mask that only revealed a pair of eyes. Not only were his skills bizarre, but his attire was equally strange. The distance between them quickly closed, and realizing he could not match the speed, the opponent simply stopped and waited for Jiang Feng to arrive. At this moment the two were less than 1,000 meters apart, firmly within Jiang Feng's range of psychic power. Without hesitation, Jiang Feng summoned 1,000 blades of the silver moon to swirl in the sky, ready to strike. The technique, Return of the Thousand Swords, immediately made Bai Mian feel a force locking onto him. Even before the actual combat, the sheer aura had him gasping in shock. Such a monster, possessing so much psychic power, if he hits me I might not even have a place to be buried. Terrifying, he thought, yet though he spoke of fear, there was not a hint of panic in him. In an instant the sword energy flew towards him. Bai Mian pulled out a golden pocket watch and gently shook it, while dazzling bursts of white light emanated from him repeatedly. The first teleportation spell failed, the second attempt too ended in failure. After these failures, the masked man murmured, "It always succeeds at the last minute." Typical. His spell had a built-in success rate. It was bound to work 1 out of every 3 times. The first 2 failures meant the third attempt would definitely succeed. Sure enough, the third teleportation spell worked. Just as the sword energy was about to pierce him, Bai Mian's figure vanished. Simultaneously, Jiang Feng felt the target of his Return of the Thousand Swords disappear, proving that his opponent had moved beyond his psychic range. Consulting his map, Jiang Feng found that Bai Mian had blinked to a location 3 kilometers away. Unperturbed, Jiang Feng continued his pursuit on his sword. After a while, Jiang Feng launched another attack, but yet again the opponent used that special movement skill to increase the distance between them. Jiang Feng paused briefly, then resumed the chase. The third, fourth, fifth times, it was the same story. After several more pursuits, Jiang Feng laughed. "So your teleportation limit is only 3 kilometers and you can only move to a few specific locations," he deduced. During the repeated pursuits, Bai Mian had used blink teleportation more than 10 times, seemingly at ease, but his actual landing spots were limited to just 5. And Jiang Feng had been moving between these 5 spots. That makes sense. How could a third-tier sorcerer be so powerful to teleport at will? He's just a rat scurrying around a room. No matter how much he runs, he can't escape this room, Jiang Feng thought. Jiang Feng's expression suddenly turned cold. A delicate card pinched between his fingers, a 10x psychic strength enhancement card. He could have continued to exhaust Bai Mian with his infinite psychic power, but he chose not to. Because he couldn't stand it. He couldn't bear to watch a rat darting about in front of him for even a second longer. Moreover, if it turned into a war of attrition, it would take hours to end. He couldn't afford to waste that much time. 10x psychic strength enhancement card activate. Bai Mian, looking at Jiang Feng's position on the map from beneath his mask, let out a mocking laugh. "Ha, I am a space sorcerer. My abilities are specifically designed to counter psychic masters. You're barely level 150-inch and your psychic range only extends to 2,150 meters. As long as I stay outside your range of attack, you pose no threat to me." Mid-air, Jiang Feng's figure appeared once again. Bai Mian scoffed coldly. Humph, still not giving up. The 8th shuttle curse was activated successfully. In an instant his figure moved to an area 3 kilometers away. However, before he could settle, a glint of cold light flashed behind him. Pfft! A sword tip pierced through his throat, blood gushing forth. This, 3 kilometers apart. How could it be? The man in the mask, his throat gushing blood, muttered to himself in a choked voice, but no one could answer his questions as countless flying swords followed, piercing through his chest. With hundreds of power seals enhancing them, the power attribute was amplified 8 or 9 times. Even without using any skills, Jiang Feng's sword attacks were unparalleled. Clang! Another sword slashed across his face, splitting the mask in 2. The mask fell off, revealing a face covered in blood, its original features indistinguishable. All one could see was the deep confusion and unwillingness in his eyes. On the other side of the copy world, Yi Lingfeng and Hong Jizhu watched as Bai Mian's name disappeared from the leaderboard. Their feelings were mixed and heavy. This Shinfeng is really troublesome. Run, that freak seems to be coming this way. Who are you talking about? Not that Shinfeng, right? Nonsense, who else but him? We need to move or it'll be too late. Damn, how is he so fast? In just a few seconds he flew so far. What do? We can't escape. As Jiang Feng's marker approached their location, the two exchanged a look and despairingly activated the teleport. Sighed, bad luck to run into a powerhouse, just our bad luck. A second after they teleported away, Jiang Feng appeared. He picked up the seals that had fallen to the ground into his backpack and continued his sweep. Jiang Feng did not pursue Yi Lingfeng, Hong Jizhu and others. After all, they were many and powerful. The abilities of professionals were varied and strange. Handling one required full attention, let alone 100. He wasn't arrogant enough to think he could take on 100 people at once. for now plundering seals was his main objective. On the other side of the copy world, Yi Lingfang also began a large-scale sweep with a group of professionals following him. He did not seek out Jiang Feng either. From the fates of Bai Mian and Qing Tian, he understood that even if they met, they couldn't retain him and might even risk their own people. On the map, the two men's markers moved continuously. There was no communication between them, yet they tacitly divided the territory. Jiang Feng swept the eastern area of the map while Yi Lingfang swept the west. They did not interfere with each other. The entire Magic Dragon Boss copy had essentially become their competitive field. Current remaining number of people in the copy world: 3,873, then 2,654, then 1482. First place Shinfeng with 1640 in strength, 1558 in life and 1864 in agility. Second place Fengling Tianxia with 1468 in strength, 1512 in life and 1544 in agility. Third place. Due to Jiang Feng's previous battles killing Qing Tian and Bai Mian, other professionals either handed over their seals willingly or simply teleported away upon seeing him. Jiang Feng was almost able to claim the seals directly with few battles occurring. In contrast, Yi Lingfang, despite having a large number of followers, only had them because they were compelled by his powerful background, resulting in poor team cohesion. They were generally unwilling to put in much effort, thus each time they attempted to seize a seal, it ended up being a time-consuming process. Remaining participants after the second stage, 1244. Third stage, arrival of the Demon Dragon Boss. Upon the arrival of the Demon Dragon Boss, all professionals within a 1,000-meter radius become immune to each other's attacks. The Demon Dragon Boss will remain for 10 minutes. During this period, please try to inflict as much damage as possible. Higher rankings will yield better rewards. The real-time player location system and seal leaderboard have been disabled, replaced by a damage leaderboard. The boss's arrival location has been refreshed. Please check the map for details. Countdown to arrival, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Jiang Feng opened the map where the lights representing the professionals had disappeared, replaced by a large red icon of the demon dragon in the center. An hour till it arrives? Not bad, at least there's time to travel. Without hesitation, Jiang Feng took to his sword and flew towards the boss. However, he hadn't gone far when his spirit wind ring emitted a warning. Immediately his psychic sense detected a flaming arrow shooting towards him. He activated his psychic control skills and the flaming arrow stopped mid-air. But this was just the tip of the iceberg. More attacks followed swiftly. Arrows came from every direction, some aflame, some poisonous, and some boomeranging back. From the types of arrows being used, there were at least 10 archers involved. Jiang Feng intercepted each one. Seeing this, several figures in the distance quickly retreated without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, the spirit wind ring sounded another alarm. Even without the ring, his psychic powers had already sensed it. This time from behind, dozens of flying knives shot towards him fast and furious. The knives cut through the air with a formidable force but were still intercepted by Jiang Feng's psychic power. The assailants quickly concealed themselves and fled, not engaging him directly. During this brief moment, the arrows in front once again appeared. Facing attacks from multiple directions continuously, Jiang Feng's expression darkened instantly. What is this? Trying to stop me from reaching the boss? Such a cunning plan. Jiang Feng raised his arm, palm facing downward, and formed an invisible psychic cyclone in his hand. The ground trembled slightly and the scattered pebbles around him jumped and boiled like droplets on a hot pan. Accompanied by a crisp and loud dragon chant, his flying swords launched simultaneously. The silver dragon roared past, its sound majestic and echoing continuously. At this moment, the murderous intent in Jiang Feng's eyes was chilling, almost as if his eyes were swirling with blood. Seeking death? Then I shall grant it. Captain, he's retaliating. Should we leave now? No, the young master has ordered that each team must delay him for at least 3 minutes. If we fail to do so, you know the consequences. Thinking of the terrifying power behind Yi Lingfang, many of them shivered. Anyone marked for elimination by that dreadful entity met a terrible fate. Even the authorities of the Jiuzhou nation were powerless against it. Snap out of it, another 2 rounds of attack should do it, commanded the squad leader, urging the archers to strike again. But in the blink of an eye, Jiang Feng had vanished. A bad feeling immediately took hold of the squad leader. Suddenly a scream pierced the air from the left. By the time they turned, all they saw was a flash of silver leaving behind a mutilated corpse. Captain, help! Before they could catch their breath, a desperate voice came from the right. They couldn't even see who it was. Quick, teleport, teleport! Under the threat of death, the captain could no longer concern himself with the mission. escaping now might give them a few more days to live, staying meant certain death. Bright lights of teleportation suddenly illuminated the area. In fact, teleportation had been initiated even before the captain had spoken. The squad leader, however, was the slowest to act, yet they had underestimated Jiang Feng's speed. With 1864 agility seals, his agility attributes had skyrocketed 18-fold. The speed of his flying sword reached a terrifying level. Whoosh, the flying sword swept by, claiming a life instantly. Hurry, hurry! As blood spurted beside them, the remaining people were frantic. The 1 second needed for teleportation felt agonizingly long. In their field of vision, countless silver flying swords appeared, their sharp tips gleaming coldly as they rapidly enlarged in their pupils. The feeling of impending death spread swiftly among them. It's over. The Demon Dragon boss's spawn point, countdown to arrival, 1 second. Once the Demon Dragon boss landed, a damage immunity zone was activated. Within a 1,000-meter radius centered on the boss, combatants could not attack each other. As the challenge began, numerous professionals who had been watching from a distance rushed into the challenge area. Yi Lingfeng, looking at the pitifully low numbers on the damage leaderboard, sneered disdainfully. Without Shinfeng, what makes you think you can compete with me? This top spot is mine. Saying this, he flipped his palm and took out a fan-shaped weapon. With a gentle wave, a strange wind blew towards the massive form of the Demon Dragon boss. The wind grew in strength and eventually formed a tornado, causing continuous, unrelenting damage to the boss. Meanwhile, the name Feng Ling Tianxia climbed rapidly on the leaderboard, securing the top spot. The skill, Confusing Spiritualist, Transforming Hurricane, was Yi Lingfeng's most proud lethal skill, inflicting both physical and mental damage. It exhausted the opponent's spirit while applying a buff that increased damage taken by 20%. The hurricane lasted for 10 seconds, during which it locked onto the target and continuously pursued, inflicting total damage of 15 times the strength. Typically, most professional skill damage fluctuated between 1x and 3x strength. Achieving more than 5 times the power is already extremely rare. For someone like him, with a 15-fold increase even in the whole of Kyushu country, let alone the world, he ranks among the top. Moreover, he possesses 1468 power seals, giving him an additional 14.68 times increase in power attributes. Compared to everyone present, he almost has an overwhelming advantage. Boom! The Demon Dragon unleashes magical flames, spraying them around. Some professionals can't withstand the damage and have to teleport out of the arena. Others manage to survive the attack thanks to their life or agility seals. Yi Lingfeng levitates midair, dodging the boss's attacks while looking into the distance. Divine Wind? No matter how powerful you are, if you can't even touch the boss, all your efforts are in vain. Demon Dragon boss disappearance countdown, 9 minutes and 33 seconds. Jiang Feng swiftly eliminates several Earth warriors blocking his path and glances at his panel. Only 9 minutes left, he needs to speed up. Demon Dragon boss disappearance countdown, 8 minutes and 21 seconds. Demon Dragon boss disappearance countdown, 3 minutes and 15 seconds. After overcoming numerous challenges, Jiang Feng finally spots the shadow of the Demon Dragon boss. However, just as he is about to proceed, a swarm of silk thread spiders with wings suddenly rushes at him from all directions, completely surrounding him. Jiang Feng is forced to stop and confront them. Another obstruction, so do you are. Divine Wind, a figure suddenly appears not far away with a blood-colored spider perched on his shoulder. Red Spider. At this point, those bold enough to stand before me are easily identifiable. It's surprising that despite many interceptors you still manage to break through. Truly a monster capable of slaying Whitewash and Skyscraper. But with only 3 minutes left, even if you join the battlefield now, it's probably too late. Our young master has already inflicted countless damages inside. You have no hope of catching up. Red Spider crosses her arms, her expression arrogant. However, Jiang Feng pays her no heed. If you're here to stop me, then prepare to die. The silver dragon blade gathers, falling with endless might. Seeing this, Red Spider's expression changes slightly. So fast, she dares not hesitate and immediately commands all silk thread spiders to defend. But those spiders crumble under Jiang Feng's attack. Red Spider is shocked. So he is this strong? As a teleportation light blossoms, Red Spider's figure disappears. Jiang Feng also quickly heads towards the Demon Dragon boss. Inside the challenge area, a variety of skills burst forth. There are thunderbolts from the sky, giant earth and stone golems, or massively sized controlled beasts, all grand in scale. However, when Jiang Feng arrives with a silver dragon in tow, all these seem so trivial and insignificant. myriad swords return to origin, the silver dragon soars to the skies, then disintegrates. Countless flying swords whirl in the sky, chaotic yet orderly. Yilingfeng sees Jiang Feng's figure, his eyebrows slightly raised. If I'm not mistaken, this must be divine wind? But you're too late. This first place is undoubtedly mine, Yilingfeng declared with absolute confidence in his eyes. However, as Jiang Feng's sword unleashed its power, Yilingfeng's expression turned to one of shock. How could this be? Just one move, it must be a mistake. On the damage leaderboard, Jiang Feng soared to the 67th position with a staggering damage of 14689,660. A single strike causing nearly 15 million damage even against the formidable defenses of the demonic dragon. Boss, it seemed impossible. It can't be. His number of seals is only a few hundred more than mine. How could his damage be so much higher? Could it be that he hid some of his seals earlier to deceive me? Under Yilingfeng's astonished gaze, Jiang Feng launched his second attack, skyrocketing in the rankings. Divine Wind damage, 29379,320, rank 36th. Wan Jian Gui Zone, accumulate power, burst forth, retract the sword, and gather strength again, all within 5 seconds. This meant that Jiang Feng could dish out 14.68 million damage every 5 seconds. In just half a minute, his ranking had already entered the top 5. Yilingfeng stared intensely at Jiang Feng's rank, grinding his teeth in frustration. What kind of monster is this guy? After fighting for so long, he still has so much energy left. Damn it, Jiang Feng's skill cooldown was only 5 seconds and his damage was nearly 6 times that of Yilingfeng's. In essence, Jiang Feng's average damage per second was 12 times that of Yilingfeng. In 1 minute, he inflicted damage equivalent to what Yilingfeng could exert in 12 minutes of full effort. As the countdown for the demonic dragon boss's disappearance began, 2 minutes and 1 second, Jiang Feng's effort yielded a new record. Divine Wind damage, 176279520, rank 1st. At this moment, Yilingfeng felt an overwhelming urge to tear Jiang Feng apart. A pity that in the challenge area all professionals were immune to each other's attacks. Besides, if it really came down to a direct confrontation, he lacked the confidence to defeat Jiang Feng. Ultimately, all he could do was swallow his frustration. Midair, after securing the first place, Jiang Feng finally spared a moment to observe those around him. With his divine eye, spotting someone was effortless. At one point, his gaze met Yilingfeng's and Jiang Feng deeply memorized his information. As the countdown reached the last 13 seconds, Jiang Feng dealt the final blow to the demonic dragon boss. With the boss's defeat, the mission in this dungeon ended prematurely while the damage immunity zone remained active. Rewards were distributed as Jiang Feng checked his panel, listening to the prompt notifications. First place damage reward, 3-tier gemstone chest 1, 2-tier gemstone chests 5, 3,000 exchange points. For the last hit on the demonic dragon boss, 3-tier gemstone chest 1, 2-tier gemstone chest 1, 1,000 exchange points. Sensing Jiang Feng's completion of a specific quest, the system issued a job change task and a job advancement task completion certificate. A limited time exchange value store opened, urging him to make exchanges within 10 minutes. In his bag, the rewards were already issued: 2 3-tier gemstone chests and 6 2-tier gemstone chests. Open, acquired a level 3 life gem attributes, life plus 30%. Jiang Feng held the gem in his hand and examined it closely. The gem exuded a faint green color reminiscent of fresh verdant leaves. Personal panel, gem embedding. There are a total of 6 gem slots available. Each of the 5-dimensional attributes occupies 1 slot and the 6th is a profession-specific attribute slot. For example, the exclusive slot for a mage is mana, for a beast tamer it's the power of contract, for an archer it's vision, and for an assassin it's agility, etc. Jiang Feng's profession-specific attribute, of course, is spiritual power, which includes both the quantity and intensity of spiritual power. Life gem embed, click. With a crisp sound, the gem was successfully embedded and Jiang Feng's life on his panel instantly increased by 30%. Gems can be freely removed and replaced with higher level ones in the future if encountered. Acquired a level 3 spirit gem attributes, spiritual reserve plus 30%. Spiritual strength plus 30%. To think that the second one opened was a profession-specific gem, how fortunate. There are also 6 level 2 gem chests, which Jiang Feng opened in one go. Acquired 2 level 2 strength gems attributes, strength plus 20%, 2 level 2 agility gems attributes, agility plus 20%, a level 2 stamina gem attributes, stamina plus 20%, and a level 2 defense gem attributes. defense plus 20%, out of the 6 gems 2 had duplicate attributes, click. After successfully embedding all the gems, Zhang Feng placed the remaining 2 gems back into his backpack, because 10 level 2 gems can be combined into 1 level 3 gem. These can also be useful later when he has enough. Closing the backpack, Zhang Feng turned his attention to the temporary exchange mall that appeared on his panel. Exchange value 4,000, item 1 level 3 gem chest, selling price 3,000. Exchange value, item 2 1 level 2 gem chest, selling price 300. Exchange value, item 3 1 blue quality unlimited equipment chest, selling price 300. Exchange value, item 4 1 green quality unlimited equipment chest, selling price 50. Exchange value, item 5 1 forging crystal, selling price 10. Exchange value, item 6 500 gold coins, selling price 1. Exchange value, seeing the value of the level 3 equipment chest being 3,000 exchange value compared to the forging crystal's 10 exchange value, Zhang Feng was slightly surprised. The value of a level 3 gem was so high. To think a forging crystal could sell for 10,000 gold coins at the auction, and that's just the starting price. The final transaction price could reach 15,000 gold coins. Yet a level 3 gem was valued at 300 times that, 4.5 million gold coins. No more need be said that the value of 2 level 3 gems could match that of a pair of spirit crystals. But then again, considering this was a Magic Dragon boss dungeon competed by 50,000 people, with only the first place and the person who dealt the final blow to the boss having a chance to acquire a level 3 gem, it made sense. How could such a difficult acquisition process not come with great rewards? After a brief review, Zhang Feng decisively exchanged for a level 3 gem chest. 3 blue quality unlimited equipment chests and 10 forging crystals were exactly enough to use up 4,000 exchange points. Upon opening the gem chest, a level 3 agility gem was obtained. The equipment chests were next. The first 2 revealed a hammer and a pair of gauntlets. Although there were no class restrictions, they weren't quite suitable for Zhang Feng's abilities. The third item was a pair of wings, the cloud piercing wings with a special attribute, speed boost, 30% decaying movement speed for 2 seconds. Compared to the flickering wings that Zhang Feng currently possessed, both pairs of wings were quite decent. They could be kept as spares for when the need arises to swap them out. Nickname, Divine Wind. Profession, Spirit Master. Spiritual power, unlimited spiritual strength, 14,860 plus 30%. Maximum dispersion distance, 1150 meters. Level, LV.100. Second transformation, health, 72480, plus 30,000, plus 30%. Strength, 10,676 plus 20%. Defense, 5248, plus 1,500, plus 20%. Agility, 386, plus 280, plus 30%. Stamina, 1860, plus 1,100, plus 20%. Combat power rating, 401 stars. With the exchange complete, all that was left was to wait for the countdown of the exchange phase to end, and then he could leave the instance. While waiting, Zhang Feng noticed Yilingfeng staring at him with an unfriendly expression. Zhang Feng turned to face him, returning the glare with an equally hostile and even more piercing look. Yilingfeng was already furious, and seeing Zhang Feng's gaze made him even more enraged. Despite all the capable subordinates he had gathered and the ambushes he had set up, he thought he had the upper hand, yet the outcome was unexpectedly disappointing. However, as angry as he was, Yilingfeng knew he was no match for Zhang Feng. If it weren't for the current damage immunity buff, he wouldn't dare meet Zhang Feng's gaze. Remembering the strike that dealt 14.68 million damage, which shattered his pride of many years, Yilingfeng's eyes dimmed slightly. He looked up at Zhang Feng's figure for a long time and sighed. "You truly are a monster." Back in Tianyuan City, inside a house, Zhang Feng's figure teleported out. After his awakening, his body was completely different from that of an ordinary person, and he no longer needed food to sustain his life. Hence, even after spending 3 days in the instance, he was still full of energy and spirit. He was finally ready for his third transformation. Let's see what special profession I will evolve into, Zhang Feng thought decisively as he walked outside. However, he hadn't gone far when he suddenly noticed something different about the surroundings. It was unusually quiet. The neighbor who usually scolded their children was silent today. The woman who typically called out her wares at the corner was nowhere to be seen. Even the unscrupulous vendor who sold strength pills wasn't setting up his stall. Moving forward, he turned the street corner into a broad street which was usually bustling with a permanent market, but today it too was empty. What's going on? Where are the people of Tianyuan City? Jiang Feng wondered, puzzled. It seemed as if everyone had disappeared just like that after he returned from defeating the dragon boss. Just as he was puzzled, a figure flew towards him, dressed in the attire of the guard squad, probably in his 30s or 40s. Jiang Feng's brows furrowed slightly. Normally flying was forbidden in Tianyuan City. How could you, a member of the guard squad, break the law knowingly? With a hint of suspicion, Jiang Feng activated his divine eye, Li Taizhu. Occupation, heavy water mage level, LV.130, third transformation. After confirming that the other party posed no threat, Jiang Feng felt slightly more at ease. The man stopped about 300 meters away from Jiang Feng, his gaze equally wary. Tianyuan City is under temporary control. Answer the question first. What is the golden calculation rule usually used by an archer when determining the attack position and calculating the symmetrical reverse trajectory of the arrows? Temporary control. Hearing this, Jiang Feng finally understood why there was no one around. Odd remains unchanged. The sign depends on the quadrant. When Jiang Feng first encountered the education of this world, he was also baffled, as many aspects were strikingly similar to those on Blue Star, such as this mathematical rule. The guard relaxed immediately upon hearing Jiang Feng's timely response. Please display your occupation and level, the guard requested. Jiang Feng did as he was told. After all, this was one of the means of scrutiny under temporary control, and this wasn't his first experience of it. Moreover, as he displayed his information, the other party also presented theirs, along with the Tianyuan City Guard Squad's mandate to prove their identity. All right, no problems, follow me. After the confirmation, the tone of the guard became noticeably softer. Jiang Feng asked quietly, what's happening? Is there a concentrated control measure? Yes. These days, the city is restless. Battles often erupt, frequently affecting the surrounding cities. Therefore, to avoid casualties, a notice was sent from above directing all personnel of Tianyuan City to temporarily take refuge in Yang City to the west. If I'm not mistaken, young man, you just came out of the regional boss dungeon, right? Jiang Feng nodded. Correct. Our captain had considered the possibility that some people might still be in the boss dungeon, which is why we continue patrolling. Now everyone else has already evacuated, and you guys coming back from the dungeon should be the last batch. Listening to the explanation, Jiang Feng couldn't help but admire the situation. Although the guard squad might not be very effective in dealing with some everyday conflicts, they never slackened or overlooked real security concerns. This also indirectly reflected the good governance philosophy of the Kyushu nation. Jiang Feng followed the guard to a small house where a few others, also just returned from the dungeon, were gathered. Is everyone here? Among the other guards, there was a second transformation mentalist. Yes, I've checked with my psychic powers, no one is missing. Additionally, there's a powerful member from the Divine Court Guild at the City Lord's Mansion. He said he will take care of the people there. What? The Divine Court Guild? How could there be someone from the Divine Court Guild in Tianyuan City? Isn't it fake? Have you checked their identity? As he was speaking, some footsteps came from outside the door. What fake? I am the real deal, one of the top 100 beast masters of the Divine Court. Jiang Feng looked towards the door, already guessing who it might be before seeing the person, Fatso Zhubeiji, and behind him is Luo Qingshu. Fatso shows his token to reassure them. After a brief exchange, the group sets off towards Yang City. Along the way, Zhubeiji and Luo Qingshu keep talking, constantly speaking in riddles. Xiao Shuet, did you just say that guy got first place in the Magic Dragon boss instance? Is that true? Of course, I saw it with my own eyes. I was ranked 101 in damage, just about to break into the top 100, but as soon as he made his move, I dropped to 102, and then when I checked the leaderboard, there was his name. So, are you sure it's that class? Very sure. How high of a level? Don't know that, but it can't be too low considering he suppressed all those level 150s. Sighing, Fatso ended the conversation and the two fell silent. Jiang Feng listening and felt a stir in his heart. Isn't this about me? I'm the top of the same instance world as Luo Qingshu. Who else could it be? Now the question arises, are they just having a casual discussion or are they searching for me? Jiang Feng thought more and more that something was amiss. Outside Tianyuan City, several figures hide in the shadows, constantly watching the city gate. Watanabe-san, how is it? Has your skill cooldown recovered? Wait a bit, 2 more minutes. Alright. Watanabe Inui closes his eyes and his hands form a strange seal. In the air there seems to be a special force lingering and flowing towards him. he is gathering the residual essence of life force. Suddenly he opens his eyes. Mr. Tachibana. The person is still in Tianyuan City. At this revelation, everyone exchanges looks of astonishment, since everyone from Tianyuan City has headed to Yang City for centralized control and the guards around Yang City are strict, they couldn't approach, thus, they had to stay near Tianyuan City. After the cooldown, they confirm whether the target has left Tianyuan City or not. If he has left, that would mean he is currently in the heavily guarded area of Yang City. In that case, they would make other plans, but this detection revealed the target is still in Tianyuan City. Watanabe-san, should we go in? Someone signals for silence and they all quickly hide. At the same time, several figures appear at the exit of Tianyuan City. It's Jiang Feng and his group. Watanabe-san, I've been monitoring the personnel entering and exiting Tianyuan City, and this should be the last batch to evacuate. If your detection is correct, then Shinfeng must be among these people. They quietly discuss, their expressions growing more serious. Watanabe Inui looks at the others and says solemnly, we have 4 5th rank, 2 6th rank, 1 7th rank, enough to make a move. Prepare to act. On the road to Yang City to speed up their journey, Fatso Jubeiji releases a flying beast, a fiery phoenix. Everyone rides on the back of the phoenix, flying swiftly. However, after a few minutes, Fatso suddenly commands the phoenix to stop, his face looking grave. Everyone follows his gaze. Ahead, a large expanse of gray fog appears. Looking around, the fog stretched for several kilometers, completely obscuring the area ahead. Fatso slapped a member of the guard team on the shoulder. What's going on up front? Is it normal to have fog here? The guard looked perplexed. No, I've run back and forth several times and have never seen it. Hearing this, a wary look flashed in Fatso's eyes. As a veteran professional with extensive experience, his instincts screamed that something was off. However, the gray fog was too thick to see anything inside. Does anyone here have psychic abilities to check out the situation inside? A guard paused and turned to Jiang Feng, who had a grave expression and furrowed brows. In fact, Jiang Feng had already begun to deploy his psychic powers for reconnaissance before Fatso even asked. Jubeiji leaned closer and asked, what's going on? Found anything? Jiang Feng replied solemnly, giant beasts, lots of them. As soon as he spoke, a massive figure emerged from the gray fog. It was a flying beast similar to a phoenix but larger, with no feathers and a hideous patchwork of gray and white skin resembling a giant bald vulture. Fatso's pupils shrank. This is a giant ray bird. It looks like we've encountered people from Sakura country. How can you be so sure? Jiang Feng asked, puzzled. He had divine eyesight which could reveal information about others, but Fatso didn't, yet he could still identify them correctly. How do I know? This type of beast is native to Sakura country. 100 years ago, someone in Sakura country advanced into a very special profession, a radiation psychic. The power of radiation is incredibly strong, causing mutations in any person or beast it touches. His family and friends all suffered from it. Unable to bear the shock, he went mad and began to unleash his psychic powers indiscriminately. This giant ray bird is one of the species mutated by his radiation, but fortunately, it used his power to evolve from a common beast into a more powerful creature. So, the appearance of this beast means the other party must be from Sakura country. Boom! Before Fatso could finish, a ray shot from the opposing side, slicing a thin, long gash in the ground. Fatso didn't rush to retaliate but controlled his phoenix to soar upwards. Don't worry, this ugly bald freak might look scary, but it's actually quite clumsy. I could handle 5 of them back in the day without a problem. Hearing this, Jiang Feng asked quietly, what about 30? 30? Are you serious? Fatso stared at Jiang Feng. Seeing he wasn't joking, he gasped. Meanwhile, one by one more giant figures appeared in the fog. 5, 10, 30, just as Jiang Feng had said. Why didn't you say so sooner? Damn it, run! As the phoenix turned, numerous rays struck. One wing of the phoenix was hit, causing it to scream in agony. Fatso watched, heartbroken. Looking around, the fog stretched for several kilometers, completely obscuring the area ahead. Fatso slapped a member of the guard team on the shoulder. What's going on up front? Is it normal to have fog here? The guard looked perplexed. No, I've run back and forth several times and have never seen it. Hearing this, a wary look flashed in Fatso's eyes. As a veteran professional with extensive experience, his instincts screamed that something was off. However, the gray fog was too thick to see anything inside. Does anyone here have psychic abilities to check out the situation inside? A guard paused and turned to Jiang Feng, who had a grave expression and furrowed brows. In fact, Jiang Feng had already begun to deploy his psychic powers for reconnaissance before Fatso even asked. Jubaiji leaned closer and asked, "What's going on? Found anything?" Zhang Feng replied solemnly, "Giant beasts, lots of them." As soon as he spoke, a massive figure emerged from the gray fog. It was a flying beast similar to a phoenix but larger, with no feathers and a hideous patchwork of gray and white skin resembling a giant bald vulture. Fatso's pupils shrank. "This is a giant ray bird. It looks like we've encountered people from Sakura country. How can you be so sure?" Zhang Feng asked, puzzled. He had divine eyesight, which could reveal information about others, but Fatso didn't, yet he could still identify them correctly. "How do I know? This type of beast is native to Sakura country. 100 years ago, someone in Sakura country advanced into a very special profession, a radiation psychic. The power of radiation is incredibly strong, causing mutations in any person or beast it touches. His family and friends all suffered from it. Unable to bear the shock, he went mad and began to unleash his psychic powers indiscriminately. This giant ray bird is one of the species mutated by his radiation, but fortunately, it used his power to evolve from a common beast into a more powerful creature. So, the appearance of this beast means the other party must be from Sakura country." Boom! Before Fatso could finish, a ray shot from the opposing side, slicing a thin, long gash in the ground. Fatso didn't rush to retaliate but controlled his phoenix to soar upwards. "Don't worry, this ugly bald freak might look scary, but it's actually quite clumsy. I could handle 5 of them back in the day without a problem." Hearing this, Zhang Feng asked quietly, "What about 30? 30? Are you serious?" Fatso stared at Zhang Feng. Seeing he wasn't joking, he gasped. Meanwhile, one by one more giant figures appeared in the fog. 5, 10, 30, just as Zhang Feng had said. "Why didn't you say so sooner? Damn it, run!" As the phoenix turned, numerous rays struck. One wing of the phoenix was hit, causing it to scream in agony. Fatso watched, heartbroken. "Damn it, I don't want to tangle with you guys anymore. Do you think I'm easy to bully?" As he spoke, the fat man leaped down from the flamingo before it even landed. Simultaneously, the space for controlling beasts opened and 3 figures burst out instantaneously. One of them resembled a stone man, not particularly large, standing just over 5 meters tall. However, when it landed, Zhang Feng could feel the ground tremble, stirring up a fierce wave of air, nearly capsizing the flamingo. "Is it that heavy?" he wondered as he activated his divine eye. Mountain Lord. LV.950 description: a guardian born in ancient stone cellars, its body composed of countless stone spirits, extremely dense. The second beast was a rhinoceros with a horn that radiated golden light, known as the Golden Horn Giant Rhino. The third creature looked quite odd, standing on one leg while the other limb, or rather claw, was hidden under its feathers. It resembled a red-crowned crane, yet also an eagle. Simply put, it was a red-crowned crane with the eyes and beak of an eagle, its body shimmering with blood light, adding a touch of strangeness. The ancient blood crane. Under the fat man's command, the 3 beasts coordinated seamlessly. The stone man made a deep leap, landing on the Golden Horn Giant Rhino's head. To act as a shield, the rhino then charged fiercely at the opponent. The laser beam that hit the stone man bounced off without causing any damage. Boom! Despite appearing cumbersome, the rhino was surprisingly agile, leaping into the air and sending a giant laser bird, which had previously injured the flamingo's wing, flying. Meanwhile, the blood crane had been waiting in the sky for a long time. The claw previously hidden under its feathers suddenly stretched out, sharp, slender, and blood red. With a swoosh, the claw grabbed the laser bird, piercing its skull, and then tossed it into the dense fog like trash. Seeing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but admire. As expected of the top guild members from the Divine Court of Jojo, they indeed are skilled. However, he soon realized he had celebrated too soon. After his successful attack, the fat man did not continue his assault but instead maneuvered the flamingo to stand on the stone man's fist. The next moment, like throwing a shot put, the stone man hurled the flamingo along with everyone on its back far into the distance. At the same time, the fat man recalled the 3 beasts, grinning smugly. Do they think I'm a fool? There must be many of them. How can I fight against so many by myself? It's wise to run first, no need to risk a tough fight." Zhang Feng smiled at his triumphant look. Although the fat man didn't have the demeanor of the strong warrior he had imagined, he had to admit the decision was indeed a wise one, inch proving he had plenty of combat experience. But it seemed he couldn't escape. Ahead, the fog thickened again. Name: Watanabe Jean, Sakura Flower Country. Occupation: Life Mage level, LV.886. 7th turn, the real enemy has appeared. Along with the mist, not only did Watanabe Jean appear, but there was another person. Name: Tachibana Sato, Sakura Flower Country. Occupation, Mist Mage level, LV.793, 6th turn, Life, 168. For 300 it seemed that it might have been a trap set long ago, as the area they had just passed was also shrouded in fog. Mists converged from all directions, forming an encircling trap, not even sparing the air above. Simultaneously, colossal laser birds shrank their encirclement along with the fog. The rotund man took a deep breath. It was clear they had come prepared. This was no spur-of-the-moment assault, but what was their ultimate aim? In a fleeting moment of realization, his eyes flickered with shock. He swiftly turned to survey the group behind him and spoke in a grave tone, "Who among you is Shinpu?" As soon as he posed the question, a flurry of whooshing sounds erupted from behind. Everyone turned to see a dense volley of arrows forming a net of fire, its vast tendrils looming over them, and it wasn't just from behind. Attacks came from both sides. One side thundered violently while the other flickered with illusions. Ahead, Watanabe, a 7th-tier life mage, waved his staff and a dark mist mingled with the fog, turning the gray vapors black. Undoubtedly, it was poison gas. Life mages, masters of the laws of life, could heal as well as destroy life. Compared to the assaults from the other three directions, this poison was the most deadly. The rotund man understood the critical nature of the situation. Opening his beast-controlling space, he quickly said, "I'll handle the poison gas. You all deal with the other attacks." Among those present were about 4 or 5 members of the guard team, mostly 3rd-tier professionals. The rest, around a dozen, were adventurers returning from dungeon trials, including one 4th tier and the others 3rd tier, except for Jiang Feng. The seasoned guards immediately took positions and began to command. "Brother, I remember you're a psychic and only 2nd tier, which makes you less powerful in combat. Stand behind me. I'll shield you from attacks. Focus your mental energy on alerting us to any sneak attacks from the enemies," said the middle-aged man who had previously interrogated Jiang Feng. He stepped forward, positioning Jiang Feng behind him without hesitation. The others quickly took their places too. Being seasoned fighters, they weren't about to lose their composure in the face of danger. Some deployed magical defense shields, others took out their personal protective gear. Those without defensive skills huddled in the center of the group, looking for opportunities to counterattack. Meanwhile, a 3rd-tier priest was ready to enhance the others' status. As they braced for battle, the enemy's attack arrived as expected. Clang! An arrow struck a warrior's protective gear, piercing through and implanting itself in his chest, blood pouring forth. No good, his arrows are too powerful. This guy must be at least 5th tier. The magical rain shield deployed nearby shattered almost immediately. Despite their strategic positioning and calmness in crisis, the difference in strength between the two sides was too vast to contend with. As the first wave of attacks commenced, more than half of them could no longer hold on. "Don't give up, keep resisting, otherwise we're truly done for." The rotund man continued to work frantically while encouraging everyone. "I've already summoned help. The mighty ones from the nearby divine court are rushing here. You just need to hold out for 20 minutes. In fact, considering their position, if we could get support from Yang City, it might only take 10 minutes. Unfortunately, Fatty doesn't have the spirit crystal needed to contact Yang City. I'm afraid it won't work. We can barely withstand the first round of attacks," a guard shouted loudly. Although he knew it was discouraging to say so, hiding the true state of the battle would be even more foolish. After barely withstanding the first wave of attacks, the second round came immediately. Clearly, the enemy wanted to resolve the battle quickly, not giving them any time to breathe. "It's over. I've used up all my skills and they're still cooling down," a mage gritted his teeth. "My shield is also shattered. Does anyone have any defensive gear?" a guard asked anxiously, his voice hoarse. In the center of the team, Jiang Feng wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he was using his divine eye to observe the enemy's information around him. In battle, it is most important to know both your allies and your enemies to understand the opponent in order to respond better. "Who still has defensive gear?" Just as Jiang Feng finished his observation, he heard this question and immediately waved his hand. Countless defensive gears appeared out of thin air, easily over 100 pieces. If these people were to meet in an instance, they might be enemies. But here, they only had one identity: they were people of Jojo, especially when facing the nation of Sakura Hana. Thus, Jiang Feng was also not stingy with his resources. "The gear is a bit poor, but it will have to do," Jiang Feng said. After all, he was only 2nd tier and the gear he obtained from map clearing was quite average, definitely subpar for those present who were 3rd or 4th tier. But at this critical moment, this was like a timely rain. Everyone quickly picked their equipment, ready to face the battle, but suddenly Jiang Feng stopped them. "Wait, you go deal with that lightning mage, leave the rest to me." The people nearby were shocked to hear him, especially the guard who had been investigating him in Tianyuan City. "What nonsense are you talking about? You're only level 100, your current power." He didn't finish his sentence as the attack had already begun. Behind them were two archers firing arrows indiscriminately with powerful firepower. To the right were two assassins, their figures constantly flickering, looking for an opportunity to attack, and as expected, they were about to make their move next. And to the left was a lightning mage, whose attacks, although not as fierce as others, from different directions, were instant and covered a large area, posing no less a threat to everyone. "Here it comes, get ready," a guard warned. A dense volley of arrows sealed the sky, an attack even more ferocious than the first wave. This was a rhythm to end the battle directly, no way so fierce. At this moment, many had lost hope. The two sides were simply not on the same level of strength. However, just then Zhang Feng closed his eyes, his arms spread wide. A 10x spiritual experience card quietly took effect. An invisible and vast spiritual storm suddenly swept through all the nearby areas. Under that powerful spiritual field, the rain of arrows that was about to fall suddenly halted in mid-air. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng felt as if his spirit had been heavily struck. Controlling the opponent's arrows with mental power was no simple feat of object manipulation. It involved using mental power to counteract the impact force of the opponent's arrows. To control a stationary object, one only needs to apply slightly more force than its weight. However, to stop a flying object, one must not only counteract gravity but also neutralize its impact force. The attack launched by two 5th-tier archers was not to be underestimated. A 5 kg arrow could exert a force equivalent to hundreds of kilograms due to its impact. Had it not been for the use of a 10x mental strength enhancement card, Zhang Feng doubted he could have intercepted all of them. What was happening? Was someone coming to their rescue? It must be a powerful mentalist, likely no lower than 5th tier. Really? Where are they? I don't see anyone. The crowd, excited by the scene, looked around eagerly. Fatty also noticed the situation and glanced over with the corner of his eye, his thoughts racing when his gaze finally settled on Zhang Feng. It was him. Zhu Beiji, while controlling his beasts to fend off the poison gas, digested the scene in his mind. If he remembered correctly, that guard mentioned that Zhang Feng was only level 100. The announcement of the God of Beginners achievement had appeared just 21 days ago. That meant his awakening must have been at most 31 days ago. Reaching level 100 in less than a month, it might be possible for other professions, but for a mentalist, that was outrageous. Moreover, it was even more incredible that he, being only level 100, could control the arrows from two 5th-tier archers. The impact force he faced must have been at least 20 to 30 tons, yet he managed it so effortlessly. A level 100 mentalist with such a level of mental strength, it was almost like a dream. It turned out there was a powerhouse in the team, which was fantastic. Phew, that scared me. I thought I was going to die in the second wave of attacks. Thank goodness for the expert. Everyone perked up. With a mentalist powerhouse among us, our pressure was greatly reduced. Behind Fatty, the crowd saw Zhang Feng casually deflecting the opponent's arrows, and they all became excited. Only the guard who had interrogated Zhang Feng stood dumbfounded. "What expert? You know nothing. He's only level 100. The professional panel can't be faked. It has a unique flow of power aura. Even illusions can't replicate that unique power aura." So he was sure Zhang Feng was definitely level 100, no mistake. But the arrows that could even penetrate his blue quality shield were from no less than a 5th tier, and here he was, a man without even a 3rd tier, matching two high-level archers. What was going on? Across from them, Watanabe I squinted towards Zhang Feng's figure. As a life mage, his perception of life force was exceptionally keen. By sensing the strength of the life force within someone, he could roughly estimate their level. However, the margin of error was quite large, typically fluctuating by 50 levels, making it difficult to be precise. Oddly enough, this person's vitality is not very strong. At most, he's at the peak of the 2nd transformation or just stepped into the 3rd, definitely not reaching the 4th. But why could he? Could it be? After a moment of thought, Watanabe Jin slowly exhaled. My level perception can't be wrong. Even if there's a large margin of error, it couldn't be that much. Mr. Tachibana, this person must be our target. Hearing his conclusion, Tachibana Sato's eyes also filled with intense shock. Mr. Watanabe, are you sure you don't want to double-check? It's incredible that Kamikaze is a spirit master. Watanabe Jin's gaze was firm, his voice deep. No, it's definitely him. I am completely certain. Mr. Tachibana, we are about to achieve a great feat. As long as we kill him and enter the great Sakura Flower Heaven Shrine, becoming a candidate for the shrine. Master of the great Sakura Flower Heaven is just within reach. In the middle of the battlefield, the attacks continued relentlessly. The sky filled with laser beams and lightning strikes made it hard for everyone to breathe. Despite the doubts in the minds of the chubby man and his guards, they had no spare energy to ask questions now. What's going on? The poison gas seems to be getting thicker. At this rate, we'll eventually be drowned by it. It's getting worse. The poison gas is permeating everywhere, even the ground is turning black. Look up, the sky is also pressing down. What do we do? My abilities do have a purifying effect, but I'm only at the third transformation. My magic power isn't enough, and the little purification I can do is useless. As they spoke, the chubby man also realized the severity of the situation. He had thought that using his beast-taming fire-breathing skills would hold back the spread of the poison gas, but now he saw that he was too naive. Damn it, this is too much. If this were an outer domain battlefield, I'd crush you all. In fact, the chubby man was confident in his ability to kill the opponents, as those who entered the divine court were no weaklings. Each was a 1 in 10,000 talent. However, he wasn't alone now. He had to protect dozens of third transformation young juniors by his side. If he were to engage fully with the opponents, he wouldn't have the spare energy to look after others. The style always promoted by the 9 provinces was primarily about protection. The approach of sacrificing a few for a partial victory was only used when absolutely necessary, not to mention they had Jiang Feng here. Kamikaze's identity alone was enough to make him extremely vigilant and primarily focused on protection. That, of course, meant even more reason not to act rashly. The chubby man took a deep breath, his jaws clenched, and he quietly made a decision. With the rate of these attacks, it's doubtful we can last until reinforcements arrive, not even 10 minutes. If we really can't hold on, then abandon the others and just protect Luo Qingshui and Jiang Feng. If worst comes to worst, just protect Jiang Feng. With this thought, the chubby man quietly moved closer to Jiang Feng, preparing to look for a chance to break through. The speed of the poison gas increased again. Everyone tried to slow it down. Don't worry, I've got this, the guard was directing when suddenly Jiang Feng interrupted him. You've got this. Jiang Feng didn't answer but instead stretched out his arm, palm facing downward. Rise. At that moment, the ground rumbled thunderously as if the earth itself was about to split open. Countless grains of sand and stones were violently bouncing around. This was as if the very ground itself was being peeled back. It was incredibly intense. The sky was filled with swirling, boiling dust and mud, driving the air along with it. As time passed, the wind grew stronger, transforming into a massive tornado that devoured everything in its vicinity, including the toxic gases. With the aid of several tornadoes on the field, the spread of the poisonous gases significantly slowed down, and there was even a faint sign of it coming to a halt. However, completely dispersing the toxic gases was unlikely. After all, these gases and mists were not without an owner. They were controlled by someone infused with the power of spells and were not just ordinary gases. Jiang Feng smiled confidently, although his mental strength was not yet at the level of directly controlling air molecules. He could definitely manipulate the movement of sand and stones to drive the rotation of the wind. This was the correct use of mental power to control objects. The slowed spread of the toxic gases also gave everyone a moment to breathe. The chubby man watched Jiang Feng in disbelief, almost doubting his own life. Goodness, you will level 100 mental master, already have mental strength way beyond the norm, and now you've conjured up so many tornadoes. How do you have so much mental power? Truly a monster. On the field, Jiang Feng's actions had bought the group some time, but the situation was still dire. They had only managed to delay the spread of the poison gas. There were still many giant laser birds continuously firing laser beams, the thunder mages launching electrical attacks, and 2 assassins maneuvering around looking for an opportunity to strike. The chubby man observed the situation with a serious expression. Releasing so many controlled beasts for battle was draining his physical strength severely, and he wouldn't last much longer. And Jiang Feng, despite his unexpected and strong abilities, was after all just a level 100 second-tier mental master. Having him participate in a battle among 7th-tier powerhouses was truly a stretch. The most important thing was that the opponents could afford countless mistakes in their attacks, but Jiang Feng could not afford even one. One mistake could be life-threatening. He couldn't take that risk, nor could he let Jiang Feng take it. They couldn't wait for reinforcements any longer. They had to find a chance to break out. Listen up, everyone. The opponents are too strong, and if we continue like We won't last until reinforcements arrive. I am secretly controlling a burrowing beast to dig an underground tunnel which should be through in no more than 5 minutes. The tunnel is short, but it's enough to escape the range of the toxic gas. I'll hold them off while you all escape through the tunnel. You can head towards Lincheng where people are coming to our aid, or towards Yangcheng where there is a large garrison stationed. Got it? Though the chubby man's words seemed directed at everyone, they were primarily for Jiang Feng. In a low whisper barely audible to others but clear to Jiang Feng, he said, "Kid, if I'm not mistaken you must be Shinfu, right?" Thanks to the mental power Jiang Feng continuously released, he was acutely aware of every sound and movement around him. What others couldn't hear or see he could sense immediately, whether it was the fat man seeking support through the spiritual crystal or Watanabe I celebrating his preemptive victory over the kamikaze, becoming the candidate for the priest of the great Sakura Flower Country Shrine. He heard it all clearly. Piecing together the information, he also made a rough guess. The foreign assassins were coming for him, to kill a genius, and the fat man most likely belonged to the Kyushu camp sent to protect him. The fat man continued to explain in a low voice, revealing all the plans and intentions of the Divine Court. Now you understand your importance. Remember, once the tunnel is open I will let you enter first. We are less than 10 minutes away from Yang City. Hurry to seek protection from the guard squad. Got it. Listening to the fat man, Jiang Feng was slightly startled. Initially he was only focused on his own development and hadn't thought much beyond. Now he realized that he had become a target for almost every country in the world besides Kyushu. Wow, was this an exaggeration? It seems being too strong is also a trouble. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment, glanced at the fat man and nodded slightly, indicating that he had heard. This was not the time to be sentimental. Even without the fat man's words he would prioritize his own safety. As for others, if it was possible he would help them casually. If not, he wouldn't force himself to avoid jeopardizing his own safety. Furthermore, he was the target. As long as he left, those people would likely not continue to stay here and engage, which would indirectly save the others, killing two birds with one stone. Time passed slowly. Normally a minute would fly by, but now every second felt like an eternity. Everyone get ready, the fat man commanded. Suddenly he leaped forward, and at the same time the beast's space opened and a strangely shaped beast jumped out, its body huge. Dark Knight Shadow Frog, LD.886 description: the ruler of the Dark Knight world loves darkness, extremely dislikes sunlight. True to its description, as soon as the Shadow Frog appeared it became extremely irritable. Without waiting for the fat man's command, it spat out clumps of black fog, blocking the surrounding light. Soon the black fog covered everyone and also completely obscured the opponent's line of sight. On the ground a sharp tentacle suddenly drilled out, revealing a concealed underground passage. Now go quickly. Jiang Feng leaped down first, leading the way with others closely following behind. Watanabe I looked at the black fog surrounded by poison gas, his brow slightly furrowed. What trick is being played now? Tachibana-san, understood. Tachibana responded, and with a gesture of his hands, he summoned a huge vortex above the black fog. The vortex opened, as if connecting to another world, and a strong suction force came from it, absorbing all the black fog. As a fog mage, he could release quickly as well as absorb quickly. In just a few seconds the black fog dissipated. However, in their line of sight, they could only see the silhouette of the fat man. Everyone else had disappeared. An underground passage. They've run away. Chase them quickly, Watanabe I commanded, and everyone ran towards the passage. Surrounded by poison gas, they couldn't pass through and had no choice but to chase along the underground passage. Even though Watanabe I, the releaser of the poison gas, had the antidote, he couldn't detoxify them in real time as they moved through the gas. Tachibana, overwhelmed by the excessive mist he had released, also needed time to retract it. Considering all factors, pursuing through the tunnel was the quickest method. However, they overlooked the presence of the chubby man. Boom! With a loud explosion, the underground passage completely collapsed and the entrance was sealed. Trying to chase? Did you ask my permission? He mocked. Dare to cause trouble in Kyushu and you'll all stay right here. Now, free from the burden of others, I can really let loose. Of course, my main goal is to hold them up and buy some time for Ko to escape. That's why I didn't leave with the others. Come on, I'm in no rush. I've got plenty of time to play with you. Oh, and I almost forgot, you folks from the land of cherry blossoms should be adept at earth evasion techniques. If any of you can tunnel through the earth, come out quickly. I'll let you dig 3 feet before I chop off your heads. Anyone? Anyone? The chubby man stood in the middle, flanked by several powerful guardian beasts, and no one dared to approach rashly. Watanabe, seeing the chubby man's arrogance, was grinding his teeth in frustration. The poison gas and mist initially intended to restrict the enemy's movements were now ironically hindering their own. Indeed, they possessed the ability to move through the earth, but with the chubby man watching they couldn't use it. Damn it, follow me, Watanabe. I rallied the others, intending to lead them through the poison gas himself, but before they could move, the chubby man directed his guardian beasts to launch a massive fireball at their location. The fierce flames burned fiercely, cutting off Watanabe's path. Did you think you could just walk past me as if I didn't exist? In reality, if the chubby man had to fight against 7, he would be under considerable pressure. After all, not only was he a genius, but the opponents were also formidable. But at that moment he was banking on the fact that they wouldn't dare waste time fighting him, and he provoked them relentlessly. I bet you wouldn't dare stay and fight me. Seeing this, Watanabe grew even angrier, his eyes nearly shooting flames. Tachibana, absorb the mist as fast as you can and open a gap for us to escape. I'm on it. How long? It released too much. It'll take 30 seconds to create an opening. 30 seconds? Looks like we won't catch up then, but... Watanabe, I looked at the chubby man, his expression shifting from anger to a sly triumph. You think by trapping us here you can save him? Think again. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out a spirit crystal. Bet you didn't know I've got people waiting outside too. At the underground tunnel exit, everyone mobilized their utmost speed to flee towards Young City. Only Ko remained where he was. Now that it's temporarily safe, it's my turn to strike back, before Jiang Feng rapped. In a cloud of poison gas, was bombarded with all manner of arrows and lightning attacks, leaving him struggling to catch his breath. Each strike held the potential to be fatal, forcing him to prioritize dodging and defense over all else. Now, however, he was out of immediate danger. With this thought, Jiang Feng flipped his palm, preparing to unleash a flurry of silver light from his hand towards the people in the poison gas. But just as he was about to attack, he paused, stunned. Were there others? His 10x mental enhancement card was still active for another 21 minutes, allowing him a maximum mental sensing range of 11,500 meters or 11.5 kilometers. At the very edge of this range, 3 figures entered his mental sphere, rapidly approaching his location. They were positioned on the essential route leading to Young City. Using his psychic powers, Jiang Feng locked onto their figures and activated his divine eye. Name: Gong Tang Xian, from Sakura Flower Country. Occupation: Shadow Assassin. Level: 473. 5th transformation. Health: 950000. Jiang Feng's pupils constricted. Were there others stationed outside too? Besides him, there were 2 others, one a 6th transformation and another a 5th transformation, both assassins. What was more terrifying was not just these 3. Even from the direction of Lin City, 3 more figures were approaching, their strengths even greater, comprising 2 6th transformations and 1 7th transformation. They were caught in a pincer attack. Indeed, those sent to the 9 provinces as assassins were all far from simple, cunning and well prepared, with contingencies in place. Among them, the 7th transformation was a level 943 Death Curse sorcerer. Jiang Feng gasped. If it were any other profession like Earth Warrior assassins, he could use his longer reach to continuously attack and wear them down. 1 sword strike might not do it, then 2, if not 2 then 3, relying on his superior attack strength and range to eventually exhaust his opponent. But a Death Curse sorcerer was a different matter altogether. He remembered a lecture from school where they discussed several bizarre vocational skills, including that of a Death Curse sorcerer. This sorcerer had an innate skill that was particularly insurmountable. As long as the target was below his level and appeared within his line of sight, he could instantly pull the target's soul into a death space, imprisoning it permanently. The body would decay and the soul would also dissipate, leading to true death. This profession was considered a top-tier assassin, just by catching a glimpse of someone in a crowd, and if their level was lower than his, he could instantly decree their death. Of course, this ability wasn't unlimited. The death space could only imprison 1 soul at a time, and after a soul completely dissipated, there was a cooldown of about 4 to 5 days before it could imprison another. Nevertheless, the ability was still pernicious. If Jiang Feng were also a 7th transformation mental master, he wouldn't need to fear, but currently he was only at the 2nd transformation. The gap was too vast. He was not someone Jiang Feng could handle at his current stage. To think they would send such an exceedingly rare profession just to kill him. They really were sparing no expense. It looked like he needed to leave this place quickly, otherwise if that sorcerer caught sight of him he would be done for. With this thought, Jiang Feng immediately set off towards Yangchang. As for the chubby one, the best way to counter a Death Curse master is to be at a higher level than him. At level 990, he was higher than his opponent and completely untroubled. Besides, the chubby one wasn't the target of these people and he had support on the way. He shouldn't be in great danger. What just flew by? Did you see that? It looked like a sword, a silver sword, and so fast, and there seemed to be many of them. Who could it be? Could there be another enemy? It doesn't seem likely. It must be one of our own, otherwise we would have been killed outright. Luo Qingxue looked up at the shadows of those swords in the sky, feeling increasingly familiar with them. After pondering for a moment, her face showed surprise. It was him, that big shot. As she turned her head to look, Jiang Feng riding on his sword flashed over her head. Luo Qingxue was dumbfounded. Wasn't he? How could? Just earlier, surrounded by poison gas, Jiang Feng had stopped the enemy's arrows with a palm strike and casually overturned a large patch of ground, creating multiple massive tornadoes. She had always thought Jiang Feng was some big shot of fifth transformation or stronger. But now, seeing that familiar sword, she realized it was him. But wasn't he just in the Shattered Stone Valley a few days ago, at most level 100? Just a few days later he had become so powerful. No, that's not right. It seems he has always been strong. But still, the opponent just now was at least a fifth transformation expert, and he. Luo Qingxue found it increasingly unbelievable. Shattered Stone Valley, the magic dragon boss instance, and today every piece of news related to Jiang Feng was so fantastical, so shocking. If he had just come out of the magic dragon boss instance, he would be at most level 150. To be able to fight back and forth with such a powerful opponent was impossible, absolutely impossible. Luo Qingxue couldn't believe it. After a long thought, she gave herself an explanation. It must not be the same person, just someone using the same weapon by chance. Several kilometers away in the direction of Yangcheng, three assassins were moving quickly, their figures flickering at an astonishing speed. I can't believe that guy is a mentalist. Could the captain be wrong? I think it's unlikely too, but Captain Watanabe's judgment has never been wrong. Alright, no more discussion, just follow orders. Better to kill wrongly than let go. Remember, if you see anyone block all directions, fight quickly and decisively, don't let anyone escape. Yes, speed up. After a brief discussion, they all accelerated. However, before long the one in front suddenly stopped. Wait, what is this? The other two looked up into the sky. They saw a bunch of silver swords whizzing past, the blades seemingly moving in a special trajectory. Before they could react, a powerful sword aura suddenly formed, making their hearts skip a beat. Why do I feel like I've been targeted? Who is controlling this? Could it be a powerful being from Kyushu has arrived? With a crackling sound, the sword aura stirred the air, blazing like a meteor descending from the sky, burning fiercely. A blazing streak of light cuts through the air, targeting a locked figure and descending upon it. So powerful, the target feels the formidable sword energy and immediately musters all his defensive powers to protect himself. Although two others want to help, they dare not step forward, sensing the extraordinary power within the sword energy. Touch it and face death or severe injury. Boom! The collision sends one figure flying backward, crashing into a tree with a heavy cough. Cough, cough, cough. Who exactly is it? Could it really be those guys from Kyushu who have found me? Gong Tang? Xian struggles to stand up. Although there are no visible wounds on his body, his vitality has been reduced by more than half. Life 126000/950000. In this world, as long as a professional has sufficient life points, all damage is absorbed by these points. During this period, any injuries incurred automatically heal as long as the life points remain. Only when vitality is completely depleted do conditions like bleeding or a pierced chest occur. Naturally, the function to automatically heal injuries using life points can be turned off. Once deactivated, injuries no longer heal on their own and the professional's life becomes as fragile as an ordinary person's. Thus, almost no one chooses to disable this feature. At this moment, Gong Tang Xian looks up at the sword energy about to strike again, a wave of fear washing over him. He has a premonition, if he takes another hit he will die. What are you two doing? Help me, he shouts, but the other two don't move an inch. How could they help? If they were warriors, maybe they could bear the brunt, but as assassins, they are the most fragile class. Gong Tang, sorry, his teammates say regretfully as the sword energy descends again. Despite Gong Tang Xian using every trick in the book to dodge and evade, including various illusion skills, the sword energy relentlessly locks onto his presence, leaving no escape. Ultimately, his body is cleaved in half by the sword energy, dying tragically on the spot. The remaining two exchange glances, fear evident in their eyes. A 5th level assassin with 950,000 life points, dead in just 2 strikes. This scene leaves a deep shadow in their minds, sapping even the desire to retaliate. As the flying sword prepares to attack again, the two decide to flee. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, Zhang Feng sighs. These people have exceptional equipment, taking more than one strike to kill. His Gui technique deals damage of 121,600 points purely in value, but the opponent's equipment reduces the damage to 824,000 points, a mitigation rate of about 33%. Looks like I really need to complete my 3rd transformation soon. Otherwise, dealing with these people is still somewhat challenging. Let these foreigners see, they might think I'm easy to bully. In a room in Lincheng, numerous powerful figures gather. In the center, a young figure lies quietly on the bed. Li Shang. It's been 3 days, why hasn't he woken up? Don't worry, just wait a bit longer. With us here, those people wouldn't dare to come in. We had plenty of time, so there was no need to rush. 2 more minutes passed. The person on the bed moved slightly, and everyone immediately perked up. After a brief life-saving procedure, Li Shang quickly regained his composure. Beside him, a powerful figure from the Divine Court quickly briefed him on the situation and asked excitedly, Are you really Shenfeng? Everyone looked at him expectantly, hoping for a positive response. However, Li Shang's reply was a letdown. Shenfeng, no, I'm not. Someone frowned. Young man, do you know how crucial your identity is to Zhou? Now is not the time to hide. Show us your panel. Li Shang looked around innocently. I'm really not. Saying this, he displayed his panel. Name, Li Shang. Nickname, Great Sage 777. You're not Shenfeng? How is that possible? At this moment, everyone in the room was dumbfounded, their faces awkward and filled with deep disappointment. They had been clashing covertly with those assassins for so long and had guarded this place so closely, only to find out that the person they were protecting was not Shenfeng. All that effort for nothing. The room's atmosphere plummeted to its lowest point. Just then, a person entered the room. Looking anxious, huff huff, there's a message from old Zhu, he's asking for immediate support. People glanced up at him. Old Zhu, didn't we send someone to support him already? Tell him we'll be there soon. He can't be struggling with those few little punks from Cherry Blossom Country, can he? The person swallowed nervously and shook his head quickly. No, that was 10 minutes ago. I just received another message from him saying Shenfeng is there and asked us to hurry. What? He said Shenfeng is there for real? Upon hearing this news, everyone became excited again, though clearly their enthusiasm wasn't as high as before. After all, they had just experienced a major disappointment and it was hard to get worked up again. Are you sure that's what he said? No words like suspected or possible. No, it's confirmed. Old Zhu might not be reliable usually, but he wouldn't be careless about such a crucial matter. Everyone better to believe it than not. Let's move out. Sun City. After a series of identity checks, Zhang Feng successfully entered the city. Originally, he wanted to notify the guard squad to see if they could provide support or coordinate with Fatso, but it seemed the guard team was busy and scattered, making it hard to find someone with authority to speak to. Continuing the search would be a waste of time, so he gave up. After asking around briefly, Zhang Feng arrived at the Sun City's Job Change Temple. Nickname, Shenfeng. 3rd Advancement Task Submission. Task Item completed. Spirit Storage Capacity meets 5-star standards. Task completion, all attributes increased by 30%. Advanced task completion, all attributes doubled to 60%. Experience storage released. Congratulations to player Shenfeng for leveling up to LV.120. Nickname, Shenfeng. Profession, Spirit Master. Spirit Power, Unlimited Spirit Strength, 27,776 plus 30%. Maximum dispersal distance, 1,550 meters. Level, LV.120. 3rd Advancement, Life, 135168, plus 30,000, plus 30% Strength, 19962 plus 20% Defense, 9836, plus 1,500, plus 20% Agility, 714, plus 280, plus 30% Stamina, 3456, plus 1100, plus 20% Combat Power Rating, 672 stars. The 60% attribute increase from the 1st and 2nd advancements was not as apparent until now. But now, as the levels have increased, the disparity has become apparent. Advancement in profession complete. Awakening your advanced profession, please wait. Seeing this prompt, Zhang Feng was instantly thrilled. He had waited so long and finally he was about to advance in his profession. For a professional, only after completing the third transformation can one truly harness the unique traits of their profession. A transformation as profound as a rebirth. Like in the battle against the magic dragon boss, whether it was by Mian or Qing Tian, their abilities were far more formidable than Zhang Feng's. This was because they had already completed their third transformation, whereas Zhang Feng was still at his second, hence fighting against them had been strenuous, but now he was about to complete his third transformation. The path of the true strong was just beginning. However, just as Zhang Feng was looking forward to his advanced profession, a fierce battle erupted outside. The streets were filled with chaotic screaming. Zhang Feng could faintly hear someone shouting words like mist, poison gas attackers. His expression darkened instantly. These people had actually tracked him down here. Third profession advancement complete. Detected a player with quasi-divine qualifications, advancing you to the unique profession in the world, Phantom God, obtaining exclusive power of the Phantom God profession, Ghost Eye. Zhang Feng received the information about Ghost Eye in his mind, his expression growing increasingly shocked. Ghost Eye possesses the power of an infinitely real illusion capable of trapping targets within an illusion from which they cannot actively escape. The damage suffered in the illusion will be synchronized to reality. Usage conditions: player's mental strength must be higher than that of the target. Note 1. Ghost Eye can be used on up to 3 people simultaneously. Note 2. All elements within the illusion must be constructed by the player using mental strength. Note 3. Those trapped can be awakened by professionals with higher mental strength than the player. Trapping people in an illusion and the damage in the illusion manifesting in reality. This is the Phantom God. Truly living up to the divine element in the profession name. The most important aspect is that it only requires his mental strength to be higher than the opponent's with no level restrictions. Zhang Feng felt that this ability might be even more formidable than whatever abilities those death curse sorcerers had. Player has reached the third transformation level. The golden spin wheel is now activated. A prompt sound rang out and Zhang Feng excitedly opened the spin wheel page. Regular spin wheel remaining draws 4, golden spin wheel remaining draws 5, golden spin wheel draws 1 additional draw for every 5,000 points in mental strength increase. Draw from the golden spin wheel, increase in mental strength range by 50 meters. Current maximum spread of mental strength increased to 1,600 meters. Zhang Feng hadn't expected such rewards from the golden spin wheel. Theoretically, the range of mental strength could only be increased by leveling up, but now the golden spin wheel could offer range rewards which really surprised Zhang Feng. Continuing, draw 500 mental strength points. Current mental strength 28,276. Remaining draws 3. Zhang Feng couldn't help but swallow. It had to be said, the golden spin wheel was indeed much more superior to the regular spin wheel, with each reward being so extraordinary. Zhang Feng's range for extracting psychic energy increased by 50 meters, bringing the maximum spread of his psychic energy to 1660 meters. Another increase followed shortly after, expanding it to 1700 meters. This was the last increase. He had automatically learned a new active skill for his psychic master, psychic puppetry. This skill allowed players to use their psychic energy to create a psychic puppet that possessed all the player's abilities except for this particular skill. Tip 1. The psychic puppet is immune to all physical damage. Tip 2. The maximum control distance of the psychic puppet equals the player's maximum psychic spread distance. Tip 3. The psychic spread range of the puppet is not affected by the original body spread range. Zhang Feng read the skill explanations carefully. Most were straightforward, but the third tip was a bit harder to grasp. It seemed to suggest that if his psychic energy could extend up to 10,000 meters to the north at most, then if his puppet stood at the northern edge, the puppet's psychic energy could further extend another 10,000 meters north. Thus, the combined reach of his and his puppet's psychic energies could reach 20,000 meters, a direct doubling of the distance. If he used a 10x psychic experience card, the distance would increase 20-fold. His current range was 1,600 meters, multiplied by 20 inch it would reach 32,000 meters or 32 kilometers. Given time and growth, he could certainly achieve feats such as decapitating someone from thousands of miles away. Golden wheel, current number of draws, 0. Continuing with the regular wheel, Zhang Feng won 50,000 gold coins automatically added to his inventory, 3 unlimited random green equipment boxes, 300,000 gold coins and 3 10x psychic enhancement cards. Zhang Feng opened His skill panel: Skill 1, Passive Vigor, Double Psychic Energy, Continuous Activation. Skill 2, Active Control, Instant Comprehension, Control Everything. Skill 3, Passive Perception, Vision Penetration, Perceive Everything. Skill 4, Active All Swords, Return to the Source, Sword Rain, Locks the Sky, Unified Burst, Kill. Special Skills: Skill 1, Active Divine Eye, Probe Information, Completely Hidden. Skill 2, Active Ghost Eye, Unfold Illusions, Endless Traps. Skill 3, Active Psychic Puppet, Equal Combat Power, Immune to Physical Damage. Reflecting on his skill panel, Jiang Feng felt a moment of emotion. Back then I treasured the All Swords Return to the Source as a precious skill, but now I realize I was just ignorant. These are the skills a psychic master should have. From today forth I, Jiang Feng, will take on the profession. Phantom God Eagle Zhu, where are you? Fatty sat collapsed on the ground, surrounded by chaos, a clear sign of a fierce battle. He bore no injuries, but his body was limp, completely exhausted. PFF ran off. These bastards are quite strong, damn it, I killed 2 of their archers. As for the rest, didn't have the strength to chase them. A priest approached and helped Fatty regain his strength. TSK, old Zhu, I didn't ask about the people from Sakura country. I asked where Shinfeng went. Struggling to his feet, Fatty took a deep breath and smirked with satisfaction. Rest assured, I had him break out ahead of time. It was unexpected. They even deployed a Death Curse Master, a high-caliber profession. Had I not cleverly had him leave earlier, we might not have been able to protect him. By now, that kid should have reached Yang City. Everyone's eyebrows furrowed at the mention of a Death Curse Master. Indeed, they really invested heavily this time to bring out such a profession. Wait. Yang City. Suddenly, everyone at the scene froze and exchanged looks. Oh no, let's hurry to Yang City. The people present were elites from Kyushu, seasoned in dealing with foreign powers. When foreigners attempt to assassinate talents from Kyushu, Kyushu would also send assassins to target their talents. They clearly understood the principles of being assassins. If they missed this chance, it would be a desperate all-or-nothing gamble. Yang City was in danger, as they had anticipated. Numerous powerful professionals had already sealed the entire city. Mist and poison gas surrounded it, blocking the sky. Even the underground was compromised as tunnels were dug and filled with poison gas to seal off the area. Essentially, the entire city was enveloped in poison gas. No one inside could get out, and no one outside could enter. The toxicity of the gas was so severe that any contact would cause flesh to rot instantly, turning into mere bones. Not even ordinary people, but even the city lord of Yang City, a 5th-tier Battle Earth practitioner, dared not try to contend with it. In the center of Yang City, the range of the poison gas was rapidly shrinking, continuously compressing the living space of the people. From afar, Jiang Feng observed through the air. 8 figures stood atop a towering building. Watanabe, a 7th-tier life mage, mastered in the arts of life and equally skilled in its destruction, was the creator of this deadly poison gas. Juzo, a 6th-tier mist mage, whose emitted fog could disorient people, causing anyone who entered to lose their sense of direction and be perpetually misled, never finding a way out. Yamaki Yaru, a 7th-tier death curse master, could imprison the souls of anyone of a lower rank who came into his line of sight. Besides these 3, the remaining were 2 5th-tier assassins, 2 6th-tier beast masters, and 1 6th-tier archer. Juzo said, "It seems this time we might have to sacrifice our lives for our country. But before that, we must complete our mission, speed up the contraction of the fog, the faster the better. When everyone is sufficiently concentrated, we'll massacre the entire city, no survivors." He sneered, "I know the monsters from Kyushu are on their way here, but by the time they arrive, they'll only find a pile of corpses. Shinkeis, keep running. I'll massacre the city and see where you can go." Watanabe laughed crazily, excitement tinged in his voice. At that moment, Juzo tapped him. "Watanabe-san, that guy seems to have come out on his own." Watanabe, hearing this, looked in the direction pointed out. It was indeed the figure of Jiang Feng. "Ha, good, very good. He feels guilty, doesn't want to be the reason behind the death of a whole city, so he's coming out voluntarily. The people of Kyushu, always so indecisive, caring about such trivial things. Kill him." The moment Watanabe's command fell, a 5th-level assassin burst out, clutching a pitch-dark dagger in his palm. The distance between the 2 men quickly closed, and the assassin's dagger began to glow swiftly, covered in blood-red lines that pulsed like magma and flowed like fresh blood. "Boy, if you're courting death, don't blame me." His figure flickered, and in an instant he was in front of Jiang Feng. The speed was so swift that Jiang Feng couldn't react in time. The dagger thrust forward, its sharp blade cutting through the cold air, aiming straight for Jiang Feng's brow. "Got him." Watanabe and his Companions, upon seeing this, already pictured Jiang Feng's demise in their minds, and they couldn't help but start celebrating prematurely. If he could return successfully, he would become a candidate for the Divine Master of the Great Sakura, the god of the Flower Kingdom. Becoming the Divine Master was within reach. Tachibana, Mr. Yamaki, prepare to retreat. Watanabe had already begun planning the retreat route. However, the scene before him made him doubt his life. The dagger hit Jiang Feng's brow without pausing and passed directly through him. The assassin was stunned. This was an illusion. He turned, intending to verify it again. However, at that moment Jiang Feng also turned around, his left eye suddenly bursting with a strange black luminescence. Within that eerie glow, a pattern emerged from the pupils, spreading rapidly around, quickly covering half of Jiang Feng's face. The black patterns were eerie and mysterious, exuding an aura of fear. Although Jiang Feng's face was expressionless, the sinister patterns made him emit an evil aura. Ghost Eye, Tomb of Illusion activated. With a surge of invisible power, the rapidly descending dagger instantly froze in midair, unable to progress further. The assassin's body stiffened, motionless as if turned to stone. At the same time, he felt a darkness before his eyes, as if his soul was floating in the air, sucked into a strange space. That space was pitch black and eerily silent. Where am I? What is this place? As he puzzled over this, Jiang Feng's figure suddenly appeared before him. Welcome to the Tomb of Illusion. The Tomb of Illusions, where souls are buried. Tomb of Illusion? What nonsense, stop playing tricks, it's just an illusion. What else can you do? Jiang Feng looked at him with a smile. What can I do to you? Why don't you try and see? Jiang Feng's figure drifted backward, then gradually disappeared. The next moment, the entire space's ground turned into a sea of magma and the assassin fell into it. Such petty tricks. Impossible. Why does it feel so real? My legs? No, stop. The moment he touched the magma, his clothes instantly caught fire and the extreme heat seared his skin, blurring and even charring his flesh. It's over, I'm going to die. Although he didn't believe what he was seeing was real, the pain was unbearable. Wings spread out, lifting him into the air. However, the air above also lit up. He looked up, his face filled with terror. Impossible. How could lava be suspended in the air? It must be fake. All of this must be fake. Not just above him, but lava filled the space in every direction. The lava converged rapidly, enveloping him completely. Accompanied by a piercing scream, his life also came to an end. In the real world, Watanabe looked on, full of confusion. Kill him? What are you doing? Wait, his leg, why is it suddenly bursting into flames? Under everyone's gaze, the flames spread from the assassin's leg, gradually engulfing his entire body, yet he did not struggle at all, like a walking corpse. Letting his body be consumed to ashes, Jiang Feng observed this, gaining some understanding of the use of the Ghost Eye illusionary tomb space. Simply put, in the illusion he was like a creator, able to create anything, from lava to mythical beasts, even conjuring countless powerful beings out of thin air. Of course, this power could not affect the opponent's soul itself. Since the opponent's soul was not under his control, nor part of the space, a sword couldn't just materialize within the opponent's soul. He could only use his creations to kill. Besides, creation was not out of nothing. It required the consumption of mental energy to construct. After all, this was a world made of mental energy. For Jiang Feng, this limitation was hardly an issue. After constructing everything, if he launched an attack on the opponent's soul, the damage taken in the illusionary realm would synchronize with the opponent's real-world body. In this way, anyone dragged into the Ghost Eye illusionary tomb was practically on a path to death. Of course, this skill also had its limits. On one hand, Jiang Feng's mental strength had to be higher than his opponent's to use it. On the other hand, time and the illusion synchronized with real time. Whether it took 1 second, 5 seconds or longer, it always required some time. During this process, if someone with a higher mental strength than Jiang Feng were present, they could pull the opponent's soul out using mental power. Overcoming these limitations was simple: increase mental strength. Mental strength was the foundation of everything. At the scene, Watanabe watched his subordinate fall, his expression extremely grim. No wonder the Divine Master values you so highly. You are indeed powerful. That makes it even more necessary to not let you live. Yamaki-kun. Beside him, Yamaki Yoro responded and stepped forward, his hands forming complex seals. A mentalist indeed has gained a remarkable skill. If I'm not mistaken, that move just now was the spirit phasing. Revered by all mentalists as a divine technique, spirit phasing, a skill that allows one to use mental power to phase parts of one's body, making those parts immune to any physical attacks. truly a divine skill in physical defense coveted by countless mentalists. However, in front of my cursed spirit phasing is just for show. Shan Muyi rapidly formed numerous complex hand seals, giving birth to a bizarre and ancient power that gradually emerged from his pupils. With a low roar he unleashed the cursed technique, death imprisonment. From his eyes strands of dim ghostly light shot out, instantly dyeing the entire sky the color of death, a dark red as if blood was flowing through it. These rays of light transformed into tendrils that enveloped Zhang Feng. Prepare for endless pain, troublesome boy. Watching his own creation, a cruel smile crept onto Shan Muyi's lips. Could it be? Is this the legendary death curse? Someone exclaimed. Once one's soul is pulled into the death space, it's far worse than death itself. The powerful mental fluctuations were so intense that merely a glance made one feel dizzy and clouded. Stay away, don't get caught up in this. Unfortunately for the young man, the living space in Yangcheng shrank dramatically, affecting its residents even far from the battlefield under the influence of Shan Muyi's death curse. As the tendrils drew closer, Zhang Feng stood expressionless, frozen in place. Moments later he was tightly enveloped by the tendrils. Unbeknownst to others, the spiritual puppet was deliberately subdued by Shan Muyi. As the saying goes, out with the old, in with the new. Since this spiritual puppet had already appeared and lost the advantage, continuing the fight seemed pointless. Better to let Shan Muyi kill it and lower their guard. After all, with limitless mental power he could indefinitely create more spiritual puppets. Once a new puppet arrived, taking advantage of their joy in having killed him, he could strike a fatal blow. Haha, as expected of Master Shanmu. Watanabe Inu, upon seeing this, already imagined the scene of Zhang Feng being tortured and couldn't help but celebrate prematurely. Orange, send Master Shanmu, let's prepare to retreat. Watanabe Inu started planning the escape route again. Wait, Shan Muyi's expression turned serious, his crimson eyes fixated ahead. We might not be able to leave yet. This boy isn't his real body, his soul isn't in the death space at all. What's going on, Master Shanmu? Watanabe Inu's face fell and he quickly approached Shan Muyi for answers. Shan Muyi didn't speak, instead he withdrew all the tendrils. With the tendrils gone, Zhang Feng's figure reappeared, but only his head remained. In an instant even the head disappeared. Just then Orange-san shouted from behind him, Watanabe-san, there he is. Watanabe Inu, following his directions, saw Zhang Feng's figure again. Another clone, no wonder there's no soul. Shan Muyi squinted his eyes and cursed. Meanwhile Zhang Feng's attack arrived. A flurry of silver swords whistled past and a silver dragon streaked across the sky, causing hearts to tremble. Zhang Feng murmured, I didn't expect the spirit puppets, all swords return to one, to be just as strong as my real body. He had thought that without the enhancement of the silver dragon blade the power of all swords returned to one would be significantly weaker, but these swords, formed from mental power, were just as strong as the carefully crafted silver dragon blade. Using the air sword, it was akin to a replica of the silver dragon blade. Zhang Feng originally intended to conjure more silver dragon blades, but 1,000 was the limit. It seems that the spirit-powered silver dragon blade is connected to reality. Seeing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but mutter a pity. Otherwise, the all swords returned to the clan should have been renamed. Without limitations, he could have as many as he desired. Coupled with his infinite spiritual power, just this move alone could slay gods. The two 6th-rank beast masters reacted swiftly, releasing giant laser birds. Several giant laser birds joined the battlefield, firing laser beams at the silver dragons controlled by Zhang Feng. Ding! The laser beams struck the silver dragons, emitting a metallic clang like that of personified metal. The silver dragons, unstoppable, shattered the obstructing giant laser birds. However, many of the silver dragon blades were also damaged. Yet, with an endless supply of spiritual power, these silver dragon blades were quickly replenished. Ghost Eyes, Phantom Tomb, two sneaky figures attempted to ambush him. With just one glance, Zhang Feng trapped the two 5th-rank assassins in an illusion. Screams of agony rose. One self-immolated, leaving only ashes, while the other froze into an ice sculpture. All swords returned to the clan. At that moment, Zhang Feng continued to control the silver dragon, charging at the 6th-rank Mist Master. Save me, Watanabe-san. Tachibana, knowing he couldn't withstand the silver dragon, desperately fled towards Watanabe Inoue, screaming for help. As long as I am here, you shall not kill another, declared Watanabe Inoue, a 7th-rank life mage. As long as it wasn't a fatal blow, he could save them. As the silver dragon descended upon the Mist Master, Watanabe Inoue's life magic also hit its mark. A silver sword light and a green blow, two distinctly different energies, acted on Tachibana at The same time, the two energies entwined within Tachibana, twisting his facial muscles in severe pain. But the agony didn't last long. The silver sword light ultimately overcame the green lifelight. Bang! With a loud explosion, Tachibana was completely shattered by the silver dragon's sword light, but Jiang Feng's spiritual puppet was also killed by the arriving Yamaki Yoro. Damn it, how could his sword light be so strong? My life magic couldn't save him. He, a 7th rank life mage, couldn't understand why his healing couldn't keep up with the damage inflicted by a mere 3rd rank spirit master. Yamaki Yoro was utterly shocked. Not only did this young man conjure several avatars, but his attacks were also tremendously powerful and sustained. Even as a spirit master of the 7th rank, he couldn't muster such abundant spiritual power. Now, among the cherry blossoms, only Watanabe Inoue and Yamaki Yoro were left. Meanwhile, the poison fog released by Watanabe Inoue had completely spread across Young City. The livable space had been reduced to its limits, with only a small area in the city center remaining unscathed. This place has gathered all the residents of Yangcheng almost to the point of overcrowding. Given the current rate of spread of the poison mist, it won't be long before even this last sanctuary is engulfed. By then everyone gathered here will perish. Since you refuse to show yourself, boy, I can't be blamed for what happens next. After having been repeatedly thwarted by Jiang Feng, Watanabe Welling doesn't even know his true whereabouts. Watanabe from the land of cherry blossoms has never suffered such humiliation. His face is extremely grim, his eyes filled only with murderous intent, like a wild beast that has lost its sanity. Now, only by massacring the city can he vent his anger. Only by massacring the city can he force Jiang Feng out. He just waits for the poison mist to fully spread through Yangcheng. Whether Jiang Feng appears or not, he must die. The poison mist rages and Watanabe Welling has completely lost his mind. He continuously swings his magical staff and clusters of black mist emanate from his body. The already pitch-black poison, now so dense it seems almost liquid, is terrifying to behold. Divine wind, hiding is useless, just a touch of this mist and you'll be reduced to bones. Haha, exhilarating, all of you from the 9 provinces deserve to die. Watanabe Welling laughs out loud, his figure appearing everywhere in Yangcheng, whimpering. Is there no one in Yangcheng who can stop the spread of the poison mist, Daddy? I'm scared, the poison mist looks so frightening. Don't be afraid, Daddy will protect you. Squeeze in, can't you see the poison mist is almost at our feet? I don't want to die. Why are people from the cherry blossom country appearing in Yangcheng? In an instant, the poison mist has almost reached the edge of the crowd. At this moment, panic, fear and restlessness spread among the people. At the critical moment, a colorful gate appears in the sky above Yangcheng with a majestic aura, like a whale swallowing all the poison is transformed into a black long river, completely sucked into the portal. The sword hanging over the heads of the people of Yangcheng has completely disappeared. The gloomy sky returns to a bright blue and the figures of the divine court appear before the public. No, seeing the last hope shattered, Watanabe Welling's body is tense with bulging veins, letting out a roar of frustration. Still, Sanmuyu reacts quickly, pulling Watanabe Welling towards the horizon to escape. If they don't leave now, they may never be able to. Jiang Feng, watching all this from the shadows, also breathes a sigh of relief. Had the divine court not arrived, he would have had to flee. As for the people of Yangcheng, he couldn't have cared for them, but they are his compatriots from the 9 provinces, and leaving them to fend for themselves would weigh on him. This burden is not based on any sense of justice, but on basic morality. Now that the people of Yangcheng are saved, Jiang Feng feels relieved. In a flash, Jiang Feng blends into the crowd and hides, thanks to the help of all the nobles otherwise Yangcheng might have. The captain of the Yangcheng Guard, a burly man with a full beard, stands before the divine court, respectfully reporting everything that happened today, including the heroic deeds of Divine Wind. You mean to tell me that Kamikaze alone killed 6 people from Sakura Blossom Country, including 4 level 6 powerhouses and 2 level 5 experts? With 2 avatars, no less, and such formidable strength, how can Kamikaze's mental power be so abundant? Old Zhu, is this the Kamikaze you spoke of? His power is terrifying indeed. Yes, to think that just days after his awakening he could cultivate his mental power to such a level. Such talent is truly unprecedented in the history of Kyushu. Upon hearing this, everyone in the divine court showed expressions of shock. If this person is indeed Kamikaze, it only means they have vastly underestimated his strength. As for Watanabe and Yamaoki, divine court powerhouses have already gone after them, too. dare such boldness within Kyushu? Not only are these two doomed, but it's likely that the higher-ups in Kyushu have made their decision. Sakura Blossom Country will have to pay a hefty price. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng's attention was on the people of the Divine Court. Apart from the chubby man, he knew he did not recognize the others. Name: Wang Tianba, Kyushu. Occupation: Beastmaster Guild, Divine Court, Level 9. Rank: LV888, Level 7. Name: Duan Tianliang. Occupation: Fire Mage Guild, Divine Court, Level 9. Rank: LV1123, Level 8. Zhang Feng marveled inwardly. Truly, the Divine Court is Kyushu's foremost guild, filled with mighty warriors, the weakest being of Level 7. However, as Zhang Feng surveyed them, two individuals particularly caught his eye. Name: Sakuragi Ki, Sakura Blossom Country. Occupation: Stealth Mage. Rank: LV1111, Level 8. Name: Matsumoto, Sakura Blossom Country. Occupation: Spatial Beast Master. Rank: LV1003, Level 8. Initially intending to reveal himself, Zhang Feng was surprised to find that there were foreigners in the Divine Court. After this incident, he realized something was amiss. My lord, both have been executed. At this point, the Divine Court powerhouses who went after Watanabe have also returned. A somewhat portly leader of the Divine Court stood out. Zhao Wuda. He looked towards the crowded scene and loudly said, "Kamikaze, I know you are among the crowd, please come forward. We wish to understand more about your recent attack on Sakura Blossom Country and seek your assistance." Hidden in the crowd, Zhang Feng remained still. This was not the right moment to emerge. "Kamikaze, please come forward, I am responsible for this operation in the Divine Court." Seeing no response, Zhao Wuda shouted again. After a long time, still no one came forward. "Old Zhu, what's going on? Could it be that Kamikaze has already left Yang City?" Helpless, Zhao Wuda turned his gaze to the chubby man. He was the first to spot Kamikaze and might have some clues. The chubby man shook his head, indicating he didn't know either. After sending Kamikaze off, he too was unaware of where Kamikaze had gone. The scene fell into silence, and Zhao Wuda's face showed urgency. The Kamikaze they almost had in their grasp could still slip away. After a standoff, it was Zhang Feng who broke the silence. He formed a spiritual puppet, distanced himself from the crowd, and suddenly soared into the sky to escape. At the same time, he looked towards the chubby man. "Let him come alone." As soon as Zhang Feng appeared, the members of the Divine Court took notice, scrutinizing this legendary genius. "Old Ji, you go alone then. Whether Shen Feng can join the Divine Court depends on you." In an instant, Zhao Wuda made a decision and signaled for the chubby man to follow. Such geniuses must be respected. On the outskirts of Yang City, Zhang Feng asked indirectly, "Can foreigners also join the Divine Court?" The chubby man frowned upon hearing this. What did he mean by that? As he looked at Zhang Feng, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Among you there are two people from the Cherry Blossom Country." Seeing his expression, Zhang Feng realized that the chubby man was also unaware, so he straightforwardly disclosed the information about Sakuragi Ki and Matsumoto. Upon hearing this, the chubby man's expression didn't change much, but his heart was already in turmoil. How could he not know these two? They were not only elders of the Divine Court but also comrades who had fought side by side with him in the extraterritorial battlefield. They were heroes of Kyushu, having established tremendous military exploits. How could they be traitors? Wait, how did this kid figure out they were foreigners? The chubby man wanted to ask more, but when he looked up, Zhang Feng's figure had already vanished. SSS, this guy, his abilities are really strange. The chubby man returned to Yang City looking secretive. Zhao Wuda was puzzled by his behavior. What madness has taken over old Zhu? Pulling Zhao Wuda aside, the chubby man relayed everything to him. Zhao Wuda was equally perturbed. How could these two be people from the Cherry Blossom Country? "I don't believe it either, but we have to be cautious." The chubby man's expression was serious. If these two were undercover agents, their involvement with Kyushu and the Divine Court Guild could be tremendous. The two hid and talked for a long time but ended without resolution. The chubby man took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, his expression grave. What kind of methods does Shen Feng have? He can even see through this. After the turmoil in Yang City passed, Tianyuan City returned to peace again. In the council room of the city Lord's mansion, the people of the Divine Court sat around the round table, their discussions loud and overlapping. The main topic was Shen Feng. Since his brief appearance in Yang City, there had been no news about him. Why doesn't Shen Feng dare to show himself? Could he be a genius secretly cultivated by another guild? I don't think so. If he really were a talent nurtured by another guild, they wouldn't just leave him unattended, not even protecting him from assassination attempts by the Cherry Blossom country. However, this Shenfeng is truly terrifying. He might already be at the third realm a talent. Unheard of. Don't forget, he is a psychic. If he continues to progress so fiercely, becoming a 9th or even 10th realm powerhouse in the future, who in the world could stand against him? The discussion was heated, with even Sakuragi Ki and Matsumoto occasionally chiming in. Only the chubby man and Zhao Wuda seemed disinterested, not participating in any discussions. The reason was that their attention was already focused on the foreign undercover agents. The issue of foreign spies was like a fishbone stuck in their throats, making them extremely uncomfortable. Fatty was torn inside, unsure of whom to trust. On one hand, there was the demon-like Shenfeng, and on the other, a veteran of the Divine Court with a glorious record of battle achievements. Trusting either side involved significant risks, leaving him indecisive. After discussing with Zhao Wuda, they agreed to keep things quiet for the time being, hold their forces, and investigate secretly. If they gathered enough evidence to prove that the two were from the Sakura country, a thunderous action would await them. However, burdened with worry, how could Fatty just sit still? His wise eyes couldn't help but glance over at the two from time to time. Several days later, the perennial snow mountain, LV-100 LV-200, teleport. Arriving at the perennial snow mountain, Zhang Feng felt a chill as he took in the scene before him. The world was nothing but snow and ice, an endless white expanse that strained his eyes, almost causing snow blindness. Dressed in black, Zhang Feng stood out starkly against the snowy backdrop. Rumble, it seemed like an avalanche was underway. Turning towards the noise, Zhang Feng saw a colossal creature rising from the ground, standing tall. Snow Mountain Polar Bear, LV-160 Health, 160000. Description: a species that lives on the perennial snow mountain, likes to freeze itself into a snowy mountain, dislikes disturbances, possesses immense strength, and has powerful destructive abilities. Skill 1. War Roar, emits a roar that disrupts the target's mind, weakening the target's strength by 30%. Skill 2. Ice Block Throw, throws ice blocks at enemies, increasing strength by 30%. Skill 3. War Fog, exhales snowflakes to create a curtain of snow, obscuring enemies' vision and hiding its own form. The Snow Mountain Polar Bear looked similar to a polar bear, albeit much larger. From a distance, it resembled a mountain. Roar, seemingly awakened by Zhang Feng, the bear roared, pounding its chest and hurling chunks of ice at him. Zhang Feng, floating on his sword, hands behind his back, hair fluttering and robes billowing, summoned 1,000 swords out of thin air. 1,000 swords return. In an instant, numerous sword lights flashed, and a silver dragon fiercely collided with the Snow Mountain Polar Bear. Boom! The bear exploded, not with blood but with white snowflakes dancing in the air. Having defeated the Snow Mountain Polar Bear, LV-160, Zhang Feng promptly conjured a psychic puppet. The puppet did not linger but turned and vanished into the surroundings. Killing a Snow Mountain Spirit Leopard, LV-173, earned 1730 experience points. Snow Mountain Polar Bear, LV-155-inch Ice-Winged White Eagle, LV-178 Arctic Snow Leopard, LV-169. Congratulations to player Shenfeng for advancing to LV-166. Zhang Feng and the psychic puppet fought for over an hour, eventually killing all the wild monsters in the vicinity. However, they were still far from reaching LV-200. Shoot and move. Zhang Feng and the puppet like 2 points spread outwards. Suddenly, Zhang Feng's gaze sharpened. Not far away, there was a gathering place of Snow Mountain polar bears. If it weren't for his sharp eyes, he would have never noticed it. Die, he commanded all the snowy mountain white bears below level 166 to take control and launch a sudden attack on their tribe. Roars filled the sky as colossal beasts rose up and clashed with each other. Zhang Feng was not idle either, standing on one side with his psychic puppet. All swords returned to the clan. 2 silver dragons rampaged through, each collision taking down one or even several wild beasts. It took 30 minutes and 8 seconds. All the wild beasts within the range of his psychic power disappeared, nearly wiped out by him. Congratulations to player Shenfeng for leveling up to LV-200, maximum level reached. Please proceed to the Transcendence Temple to undertake the 4th tier quest. The 10% overflow experience will be temporarily stored and released after the class change. Nickname: Shenfeng. Profession: Psychic. Psychic power: Infinite. Psychic strength: 44,276 plus 30%. Maximum spread distance: 3,300 meters. Level: LV.200. 3rd tier. Health: 211968 plus 30% strength: 31,482 plus 20% defense, 15596 plus 20% agility, 1098 plus 30% stamina, 5376 plus 20% combat power rating, 788 stars. He then opened the system panel again. There were 16 normal spins and 3 golden spins available. Spin, he drew 300,000 gold coins, 50,000 gold coins, 3 10x psychic experience cards and more. After 16 normal spins, aside from 6 10x psychic experience cards, the rest of the rewards were quite ordinary. He then shifted his focus to the golden wheel. Spin. He drew 50 forging crystals, another 50 forging crystals, and a world-unique god-level skill, Disguise, which was automatically learned. Disguise allowed him to freely modify his profession panel, a world-unique skill indeed. Curious, Zhang Feng opened his personal panel with a thought. Name, Angela. Profession, Fire Mage. Level, LV 1500, 10th tier. He was just trying it out, but the personal panel indeed changed. Such a divine skill. At this moment Zhang Feng was amazed, knowing that from now on, if anyone asked him to show his panel, he could present himself as a LV 1500 10th tier powerhouse. Who would dare to question him? Unbeatable. At the Sancher blacksmith shop. Big brother, do you think that big shot will come back? Shermu paced back and forth in the room, his mood low. Sherson took deep breaths, his chest rising and falling. His expression was just as grave. The favored ones have their own luck. He will come. He had never imagined that Tianyuan City would face an invasion from the Sakura Nation and that their major patron was right in the center of the event. Don't forget about the greedy wolf guild's matter. The big shot still has 2,000 swords here with us. He will definitely return. Having seen what happened to the old wolf, Sherlin was quite confident in Zhang Feng. Sigh, let's hope. Sherson sighed heavily. During this period, in order to ensure the batch of swords were successfully forged and delivered on time to that influential figure, the three brothers were utterly exhausted. Leading the workers to work overtime was just the beginning. Even during the centralized control period in Tianyuan City, they did not stop working day and night. They even managed to visit several nearby cities, outsourcing some orders to other blacksmith shops. Just as they were each lost in their thoughts, footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the door. Upon opening the door, they saw a figure in a white robe with a masked face, unrecognizable. Sorry, we're closed for today. If you need anything, you might want to check other blacksmith shops or come back another time. After this incident, the last thing on Shershur's mind was receiving customers at the door. How is the forging going? Hearing this voice, the Sher brothers were startled and hurried outside to respectfully invite the visitor inside. Boss, you're finally here. In the familiar living room used only for hosting Zhang Feng, the brothers no longer looked uneasy but were visibly delighted. Where are the items I requested? Boss, we have fulfilled our duty and completed them all. Shall we go fetch them now? Shershur said enthusiastically, leading Zhang Feng towards the warehouse. Wanting to make a good impression on the boss, Shershur began to recount the hardships they had endured recently. Boss, the three of us brothers have put in a lot of effort to complete the task, working day and night and even going out of town to find blacksmith shops. Of course, all this is our duty. What I want to express is that for your matters, no matter how hard or tiring, it's all worth it. Shershur smiled respectfully, sparing no praise for Zhang Feng. Upon reaching the warehouse again, the dense, flickering silver light was spectacular. 2,000 silver dragon blades. After inspecting them, Zhang Feng confirmed there were no issues, and with a wave of his hand he collected all the swords into his backpack. Then with another gesture he took out materials for 2,000 swords, just like the last time. The transaction of 350,000 was completed. Watching Zhang Feng leave once again, the Sher brothers were left speechless. Outside the blacksmith shop, a member of the Divine Court was on surveillance duty. Could this be Shin Feng, the white-robed masked person walking out of the blacksmith shop? Instantly drew his attention. Not daring to reveal his true face, it was very likely Shin Feng. If it really is Shin Feng, this could be a great achievement and my position in the Divine Court could rise rapidly. He was excited and quickly followed the white-robed figure. However, after turning a street corner he was stunned and stood in shock. Strange, where did he go? He, an expert in tracking, had lost his target just after following him for one street. Eerie, too eerie. At the Four Seas Commerce Association, Zhang Feng shed his white robe for a black one, still appearing as an old man. With the robe covering him, outsiders couldn't see his face. Sir, do you have items to auction? Zhang Feng's voice was low as he displayed a level 7 VIP token. Yume, who had felt the newcomer looked familiar, only realized who it was when Zhang Feng showed the VIP token. The old gentleman upon his arrival saw Jiang Feng directly pulling out 3 pairs of spirit crystals. He spoke softly, "Please auction these for me." Yu Mei, when asking this, had already anticipated his request, yet seeing the spirit crystals again she couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Who exactly was this influential figure who, in less than a week, had managed to gather 3 more pairs of spirit crystals? This time Jiang Feng did not opt for the VIP room, he casually picked an unoccupied room and entered. The auction began. As usual, the initial items were ordinary and Jiang Feng showed no interest. 10 forging stones, starting bid 100,000 with increments of no less than 10,000, let the bidding begin. The forging stones piqued Jiang Feng's interest, they were exactly what he needed. Grinding in dungeons was too time consuming, and since he wasn't short on money, he decided to buy them directly. 100,000, 110,000, 200,000. These weren't special items, and Jiang Feng directly raised the bid to 200,000, successfully securing the forging stones. Up on the second floor of the auction house, Yu Mei's gaze rested on the room where Jiang Feng was seated, and a captivating smile appeared on her lips. New special lot: 500 forging stones sold as a bundle, starting bid 5 million with increments of no less than 100,000. Bidding starts now. As soon as the host finished speaking, the venue erupted into noise. Just like last time, a new lot was added, sold in a bundle. Indeed, who would need so many forging stones apart from a blacksmith shop? Could it be that this was prepared especially for some big shot? In another private room, a chubby figure appeared. Strange, since when did Tian Yuan City have so many mysterious powerhouses? Previously it was the mysterious 5th level spiritual master, and now hiss. The bidding began and Jiang Feng promptly bid 5 million. Just like before, he knew this was the Sihai Commerce showing goodwill towards him. Since it was beneficial, Jiang Feng naturally saw no reason to refuse. 5 million once, 5 million twice, 5 million 3 times. Congratulations to the guest in room 201 for successfully bidding at 5 million. As expected, Jiang Feng won the bid. The subsequent auctions unexpectedly yet logically involved 2 more bundle sales, which Jiang Feng took without hesitation. After the auction ended, Yu Mei rushed to room 201 at the first opportunity to personally handle the transaction, cash in hand, goods on the other. The 3 pairs of spirit crystals fetched a total of 40 million, netting 36 million after deducting 520,000 in fees. In total, Jiang Feng ended up with 510 forging stones and 30.8 million. Meanwhile, the chubby man had been watching room 201 all along, but even after Yu Mei left, there was no sign of Jiang Feng. As the auction house was about to close, the chubby man could no longer contain his impatience. He pushed open the door to room 201, and the scene inside left him stunned. The clean, tidy room was empty, devoid of any sign of Jiang Feng. Could it be he vanished into thin air? What kind of trick was this? Would you like to create a guild? After paying a creation fee of 1 million gold coins, Jiang Feng was prompted to set a name for his guild. As he navigated through the guild creation page, his mind was awash with thoughts. Previously he had used a disguise to alter his appearance, which somewhat helped in concealing his identity. However, like the previous times when he had to reveal his personal panel during centralized control, his information was at risk of exposure. With the disguise skill, he could freely alter his personal panel, effectively possessing countless identities. As long as he didn't wish to reveal himself, he could become anyone, or even someone non-existent. With these thoughts, Jiang Feng's considerations deepened. Usually players would opt to join a guild. Having a guild identity could significantly facilitate their future development and actions. With his talents, he had already attracted the attention of the foremost guild in the Jiuzhou region, the Divine Court. Sometimes he pondered whether to join them. With the support of the Divine Court, his identity would be secured, making his actions more convenient. But as soon as this thought emerged, Jiang Feng immediately dismissed it. The Divine Court seemed fraught with problems. Even people from the Cherry Blossom Nation had infiltrated its high ranks. The internal situation there was probably not optimistic. The Divine Court was not entirely trustworthy. Considering this, Jiang Feng decided to create his own guild. As for the guild's manpower, he wasn't worried at all. He alone was equivalent to 1,000, even 10,000 people. What should he name the guild? After a moment's thought, he muttered, Shan Yin. That's it. On one hand, it was linked to his own name. On the other, it related to his initial purpose for creating the guild. The guild needed to be mysterious, concealed in the shadows to facilitate his actions more effectively. Congratulations to player Shinfeng for successfully creating the guild. Shinin, guild president. Shinfeng guild level, 1 members, 1 out of 10 guild experience, 0 out of 100. Note: to level up the guild you must meet the member cap and experience requirements, then challenge a guild exclusive boss to upgrade. Experience can be obtained by completing guild tasks. After creating the guild, the first thing Zhang Feng did was to set all the guild's information to hidden status, leaving only the guild name, president's name and guild level visible. Moreover, he changed the guild's membership to invite only. Apart from Zhang Feng himself, no one could apply to join. At Sihai Commercial House, Zhang Feng maintained his usual attire of a familiar black robe. Old master, you've just left this morning and you're back again in the afternoon. Could it be you're here for the spirit crystal auction? Yumei stood beside Zhang Feng respectfully, her captivating eyes flickering with joy and a hint of confusion. As her thoughts raced, a light screen suddenly appeared. Nickname: Heiju. Occupation: Spirit Master Guild. Shinin, level 1, level LV 1130, 8th turn. This was specifically shown to Yumei by Zhang Feng, all part of his strategy to promote Shinin. I would like to verify something if it's convenient now. Zhang Feng spoke calmly, his voice still deep. Yumei's pupils contracted and her breathing suddenly quickened. She had originally thought that the old man was merely a 5th level mental master, but to her surprise he turned out to be an 8th level master. It's important to note that within all of Jiuzhou there was only one 8th level mental master. Yumei had once met that person briefly and they were not the same. Could this old man possibly be the second 8th level mental master in Jiuzhou? If this news were to spread, it would certainly cause a sensation throughout the region. Seeing this, Yumei's demeanor became even more humble, her expression filled with respect. Please, this way, sir. Moments later, Zhang Feng left the Shanghai Commerce Guild. Watching him go, Yumei could hardly conceal her excitement. She must report this information to the upper echelons of the guild immediately. This was not just about discovering an 8th level mental master. More importantly, she found out that the elusive president of the guild was named Shinfeng, a peerless monster of Jiuzhou. At the Sanshur blacksmith shop, Zhang Feng, dressed in a white robe, revealed his true identity. Big boss, what brings you here this time? Shi Sen carefully tended to Zhang Feng at his side. Zhang Feng promptly displayed his professional panel. Nickname: Baiju. Profession: Curse Master. Guild: Shinin, level 1155, 8th level. Seeing the panel, Shi Sen was so shocked that he was speechless. 8th level, but he looked so young. How could he be at the 8th level? A monster, an absolute monster. Behind him, Shilin and Shimu held their breath, their eyes glazed over. Shimu recalled his first encounter with Zhang Feng and shuddered with fear. I picked up a small life from an 8th level big boss. Please, can you not be so low-key? Ignoring the shocked looks of the three brothers, Zhang Feng casually tossed a mental crystal to Shi Sen. From now on you are affiliated with Shinin. As long as you diligently serve the guild, Shinin will handle any troubles you encounter. Still dazed from the shock, Shi Sen fumbled to catch the mental crystal. No wonder. When Hulang was killed, it seemed so casual, and afterward even the full mobilization of the guard team couldn't find any clues. It was simply effortless, an 8th level big boss. Terrifying indeed. It took a while for Shi Sen to recover, but by then Zhang Feng had already disappeared. In Tianyuan City, at the city lord's mansion, Shinin, that's a nice name, remarked a staff member, munching on an apple and smiling at his colleague. Wait, look at the president of the Shinin Guild, the person next to him said anxiously, pointing at the information about Shinin. Shinfeng, could it be the same Shinfeng that the Divine Court has been searching for? The two exchanged glances and hurriedly left. Minutes later, in the meeting room, currently we only have 3 pieces of information. Aside from Shinfeng, all other information about Shinin is hidden. It seems our previous speculation was correct. Shinfeng must be backed by a major power and we're already too late. Not necessarily, this might be Shinfeng's way of diverting attention. Alas, the information is too scarce and Shinfeng is too mysterious. Just then, the mental crystals of everyone in the Divine Court lit up. What? The Shanghai Commerce Guild has reported the appearance of the second 8th level mental master in Jiuzhou. After so many years, Jiuzhou has finally seen the emergence of another 8th level mental master. This man, we must recruit him for our Divine Court. No, wait, this guild of 8th order spiritual masters is actually hidden. Isn't that the Divine Wind Guild? As these words were spoken, all present stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Another 8th order spiritual master, hidden. Could it be that there is a formidable power behind divine wind? Upon this thought, everyone's faces fell. After searching for divine wind for so long, to find out he was a genius secretly nurtured by another force was deeply disappointing. It was like chasing a girl for a long time only to one day discover she already has a child in kindergarten. Has all our effort been in vain? But which power could possibly nurture such a monstrous talent? Indeed, even our divine court, the foremost guild in Kyushu, cannot match such a prodigy. As they talked, the conversation returned to Divine Wind himself, and the more they discussed, the more alarmed they became. Coupling this with Divine Wind's recent actions, the expressions of the divine court members grew increasingly grave. Throughout the history of Kyushu, from the southernmost lands to the northern reaches, never has such a formidable genius been heard of. The term prodigy seems too weak to describe him. Even the one who years ago achieved the title God of Beginners pales in comparison. The gap between them is vast as heaven and earth. However, it remains unknown what the relationship between this 8th order spiritual master and Divine Wind is. Could it be his protector? Employing an 8th order spiritual master as a protector is indeed a grand gesture. The waters of Kyushu are deep, filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The discussions among the divine court members were endless. Not only is Divine Wind powerful and mysterious, but now an 8th order spiritual master has appeared as well. My lords, a mysterious robed figure has arrived outside wishing to meet with you, someone suddenly announced from outside. A mysterious robed person. It could very likely be that 8th order spiritual master. Invite him in quickly. At the top floor of the city lord's mansion, the divine court members were already waiting. It was evident how much they valued Jiang Feng, or perhaps the 8th order spiritual master. Meetings at the top floor were rare, reserved only for those of the highest status. Footsteps approached rapidly, and all eyes of the divine court members focused on the doorway. Soon a figure in a black robe appeared in their view. Could this be the 8th order spiritual master, mysteriously clad in a black robe fitting the characteristics of an 8th order spiritual master? The words of the Four Seas Commerce couldn't be fully trusted. Whether he was truly an 8th order still remained to be seen. The members of the divine court examined him thoroughly, murmuring to themselves. However, their faces showed great enthusiasm as they warmly greeted Jiang Feng. We have long heard of your great reputation, sir, and seeing you today, you truly live up to your name. Indeed, sir, you are now the second 8th order spiritual master in Kyushu, which is a great joy for our region. Your immense talent is Kyushu's fortune. The members of the divine court showered him with praise, their flattering words continuously echoing in Jiang Feng's ears. I have also long admired the divine court, and seeing all of you today, indeed you are all paragons among men. Jiang Feng replied calmly with a compliment of his own. Seeing this, the divine court members' eyes lit up. This 8th order spiritual master is indeed impressive. After a round of pleasantries, Jiang Feng took the initiative to speak. I came here this time only to convey a few words from Shen Feng. Shen Feng is aware of the divine court's deep affection for him, but he dislikes constraints and believes that his relationship with the divine court is fated but not destined. He is already drawn too much attention. Joining the divine court might only bring more trouble. It might be better for him to remain a mystery and to develop on his own. Lastly, he asked me to apologize to everyone in the divine court on his behalf. When Jiang Feng delivered this message, the members of the divine court were visibly shocked. Is this really Shen Feng's intention? They quickly asked. Yes, I confirmed. Hearing this, everyone fell into silence. Haha, you gentlemen are quite mysterious, one of them exclaimed. Whether it's Shen Feng or you, sir, it's as if you suddenly appeared out of nowhere. To say that you have some unspeakable motives wouldn't be entirely out of the question. Your strength is immense and your background's unknown. I see this as a serious threat to the safety of the 9 provinces. Gentlemen, I suggest we take this opportunity to capture this man and bring Shen Feng back, to eliminate any hidden dangers to the 9 provinces. At this, Sakuragi Ki and Matsumoto chimed in with ill intentions. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously silent crowd was jolted into action. That makes sense. For the greater good of the 9 provinces, I suggest we take him down immediately. Many began to waver and soon supported Sakuragi's proposal. I disagree, another voice countered. What Shen Feng said is not without reason. We must know that haste makes waste, lest we achieve the opposite of what we intend. We should do as Shen Feng suggested. The divine court in the light and Shen Feng in the shadows, with us playing a supporting role. Because the undercover truth had not yet been revealed, the members of the divine court were forced into 2 factions, neither yielding to the other. Seeing the situation deteriorating, Pudgy tried to intervene, but his words carried little weight and were of no use. The only way to stop this situation was if Zhao Wuda spoke up, but today of all days Zhao Wuda was absent. Helplessly, Pudgy could only stand by and let events unfold. Zhang Feng watched from the side, his eyes cold beneath his black robe. It seemed that many in the divine court did not look favorably upon him. Take him down. Clearly, those in favor of action were in the majority and a major conflict was inevitable. Aside from a few who opposed this action, almost everyone charged at Zhang Feng. Unfazed, Zhang Feng summoned his silver dragon, which collided with the attacker's onslaught. Bang! Muffled sound followed, but both parties were unharmed. This move truly frightened the members of the divine court. What kind of monster was this man who could block the attacks of so many on his own, and what was that silver dragon ability? After a successful strike, Zhang Feng revealed the panel of Heiju directly disintegrating the spiritual puppet. As the members of the divine court prepared to attack again, Zhang Feng's figure had already vanished. He's truly an 8th rank spirit master. Was our action really justified? Before they could recover, another figure in a white robe appeared in the same spot. This person stood silently, increasing the pressure on the divine court members. However, this situation didn't last long as a series of killing moves targeted the white robe. The white robe revealed a panel, an 8th rank curse master, and then disappeared from the spot like the black robe before. Following this, a figure in a blue robe appeared. Faced with this scene, the members of the divine court were numb with no intention of continuing the attack. Nickname: Blue Jew Profession, Giant Beastmaster Guild, Shinin level, LV 1122, 8th transformation. After showing his character panel, the figure in the blue robe disappeared only to be replaced by a figure in a red robe. Nickname: Red Jew Profession, Space Mage Guild, Shinin level, LV 1099, 8th transformation. One after another, 4 figures appeared and disappeared, all of them powerful beings of the 8th transformation. The expressions on the faces of the divine court members were as varied as they were vivid. Who exactly is this Shen Feng, and why is the force behind him so strong? Boasting 8th transformation powerhouses as if they were countless? The system panel is controlled by the world's will, unless someone can alter it, but is that possible? Not to mention changing it, even collecting player information is not allowed. So there's only one possibility: these individuals are all members of the Shinin Guild, and they are not imposters. At this moment, the chubby man knew his opportunity had arrived. He stepped forward and earnestly said, "What's going on with you all today? Why act so rashly?" Thankfully, Shen Feng is not holding a grudge otherwise with those powerful beings just now. Do any of you have the confidence to withstand them? Do not harbor any adverse thoughts against Shen Feng anymore, or you might truly push a once-in-a-lifetime genius and his powerful backers to stand against us all. Hearing this, those who had initially supported taking down Zhang Feng hesitated. They expressed that they had been impulsive and from now on, they would no longer target Shen Feng. Seeing the way the tide turned, Sakuraki and Matsuki, the instigators, could only reluctantly make the same promise. After the controversy subsided, the chubby man finally breathed a sigh of relief, though his face remained tense, his thoughts heavy. Transfer temple. It was still the familiar long-haired maiden, Zhang Feng, dressed in a white robe, the very image of Baiju. Hello, how many transformations? 4 transformations. When the long-haired maiden heard it was only 4 transformations, her expression dimmed instantly, her spirit drained. She mumbled vaguely, room 6. She had hoped this elder would have some strength, but it turned out he was only at the 4th transformation. The maiden felt she had wasted her enthusiasm on the wrong person. It's alright if his strength wasn't strong, but having a handsome young man would have been pleasing to the eyes. Thinking this, she daydreamed about a handsome young man who had come for a first transformation some time ago. Room 6. Zhang Feng activated the transfer stone. Nickname: Shen Feng Profession, Spirit Master level, LV.200, receiving the 4th transformation task, testing if the spiritual power storage meets the 4th transformation criteria. Generating the corresponding transfer task. The difficulty of the task is somewhat proportional to the player's strength but is not directly correlated. Task generation 5-star difficulty. Please proceed to the Hidden Dragon Sea, LV 200 LV 400, and kill a Deep Sea Thunder Dragon boss, LV.400, advanced reward. Killing 3 Deep Sea Thunder Dragon bosses will grant double the transfer attribute bonuses. Note: this task has a 3-day time limit. If not completed within the set time, the system will reassign the transfer task and the difficulty will be reduced to 4 stars. Would you like to accept? Unsurprisingly, another 5-star task, at the entrance of the transfer temple. Just as Jiang Feng left the temple, he was spotted by the chubby man who had been waiting there early. Fatty had met Bai Ju at the city lord's mansion. As soon as he saw Bai Ju appear, he immediately went up to greet him. He knew that squatting in this place was the right choice, as it was certain to encounter someone with divine concealment. I apologize for the incident that occurred yesterday on behalf of the divine court, Fatty said earnestly. I assure you such events will never happen again. However, unbeknownst to him, the person he was addressing was Jiang Feng, who had already received his apology. Jiang Feng, his face covered, remained silent, waiting for Fatty to finish. He replied indifferently, "You should first take care of the internal issues within the divine court." With that, Jiang Feng turned and walked away, but after a few steps, Jiang Feng suddenly stopped, turned his head to the side, and spoke in a cold, deep voice, "Follow me again and I won't hesitate to kill you." The atmosphere at the scene instantly turned icy. In a hidden corner not far from him, several figures halted, their hairs standing on end, their hearts pounding secretly. How did he notice them? Unclear. It's better not to follow, let's withdraw for now. They were unsure if there were even stronger people behind him. Besides, they had a bad feeling that following him might indeed lead to death. The residual influence of the four powerful beings at the city lord's mansion lingered in their minds. The two exchanged glances and slowly disappeared. Not far away, a common-looking man with a beard witnessed the scene of the two leaving and smirked. With a spirit puppet at his disposal, Jiang Feng had become even more cautious and careful. Whenever he was out, he always used avatars to vigilantly observe his surroundings. The vast Kyushu seemed strong but was actually full of holes. Every step had to be taken with great caution. External forces would eventually be exhausted and one must rely on oneself. The bearded man shook his head, feeling quite emotional. In Tianwang City's central state, the divine court's residence, Zhao Qianda's face looked terrible, on the verge of exploding. He could not understand how the divine court could harbor such incompetence. Did they all think that being from the divine court they could disregard everything and act without thinking? If that was the case, he thought it necessary to conduct a major purge within the divine court. These good-for-nothings should be the first to be swept out the door. Such demons even the president would treat with respect, and yet you dare to attack them directly. Do you know how many people in Kyushu are watching every move of Shinfeng? Now, they must be laughing at our divine court's folly, trying to provoke such a demon and attempting to become the public enemy of the people of Kyushu. The more he spoke, the angrier he got, wishing he could go to Tianyuan right now and severely punish that group of incompetents, bring out the highest sincerity and apology of the divine court, and go immediately to apologize to Shinfeng. While furiously angry, Zhao Qianda was also thinking about how to repair the relationship with Shinfeng. Fortunately, after some understanding, Shinfeng had only given them a warning and had not done anything excessive. In this case, there was still room for remedy. Zhao Wuda on the side looked sincerely anxious and fearful. Ko Xian was furious. He had barely left the city lord's mansion when such an incident occurred. Before he could take any action, he was immediately faced with a barrage of angry scolding from Zhao Qiankuan. "Chairman, I have also tried to find clues these days using every means possible, but not a single trace of Shinfeng could be found." Zhao Wuda replied in a low voice, his expression solemn. "Haha, as expected. If you see him, give him this token," Zhao Qiankuan said as he took out a golden token. The token was golden yellow throughout, with 8 golden dragons carved on it, each with a different expression and an imposing aura. The words Jojo were inscribed on it in a bold and powerful font, as if naturally formed. The Jojo token, the highest level token in Jojo, with privileges second only to the supreme leader of Jojo. Showing this token exempts the holder from being questioned by anyone except the highest authority. Whoever holds this token can move unobstructed throughout Jojo. This palm-sized token signifies immense power and prestige for its holder. With this token, one can move freely within Jojo, and everyone must show deference. Chairman, isn't this a bit hasty? Shinfeng is indeed extraordinary, but his identity is unclear and he hasn't grown up yet. Zhao Wuda hesitated, voicing his concern. He was surprised that Zhao Qiankuan had even brought out the Jojo token, a token that only a few possessed. This made him worry if it was too much. After all, while there are others who have achieved the status of a novice god, none had ever received such an honor. Could this potentially disrupt the stability within Jojo? Humph, short-sighted, Zhao Qiankuan said disdainfully. Giving Shinfeng the Jojo token better represents our divine court's high regard for him and our sincere intention to apologize. Such a talent is not too much for a mere Jojo token. If we delayed, we might not even be able to present the token. It seems that many in the divine court still do not understand what Shenfeng signifies. A future without limits, possibly becoming a 9th or even 10th stage powerhouse, surely deserves this small JoJo token. Leaping Dragon Sea, LV200 LV400, teleportation. The drop point was an isolated island surrounded by the deep ocean with countless deep-sea thunder dragons churning around. Lightning flashed and thunder roared continuously. The island was filled with figures and Jiang Feng merely swept his divine eyes across, noting that nearly everyone present was close to level 400. Unfortunately, they hadn't managed to obtain a single piece of scale armor in the last wave. They must seize the opportunity. In the next one, who wouldn't want something as good as the deep blue heart obtained from the last wave? Envious brother, could you share some tips? The popularity of the Leaping Dragon Sea was due to the strange purple scale armor known as the Deep Blue Heart, which grows on the deep sea thunder dragons. It is extremely valuable, not only required by those who transition into thunder-based professions but also a high-grade building material, whether it's for selling or trading for other items. It is highly sought after. I was just lucky there's no experience to talk about. Yes, these deep-sea thunder dragons are incredibly powerful and travel in packs. Not everyone can handle them. The deep-sea thunder dragon is even more terrifying due to the thunder and lightning exploding all over its body, which even a level 400 lightning mage cannot withstand, alas. With the deep-sea thunder dragon being so powerful, one can imagine the difficulty of obtaining the deep blue heart. However, there is still hope. Every hour, the thunder dragon releases the excess electricity in its body into the sky, during which the lightning on its surface temporarily disappears and it also surfaces. This process lasts only 10 seconds. In those 10 seconds, if lucky, one might steal some deep blue heart. Jiang Feng understood this well in his heart. The lightning is physical damage and spiritual puppets are immune to all physical damage. It's just perfect timing. However, Jiang Feng's target is not these ordinary deep-sea thunder dragons. He is looking for the Thunder Dragon boss. After searching around, Jiang Feng did not see any trace of a boss, so he patted a passerby on the shoulder and asked, "Brother, why haven't I seen the boss anywhere?" The person who was excitedly sharing experiences with others was suddenly tapped on the shoulder and looked somewhat displeased. However, upon hearing Jiang Feng's question, his face showed shock. "Brother, are you out of your mind? Why are you looking for the boss? You're so young, why are you seeking death?" The passerby was utterly baffled. Still seeing Jiang Feng's serious face, not seeming to joke, and with half an hour left until the next wave, the passerby decided to relieve his boredom and started talking. "The boss is in the deep sea at 10,000 meters, where it usually doesn't appear. However, there is one exception, that is if too many deep sea thunder dragons die, it gets enraged and will appear on its own." Having gotten the information he wanted, Jiang Feng did not hesitate. Thanked the man, changed his appearance, and quietly blended into the crowd. Meanwhile, a spiritual puppet that looked just like him mounted a sword and flew straight towards the sea surface. This scene quickly caught the attention of everyone present. What is this kid trying to do? Is he looking for death? It's not even the calm period yet. Isn't this just courting death? Didn't anyone tell him that? Although the deep blue heart is precious, it's not worth risking one's life for it. The crowd looked up towards the distant sky, all shocked by Jiang Feng's actions. No one had ever been so bold. But in their view, Jiang Feng's move was undoubtedly suicidal. "I knew I shouldn't have said anything. I didn't think this kid was a fool." The passerby who had been questioned by Jiang Feng now stood with a stunned expression, his eyes filled with regret. "I knew I shouldn't have spoken." Meanwhile, Jiang Feng had already reached the sea surface, standing with his sword against the wind. From the purple lightning-filled sky, a silver dragon emerged from Jiang Feng. Deep-sea thunder dragon, level 400, health, for 20000. Description: a powerful creature living in the dragon abyss sea. Its body is filled with lightning power, covered in special scales, strong defense and attack, prefers collective action. Skill 1, Source of Lightning, releases excess electricity to purify the internal power of lightning. Skill 2, Thunder Whip, transforms thunder power into a whip, not only with strong attack power but also controlling. Skill 3, Sword of Thunder, lightning descends from the sky like divine punishment, gains a 30% strength bonus. Killing the deep-sea thunder dragon, LV 400, earns 4,000 experience points, stores 400 points, obtains 3 pieces of the deep blue heart. This kid really dares. Just stealing some deep blue heart would have been enough, yet he dares to strike at the thunder dragon. It really was a death wish. The thunder dragons had already started to revolt. The onlookers were puzzled, displaying expressions of disbelief. Zhang Feng's actions had thoroughly enraged the Thunder Dragon horde. The dragons surged with purple lightning arcs flashing simultaneously between heaven and earth. Boom! Countless thunderbolts suddenly exploded in the sky, the enormous sounds causing everyone on the island to be dazed. Yet Zhang Feng remained unaffected, continuing to control the Silver Dragon to slaughter the Thunder Dragons. Killing Deep-Sea Thunder Dragon, LV-400, earning 4,000 experience points, storing 400 points, obtaining 4 Deep Blue Hearts. Killing Deep-Sea Thunder Dragon, LV-400, earning 4,000 experience points, storing 400 points, obtaining 3 Deep Blue Hearts. Killing Deep-Sea Thunder Dragon, LV-400, earning 4,000 experience points, storing 400 points, obtaining 2 Deep Blue Hearts. In an instant, the sea was littered with the corpses of Deep-Sea Thunder Dragons, and Zhang Feng had carved out a patch of blue sky amidst the rampant thunder. How can he be so strong? Look, the lightning strikes him, and he acts as if nothing has happened. No wonder he is so confident. Yes, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, too powerful. The islanders gasped for breath, their eyes glued to Zhang Feng's figure. The events outside the island still seemed dreamlike, unbelievable. They had thought him a fool marching to his death, but he turned out to be a war god, the formidable Thunder Dragons, now like lambs to the slaughter. The cries of the dragons grew fewer as their numbers dwindled on the sea surface. He indeed was powerful, but this continued slaughter might draw out the boss. Someone frowned, whispering softly, "If the boss appears, is this young man really a match? The boss is far beyond these Thunder Dragons. Once the boss arrives, this young man will surely meet his end." The mere thought of the boss's terrifying form sent shivers down everyone's spines. After a long while, the surrounding sea area was cleared by Zhang Feng, all Thunder Dragons completely vanquished. The sky returned to its original azure blue, but suddenly the wind and clouds changed dramatically, the sky darkened and the sea churned. Boom! A black lightning bolt cleaved through the air, plunging the entire sky into darkness. A terrifying figure appeared on the sea surface. It was enormous, hundreds of meters tall. Covered in black scales, it looked from afar like a war fortress. This guy doesn't know when to stop. The boss has appeared. Too strong, just one glance instills fear, leaving no room for resistance. This guy, it's the end for him. On the sea surface, Zhang Feng and the boss stood in the air. In front of its massive body, his figure seemed so tiny, yet his upright stance was so resolute. This guy, even at this moment, is still so confident. Deep-Sea Thunder Dragon Boss, LV-400 Health, 823000 Description: Sea Dragon Boss of the Thunder type with a massive body harboring the destructive power of thunder. Skill 1. Thunder Domain. Within a 1 kilometer range, the space is filled with black lightning. All attributes increased by 30%. Skill 2, Thunder Sting. The tail tip stabs forward at high speed with extreme destructive power. Skill 3, Thunder Wings. Thunder power transforms into wings. Agility increased by 30%. Skill 4, Divine Punishment. Black Thunder transforms into a divine statue, bringing down divine punishment. Damage increased by 50%. Boom! With a tremendous roar, the black statue waved its hand, sending down a bolt of lightning that struck directly towards Zhang Feng. This bolt was so massive that it could be measured to be around 100 meters in diameter. It was more aptly described as a pillar of lightning rather than a mere bolt. Boom! The pillar smashed into the sea surface, instantly vaporizing the water. The ferocious electricity spread wildly, its overwhelming power palpable even to the people on the island. As they gazed into the distance, the black lightning continued unabated, and it seemed likely that the young man had been obliterated. After a long while, the divine punishment ceased, the sea rushed back, and the black lightning gradually disappeared. How is this possible? How did he survive such a horrific attack? Even if one were immune to lightning, survival should be impossible. Logic tells me it's impossible, yet what is this scene before my eyes? The onlookers' pupils shrank and they gasped in shock. The young man appeared unscathed, not even a corner of his clothing damaged. Amid such terrifying thunder, why did he seem so effortlessly comfortable? This question lingered in the minds of everyone on the island. When the boss of the Wanjin Guizong appeared, Zhang Feng did not hesitate any longer. He gathered the silver dragon blade, which gradually burst into a strong silver light. The silver dragon manifested. The dragon's head, also the tip of the sword, fiercely stabbed at the boss. Bang! The boss's head was instantly pierced, and after a wobble, it fell to the ground with a crash. Its massive body heavily smashed onto the sea surface, creating a huge wave. killing an LV.400 boss. He earned 4,000 experience points, storing 400 points, and dropped a job change quest certificate. In the haze, the last image in the minds of the people on the island was that of Jiang Feng killing the boss. Is it dead already? Could this boss be fake? Fake, go try it yourself. Wow, did this kid really just kill a Thunder Dragon boss? The expressions of shock on the faces of everyone on the island never ceased. Who exactly is this kid? The feats he accomplished in just moments were more absurd one after the other. They wouldn't even dare to confront a normal Thunder Dragon head-on, let alone kill a boss. This kid, however, made killing Thunder Dragons seem like slicing through melons, and killing bosses seem just as easy. The gap between individuals is just too vast. No good, run Thunder Dragon bosses often appear, and there can't just be one. Amidst the crowd, someone's face showed panic, and they immediately began a 30-second countdown to teleport out of the dungeon. At this word, everyone seemed to awaken and the scene became chaotic. Just then, roars sounded from all around the small island. Looking again, for more bosses appeared on the sea surface. Damn it, they're trying to kill us. Run, if a fight breaks out, the whole island might be shattered. Countless people began to teleport, rushing to leave the dungeon. With Wan Jian Gui Zone's Silver Dragon Ascension, this time the boss didn't even get a chance to use a skill before Jiang Feng killed it. Bang! In an instant, 2 more bosses fell. Jiang Feng repeated the process, and before the last boss could launch its skill, the Silver Dragon pierced through its head. After defeating the level 400 boss, Jiang Feng earned 4,000 experience points, with 400 points stored, and obtained a job change task voucher. Was that it? Who exactly is this person? Why is this place so bizarre? The crowd, only halfway through their teleportation countdown, froze in panic, their faces etched with disbelief. As people began teleporting away, Jiang Feng felt somewhat embarrassed and turned around to say, "Sorry for startling you all. No harm done, please carry on." The crowd responded awkwardly, embarrassed by the situation. Among the onlookers, some were clearly shell-shocked, having even forgotten to activate their teleportation. A female player stood there, her face blank with shock. Shocked, when did I? Before she could finish her sentence, her cheeks flushed a deep pink. At the entrance of the Job Change Temple, Jiang Feng once again encountered members of the Divine Court led by a chubby man. He ignored them and headed straight for the temple. They didn't approach, simply watching as Jiang Feng disappeared into the distance. They remembered him as Bai Ju, who hadn't even reached level 1200 yet, so what was he doing at the Job Change Temple? Perhaps it had something to do with divine concealment. The Divine Court members could only speculate wildly like headless flies. Username: Divine Win. Job Change Task Submission. Check the job change voucher in the inventory. Mental strength storage meets the criteria. Job change task completed. Advanced task completed. Attribute bonus doubled, increased to 60%. Stored experience released. Player level increased to LV.210. Username: Divine Win. Profession: Spirit Master. Mental strength: Infinite mental strength intensity, 73,342, plus 30%. Maximum dissemination distance, 3,650 meters. Level, LV.210. Fourth transformation, health, 351149, plus 30,000, plus 30%. Strength, 52171, plus 20%. Defense, 25,853, plus 1,500, plus 20%. Agility, 1816, plus 280, plus 30%. Stamina, 8,901, plus 1,100, plus 20%. Combat rating, 1,314 stars. It's worth noting that typically a level 210 professional would only have a star rating between 300 to 400, with the stronger ones reaching up to 500. Now he's at 1314. Jiang Feng's original health was 211,968. After reaching level 200, it was just 288768. With a 60% attribute bonus, it skyrocketed to 351149. This job change task's 60% bonus is truly impressive, especially evident in the later stages. Congratulations to player Divine Wind on awakening the world's unique god-level skill. Attribute Fusion. Attribute Fusion allows the fusion of special attributes from multiple pieces of equipment onto a single piece of equipment, unlimited times. Note: the quality of equipment cannot exceed the player's current wearable quality limit. Upon seeing the skill description, Jiang Feng held his breath, unable to believe it. Equipment Special Attribute Fusion, is that even possible? At the entrance of the temple, the people of the divine court were still on the lookout. "My lord, he's out." Hearing this, the chubby man quickly looked in the direction pointed out by the newcomer. Bai Ju appeared outside the temple. Excited, the chubby man hurried over to greet him. Just moments ago he had received orders from Zhao Wuda to present the Jiuzhou order to Shinfeng, a veritable hot potato. He didn't even know where Shinfeng was, let alone how to deliver the Jiuzhou order to him. Initially he refused, but Zhao Wuda was adamant, insisting that he was the most suitable person to deliver the order since he had connections with Shinfeng. "Brother Bai Ju, I'm troubling you again. Could you help me deliver this order to Shinfeng?" he asked, holding out the Jiuzhou order respectfully. "This is the Jiuzhou order. The bearer of this order can travel unimpeded within Jiuzhou and everyone must show some respect." "Sure, I will make sure to pass it on for you," Jiang Feng replied in a deep voice, without any refusal. "Thank you so much, Brother Bai Ju. Do visit Zhengzhou more often when you have time. Tianyuan City is ultimately too small with limited resources. It's somewhat a pity for a true dragon like Brother Bai Ju to stay here. Zhengzhou is where the elites gather and heroes from all over Jiuzhou congregate. You will not regret going there. For a powerhouse like you, Zhengzhou is the true stage where you can showcase your talents." He also welcomed Shinfeng to visit Zhengzhou. For a young and talented individual like him, a bigger stage is needed for growth. Jiang Feng did not speak, just nodded slightly. He was definitely going to Zhengzhou, but not just yet. When he went, he would go as a member of the Shinin Guild, not relying on the divine court. "Our guild master also instructed me to thank you for your help that day," the chubby man said, feeling somewhat ashamed. "It was nothing really, even without me you would have intervened. Just the city lord's mansion incident alone revealed 4 8th-rank powerhouses from Shinin. How could I underestimate the forces behind Shinfeng? Even without me, the people from Sakura Nation probably would have perished at the hands of Shinin. Those who dare to target Shinfeng will definitely face swift retribution." After some more conversation, Jiang Feng left under the respectful gaze of the chubby man. Sihai Commerce Association. It had been a long time since Jiang Feng had paid attention to equipment, and his own gear was indeed lacking. It was time to upgrade. Moreover, Jiang Feng had recently awakened a divine skill for special attribute fusion. Interested in seeing the effects of this equipment's special attribute fusion, he said, "I want to see all the equipment with special attributes, only purple quality and no duplicates." Purple quality equipment required at least 3rd rank to wear. Red was 5th rank, black was 7th rank, and gold was 9th rank. Unfortunately, as a 4th rank, Jiang Feng could only meet the requirements for purple quality equipment for now. "Right this way, old sir," Yumei replied, startled. Every visit from him brought her different surprises. This time, his request was for all the purple quality special attribute equipment at the Sihai Commerce Association. These pieces were definitely not what an 8th rank would use, as they typically used at least black quality equipment. Then there's only one possibility: these items were purchased to train a hidden genius. This person could be Shinfeng or someone else. "Old man, there are a total of 43 pieces of purple quality equipment with special attributes. After excluding the 15 with duplicate attributes, there remain 28 pieces that meet your requirements." Yumei works quickly. In just a moment, 28 different pieces of equipment were laid out before Jiang Feng. "I'll take them all." Even though he was prepared, hearing it firsthand, Yumei still couldn't calm her heart. This was nearly half of the inventory of the Sihai Commerce Group, and he wanted all of it. But then she remembered his identity as an 8th-level spiritual master, and it all made sense. This amount of money was nothing to him. In the end, Jiang Feng paid over 50 million and took away the 28 pieces of equipment. Upon returning home, Jiang Feng couldn't wait to begin the attribute fusion. He randomly picked up a ring, Xian Yang ring, purple quality type, jewelry, occupation restriction, none level restriction, tier 3 attributes. Health plus 4000, inch strength plus 30 special attribute. When attacking, there's a 30% chance to trigger a fireball spell, dealing an additional 20% damage. Even though it was a purple quality item, its attributes were inferior to that of the Ling Feng ring. After all, the Ling Feng ring had been enhanced to perfect quality, making it much stronger than ordinary purple quality equipment. Start the fusion. The Xian Yang ring turned into a stream of red light, eventually forming a red orb that tightly enveloped the Ling Feng ring. The process didn't last long, and the red orb completely merged into the Ling Feng ring. Fusion successful. Special Attribute 1 can be alert to air movements within a 500-meter radius 24/7 inch, and if an object rapidly approaches, it will immediately alert the player. Special Attribute 2 when attacking, there's a 30% chance to trigger a fireball spell, dealing an additional 20% damage. Upon checking his panel, Jiang Feng saw that the Ling Feng ring indeed gained the special attributes of the Xianyang ring. This excited him immensely. He then picked up another piece of equipment to begin fusion. Ho2 ring, purple quality attributes, health plus 5000, inch defense plus 40. This time, the orb enveloping the Ling Feng ring was earthy yellow, giving a sense of heaviness. Fusion successful. Special attribute 3, when attacked, there's a 35% chance to trigger an earth shield, reducing damage by 20%. Fusion again, Changmu spirit ring, purple quality attributes, health plus 3500, stamina plus 40. The Qingmu spirit ring turned into a stream of light enveloping the Ling Feng ring. Fusion successful. Special attribute 4, when injured, there's a 30% chance to activate a savior mechanism, healing 20% of injuries in a short time. Jiang Feng was on a roll, but there was only one last piece of jewelry left. Shui Lan ring, purple quality attributes, health plus 4000, agility plus 40. Using the same method, the Shui Lan ring was also decomposed by Jiang Feng and merged into the Ling Feng ring. Special attribute 5. During combat, there's a 30% chance to trigger water ripple, slowing the enemy's movement speed by 20%. After everything was done, the Ling Feng ring now had a total of 5 special attributes besides its base attributes. Every special attribute has a significant impact. As Jiang Feng carefully examined the Ring of Spirit Wind, he couldn't help but marvel at the outrageous integration of special attributes. The Ring of Spirit Wind was probably the first piece of equipment in the world to possess so many special attributes, and yet it hadn't reached its limit. With more special attribute equipment, the Ring of Spirit Wind's abilities would only continue to grow. Following this, Jiang Feng began to fuse attributes with other equipment. Wind riding boots, blue quality special attribute 1, immune to slowing buffs special attribute 2, agility plus 30% during combat special attribute 3. Blinking wings, blue quality special attribute 1, consumes 300 stamina to blink once, teleporting to a designated location with a maximum distance of 500 meters. Cooldown time after each use is 12 hours, special attribute 2. Like the Ring of Spirit Wind, these pieces of equipment enhanced to perfect quality were strong even at blue quality, surpassing many purple quality items available for purchase. After fusing special attributes, these pieces of equipment acquired numerous special attributes. When Jiang Feng opened his panel to check, lottery wheel standard spins, 2 golden spins, 6 for the standard wheel. He drew 300,000 gold coins, 50,000 gold coins. Jiang Feng had low expectations for the standard wheel. For the golden wheel he drew 50 forging crystals, 1 million gold coins, 50 forging crystals. 1 skill sublimation card. Skill sublimation card allows a skill to be enhanced once more. A skill sublimation card. Jiang Feng pondered how to use this card. With his skill All Swords returned to the clan, he didn't lack damage. Even strengthening skills like Divine Eye or Ghost Eye seemed trivial given his clever skill placement. What he truly needed was a means of survival. Speaking of survival, he considered the spiritual puppet. A puppet with the same combat power as him wasn't a loss if destroyed. Deciding quickly, he used the skill sublimation card on the spiritual puppet. Detected skill sublimation card initiating enhancement of the spiritual puppet. New effect. During the puppet's activation, consuming the same amount of spiritual power as the skill allows the user to instantly switch places with the puppet. Receiving the enhanced effects in his mind, Jiang Feng's expression turned to shock. Usage condition. Player must have sufficient mental strength. Note, this skill has no restrictions. This skill was somewhat abnormal. With his limitless spiritual power, he didn't need to consider consumption issues. As long as he had the puppet, he could switch places indefinitely. With enough caution and the instant switch ability, basically no one could harm him. Back in Tianyuan City, at the City Lord's mansion. City Lord, you're finally back. You have no idea how much has happened in the city during your absence. Luo Yu's delicate face instantly turned frosty with concern. As the City Lord of Tianyuan City, she hadn't expected so many events to unfold in just a few days, including individuals from the Cherry Blossom Nation infiltrating the city and attacking the geniuses of Jojo. This was a dereliction of duty on her part as the City Lord. On the other side, through the hands of Baiju, Jiang Feng had already received the Jojo order from the pudgy man who was prepared to lead the Divine Court back to Zhongzhou to report their mission. However, upon learning that Luo Yu had returned to Tianyuan City, he immediately dismissed the idea. Had the investigation yielded results, the pudgy man quickly sought out Luo Yu and asked in a low voice, his expression serious. Competition among nations is relentless and acts of infiltration and espionage are common among them. To fully defend against infiltration is incredibly challenging. The main issue lies in the vast undeveloped wastelands each country possesses, even with a large population. It's impossible for Jiuzhou to monitor all these wastelands constantly. This provides an opportunity for space mages to exploit using long-distance magical portals to teleport directly into Jiuzhou. Naturally, not only can other countries invade Jiuzhou, but Jiuzhou can also invade them. It's a constant game of invasion and counter-invasion. Thus, Jiuzhou has established a special counter-invasion organization tasked with dispersing across various wastelands to monitor and investigate. Luo Yu is a member of this organization. She originally didn't qualify to join but was allowed due to her unique abilities. What these abilities are, the pudgy man wasn't clear, as they pertain to personal information he shouldn't pry into. Previously, the scouting organization had cast a wide net across the country for their investigation. Due to the divine wind, they had urgently redeployed some of their members to investigate around Tianyuan City. Since Luo Yu was the lord of Tianyuan City, she was naturally involved. There had been some findings. Several ultra-long-distance spatial portals were discovered near Tianyuan City. Although they had been destroyed and surveillance devices installed, the energy decay suggested that these portals were constructed no more than 3 days ago. Therefore, it was feared that there were still some people hiding nearby. Upon hearing this, the members of the Divine Court furrowed their brows, sensing something unusual about the situation. Logically, such long-range teleportation portals could not be constructed successfully without specific energy coordinates for guidance, but since they appeared, it indicated that someone was coordinating from the wastelands. Considering the incident at Young City had occurred several days ago and according to Luo Yu, the portals were built within the last 3 days, the question arose: which nation's portal could it be? The pudgy man had some guesses and hastily asked further. Sakura Blossom Country, Luo Yu replied. Upon hearing this, the pudgy man sighed softly, his gaze suddenly shifting towards Sakuragi and Matsumoto. He had been undecided over the past few days, but this made the Divine Wind's words seem more credible. He couldn't think of anyone else in Tianyuan City who could be an inside agent for Sakura Blossom Country. The pudgy man and Zhao Wuda exchanged glances, both deep in thought. After a moment, Zhao Wuda turned to address the Divine Court. The potential dangers in Tianyuan City are too great at this moment. It's not the time to leave. Everyone stay highly alert. Thus, the plan to return to Zhongzhou was temporarily shelved. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng, clad in a white robe and controlling a puppet, walked down the street. Excuse me, sir, could you please tell me how to get to the Lord's mansion? Suddenly, a voice asking for directions arose beside him. Zhang Feng turned around and saw 2 individuals standing side by side, both of short stature and with sharp, monkey-like faces, a rare sight in the 9 provinces. Activating his divine eye, Zhang Feng's heart was already guessing their identities. Indeed, name: Yamamoto Ichiro, Sakura Flower Country, occupation: mage level, LV 855, 7th turn. Name: Inashita Meiko, Sakura Flower Country, occupation: curse technician level, LV 777, 6th turn. Jiang Feng's heart skipped a beat and he silently heightened his alertness without engaging with the 2. They did not seem offended but merely smiled and passed by him. However, a few steps later, Jiang Feng suddenly felt a strange force subtly attaching to his body. He looked down at his arm to see a special pattern quickly fading from his skin, a chill running down his spine. He had learned about this in school. It was a unique surveillance curse technique. It could tap into the target's mental power, effectively gaining access to the target's vision. Whatever the cursed individual saw, the caster of the curse could see as well. If the surveilled revealed their personal panel, it would also be captured. This way, the caster could monitor the target's professional panel. More alarmingly, this type of curse could be pre-made and stored ready to be thrown out like a talisman slip, perfectly evading the mental power detection within the city. If one's mental strength were weaker than these 2 individuals, they wouldn't even notice the curse. But they had chosen the wrong target. Jiang Feng's mental strength was not something ordinary people could match. While such a pre-made curse held great advantages, it also had a flaw: the user could not control it remotely. Once thrown, it acted like a one-way surveillance device. If someone wiped it off, the caster would not automatically notice. Even if they could deduce from the change in the number of received images that someone had erased it, they couldn't pinpoint who exactly did it. So, with a mere swipe of his hand, Zhang Feng wiped off the transparent curse mark that had clung to his skin. The other party remained completely oblivious. Zhang Feng glanced back and noticed that the two were now approaching another person to ask for directions, discreetly placing the same surveillance curse on him. Witnessing this, Zhang Feng sighed deeply, his heart lamenting, Tianyuan City is truly never peaceful. In the conference room of the Tianyuan City Lord's mansion, a brown box lay on the table, delivered by a mysterious person. No one knew what was inside, whether it was a terrifying forbidden technique or something beneficial to the Divine Court. To open or not to open, the members of the Divine Court were in a dilemma. Zhao Wuda, seeing this, decisively chose to open the box. His reasoning was simple. The box had to be opened, but preparations were necessary. After taking the box outside the city and applying numerous defensive curses, a puppet finally opened the box. As the box slowly opened, the hearts of the Divine Court members also eased. Inside were only a few photographs. Such mystery, just to deliver some photographs? Someone, seeing the photos, asked in confusion. Zhao Wuda picked up the photograph and flipped it over. Following his gaze, the photograph clearly had a message written on it. The person in this photo is a foreigner infiltrating Jiuzhou. Signed with the word Shenin at the end. I believe we should act immediately and apprehend the person in the photo. Shenin has put so much effort into this. The information must be reliable. Agreed, the situation in Tianyuan City is not optimistic. It's better to err on the side of caution than to let a potential threat slip by. Some hardliners in the Divine Court argued passionately. You all believe Shenin's words just like that? I think there's no rush. The information from Shenin might not be true. It's better to wait and see. This matter is not urgent. It's better to return to the city and discuss it further. Some indecisive and conservative members of the Divine Court expressed that the matter was not urgent. If you ask me, we should have taken action from the start, otherwise we wouldn't have all these troubles today, Sakuragi-ki said disdainfully, arms crossed. Matsuki quickly followed up, feigning a thoughtful expression, his voice deep. You make a good point. This one-sided story from Shinfeng, how can he be sure the person in the photo is a foreigner? Fatso, and Zhao Wuda glanced at Sakuragi and his companion without showing any signs, already making plans in their minds. Whether he is a foreigner or not won't we know once we catch him and investigate. Nationals in their own country won't show their nationality, only when they go abroad will it be displayed. That's the problem. If the person is of foreign nationality, personal panel information can't be changed, but it can be hidden. Just hide the line of information about nationality and it won't be any different from a native's panel. So to confirm the person's identity we must investigate their background. It can't be directly confirmed. Take him down, investigate, Zhao Wuda said firmly. Others wanted to speak, but Zhao Wuda glared them down. That day the members of the Divine Court returned to Tianyuan City. Various powers erupted throughout the city and dazzling skills continuously appeared in the city's skyline. The Divine Court's apprehension officially began. On a main street, Zhao Wuda led the members of the Divine Court to block the people in the photograph in the middle of the street, and they were all controlled. The operation went surprisingly smoothly. However, it was unknown whether it was due to their training or if it was indeed a wrongful arrest. These people did not resist at all but allowed the Divine Court to arrest them. What does this mean? Is this how the Divine Court acts? Attacking civilians in the street? We respect you as lords of the Divine Court, thus we avoided conflict multiple times, but this is too much. Moreover, there should always be a reason for arresting someone, several people said angrily. Take them away, Zhao Wuda ordered, and several members prepared to escort them away. Everyone look. This is the level of law enforcement in Jiuzhou, arresting people on the street without evidence. As the people saw this, their expressions remained calm, their tone strong as if they were confident. Suddenly discussion started all around. Yes, what crime did these two commit? You are being too authoritarian, arresting people without even stating a crime. It's hard to believe this is Jiuzhou's law enforcement. Tianyuan City is already unsafe and the Divine Court is disappointing. Onlookers, spurred on by a few individuals, began to voice their indignation on behalf of the accused. Don't listen to them, these people are foreign spies and we are just bringing them to justice. As public sentiment grew louder, Zhao Wuda was forced to start explaining. How clever, by pinning the label of foreigners on us you think you can just take us away? The accused, with a mix of anger and laughter, showed faces full of grievance. Yeah, who would believe that? It's easy to find a pretext to accuse someone. Is this the best the divine court can do? The crowd's emotions were stirred up by the accused and they didn't believe a word from Zhao Wuda. Suddenly, the scene became chaotic. Stop! Everyone! At that moment, a furious shout erupted. With just one shout, everyone was silenced and the chaos subsided. Following the crowd's gaze, a person dressed in the city lord's mansion attire approached. They were indeed the enforcement team affiliated with the city lord's mansion. Perfect timing. These people from the divine court are really unreasonable. Upon seeing the enforcement team, the captured individuals seemed to tear up, bitterly narrating the tyranny of the divine court and their own hardships. Gentlemen, this is Tianyuan City and what you've done is a bit excessive, said the captain of the enforcement team, a middle-aged man with a stern expression. Ever since the arrival of these people from the divine court in Tianyuan, did their enforcement team still hold any authority? Gentlemen, allow me to explain this matter in detail. Later at your doorsteps and I will surely give you a satisfactory answer. For now, please allow us to take these individuals back. Zhao Wuda bowed to the enforcement team captain, showing his goodwill. The enforcement team captain stopped the members of the divine court and then produced the enforcement order. I think you're mistaken, arresting people is our right, not yours. Seeing the enforcement order, Zhao Wuda's expression grew serious. Although the divine court also had enforcement rights, they were in Tianyuan City and without special circumstances, the enforcement team had more authority. It's similar to the difference between police and special police forces. Both are police, but their powers are not unified. Of course, he could communicate with the upper echelons of the enforcement team in advance. With the status of the divine court, the enforcement team would certainly give face, but now knowing the internal strife within the divine court, he worried that insiders might leak information during the application process and by then it would be too late. This forced his hand to act directly. We only look at evidence, bring out the evidence, and you can take these people with you. The enforcement team captain did not want to get too involved with the divine court and stated his position immediately. Hearing this, Zhao Wuda appeared troubled. He couldn't produce the evidence, but his instinct told him not to back down. He found himself in a dilemma. I told you not to trust the words of the divine wind. You insisted on arresting people and now look at this embarrassing situation. Are you satisfied? As a core member of Jiuzhou, you disregard the laws of Jiuzhou and you have completely tarnished the reputation of the divine court. Seeing Zhao Wuda falter, Sakuragi Ki and Matsumoto took on a righteous demeanor and began to criticize Zhao Wuda and his group. Nonsense, don't think I don't know. The chubby one burst out in anger, stepping forward to curse Sakuragi Ki and Matsumoto, but he held back his words at the last moment. In an unnoticed corner, a figure suddenly appeared. Jiang Feng sighed deeply, his face expressing dismay. It seemed he had to handle things himself. The people from the divine court were truly unreliable. Due to the intervention of the enforcement team, the divine court had released their undercover agents only to have them surrounded. There were 6 people in total. 3 at the 6th tier, 2 at the 5th and 1 at the 7th, yet they were momentarily unable to act. The 3 factions thus found themselves in a deadlock. The divine court was wary of the enforcement team, the undercover agents were trapped, and although the enforcement team had the authority to enforce the law, they were momentarily unable to deal with the divine court effectively. Just then a figure in a white robe appeared on the scene. He looked at the people of the divine court and mocked, as expected, unreliable. The members of the divine court hearing this wore ugly expressions but still tried to explain. If it weren't for our powers not aligning with the enforcement team, these people would have been taken away by us long ago. Seeing that Bai Ju did not bother to listen, the voices of the divine court members grew fainter and they shamefully lowered their heads. This incident, one might say, was handled by the divine court in a terribly foul manner. Further explanations would only amount to deceiving themselves and others. Bai Ju then turned his gaze to the enforcement team and said sternly, "Step aside if you don't want to die." Hearing this, the enforcement team showed a hesitant expression. Although they had heard of him, could he really kill someone on the street? Ignoring the law entirely, Ghost Eye, Phantom Tomb activates. Jiang Feng looked up and an invisible force surged forth, instantly rendering 2 5th-tier agents from the country of cherry blossoms catatonic. Jiang Feng had already created a phantom space and the 2 agents from the country of cherry blossoms were already enjoying it. Meanwhile, one was consumed by flames, feeling no pain like a walking corpse, and was burned to ashes under the gaze of all. Another was surrounded by thunder, crackling continuously like a walking power supply, and was soon reduced to mere limbs and bones. What's going on? How did these two suddenly die, and in such a horrific manner? It must be him, it had to be his doing. The sudden deaths of the two, both in such gruesome ways, shocked everyone. All eyes were turned to Jiang Feng. Here he was the only one with both the motive and the terrifying means. After Bai Ju killed the two agents, his figure flashed and he disappeared from the spot in front of everyone. At this moment, the psychic surveillance system of Tianyuan City also sounded an alarm. Before the crowd could recover, a figure in a black robe appeared in their field of vision, an 8th-tier psychic master. Upon seeing He Ju, Zhao Wuda couldn't help but sigh internally. With him here, except for himself, everyone present might be controlled by him. As long as he was willing to make a move, there would only be one outcome today: all undercover agents would be killed. Yet, killing all undercover agents this way was still problematic due to insufficient evidence and severe implications. Even if the one acting was an 8th-tier psychic master, it would be better for them to take action and apprehend them, leaving the enforcement team to explain afterwards. Moreover, Bai Ju could have killed all the undercover agents initially, but by only killing 2 5th-tiers, he was giving them a chance to prove themselves in the Divine Court. If they failed to seize this opportunity, it would truly show their ingratitude. Under the immense pressure from He Ju and the pressure on himself, Zhao Wuda loudly declared, "Take them down, take them away." Upon receiving Zhao Wuda's orders, the pro-war faction was particularly enthusiastic, charging forward as if injected with adrenaline. Jiang Feng, watching this scene, commented in a calm tone, "It seems you are not as foolish as I thought." The law enforcement team, seeing the Divine Court make a move again, stepped forward to intervene. This is a desecration of law enforcement, a desecration of the Jiuzhou legal system. At this moment, Zhao Wuda was resolute, giving no chance for the law enforcement team to intervene. In terms of power, they were no match for him. The remaining 4 undercover agents, seeing the imposing advance of the Divine Court, knew no one could stop them. If caught, with Jiuzhou's investigative capabilities, their undercover identities would definitely be exposed. If not now, then when? The 4 agents, splitting into the 4 directions of east, south, west, and north, began their escape. But against the members of the Divine Court, escape was a delusion. The strongest among them was merely at the 7th level. How could they possibly escape the encirclement of the Divine Court members? Zhao Wuda, to ensure no mistakes, personally pursued the 7th level powerhouse. Moments later, the 7th level undercover was the first to be brought back. Zhao Wuda, when fully exerting his power, was indeed terrifying. An 8th level against a 7th, he had an absolute advantage. If he failed to capture him, He Ju would probably have him eliminated. The man was beaten beyond recognition, no longer resembling his former self. During the capture process, Jiang Feng merely observed and did not intervene. However, an accident occurred on the other side. It happened in the direction where Ingmu Qi and Matsumoto were chasing. Just as Ingmu Qi was about to capture the undercover, a scream followed. Damn! Just then his old injury flared up. His sudden pause gave the pursued a chance to escape, as expected. Seeing this, Zhao Wuda felt a chill in his heart. How could 2 8th-level powerhouses let a 6th-level undercover escape, an old injury flaring up? Such an excuse. Humph, he was just about to give chase when countless swords whistled past, cleanly killing him. That was Shinin making a move. Midair, a figure in a black robe looked at Zhao Wuda and mocked again, still indecisive now. "Do you need my help to kill those two?" Zhao Wuda, with a solemn expression, knew this was not the time for hesitation or to consider too much. After the 2 6th-level undercovers were captured, Zhao Wuda erupted a unique power, instantly subduing Ingmu Qi and Matsumoto. Watching this, the members of the Divine Court were stunned, their brains momentarily crashing. What does this mean? "I suspect you are undercover, please cooperate with the investigation," Zhao Wuda said sternly. "Old Zhao, what do you mean? We are comrades in arms, don't you know my character? How could I possibly be an undercover?" "Old Zhao, have you forgotten how I saved you on the battlefield outside the domain? After so many years, old Zhao, I thought, disregarding personal feelings, just based on military achievements, I shouldn't be subjected to such humiliation." The two, controlled in an instant, appeared tense but then relaxed. They believed what they did was flawless. Zhao Wuda had no reason to suspect them. With years of military achievements and camaraderie, the bond between the two men grew stronger as they played the card of affection. Their identities were so sensitive that even the members of the Divine Court began to speak on their behalf. "Old Zhao, this is too much. They are heroes of the Jiuzhou region and shouldn't be treated this way. Old Zhao, let's discuss this back home. Making a scene here only tarnishes the Divine Court's reputation." We see each other often. I don't believe they are spies. Despite the crowd's fervent pleas, Zhao Wuda remained expressionless and unmoved. He had hesitated too many times before, this time he had to be decisive. Moreover, with Heiju covering him, his confidence was even stronger. Take them down, he commanded. Following his order, Ing Muqi and Matsumoto were restrained even more tightly. Among the crowd, Zhang Feng was hidden. Watching this unfold, he nodded his head. It seemed the divine court was not so obsolete after all. Seeing the divine court arrest their own, the enforcement team dared not intervene further, given that some had indeed exposed their identities. It was clear the other party wasn't just stirring up trouble without cause, thus authority was directly handed over and the situation finally calmed down. Zhao Wuda along with the divine court members began to evacuate with the spies. From this incident, Zhao Wuda could discern that the mastermind behind this was Shen Feng. But since Shen Feng did not show up, staying here was pointless, especially since they couldn't find the opponent, Tianyuan City. Return to tranquility, lava altar, LV.200 LV.400, teleport. The scene was engulfed in fiery red hues with scorching lava flowing beside one's feet. The world seemed devoid of any signs of life and even breathing felt intensely hot. Zhang Feng stood on a small hill looking around. Boom! The boiling lava exploded violently, sending a massive wave tens of meters high. Zhang Feng looked towards the sound and saw a fiery giant in the lava vigorously pounding its chest. However, it seemed that the giant's appearance was unrelated to Zhang Feng's arrival. The giant scooped up a handful of lava and smeared it on its face, then rubbed his hands together. Lava giant, LV.380 health, 401203 description. A giant living in the world of lava, sustaining itself by devouring lava and naturally the king of fire in the lava world. Skill 1, Lava Giant Fist. Swings a giant fist to attack the enemy, gaining 30% strength. Skill 2. Extreme Heat Tornado. Controls lava to form a tornado, creating a powerful attack. Skill 3, Lava Stealth. Sinks its body into the lava, gaining 30% agility and concealing its form. Skill 4, Regeneration. Using lava as a source, no matter how severe the injury, touching the lava allows for rapid recovery, even regrowing limbs. The lava giant, formed entirely of lava, looked no different from a human except for its terrifying fiery red body. Without waiting for the lava giant to react, Zhang Feng initiated an attack. Numerous silver dragon blades burst from his palms, tracing a silver dragon across the sky. Bang! After a loud noise, a monster kill notification echoed in his mind. Killing the lava giant, LV.380, gained 3,800 experience and stored 380 points. Simultaneously, a fiery red orb actively flew towards Zhang Feng. Lava vest, purple quality type, armor class restriction, mage level restriction, LV.200 attributes, health plus 20,000 inch defense plus 500. A small vest, quite inferior compared to his other equipment, and it even has class restrictions. As levels increase, so does the required experience. The death of a single lava beast provides barely a drop in the bucket for Zhang Feng's leveling needs. Zhang Feng travels on his sword, gliding over boundless lava fields, constantly in search of new monsters. After a long search, not a single monster shadow could be seen. Sword rain, all swords return. Zhang Feng stands in the air, his gaze sharp as countless silver dragon blades begin to attack indiscriminately. If the monsters won't come out, he'll force them to show themselves. Roar! Roar! In just a moment, the previously calm world boils over. The lava churns and terrifying roars echo everywhere. Countless monsters appear, all turning their attention towards Zhang Feng. Lava Beast, LV.300 Lava Beast, LV.400 Lava Beast, LV.200. A psychic storm erupts, and those lava beasts lower in level than Zhang Feng suddenly turn and attack other lava beasts. Zhang Feng isn't idle either. Joined by his psychic puppets, he dives into this bloody feast. Two identical silver dragons emit a sword cry, sweeping towards the horde of lava beasts. Kill, LV.330 Lava Beast, gain 3,300 XP, store 330 points. Kill, LV.377 Lava Beast, gain 3770 XP, store 337 points. Congratulations to player Shen Feng for advancing to LV.260. The screen floods with kill notifications, rapidly boosting Zhang Feng's level, making him exclaim in thrill. His slaughter continues, the massive bodies of the lava beasts falling like moldwheat, one after another. Kill, LV.400 Lava Beast, gain 400 XP, store 400 points. Congratulations to player Shen Feng for advancing to LV.300. After killing all day, Jiang Feng can hardly remember how many lava beasts he has slain. Congratulations to player Shinfeng for advancing to LV.360. As the last lava beast in sight falls, the kill notification sounds again, only 40 levels away from LV.400. After a day's slaughter, Jiang Feng feels somewhat tired. He looks around and decides to stop. This area's monsters have almost been completely eradicated by him. Mixing work with rest is the superior path. Come back tomorrow and reaching level 400 is guaranteed. After such a long battle, besides gaining experience, Jiang Feng has also collected quite a few items. He opens his backpack to check, at least 45 pieces of purple quality equipment, though they are mostly trash, only 3 or 4 have special attributes. However, one golden item catches his eye, God's Tower Fragment. Gold description, essential for conquering the God's Tower. Born of Fate, divided into 5 volumes, this being one of them. Meanwhile, a world announcement. Congratulations to Jojo Country, player Shinfeng, for obtaining the God's Tower Fragment, gold, acquiring one of the keys to control the power of God's Tower. On the other side, the Divine Assembly stared in awe at the golden characters displayed on the panel. The scroll fragment of the Tower of Gods. This Jiang Feng truly never rests. No sooner had one problem been resolved than another larger one emerged. The Tower of Gods, the most mysterious location in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Whoever could control this tower would gain immense power in the battlefield. There were only 2 ways to obtain the power of the Tower of Gods. One was to conquer the tower using one's own strength. They were optimistic about Jiang Feng because he had a great chance of conquering the Tower of Gods. The second was through the scroll fragment of the Tower of Gods that Jiang Feng had obtained this time. This fragment alone could allow one to control 1/5 of the tower's power. Do not underestimate this 1/5. Once Jiang Feng mastered it, dominating the extraterrestrial battlefield and even easily annihilating some smaller nations would be no challenge at all. It could be said that the Tower of Gods was the lifeline of the entire world. The Divine Assembly had not anticipated that such a divine item would end up in Jiang Feng's hands. Upon further reflection, their brows furrowed and their heads began to ache once more. With the world announcement made, everyone now knew that Jiang Feng possessed the scroll fragment of the Tower of Gods. Outside the 9 provinces, many already envied Jiang Feng's talents and were restless. Now, with the scroll fragment revealed, Jiang Feng was likely to become the target of all. Considering this, the faces of the Divine Assembly grew stern. With this news, chaos would undoubtedly ensue in the 9 provinces. Previously, other nations had only sent assassins to infiltrate the 9 provinces and kill Jiang Feng. Now, they might launch an outright war for the scroll. Sigh. The next day at the magma altar, Jiang Feng appeared once again. Unlike yesterday when he was alone, today's replica of the magma altar was populated with many other practitioners. However, most were in groups and few were like him, practicing alone. About 3 miles away, a sleazy-looking man hid in a corner, eyeing Jiang Feng with ill intent. This kid is alone, isn't this a chance for me to make a fortune? The man chuckled harshly, his eyes glued on Jiang Feng. He had already planned his move. Once Jiang Feng stepped away from the crowd, he would follow and ruthlessly rob him. But what happened next chilled him from head to toe. Jiang Feng replicated his technique from the previous day. His indiscriminate attack, all swords return to the origin. Enraged, the hidden magma giants below roar. Before the magma giants could even appear, their terrifying roars echoed across the skies. Has this kid gone mad? Run! If we don't leave now, we won't be able to escape later. Damn it, what kind of reckless fool seeks death and drags us into it? The onlookers were utterly shocked, their faces filled with horror. They were veterans of the magma altar and knew all too well what the roaring signified. Full-level magma giants, however, the scene unfolding before them was reshaping their understanding. As soon as the magma giants showed their heads, they exploded one after another. Swords magically burst forth from within their bodies. Kill, LV.400 magma giant, gain 4,000 experience points, store 400 experience points. Kill, LV.370 magma giant, gain 3,700 experience points, store 370 experience points. Congratulations to player Jiang Feng on advancing to LV.361. This scene frightened the bystanders who were preparing to teleport away, causing them to lose their voices in fear. One individual's legs trembled uncontrollably, his expression gradually becoming vacant. The sleazy-looking man was so scared that he shook all over, gasping for air. Fortunately, he merely entertained the thought and didn't act on it. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. After a long while, as a level 400 lava beast fell to the ground, a message appeared. Congratulations, player Kamikaze, your level has increased to LVU 400, maximum level reached. Please proceed to the job transfer hall to accept your first tier mission. Nickname: Kamikaze. Profession: Spirit Master. Spiritual power: Infinite spiritual strength, 120,842, plus 30%. Maximum dispersal distance: 8,400 meters. Level: LV.400. Fourth transformation: Health: 579149, plus 30,000, plus 30%. Strength: 89791, plus 20%. Defense: 42,953, plus 1,500, plus 20%. Agility: 2,956, plus 280, plus 30%. Stamina: 14,601, plus 1,100, plus 20%. Combat power rating: 1654 stars. Finally reached max level. Leveling up is really tough. Jiang Feng exhaled slowly, feeling relieved. He opened his personal panel. Regular lottery draws X38, gold lottery draws X10, draw 300000 gold coins, draw 50,000 gold coins, draw 10x spiritual experience card X3, draw 300000 gold coins, draw 10x spiritual experience card X3. This time it was quite good, managing to draw two 10x spiritual experience cards. Jiang Feng now had a total of 16 spiritual experience cards in his inventory. Gold roulette draw forging crystal X50, draw forging crystal X50, draw a world unique skill, release automatically learned, release. Within the range of spiritual force dispersal, items in the backpack can be released at a designated location. Normally, summoned items or equipment appear around oneself and cannot be specified, but with this skill one can actually specify the release location. Then Jiang Feng thought, and a long-sealed dagger in his backpack appeared a kilometer away. Driven by his spiritual power, the dagger stabbed towards a nearby lava beast. The lava beast couldn't understand what was happening and was instantly pierced through the heart. It could never have imagined that a dagger would appear out of thin air behind it. This skill, seemingly trivial, is actually a divine technique. Subsequently, Jiang Feng tried to summon the dagger back from inside the lava beast. Bang! Accompanied by a stream of scorching magma, the dagger pierced through the beast's chest and returned to Jiang Feng's backpack. People watching from a distance were dumbfounded. Brother, hit me, I want to see if I'm seeing things. Brother, you're not seeing things, because the magma has already scorched my feet, another exclaimed, followed by a scream of pain. Just when they thought this guy was outrageous enough, his next move exceeded their imagination. Damn, he can play like this, summoning the dagger directly inside the opponent to attack. This must be another divine technique. Jiang Feng's heart skipped a beat. First and foremost, this kind of attack was too covert for ordinary people to notice. Furthermore, even a level 10 powerhouse would be injured if not killed by such a stab from a dagger. Next, Jiang Feng finished drawing from the golden roulette. The items were disappointing, nothing but 50 forging crystals, 2 million gold coins, and the like. At the Reincarnation Temple, his nickname was Shinfeng. His profession was a spirit master and he was at level 400. He was now eligible for the 5th tier job transfer mission after meeting the required spirit power reserve criteria. The mission generation process in waning was somewhat related to the player's strength, but it was not directly proportional. The mission he received was rated 5 stars in difficulty. Please proceed to 300 li south of Tianyuan City, where a secret realm will open in one day. Enter and obtain a life origin stone. Advanced reward: obtain 3 origin stones to receive double the job transfer attribute bonuses. This mission wasn't time limited. 300 li south of Tianyuan City was already beyond the city limits, an area also known as the Wasteland, fraught with dangers and inhabited by many unknown creatures. Moreover, this place was frequented by professionals, including those of the 7th and even 8th tiers. The secret realm itself was even more complex. Each realm's entrance was unique, possibly having entrances from different nations. It was practically a mini extraterritorial battlefield where professionals from various countries competed fiercely. The levels of secret realms were generally divided into 5, with level 1 being the lowest and level 5 the highest. Additionally, there was a restriction that players entering the realm could not exceed the 8th tier. Facing this job transfer mission, Jiang Feng was solemn. He was powerful, but not arrogant enough to disregard all dangers. Situations in the secret realm could change at any moment and a single misstep could lead to disaster. Moreover, countless eyes from the 9 provinces were fixed on him, adding to the peril of his journey into the secret realm. Zhang Feng felt that this mission required careful planning. Nevertheless, he was filled with absolute confidence, his confidence stemming from his formidable strength and numerous strategies. After disguising himself, Zhang Feng left Tianyuan City and headed straight for the designated location of the secret realm. Even after leaving the city, the number of professionals around him was still significant. Along the way, he encountered numerous professionals. Scanning a pair with his divine eye, he noted their details: name, Kong Yongyin, profession, Curse Sorcerer level, LV.1023, 8th tier, and name, Wang Tian, profession, Earth Mage level, LV.1134, 8th tier. There were indeed many strong individuals around, and it was uncertain what the situation would be like in the secret realm. As Zhang Feng approached the entrance of the secret realm, the area was already bustling with people waiting for its opening. It seemed that the appearance of the secret realm and the overflow of power had attracted much attention. Who would have thought, someone remarked, we hope to make a small fortune, but so many have shown up. Judging from the power overflow, the realm was at least level 3. Various discussions could be heard among the crowd. And there, amidst the bustling crowd, Zhang Feng stumbled upon a familiar face. Secret manuals for sale. I have the latest and most comprehensive information on the mystic realms. Come and get them. A stout man had set up a stall outside the mystic realm, energetically hawking his wares. Initially, Zhang Feng didn't pay much attention, but to his surprise, the stout man's business was booming. Almost everyone present held a copy of his manuals. Seeing this, Zhang Feng approached and bought one too. Disguised, he was not recognized by the stout man. It must be said, the stout man's manual was somewhat useful. At least Zhang Feng gleaned quite a few helpful tidbits from it. Firstly, the mystic realm was teeming with demonic beasts, making it extremely dangerous. Moreover, realms like this often had special rules: no jumping, reversed gravity, no contact with water, etc. However, where there were dangers, there were usually great benefits. This realm contained a special resource known as space stones, which had a single purpose: to expand one's storage capacity. They were highly valued in the market. Of course, if that was all, the realm wouldn't attract so many adventurers. There was another extremely rare and valuable material within the realm: life origin stones. These stones, imbued with primal force, had potent healing effects. They could revive anyone of 9th rank or below, even from the brink of death, serving as a second chance at life. Besides these stones, the mystic realm also housed other special materials: attribute stones. When used in equipment crafting, they guaranteed the creation of gear with special properties. Stability stones, also used in crafting, they greatly increased the success rate of forging, and the list went on. Outside the mystic realm, the crowd grew larger and their discussions grew louder. Last time I entered this realm was half a year ago. Bad luck then, managed only one space stone. You did well, mate. Last time I ended up with nothing, but this time I've prepared better, aiming for at least 10 space stones and hopefully a life origin stone if I'm lucky. Zhang Feng kept a low profile, his gaze fixed on the entrance to the mystic realm. Suddenly he felt a piercing stare and turned to see who it was. You are a 7th rank psychic. The man staring at Zhang Feng didn't flinch or look away. I am an 8th rank curse master, and my level has reached the maximum of 1200. Soon to ascend to the 9th rank, and I am accompanied by 3 other 8th rank experts, a luxurious lineup indeed. Don't be surprised, I possess a special curse technique that can sense the strength of others' psychic energies. You must be a 7th rank ultimate powerhouse, on the verge of stepping into the 8th rank, the man said with a slight smile, initiating the conversation. How about it? Interested in joining our team? We are all 8th ranks and I am about to step into the 9th rank. Facing the invitation, Zhang Feng simply replied indifferently, not interested. Seeing this, the man quickly flashed his guild badge. I belong to the Red Moon Guild, the second largest guild in Jiuzhou. It's definitely worth your while to join us. He thought that by revealing his background, Zhang Feng would surely agree. After all, the Red Moon Guild was a name many would vie desperately to be part of. He simply couldn't believe that this young man wouldn't be tempted. Yet, to his disappointment, Zhang Feng rejected the offer again. What? A level 7 psychic master? Upon hearing this, the nearby teams took notice and reacted. They all reached out to Zhang Feng, extending their olive branches. Such a prestigious title as a level 7 psychic master. Having someone like that in a team could save so much trouble in the secret realms. Keeping vigilance 24 hours a day. Which team wouldn't be tempted? Brother, join us and we'll give you 30% of the treasures from the secret realm. You don't have to do anything, just keep watch. Don't listen to him, brother. Join our team, we offer you 50% of the gains and will provide someone to protect you round the clock every day. Round the clock protection sounds more like house arrest, brother. Brother, 80% of the profits and a personal bodyguard assigned just for you, said a woman with fiery red lips and a striking figure. Moreover, her team was entirely composed of women. Sly Fox, do you think my brother is tempted by your seduction? You're underestimating him. Brother, don't trust her, she'll probably consume you to the bone. As the offers became increasingly outrageous, the teams almost started fighting over Jiang Feng. At this moment, a chubby man licking his face squeezed through to Jiang Feng and said with a smile, "Hello, we are the Divine Court's team. Brother, are you interested in joining us? You must have heard of the great name of Divine Court. Joining us is the best choice." Facing the chubby man's invitation, Jiang Feng glanced at him and remained silent. If he wanted to join the Divine Court, he would have done so already. He preferred to walk alone, unwilling to be bound by others. "No, brother, give me a chance, let's talk," the chubby man thought to himself, extremely speechless. In the past, whenever he recruited people, just mentioning the name of the Divine Court was enough to make people scramble. Ever since recruiting Shen Feng, why has it become that everyone now acts too high and mighty? Even the Divine Court's name doesn't work. This led him to a deep self-doubt, wondering whether it was him who was inadequate or the Divine Court itself. Faced with the recruitment from numerous teams, Jiang Feng loudly declined. "Thank you all for your kindness, but I prefer to be on my own, so I must apologize." What a pity. Let's disperse, brothers. If you change your mind, our Shen Feng squad still welcomes you. After Jiang Feng's refusal, the enthusiasm of the teams gradually waned. The entrance to the secret realm returned to its usual state and people started chatting sporadically. Jiang Feng, however, stood in an inconspicuous corner, his eyes focused, quietly waiting for the secret realm to open. Half a day passed and the secret realm finally opened. Everyone rushed towards the entrance. As the sky turned dark when Jiang Feng opened his eyes again, he was surprised to find everyone gathered together, not separated. The place was desolate, with rocks floating in the air, occasionally colliding with each other, indicating the absence of gravity. However, this place also required utmost caution, as occasionally fast-moving boulders flew through the air. If one were to collide with these, it could mean instant death. But for Jiang Feng this was not a concern. His strong psychic power allowed him to detect these boulders from a great distance, even capable of analyzing the trajectory of giant rocks to react in advance. This is why spirit masters are so highly sought after. Suddenly a panel lit up above everyone's heads. The panel displayed a map, square in shape with differently colored skulls at each corner. A red skull, it seemed to be right where they were located. This quickly sparked a discussion among the crowd. The red skull likely represented the entrance to Kyushu, accessible only to those from Kyushu. The yellow skull should be for Sakura Country, the black skull for Orchid Sky Country, and the blue skull that should be for Eagle Country. It seemed that the competition was fierce, almost like the battles beyond the borders. As a member of the Divine Court, Fatty had to step up now to unite the people of Kyushu. Only by standing together could they have an absolute advantage when facing foreigners. "Fellow Kyushu natives," he said, "I only hope that we can present a united front. It's unrealistic to expect unity solely for mutual benefit, but at least let's not be too scattered so we can support each other." However, while Fatty was speaking passionately, Jiang Feng had already left. Jiang Feng flew on his sword, his psychic energy radiating outward. Soon he sensed something, a stone with attributes, not far ahead. Quickly, a diamond-shaped stone close to fiery red appeared in Jiang Feng's palm. It felt hot to the touch and Jiang Feng also sensed a strange power within it. Storing the attribute stones, Jiang Feng sped off into the distance on his sword. Nearby a four-person team happened to pass by. What kind of fool doesn't know that flying in the secret realm is dangerous, they wondered. That person, are all spirit masters fools, or has meditation made them stupid? This was the first time they had seen someone as bold as Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng noticed them but didn't care. Unlike their cautious demeanor, he was as relaxed as if strolling through a garden. Over the next period, Jiang Feng continued his search for other materials. One attribute stone was not enough to satisfy him. Besides, the life origin stone, crucial for job transition materials, was always on his mind. After a long while, Jiang Feng's hands were full of various attribute stones, and he even found 3 space stones. Regrettably, the life origin stone was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, while flying, Jiang Feng's psychic energy sensed movement ahead. When he reached the spot, the trace was gone, but his psychic sense had definitely detected something like a ghost wandering ahead. Jiang Feng tried using his professional panel to identify it, but apart from a question mark, no information was available, so he used his divine eye, activate, mutant slime, LV.666 description, fluid body extremely fast, a type of gregarious animal, skill 1, deadly poison, body can transform into a unique poison to attack enemies, skill 2, great wilderness starfall, devours surrounding space debris then spits it out, skill 3, flashing streamlight. Slime transforms into a puddle, speed greatly enhanced, skill 4, vengeful retribution, all members of the species share one mind, when slimes are slaughtered in large numbers it will attract massive resentment from the group leading to comprehensive retaliation, a thought crossed Jiang Feng's mind. Releasing a dark golden dagger, Jiang Feng instantly shredded the innards of the slime, splitting it open, the slime's body scattered across the ground. However, in Jiang Feng's perception, the shattered tissues of the slime were moving on their own, gradually reforming into a complete mutated slime creature. The surface wounds healed completely, as if its insides were also restored to their original state. Jiang Feng wondered, can it resurrect itself? With the activation of the ghost eye, illusory tomb, Jiang Feng aimed to kill it completely, but the illusory tomb achieved nothing. What's happening? It seems devoid of spiritual power. Jiang Feng was astonished. How could he fight this? Annoyed by Jiang Feng's interference, the mutated slime spat out balls of green slime towards him. Jiang Feng dodged, and the slime hit the ground, hissing as it corroded a large hole. Jiang Feng then turned around and summoned countless silver dragon blades, launching a counterattack. The powerful attack completely shattered the mutated slime's body, yet Jiang Feng still frowned, staring intently ahead. Under his gaze, chunks of the mutated slime slowly repaired themselves back to their original form. During this, Jiang Feng made a startling discovery. The mutated slime's ability to resurrect was entirely due to a green stone within it. It was this green stone that emitted a tremendous life force, repairing the injuries of the mutated slime. This time, as he shattered the body of the mutated slime with all swords returned to the sect, Jiang Feng seized the opportunity to strip the green stone away. Just as he thought, deprived of the green stone, the shattered body of the mutated slime failed to regenerate. Jiang Feng stowed the green stone in his backpack, checking the information. The broken shard of the life stone indicated 100 shards can be combined into one complete life stone. On seeing this, Jiang Feng was extremely excited. His primary reason for coming to this secret realm was for a class transformation. At last he had information about the life stone. At that moment, a peculiar fluctuation appeared in the space ahead, very similar to when Jiang Feng had first encountered the slime. In his spiritual perception, this fluctuation was immensely terrifying. Just a glance was enough to startle Jiang Feng. The quantity of mutated slimes was overwhelming, and among them Jiang Feng even spotted a level 1000 entity. Facing such a number of mutated slimes all spewing poison at once, he could not cope. After a moment's thought, Jiang Feng released a puppet. Made of spiritual power and incorporeal, it easily passed through the slime horde like a ghost. When it was close enough, Jiang Feng thought hard. Swap. Instantly, the puppet switched places with his original body. His body instantly moved thousands of meters away to an open space, while the puppet swapped into the midst of the slime horde. Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Now, the fight would be easier. Chapter 79, Slapping Faces. As the gaze shifted, the horde of mutated slimes also began to attack the spiritual puppet. Puff puff puff. The group of mutated slimes surrounded the spiritual puppet, spewing deadly venom as if it cost them nothing. The spirit puppet of the all swords return technique did not retreat but advanced, charging towards the green venom. Silver dragon blades were summoned one after another, launching indiscriminate attacks on every mutated slime. At the same time, the mutated slime's venom came into contact with the spirit puppet. The venom, which should have been highly corrosive, did not cause any damage to the spirit puppet. The venom sizzled as it passed through the spirit puppet and fell to the ground, emitting an ugly sizzling sound, and the ground was corroded instantly, forming a huge, dark hole. Boom! The spirit puppet's attack also reached its mark. With the experience of having killed mutated slimes before, the slimes now fell like chives one after another. The shards of the broken life gemstones rattled on the ground. Such a scene was unprecedented for the mutated slimes. Their once invincible venom had no effect on this young man. Whimpering. For a moment, the group of mutated slimes stopped moving and began to whimper as if crying for help. Roar! Just then, an even larger mutated slime appeared on the scene. It let out a mad roar and charged violently at the spirit puppet. Mutated Slime Boss, LV 1000 Health, 102-0120. Introduction: the king among the mutated slimes. Its massive size greatly enhances the toxicity of its venom and strengthens its attributes. Skill 1, Deadly Venom, can transform its body into a peculiar venom to shoot at enemies. Skill 2, Desolate Celestial Meteor, devours the corpses around it then spits them out. Skill 3, Flickering Radiance, the slime turns into a puddle of water, greatly increasing its speed. Skill 4, Devour, the slime releases a powerful aura that can devour the life force of its enemies. This insignificant human had killed so many of its kind, it was so angry that it was nearly losing its mind. With only one belief in its heart: it must kill this detestable human. Its body swelled rapidly, and then the spirit puppet felt a terrifying suction force. The spirit puppet stood firm, allowing the slime boss to try to devour it. Suddenly, the boss hit the brakes and turned to run. Previously, as long as it used devour, humans would be sucked dry. But why was this young man unaffected? It hurriedly fled. Recalling the recent death of its kin, the boss felt a chill in its heart, wishing it could move even faster. Jiang Feng, seeing this, flashed and immediately followed. However, the boss was quite fast and he could not catch up in a short time. Elsewhere, a group of people were being tortured by 800+ level mutated slimes. Various venoms and stones were furiously thrown at them. Among them was an 8th level curse mage Jiang Feng had encountered before, along with 3 other 8th level powerhouses. However, their condition was not good. Covered in the mutated slime's venom, their movements were extremely hindered. If not for the presence of a priest in the team, their injuries would have been even more severe. Besides the 8th tier curse mage, who still had combat capabilities, the others were quite limited in their fighting strength. Damn it, what on earth is this thing? All my curses are ineffective. The 8th tier curse mage was visibly annoyed, struggling to peel the venom off his skin. If it weren't for this troublesome creature, they wouldn't have to watch the mutated slimes resurrect over and over again. Yet, as an 8th tier powerhouse, these 5 slimes were hardly a challenge when he pushed his limits. Everyone's faces were determined as they unleashed powerful skills one after another. The void thundered violently, and their formidable skills smashed fiercely towards the mutated slimes, their aura terrifyingly immense. The 5 mutated slimes were instantly slain, and the fragments of life stones within them were separated. Moments later, seeing that the mutated slimes did not resurrect, the group finally showed relieved smiles. Cough, cough. They're finally dead. It's good that they are, otherwise I might not have lasted much longer. Their faces were pale, and they spoke with a lack of strength. After continuously releasing powerful skills, their energy was greatly depleted, and they had sustained considerable injuries. Let's rest before we move on. The words were still on the lips of the 8th tier curse mage when his expression suddenly changed. His eyes widened in horror as he stared ahead. A large group of mutated slimes was flying towards them. 5 slimes had almost killed them, not to mention such a terrifying number. Their legs trembled, their faces bitter. They had just escaped death, only to walk into another deadly trap. Exhausted as they were, they couldn't even run, only able to watch helplessly as the slime horde drew closer. It's him. In the next moment, they witnessed something unbelievable. A 7th tier spirit master was actually following right behind the horde of slimes. Seeing Jiang Feng's first instinct was to flee, they concluded that there must be even more slimes behind Jiang Feng. Otherwise, why would he run so desperately? But as they watched, things seemed increasingly off. Who was really fleeing here? The slimes, upon seeing them, not only did not attack, but changed direction, speeding up as if something far more terrifying was behind them. At that moment, Jiang Feng casually pointed a finger, and the fleeing slimes suddenly stopped, their bodies trembling continuously. Then countless daggers flew out from within the bodies of the slimes. From the outside, the slimes looked unharmed, but their internal tissues had already been thoroughly mangled. Thud, thud, like dumping dumplings, the slime horde heavily crashed to the ground. Is it really that simple? Are we even killing the same monster? How is he doing it so effortlessly? The 4 were collectively dumbfounded. A 7th tier spirit master was this powerful. It took them so much effort to kill 1 inch, and he did it in a second. However, after recovering from their shock, they also pondered how exactly the slimes were killed. Where did those daggers come from? Why did they appear inside the monster? Indeed, what kind of technique could achieve such a freakish feat? They discussed back and forth, but could never reach a conclusion. The situation had already surpassed their understanding. No wonder he doesn't team up. With such strength, it's only natural The profession of a spirit master is truly abnormal, powerful, and mysteriously so. The Tier 8 curse master shook his head, expressing his sentiment. The other three, seeing this, all displayed expressions of utter speechlessness. You were just calling that person a fool, someone remarked. Shattered Life Gem Shard 1. Shattered Life Gem Shard 1. 1 by 1 inch the mutated slimes were slain by Jiang Feng, and the boss's figure loomed ever closer. With a move called Thousand Swords Return, Jiang Feng extended his right hand forward, summoning a silver dragon that streaked across the sky and violently collided with the boss. The boss let out a pained wail, its body rapidly swelling until, with a loud bang, it exploded into pieces. Among the scattered remnants, 3 stones emitting a green light were particularly conspicuous. Opening his inventory, Jiang Feng found he had acquired 50 Shattered Life Gem Shards. After defeating the boss, his figure flashed, disappearing deeper into the secret realm. Along the way, Jiang Feng encountered numerous lone mutated slimes. Just after killing 1 inch, he noticed a team not far away. Divine Eye Lantian Nation, Jiang Feng muttered under his breath, his eyes sharpening. Lantian Nation was a formidable force, having once clashed fiercely with the 9 provinces, making it one of their enemy nations. Using their considerable power and the support of several smaller nations, Lantian Nation frequently caused trouble everywhere. 5 years ago, Lantian Nation instigated trouble at the border of the 9 provinces, resulting in thousands of casualties. Afterwards, not only did they refuse to admit their wrongdoing, but they also brazenly claimed that the 9 provinces had struck first. The despicable facade Lantian Nation showed at that time remains vivid in the memories of the people of the 9 provinces. 3 years ago, in an external battlefield, Lantian Nation entangled several nations and suddenly attacked the 9 provinces. That time, the 9 provinces faced enemies on all sides, suffering even greater losses, tens of thousands. And the reason Lantian Nation gave afterward was that they had mistaken their target. Such a ridiculous reason inflamed the entire 9 provinces. The 9 provinces swiftly retaliated thunderously, causing Lantian Nation to lose tens of thousands of professionals. What the hell is this? The people of Lantian Nation surrounded a group of slimes, continuously unleashing various skills. It's no use, my curses are ineffective, a blond young man exclaimed incredulously with wide eyes. Damn it, I can destroy it, but it revives in an instant, said another, a tall man with an unusually hairy body. Not willing to believe it, he swung his staff forward heavily. A fire dragon formed instantly, sweeping towards the group of mutated slimes. No, this is impossible, he roared in despair. Following his gaze, the mutated slimes were burnt to a crisp, but in the blink of an eye they were restored to their original state. Who's there? A voluptuous woman suddenly sensed an unusual presence behind her. She turned around and saw a figure standing not far away on the open ground. Clearly this was not someone from Lantian Nation. Without hesitation, she swung her giant sword. Clang! The sword harshly scraped over a spirit puppet, striking the ground beside it. The spirit puppet was immune to all physical attacks and the giant sword caused no damage to it. Is this an illusion? The woman stared in disbelief, witnessing such a phenomenon for the first time. The ghost eye, the spirit puppet's gaze emitted a terrifying black light as deep as the abyss. It crafted a bottomless chasm with its psychic power, pitch black and filled only with the monstrous roars. The souls of 3 people from Lantian Kingdom were dragged into it. What's happening? The woman gasped, struggling to control her fear. Following her gaze, the 3 Lantian individuals attacked each other, each dying by another's hand. Let me try, a deep voice echoed as a wave of energy swept out from a 6th level psychic. Useless, at least a 7th level or even higher. Seeing the spirit puppet unharmed, the 6th level psychic exclaimed in shock. Seeing this, the remaining people of Lantian Kingdom took action. Countless skills were deployed with terrifying force. Facing such an onslaught, the spirit puppet stood unflinching, hands behind its back, its expression indifferent. With just a single finger, all attacks were shattered by a silver dragon. Seeing this, the people of Lantian Kingdom were not panicked. Instead, they seemed to be anticipating something. Behind them stood a figure of an 8th level curse master, continuously forming seals with his hands, unleashing powerful energy fluctuations. He had not acted earlier. He was preparing for this major attack. Now fully charged, it was time to strike. At the same moment, the spirit puppet simply waved its hand. A black gold dagger bizarrely burst out from the curse master's heart. PFF. The curse master spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face turning deathly pale instantly. But he didn't die. His heart was slowly regenerating. This was because when professionals are injured, they first use up their health to recover. But once Their health is depleted, a fatal injury meant certain death, like the Curse Master now, a few more attacks like that and he would be dead beyond doubt. What kind of method is this, so bizarre, his body so strange, his skills so eerie, is he really human? Let's retreat, he's too terrifying. The Curse Master's face was grave as he contemplated his strategy, countless silver dragon blades shot from his body giving him no chance to think further. Devil, he's a devil, please, spare my life. Was this a human or a ghost even more monstrous than the creatures before? The people of Lantian Kingdom watched helplessly as the Curse Master died before their eyes, his death gruesome. At that moment they were truly frightened. I only want the fragments of the life stone, the spirit puppet spoke in a deep voice. He didn't want to make it complicated, but since killing professionals directly won't drop their items, there was no choice. I'll give you everything, just spare my life. I'll give you everything too. Hearing this, several people scared out of their wits took out fragments of the life stone from their packs. Cowards, what is there to fear? Listen to me, let's go at him together. I don't believe he has no weaknesses. But there was also that defiant persons speaking fiercely. PFF, those who were too eager. The spirit puppet, without any courtesy, dispatched them in the same manner. Witnessing the terrifying death of a teammate once again, the remaining members of the Lantian Kingdom were struck with horror, afraid that speaking another word might lead them to the same fate. At this point everyone dared not voice any objections and hurriedly handed over their spirit fragments. Just when they thought they were safe, countless swords shot out from within their bodies. One man decimated an entire team. While his methods were indeed formidable, they were not without flaws. The damage, for instance, was somewhat low and the opponents could heal using their vitality. To kill someone stronger, this technique had to be used multiple times. Zhang Feng, watching this scene unfold, couldn't help but reflect internally. However, it didn't matter. Low damage, but his attack speed was high. Opening his backpack, he found 105 shattered life essence fragments which could be combined into one complete life stone. After a spree of slaughter and plundering, Zhang Feng finally acquired a complete life stone. Not long after Zhang Feng left, a team of 7 or 8 people arrived at the site. From their speech and actions, they seemed to be from the Kyushu region. Which team could this be? They were impressively strong. It was breathtaking that they could kill so many mutant slimes. Such a team shouldn't remain unknown. The corpses of mutant slimes were scattered everywhere, deeply shocking the nerves of the team members and leaving them momentarily stunned. Were these the monsters they were dealing with? No, look, aside from a few unrecognizably mutilated, the other mutant slimes were intact. These slimes had died from internal damage. One team member frowned, noticing something unusual. This didn't look like a siege killing, rather, it seemed like they were killed during a pursuit. As soon as this was mentioned, everyone turned to look at the speaker, their faces filled with horror. After a careful analysis, the battlefield indeed appeared as he described. Who do you think did this? Could it be someone from Kyushu? Someone asked. It's unlikely to be from Sakura Blossom Kingdom. They prefer underhanded tactics that wouldn't result in such a scene. Eagle Kingdom is also unlikely. It could be Lantian Kingdom, but we haven't heard of any formidable individuals from there. The team members shared their opinions. Then the first person to speak said, what if it was that rank 8 curse mage from Kyushu? This suggestion made everyone pause and consider, finding it quite reasonable. After all, curses are the most elusive, and aside from curse magic, no one could achieve such physical destruction. Ah, what a pity, why didn't we team up with them initially? One lamented. What are you regretting? That person even invited me at the time, another replied, both regretful and resentful. Coincidentally, that rank 8 curse mage happened to pass by with his team members at that moment, giving those who had just learned of his heroic deeds a glimpse of hope. Big brother, you're so powerful, why didn't you tell us earlier? The previously lamenting person rushed up eagerly, his face all smiles. Brother, you're so strong, we couldn't tell, you've been too low-key. Someone approached to greet him, offering praise. What did this mean? The curse mage and his team members were all baffled. These people had come out of nowhere and started praising him effusively. Brother, it's wrong of you to be modest now. Are you saying you didn't do all this? The man pointed around jokingly. The sorcerer followed his gaze, equally astonished. He muttered to himself, it really wasn't me. I wish I were that powerful. The people present, especially the team that suspected the sorcerer, were utterly baffled. If not him, then who else could it be? Could it be that guy? A light bulb went off in the sorcerer's head as he suddenly thought of someone. Captain, you're not talking about that 7th tier psychic, are you? The members of the sorcerer's squad also remembered that distinctly memorable figure. Him, the 7th tier psychic you invited to team up with us, you must be joking." Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads in disbelief, not convinced, not even the sorcerer himself. That man was strong, but surely not to this extent. On the other side, Jiang Feng was not only searching for the mutated slime but also gathering various materials and attribute stones. Unknowingly, he had nearly reached the center of the secret realm. Ahead of him, 3 teams were in a standoff. This group of slimes was first discovered by us in Jojo. "What right do you 2 nations have to dispute this?" bellowed a hot-tempered elder from Jojo, his voice thundering like the heavens. "It was clearly first discovered by our Sakura country." "How dare you Jojo folks take the credit," retorted a person from Sakura country, shamelessly claiming the find. Jojo is really going too far. These slimes were clearly discovered by both our Lantian and Sakura together. What does this have to do with you, Jojo? A shameless Lantian person sneered, gradually moving closer to Sakura country. Seeing this, the people of Jojo felt a pang in their hearts. It seemed Lantian was intent on joining forces with Sakura to confront them. Jiang Feng, hidden in the shadows, watched all this unfold. His eyes narrowed and his psychic puppet transformed into a person from Sakura country, stealthily positioning behind Lantian. In an instant, the terrifying power of all swords returned to the origin was unleashed, catching the unsuspecting people of Lantian off guard. By the time the ambushed reacted, they were already pierced through by a silver dragon, dead beyond doubt. Who, damn it, Sakura country resorting to sneak attacks. Brothers, attack! The people of Lantian were furious and immediately charged at the psychic puppet. However, they couldn't touch a shadow, and soon they directed their anger towards Sakura country. "No, it wasn't us." The people of Sakura country were scared witless by this sudden turn of events and quickly tried to explain. "You think we're blind? That was clearly one of yours. Either hand over the murderer or sacrifice 3 lives in compensation, or don't blame us, Lantian, for not resting until you were dead." Upon hearing this, Sakura country was equally enraged. Being wrongfully accused was bad enough. Did they really think they were fish on the chopping board to be manipulated at will? The 2 nations clashed instantly, their might seeming terrifying, yet upon closer inspection they kept their blows measured. After all, Jojo was watching eagerly from the sidelines. They were relatively restrained towards each other. At this moment, the psychic puppet transformed back into the appearance it had when they first entered the secret realm. It was him. The people of Jojo recognized the psychic puppet. Simultaneously, the people of Lantian country and Sakura country also reacted. It turned out that this was all the doing of the Jojo people. They instantly aligned once again, shouting, "Kill all these damn Jojo people!" The leader of Lantian country roared furiously, charging forward first. Seeing this, the Jojo people frowned deeply. "You fool, you've already stirred up trouble between 2 nations, why show yourself again? Because of you, the 2 nations have united against Jojo once more. Are all spirit masters fools, meditating all day until their brains go bad?" As the situation swiftly shifted, the Jojo people began accusing Jiang Feng. But Jiang Feng seemed as if he hadn't heard them, his expression unchanged, still as serene as ever. After all, even if he had incited conflict, it was unlikely the 2 countries would truly start a war. His earlier tricks were merely for amusement. Now for the main event. Chapter 82. If I say I'm dead, would you believe me? Is one person enough? Such arrogance hasn't been seen in Jojo for a long time. We'll see whether it's your mouth or your body that's tougher. They say Jojo people are fools, and today I believe it. The people of Lantian country and Sakura country looked at the psychic puppet as if they were looking at a fool, as if this was the funniest joke they had ever heard. "Arrogant fool, do you think you can withstand even one of my moves?" The short man from Sakura country flaunted his muscular body, taunting. But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Kneeling on the ground in agony, clutching his chest, it was as if his internal organs were being sliced apart. "Yamamoto-san, what happened? Where did this dagger come from? Damn it, it must be that Jojo person's doing." The sudden severe injury to Yamamoto shocked the people of Sakura country. "Did you see that?" "No, what kind of trick is this?" The people of Lantian country were equally stunned. "This spirit master is quite powerful. No wonder he is so confident. His strength is indeed formidable." On the Jojo side, those who had just been blaming Jiang Feng were left speechless for a long time, barely managing to speak. They thought the spirit master had lost his mind, not expecting him to severely injure a person from Sakura country right off the bat. Meanwhile, the severely injured Yamamoto slowly straightened up, his eyes filled with rage as he roared, "Brothers, his move isn't that powerful, I won't die so quickly." follow me and charge. No sooner had Yamamoto spoken than two extremely fast individuals from Sakura country and Lantian country, one with a short dagger and the other with a long sword, rushed towards the psychic puppet from two directions. In an instant they viciously stabbed their weapons into the psychic puppet. Humph, now he's definitely dead. Thought he was so powerful, but that's all there was to it. Just a clown, only good for intimidating others. In the eyes of the people from Sakura country and Lantian country, it was already too late for the psychic puppet to dodge. With a look of disdain, they mocked, "Hurry and save him. Take action, we can't let him be killed." Although the people of Jojo generally had a poor view of spirit masters as fellow Jojo inhabitants, they knew they had to uphold righteousness. However, as soon as they moved, they were obstructed by people from Sakura Blossom country and Blue Sky country. "Get out of the way, if you keep blocking us you all will die." The Jojo crowd tried to break through but were tightly blocked by the Sakura Blossom and Blue Sky countries, unable to escape their encirclement for a long time. The anxious crowd could only watch helplessly as the spirit puppet was driven into a corner by assassins. In the moment when the ghost eye, illusion tomb sword came close, a faint light flashed in the eyes of the spirit puppet. The eyes of the two assassins suddenly became confused and their attacks missed their intended trajectories, stabbing each other in the neck instead. How is this possible? How did they end up killing each other? Who exactly is he that he cannot be killed? Just a second ago, the people from Sakura Blossom and Blue Sky countries were immersed in the joy of imminent victory, but the next their illusion was shattered. They had thought victory was in their hands, only to see their own people kill each other. Such an absurd turn of events was hard for the people of Sakura Blossom and Blue Sky countries to accept. Is the spirit master really that strong? What kind of ability did he use this time? I've never seen or understood it. The Jojo crowd, still desperately trying to break through, were once again astonished by the spirit master's performance, which clearly exceeded common understanding. On the other side, the people from Sakura Blossom and Blue Sky countries, having repeatedly failed, appeared utterly defeated. As they attacked the spirit puppet, their bodies were continuously sabotaged by weapons. In an effort to heal their injuries, their vitality kept dropping. Unable to hold on much longer, they were pushed to the edge of a cliff. A burly middle-aged man from Blue Sky country, enduring his discomfort, roared, "Don't wait any longer, let's attack together." I refuse to believe this. Man cannot be killed. Long tormented people from the two countries charged at the spirit puppet all at once. The Jojo crowd wanted to help, but they were still held back, their advance slow. Thousands of fire snakes, numerous flames shaped like little snakes, instantly clung to the spirit puppet. Then with a bang, a sea of flames engulfed the spirit puppet. 100 steps piercing yang. As the flames dispersed, a cry was heard. A blonde, blue-eyed beauty from Blue Sky country, holding a large silver bow taller than a human, shot out streaks of silver light. A continuous stream of arrows flew towards the spirit puppet. Roar! Several beast tamers simultaneously summoned various powerful beasts, which emitted earth-shaking roars. Deadly poison fog. A poison mage released a cloud of green mist enveloping the spirit puppet. It's over, all over. With so many attacking at once, even if he's strong, he can't survive. The blocked Jojo crowd shook their heads, feeling sorry for the spirit master, but in a moment they were stunned. After all the attacks had dissipated, the spirit puppet stood unscathed in its original spot. Impossible, absolutely impossible. My flames engulfed him. Why does he look unharmed? How did my 100 steps piercing yang not even scratch his skin? My poison, refined through 9 transformations, is invincible, yet he. Seeing the loss of fighting spirit among the crowd, a sorcerer from the Lantian nation snorted coldly and decisively made his move. His eyes turned blood red, his hands continuously forming seals. Psychic strangulation, he muttered under his breath, unleashing a terrifying psychic pressure that spread outwards, an invisible wave assaulting the psychic puppet. Bang! While it could withstand physical damage, the psychic puppet couldn't resist this mental onslaught. A boundless psychic storm raged, shattering the psychic puppet into pieces. With the puppet destroyed, Jiang Feng, hidden in the shadows, also suffered. It felt as though his brain was being pricked by needles. It really did hurt. Jiang Feng cursed silently, but no matter, continue. On the other side, the people from the Death Sakura Nation and Lantian were ecstatic to the point of madness, freely expressing their emotions. Trash, thought you couldn't be killed, huh? Damn it, what are you boasting for without strength? Weak people of Jojo, truly unable to withstand a single blow. Jojo trash, get up and keep pretending, daring to provoke our great Sakura Nation. This is your end. They had never suffered such humiliation, being trampled and killed without being able to do anything. if not for the presence of a sorcerer all of them might have perished here. But just the death of a psychic puppet wasn't enough to vent their anger. You Jojo people go die as well. Looking at the Jojo crowd being blocked, they bellowed fiercely, but just as they were about to make a move, a familiar ghostly figure of a psychic puppet suddenly stood between them. This time, Jiang Feng didn't give the sorcerer a chance to act. Wan Jian Gui Zone erupted with a fierce aura, countless silver dragon blades transforming into silver dragons, fiercely suppressing the sorcerer. Boom! The sorcerer's body shook violently, his eyes filled with shock and anger. Bang! The sorcerer was struck by the silver dragon, exploding in midair, dead beyond death. Before the people from Sakura Nation and Lan Tian could react, Jiang Feng controlled countless daggers to suddenly appear inside everyone's bodies. Spurt, spurt, streams of blood shot out from their chests, their eyes swiftly turning lifeless as they slowly fell to the ground. In moments, all the foreigners were executed. Bodies lay scattered everywhere, a stench of blood permeating the air. Did we just see hallucinations? I remember him being dead. He is terrifying indeed, truly sufficient alone. To think that so many from Sakura Nation and Lan Tian died at the hands of a 7th level spiritual master. Are spiritual masters this powerful? The people of Jojo also thought Jiang Feng had been killed, but to their surprise the people from Sakura and Lan Tian were all dead in an instant. Boss, you're too powerful. Boss, if it weren't for you today we might have. Boss, can you tell us how you killed them? We want to learn. Facing everyone's praise and compliments, Jiang Feng paid no attention and walked straight towards the cave. Jiang Feng's killing of these two groups of foreigners served two purposes. One was the divine wind of Jojo and the other was for the mutant slimes inside this cave. Boss, don't rush in, there are many slimes inside, it's very dangerous to go in rashly. The people of Kyushu looked astonished and couldn't help but speak out to remind everyone, though the boss was formidable, the slimes were equally troublesome. Standing outside the cave entrance, Jiang Feng had a thought and his dark gold dagger struck swiftly. What was that noise? Could it be that the slimes had burst out? Someone moved closer, frowning as if they heard something. Just as the words fell, they heard the strange wailing of the slimes from inside the cave. Just as everyone was slowly retreating, a green streak of light shot out from the cave and stopped abruptly near Jiang Feng. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be fragments of shattered life stones. This scene astonished everyone and they couldn't help but go into the cave to investigate. As soon as they entered, they found the cave floor littered with the corpses of mutated slimes, all dead in the same manner. Was this the boss's doing? It was terrifying. These were mutated slimes. It took us half a day to kill just one and the boss wiped them out with a wave of his hand. Everyone looked at each other in amazement. They had fought hard just for these fragments, and to think they hadn't managed to get a single one. Thinking about the boss's prowess just now, although frustrated, they couldn't help but be impressed. After all, not everyone could single-handedly take on squads from two countries. Outside the cave, just as Jiang Feng was gathering the last piece and preparing to leave, some quick-witted individuals among the crowd spoke up to retain him. Boss, could you stay? If we team up, we'd have someone to watch our backs. Yes, boss, you're so strong, facing the Sakura country and Lan Tian country with you would give us more confidence. Jiang Feng did not respond, leaving only a dashing silhouette. Helping Kyushu against formidable enemies was because he was also from Kyushu, but that didn't mean he was there to babysit these people and ensure their safety. Jiang Feng's departure left the people of Kyushu feeling incredibly downcast. Each one felt somewhat gloomy. No wonder he had initially refused the invitation from the 8th tier curse mage. Indeed, it now seemed unnecessary. After leaving the cave, Jiang Feng resumed his hunt for mutated slimes. As time passed, the sightings of mutated slimes grew rarer. Half a day later, it became very difficult for Jiang Feng to find another slime. During this period, his gains were modest. Apart from some life stone fragments, there were other materials such as space stones, attribute stones, and so on. Opening his backpack, space stones used for expanding the space in a professional's backpack. One space stone expands one slot. Total collected 330 space stones, equivalent to 330 backpack slots. Though not many, their specialty status made them highly sought after. Even for a 10th tier boss, these were essential, very valuable. Attribute stones. When used in crafting equipment, they can imbue special properties. Total collected 88 attribute stones with various types like fire, water, and dark attributes. Generally, their effects are similar. For instance, adding a fire attribute stone during equipment crafting would grant the equipment a fire attribute boost, just as a dark attribute stone would endow it with a dark attribute boost. However, those who usually add dark attribute stones are assassins and dark mages. Stability stone, integrated into equipment crafting to enhance stability and increase the success rate of forging. Collection amount 46. The ones who favor stability stones are inevitably the blacksmiths, who only need to add them during equipment crafting to significantly boost the forging success rate. It's well known that the materials for high-level equipment are quite valuable and the loss from a failed crafting attempt is immeasurable. Meanwhile, the cost of a stability stone is much cheaper than the equipment materials. Life Essence Stone Collection Amount 3. Fragments 5. No need to elaborate on the Life Essence Stone, just look at the terrifying vitality of the mutant slimes. While powerful, it's destined to have a high market price, according to Jiang Feng's understanding in the Sihai Commerce Guild. The starting bid for a Life Essence Stone is at least 20 million, and each increment in the bid must be no less than 1 million. This ensures that Life Essence stones are priceless. Often a single stone can fetch an astronomical price. This time, the Secret Realm journey has brought Jiang Feng substantial gains. Now, having perfectly completed his job advancement task, he has also obtained many valuable materials. Having spent quite some time in the Secret Realm, he is contemplating whether it's time to leave. And after searching for so long, he has almost eradicated all the mutant slimes. He fears that continuing the search might not yield much more. Just as he was lost in thought, a system notification from the Secret Realm sounded. Due to player Shinfeng killing too many mutant slimes, accumulating high enmity, he has now been marked as an enemy by the mutant slimes. Note: all mutant slimes are now converging towards player Shinfeng. Hearing this, Jiang Feng was quite surprised. Such a thing could happen. He looked up to see a dense crowd of mutant slimes rushing towards him from afar. He thought there were only a few. The allure of Life Essence stones is strong, and Jiang Feng sees no reason not to be tempted. Getting a few more would do no harm. It's like they are rushing to deliver him a blessing.